When I first awakened the bone refining talent, it triggered a phenomenon in the world, and the 5 major academies fought fiercely to compete for me. All of this was due to the arrival of the global bone ruins, from which everyone could refine powerful bones using their talents. Some awakened the top-tier 9 transformations talent, refining death bones to become a god of death, reaping the lives of others, while others, although they only awakened what seemed to be an ordinary first transformation talent, could reverse time and space with a wave of their hand by refining the top-tier reversal bone. However, among those who also awakened the first transformation talent, some failed in bone refining and were instead devoured by the bones, becoming the souls trapped within others' bones. I stood on the awakening platform, and 9 terrifying light rings suddenly rose, enveloping this place in the aura of the heavenly Tao. 9 transformations. It's actually 9 transformations talent. Everyone in the school was stunned, their eyes wide open, staring at this shocking scene. At the same time, the 7 turned powerhouses from various universities rushed towards me. I looked at the 9 brilliant light rings in the sky and felt a mysterious and powerful force faintly growing within me. Then, a basic panel appeared in my mind. Name, Jiang Xia. Cultivation, first turn initial stage. Bone refinement talent, 10th turn bone true person. First turn talent effect, instant refinement. All levels of bones can be perfectly refined as long as they are grasped. Bones owned, none. What? A 10 turn talent. This talent effect is too strong, right? I was shocked as I looked at the effect description of the first turn talent, which ignored ranks. All bones could be instantly refined as long as they were grasped. You have to know how many bone masters have struggled to obtain high turn bones, only to fail to refine them for various reasons, ultimately leading to their demise. From now on, my success rate in refining bones is considered maxed out, and there is absolutely no possibility of failure. Classmate Jiang, please join our Sacred Bone Academy. Our academy is willing to offer you a piece of 7-turn bone for you to refine, and even let an 8-turn bone master take you as a disciple, said the principal of the Sacred Bone Academy. Is your Sacred Bone Academy always this stingy? Our Dragon Bone Academy is willing to offer 2 pieces of 7-turn bones, along with many cultivation resources, and even opened the Dragon God Secret Vault for classmate Jiang. The 2 academies argued incessantly, throwing out various astonishing resources. They had to recruit me quickly, otherwise, when the people from the Supreme Academy arrived, there would be no more opportunities. Although the Sacred Bone Academy and the Dragon Bone Academy are top academies in the Great Xia, there is still a Supreme Academy above them, which is the true highest academy, where every student possesses extraordinary strength. Seeing the representatives from the 2 academies so frantic, I couldn't find a chance to speak. Teachers from both academies, this is a significant matter. I need to go back and discuss it with my aunt. Sure, of course, the teachers from both academies responded in unison. At this moment, the bone quickly flew back to Zhang Qingxian's side at my aunt's house. Upon learning that I had awakened the 9 transformations talent, her rosy lips slightly pursed, and she sighed lightly. In the end, I still have to embark on this path, don't I? I wonder if Jiang Xia can swim against the current. This bone has come time for him to take it. As Zhang Qingxian spoke, she opened a wooden box in front of her, and suddenly a brilliant golden light radiated out, revealing the items inside the box. 8 transformations bone, supreme bone. I walked down the awakening platform under the gaze of the crowd. Jiang Xia, you are so amazing. A soft voice entered my ears, and when I turned around, I saw a fair-skinned, delicate-looking girl, my younger sister Bai Miao, who is my aunt's daughter. Unfortunately, 3 years ago, Bai Miao suddenly had a head full of white hair, and during special periods, she would directly lose consciousness. Her whole body is cold as iron. This problem has not been resolved over the years, but fortunately, it does not endanger her life, which has eased everyone's worries a bit. I looked at Bai Miao and smiled slightly. You will awaken soon. Don't be nervous, even if it's a first transformation talent. It's okay, I will protect you in the future. Bai Miao nodded thoughtfully, her clear eyes flickering slightly. Next awakening participant, Bai Miao, a teacher on the awakening platform, called out. Jiang Xia, I'm going up. Bai Miao waved her hand and walked towards the awakening platform. At the same time, countless gazes were directed at the awakening platform. She must be Jiang Xiao's sister. So beautiful. I wonder how many transformations of talent she can awaken. A girl said enviously. Is there even a need to ask? Her brother has 9 transformations qualifications, so she must at least have 6 transformations. The crowd below discussed among themselves, filled with curiosity. Bai Miao reached out to the awakening bone, and in an instant, an extreme cold aura swept across the entire area, causing the temperature of the academy to plummet, quickly forming frost. Wow, another anomaly. Could it be that a 9-turn talent is about to emerge? Everyone was astonished. The next second, with a loud bang, 9 ice blue light circles erupted. The celestial phenomenon condensed, and Bai Miao stood there like a goddess of ice. her white hair flying, her eyes shimmering with white light. But immediately after, the sky suddenly changed. A terrifying palm print struck, the aura of the heavenly Tao spread, and the nine-turn talent was instantly shattered. What? The awakening failed? All the bone masters present were shocked, and the teachers from the Holy Bone Academy and the Dragon Bone Academy had never heard of such a thing. This was the first case of an awakening being interrupted by the heavenly Tao. Sigh. I've become useless. Bai Miao was a bit dejected, her eyes still carrying a hint of resentment. Then she jumped down from the awakening platform, her little face drooping as she walked up to me. Jiang Xia, you have to support me. No backing out. I was helpless, but deep down I felt something was off. Bai Miao was acting too strangely, having mysteriously fallen ill for 3 years and turned white-haired, and now her talent awakening was interrupted by the heavenly Tao. There must be a problem here. Alright, it's time to go home. After saying that, I took my sister and left the school directly, followed by several bone masters escorting us. Soon, Bai Miao and I returned home. My aunt was wearing a fluffy knitted long dress, tied with a pink apron, and her beautiful eyes were charming. The awakening ceremony is over? Zhang Qingshan poked her head out from the kitchen, smiling, her eyes crescent-shaped. Even in a loose knitted dress, she couldn't hide her impressive figure. Alright, dinner is ready. Zhang Qingshan smiled as she brought the dishes out from the kitchen, then sat down in front of me and Bai Miao, asking, what talents did you both awaken? Useless talent. Awakening failed. Bai Miao picked at a bowl of white rice, looking rather unconcerned. Then Miao, why don't you hurry up and cling to your brother's thigh? Zhang Qingxian pretended to be surprised, but it seemed she had anticipated it. I did. Jiang Xia said he would protect me in the future. Bai Miao stopped eating, her clear eyes fixed on me. I raised my chin and said, I awakened the 9 turns talent, Bone True Person, and the talent effect is that I can instantly refine any level of skeleton. What? What did you say? Instantly refine any level? Zhang Qingxian thought she had misheard. How could there be such a powerful talent effect? But after just a moment of shock, she quickly reacted. The next second, a palm-sized green skeleton appeared in her hand, glowing brightly. 5 turns holy bone, barrier bone. Immediately, the green barrier enveloped the surroundings, rendering all probing methods ineffective in front of this barrier bone. At this moment, Zhang Qingxian's expression became very serious, but soon she seemed to remember something and immediately turned to walk towards the room. I looked at the floating green skeleton, astonished. I knew my aunt was a bone master, but I never imagined she actually possessed a holy bone. It should be noted that bone masters who can control holy bones are at least 5 turns. It seems our family must be hiding a big secret. My parents are deceased? I suspect things are not that simple. Soon, Zhang Qingxian came out of the room, holding a wooden box. Jiang Xia, this is what your parents left for you. Open it and take a look. I took the wooden box with both hands and opened it without hesitation. Upon seeing the items inside, I was immediately shocked. What? 8 turns supreme bone. Sensing my aura, the supreme bone seemed to float as if it had a spirit. I was originally thinking of giving it to you and having you seal it inside your body for nurturing until your strength was sufficient to refine it. But it seems that won't be necessary now. Zhang Qingxian said with a smile. Aunt, who exactly are my parents? Are they really dead? I asked. Zhang Qingxian shook her head helplessly. Your strength is still too weak now. Knowing those secrets won't do you any good. I can only tell you to become a 6th turn bone master as soon as possible. Perhaps then you'll have the chance to delve into the bone ruins to find them. This supreme bone was given to me by them when they went to the bone ruins. Zhang Qingxian recounted the events of that year and then said to me, hurry up and refine it. The longer the night, the more dreams. I nodded and reached out with my right hand to grasp the supreme bone. The 8th turn supreme bone was refined in an instant. With a buzz, an invisible wave suddenly erupted in the room. At the same time, the supreme bone in Jiang Xia's right hand directly turned into liquid, like gushing golden magma. Those magmas were full of powerful vitality, and there was even an inexplicable greatness. Instantly wrapping around Jiang Xia's arm, it merged into his body and converged towards his chest. Jiang Xia only felt a steep and intense pain throughout his body, like a flood of beasts impacting. The blood in his entire body was boiling, and the filaments of splendor bloomed as he began to metamorphose. A thumb-sized golden skeleton had completely united with the body, emitting endless divine splendor. This power, Jiang Xia, who had completed his refining, was shocked inwardly, only feeling as if his own life level had taken a leap forward. His entire body had inexhaustible power, and his blood had even begun to transform into supreme blood. It can be said that the current Jiang Xia's recovery power has reached an extremely perverted degree. Although it is not yet possible to rebirth a broken arm, but even fatal injuries can be completely recovered within one night. Surprisingly, it really worked. Zhang Qingxian murmured, feeling like she had witnessed history. A 1st turn bone master refining an 8 turn supreme bone. In the future, he would definitely be invincible at the same rank. It's got to be okay. As long as Jiang Xia grew up, he would definitely be able to enter the bone ruins and reverse up that river. There is also a chance that my sister and brother-in-law will be able to get out of the trap and survive by then. Thinking of this possibility, Jiang Qingxian suddenly had many more smiles on her face, and the panel in Jiang Xia's head changed. Character, Jiang Xia, cultivation, first turn of the first stage, bone refining talent, 10th turn, bone realist, first turn talent effect, refinement in an instant, i.e., all skeletons of the same rank, as long as a handful of them are grabbed, they will be refined in an instant. Possession of skeleton, 8 turns of supreme bone, Dao name, Sung Dong Wuji, the stronger the battle, invincible at the same level, battle to the brink of death can exceed the Wuji, realizing the battle over the level, hunting and killing living skeletons can evolve to dignity blood, if the dignity blood is not extinguished, the true body will not die. What a horrible effect. What's the difference between that and being open? The effect of the supreme bone was almost not much different from invincibility. Not only was it invincible at the same level but it also allowed for overstep battles. Moreover, once one evolved to Zun blood, even if one was killed in the future, as long as the Zun blood was not extinguished, one could completely make a comeback. How can you play with me? Playing with your life? How does it feel? Jiang Qingxian inquired with concern. It feels good. It would be even better if we could find a place to try out the effects of this supreme bone. Jiang Xia smiled and said, come on, don't get too carried away. I don't know how many people covet such a shocking thing as the 8 Revolution Supreme Bone. I'm going to pass on a mantra to you now that will normally prevent it from being sensed. As soon as the words were finished, Jiang Qingxian began transmitting the mantra. After Jiang Xia silently recited, the supreme bone that was originally glistening in his body had indeed become indistinguishable from ordinary bones. When the dust settled, Jiang Qingxian was finally relieved that there hadn't been any accidents. Jiang Xia also had time to ask Jiang Qingxian at this time, Auntie, both the Sacred Rec Academy and the Dragon Bone Academy have invited me to go. Which one do you think I should choose? After seeing Jiang Qingxian's holy bones, in Jiang Xia's mind Jiang Qingxian's figure began to draw infinitely higher. So I thought it would be a good idea to ask my knowledgeable sister-in-law about this kind of question. Choose neither. Choose neither? Ginger Summer was stunned. Do you want to be a monk yourself? But when Jiang Qingxian was about to explain, the dome of the sky outside the cell suddenly changed color. 3 terrifying auras descended here. Holy Rec Academy has come to recruit pro-disciples. Dragon Bone Academy has come to recruit pro-disciples. The Supreme Academy has come to recruit pro-disciples. Chapter 5, Choice Academy. Supreme Dojo. The voice was like brilliant thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. All the people in the area only felt their hearts and souls trembling, instantly having the meaning of submission. And at this moment, they actually felt as if they were mole crickets, crossing the void. This was the means of a 7th-turned powerhouse. On weekdays, which one of these powerful people is not a dragon? And ordinary people will hardly have a chance to see them in their whole life. But now there were surprisingly 3 of them all at once, and judging by their words, it was surprising that they were all teachers from top-tier academies. Or are you here to take on an apprentice? Holy Rec Academy, Dragon Bone Academy. The names of these 2 academies were already deafening enough, but that last cry of Supreme Academy even directly petrified everyone in place. That's the highest institution of learning in Daxia, one of the 8 top colleges in the world. Not to mention the fact that a government out of the 8 great venerable, even now the highest decision-maker in Daxia is also from the Supreme Academy out. Its status has remained unchallenged for 100 years, and it is truly a supreme institution. That kid from the Zhang clan has really awakened the 9 revolutions talent. Only at this moment did Grandma Chan and her group of girlfriends truly believe in this matter. After all, only this kind of talent would be able to attract a 7th-turned powerhouse, or even someone from the Supreme Academy, to come and take on a disciple. Auntie, choosing the Supreme Academy? Jiang Xia asked towards Jiang Qingxian after hearing the Heavenly Vault's voice. Aside from the Supreme Academy, which other academy within the Great Xia has the qualifications to enroll you? You don't seem to have an exact knowledge of your own natural talent. Jiang Qingxian poked Jiang Xia's forehead. The total number of innate 9 revolutions of heavenly talents that have appeared in the 100 years since the founding of the Great Xia is only 18. It's still due to the fact that we're outnumbered. Looking around the world, how many countries have yet to awaken the 9 revolutions of heavenly talent? Next to Awai country, it's only 5 so far. If you were in another country, you would be groomed as the next ruler. That's kinda awesome. Jiang Xia nodded thoughtfully and humbly. Let's go. There's no reason for the host not to greet the guests when they come. Jiang Xianqing's voice was warm and clear. Whoosh! A moment later, Jiang Qingxian directly carried Jiang Xia and Bai Miao Miao to the sky above by stepping in the void. Such a turn of events directly caused the alarm bells to ring loudly for the 3 7th-turn powerhouses that had just arrived. Hiss! There was even a 7th-turn bone master hidden in this small area as well. and they hadn't even noticed it. What's more, the other party appeared directly in front of him silently. Such strength, mysterious and unpredictable. Sacred Wreckage Academy 7th Turn Bone Master Zhang Yang, the white-robed man on the far left said in a deep voice. Dragon Bone Academy 7th Turn Bone Master, Ning Shin. The masked man on his right arched his hand. The cloaked man in its center just indifferently voiced out. Supreme Academy, Lai Tianming. As he spoke his eyes sized up Jiang Xia for a few moments, his voice hoarse. The natural talent is indeed fine. Dean Wen has orders for me to bring you forward to the Supreme Academy to pay homage to your master. The words were spoken without the slightest regard for the remaining two academies. Domineering and incomparable, Lai Tianming. Although your Supreme Academy is the highest academy in Great Xia, the 9 revolutions of heavenly talents have almost all been taken away by you over the years. It's time to give way this time. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes and said with an unkind tone. For many years the Holy Wreck Academy as well as the Dragon Bone Academy had recruited students, almost all of them picking up what was left of the Supreme Academy, and there had long been resentment after so many years. That's right, you can't take all the benefits, right? Ning Shin, who was on the side, also said in a cold voice. Besides, hasn't your Supreme Academy already recruited 2 9 revolutions heavenly qualities awakened this year? Even though it was only made by using a supreme treasure to forcibly enhance it in the latter day, it's still enough, right? Are you really going to fight us this time? As they spoke, Zhang Yang and Ning Shin's 7-turn cultivation continued to release, forming a strong pressure. Jiang Xia and Bai Miaomiao on the side, even with the blessing of Jiang Qingxian, still felt terrifying, as if a 10,000-foot mountain was about to smash down. Oh, Lai Tianming seemed a bit surprised. Just with you guys you also want to snatch someone from my Supreme Academy. It's a bit of an overestimation of one's own strength. Lai Tianming sneered. The words couldn't help but make both Zhang Yang and Ning Shin freeze. Mad. It's really too wild and overbearing. However, most of the people in the Supreme Academy were of this nature. Wild to the core. Boom. Without the slightest sign, Lai Tianming directly struck out with a punch. Zhang Yang and Ning Shin didn't react at all before they felt a sharp pain in their chests. A sweetness sprayed out, and the two of them were actually directly smashed into the ground 3 meters deep. This is the Supreme Academy. Even if it is at the same level, the strike is invincible. Let's go. You're coming with me to the Supreme Academy. Saying that, he didn't care if Jiang Xia and Jiang Qingxian agreed or not, and directly grabbed at Jiang Xia. Not in the slightest did he place the same 7-turn Bone Master Jiang Qingxian in front of him in his eyes. You seem to have somewhat disregarded me? Jiang Qingxian narrowed her eyes and said softly. Lai Tianming suddenly felt the crisis was greatly apparent, and raised his eyes in shock to look at Jiang Qingxian. Bang! A powerful aura erupted as Jiang Qingxian only slightly struck out, and a loud noise steeply erupted from the vault of the sky. Only heard a miserable scream, and then saw where there was still Lai Tianming's figure. Merely the ground had another big pit that was too deep to see the bottom. Crush! Crush! Zhang Yang and Ning Shin, who had just climbed up from the pit, had their brains down, unable to comprehend this scene. Lai Tianming, who was known to be invincible at the same rank, was actually seconded by an unfamiliar bone master with a single move? On the side, Jiang Xia just sighed helplessly. Who are you messing with badly? Ahem! What on earth are you? Lai Tianming quickly climbed out of the pit and came in front of Jiang Xia and the others, his face full of anger. Why don't you remember? Boom! There was another loud bang, and another large crater appeared in the ground. I am the Supreme Academy. Boom! Finally, after hitting the wall many times, Lai Tianming's attitude has changed. Very modest and tame. This beautiful lady, may I go now? Lai Tianming didn't even want to care about Jiang Xia anymore. He just wanted to escape quickly. Boom! This time, Lai Tianming, who had been beaten by Jiang Qingxian, was puzzled, questioning, what's this about? It was only then that Jiang Qingxian said, somewhat full of apologies. Sorry, something in passing. Alright, my nephew is definitely going to enter the Supreme Academy. It's just that I don't know what benefits you can give. It was only then that Lai Tianming remembered the main event. He was here to accept disciples for the Dina. His eyes looked deeply at Jiang Xia, not expecting this Jiang Xia to have such a hard background. Dean Wen will personally accept his disciple, and I will act as his protector. With 3 7-turn skeletons, an immortal soldier, a package of all the advancement resources before the 6th turn, and a copy of the 8-turn technique and a number of various pills. Finally, how about the Supreme Academy will unconditionally open the Supreme Dojo for him 3 times? When these words came out, Zhang Yang and Ning Shin on the ground could not help but be appalled. Each academy had a dojo, of which the Supreme Dojo was the most powerful, with countless rare resources inside, and even left with Dao marks, making it the best place for all bone masters to cultivate. Moreover, The dojo was remodeled from the ruins of a terrifying living skeleton 100 years ago, and it was said that there was still the existence of an 8-turn supreme bone in it. Not enough, Zhang Qingxian just said faintly. These are just the basics. Your Supreme Academy won't be so stingy, right? What an appetite. Lai Tianming couldn't help but feel a pain in his balls. He should have known better than to come. So what else do you want? Zhang Qingxian said indifferently. The Gongfu record of 10,000 records, as well as the 9-tailed bones. Hiss. That's a decision I can't make. What you want is too otherworldly, and even if you give him these two, do you think he can master them with his current strength? Lai Tianming frowned and refused. The record of 10,000 records is a banned book, and the 9-tailed bones are notorious for their addiction to the Lord. Now Lai Tianming wasn't even sure if Zhang Qingxian was doing it for Jiang Xia's benefit or harming him. If you can't make a decision, I'll go to Wen Jiujiao myself, Zhang Qingxian said in a cold voice. But the next moment a hazy shadow emerged beside Lai Tianming. It was a charming and dainty woman, dressed in a slightly revealing outfit, with her slender thighs exposed, as white and flawless as sheep's fat white jade. The body is shapely and icy, and she talks as if she's having a good time with you. The looks are scourgeous and the temperament is ethereal and coveted. Wen Jiujiao said with a flirtatious voice, Little fairy, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Chapter 6 10,000 Records, Ruins of Living Rex 007. Don't call it so disgusting. Zhang Qingxian seemed very disgusted, but the scolded Wen Jiujiao nonetheless did not get angry, but instead a very enjoyable feeling, pouting like orchids. You're still so bossy as before. Look at what you've done to my junior. Wen Jiujiao suddenly approached Zhang Qingxian's ear and whispered, her jade hand stroking through Zhang Qingxian's hair. When Lai Tianming, who was on the side, heard Wen Jiujiao describe himself in this way, his face immediately turned into a pig liver color in embarrassment. I'm not going to be able to rest. When have I ever been so humiliated? Cut the crap. Will you give the 10,000 records and the 9-tailed bone? Zhang Qingxian didn't give face to Wen Jiujiao, and his terrifying cultivation was leaked out. She knew that they ate it up. Sure enough, Wen Jiujiao threw a wink and said, Okay, all according to you. Really, what's the point of being so mean to people? I'm a weak woman who can't stand being scared. As he spoke, Wen Jiujiao suddenly came to Jiang Xia, pulled his cheek, and suddenly gave him a direct hug that could hear his heart. So soft. Jiang Xia, who was steeply held in Wen Jiujiao's arms, had a contraction of her pupils. Although being embraced by such a charming and demonic woman is not a bad thing, but in front of so many people, his sister-in-law is still next to him. Jiang Xia is a little bit unable to wipe the face, but even though he had the intention to resist, he simply couldn't break free, and the beautiful woman held him even tighter. Jiang Xia felt like she was suffocating, and with the darkness before her eyes, she simply gave up struggling. But soon, Zhang Qingxia directly peeled Wen Jiujiao away. Slut, you couldn't tease me, so you started molesting my nephew, haven't you? Wen Jiujiao was aggrieved. Little Xian, how can this be called molestation? Is it wrong for me to give my own personal disciple a big hug? Or are you jealous? Oh, Wen Jiujiao's eyes have a spiritual light flashed, covered his mouth and smiled cheekily. I do not argue with you is. Zhang Qingxian instantly became angry at his words and cursed. Jealous? What's in your Thai woman's head? Xiao Xia is my nephew, what am I jealous of? Even hugging him is a blood relative. Wen Jiujiao, then you hold one and see? Zhang Qingxian suddenly reacted. Why should I listen to you? Hearing this, Jiang Xia's expectant eyes dissipated. What's the point of actually doing it again? He thought. Well, I'm at a critical moment of cultivation at this moment, and this divine sense shadow is about to dissipate. When Jiuqi floated in the air, her long white jade-like legs folded together, her right hand wrapped around her hair and said, Young apprentice, quickly worship the master? In the future, master will definitely teach you well. Pillowed in the air, when Jiuqi's body is now in full view, the curve is wonderful and incomparable, and the skin is like condensed fat with a touch of healthy pink color, which is very tempting. Little Xia, quickly worship your master. Zhang Qingxian didn't object, saying, although your master is a bit tart, his strength is still very secure, and by following him you won't have to suffer some inexplicable birdishness in the Supreme Academy. Jiang Xia pays his respects to master. Jiang Xia quickly said with a sniff, if you don't choose a beautiful master, do you go to worship those old men? Good disciple, master is waiting for you at the Supreme Academy. The upper volume of this record of 10,000 records will be passed on to you first. As for the 9-tailed bone, perhaps you'll have to come to the academy in person to get it. When Jiujiao finished, a flashy light will run into Jiang Xia's mind, where a thin volume of bamboo briefs appeared out of thin air, with red strange light winding. Let's go, little fairy. I'll be sure to come find you when I'm out. Then when Jiujiao's virtual shadow dissipated, in that case, you will now immediately follow me to the Supreme Academy. Lai Tianming said to Jiang Xia, what are you in such a hurry for? Jiang Qingxian frowned, her eyes staring at Lai Tianming in an unkind manner. She hasn't even said anything yet. Little Xia, although this 10,000 records was once a forbidden book, it is exceptionally powerful, and it was only classified as a forbidden book because too many people would have difficulty persevering with the cultivation, and would even die due to its backlash. However, Jiang Qingxian's clear eyes curved slightly as she used a secret technique to transmit her voice. You have the supreme bone, will be the best person to cultivate it. And, Jiang Qingxian solemnly said, make sure to enter the Supreme Dojo as soon as possible after entering the Supreme Academy. Why? Ginger Summer asked. Jiang Qingxian, on the other hand, sold the story. You'll know when the time comes. After speaking, Jiang Qingxian pushed by Miao Miao, who had been silent, to Jiang Xia's side again. Take your sister with you on this trip to the Supreme Academy. Even though it seems a bit silly, I know she can't leave you. Bai Miao Miao stared blankly at Jiang Qingxian, doubts flashing through her clear and pure eyes. Mom, aren't you coming with us? Jiang Qingxian, what? You can't let go of me. Bai Miao Miao shook her head and looked at Jiang Xia before saying with some apprehension. No, Jiang Xia's cooking is not good. Jiang Qingxian, good grief. Miao Miao Bai, you only have food on your mind, don't you? Miao Miao Bai quickly shook her head, her eyes bursting with intelligence, and grunted. And Jiang Xia, little heartless, Jiang Qingxian muttered. After Jiang Xia took on the huge task of taking care of her sister, she looked at Li Tianming with a stern look in her eyes. You, listen up. Yes, 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 no one dares to disobey. Li Tianming was just like being trained as a dog. Satisfied, Jiang Qingxian said, let my nephew go to the ruins of the living wrecks for some practice before taking them both to the Supreme Academy to hone his killing methods. Understand? That's so understandable. Dawn promised. Okay, you guys go now. Jiang Qingxian patted Jiang Xia's shoulder. Don't disgrace my Jiang family when you go to the Supreme Academy. Just directly beat up whichever one you meet who doesn't look good. Your sister-in-law has more important things to do, so she won't be there. Ordered. Jiang Xia clapped his chest. So good. Jiang Qingxian smiled and hugged both Jiang Xia and Bai Miao Miao. Temperament out of the dust, as if not eat earthly fire, but also eyes curved like the bright moon, full of warmth and tenderness. Auntie's isn't much better. Jiang Xia rubbed her nose and pulled Miao Miao Bai and Jiang Qingxian to say goodbye. Lai Tianming brought the two of them across the void in an instant and left Tongzhou City. Ginger Summer, where are we going? Dawn, Raw Rec Ruins 007. Chapter 7. Anyone who puts Jiang Xia in danger should be killed. Lai Tianming was worthy of being a seventh-turn powerhouse. Even with two people he was still very fast. In just a blink of an eye, the two of them, Jiang Xia and Bai Miao Miao, arrived above a huge stone door that was flickering with blue light. And around the stone gate, not only were there various protective measures, but there were also a number of vendors selling weapons as well as resources. But more than that, it was the Bone Masters who came here to hunt raw skeletons by reputation. The Raw Rec Ruins are derivative expansions of the Bone Ruins and will appear randomly around the world similar to wormholes. A large number of living skeletons exist inside, and if the ruin exit is not sealed, it will expand wildly to devour reality. Lai Tianming explained this bone realm knowledge for Jiang Xia and Bai Miao Miao. But there's also a benefit, and that's that we can rely on hunting the living skeletons inside to cultivate as well as obtain resources. It's considered a treasure trove for Bone Masters. Jiang Xia sniffed and sort of had a clear perception, then asked curiously, and what does the number 007 stand for? Could it be that the closer the numbering gets to the ruins, the more dangerous it becomes? Lai Tianming shook his head and pointed at the stone door. Ruin numbers do not indicate the degree of danger, merely the order of discovery. What truly represents the level of danger of the ruins of the living wreck is the light emanating from the stone door. Saying that, Lai Tianming brought Jiang Xia and the two of them to land on the ground and came to the stone door to observe it up close and faintly said, there are 5 levels of ruins today. White is the lowest, followed by blue, then purple, gold, and the highest is red. This ruin is merely blue ranked, and the living skeletons inside are no more than second turners at the highest, and most of them are first turners. It's best for your current strength to go in and practice. Saying that, his eyes under his cloak glanced at Jiang Xia coldly. Although I act as your protector, I won't make a move in a non-life and death situation. And how many living skeletons you can hunt after entering the ruins depends on your own skills. Nowadays, your strength is only at the beginning stage of the first turn. I see that the 108 orifices in your body are only half open. Your strength is really low. Deep in the ruins, just don't go in and get killed, you know. When he spoke, Lai Tianming had an expert demeanor and a tone that could not be denied. A drastic contrast from when he was in front of Jiang Qingxian just now. Am I the kind of person who makes a death wish? Jiang Xia was helpless. Soon they arrived at the registration desk at the entrance to the ruins and obtained the ruins token. Jiang Xia was surprised to find that there were actually a few other people of his age who, like himself, were also going to enter the ruins. They were uniformly dressed, and they were even followed by an old man with a not-so-weak aura. I only saw the old man come to the registration desk and pull out a family crest to reveal his identity, the He family of Tsung Dome City. The people around them immediately set off an uproar. Surprisingly, it's the He family from Tsangdao City. This is a big family, and there are still sixth-turn bone immortals sitting in the family, so the foundation is deep. A bone master exclaimed with sighs and envy. It is said that the strongest natural talent of the younger generation has even been recruited in advance by the Supreme Academy. It can be called the #1 family in Tsangdao City, so it's a senior from the He family. Much ado about nothing. Beads of sweat appeared on the staff member's forehead all of a sudden. Quite nervous, busy saying, "Please also wait a moment. I'll handle the ruin token for you." The old man smiled and stroked the beard on his chin, nodding slowly. Although the rest of the He family's children didn't speak, they could all see how proud they were from their eyes, their vanity greatly satisfied. This is the power of family, and the treatment you receive when you go out is completely different. One of the young girls noticed Jiang Xia, who was about to apply for a ruin token, and raised her chin to poof a laugh. "First turn early stage cultivation?" You laughed. "Don't waste your time entering the blue ruins with such a cultivation. I see that the three of you are as strong as a mole cricket. Not even enough to watch the door for my family. Be careful of going in to die." Soon another son of the He family said, "Put, it looks like you just awakened your talent not long ago. Isn't it a joke to go in with this kind of strength? Not to mention a sick man with a head full of gray hair? After all, not everyone has the protection of their family elders like we do. Ha ha ha." The He family's children immediately let out a burst of heckling laughter in unison. It appeared to be admonishing Jiang Xia, but in reality none of the words were not showing its superiority, merely making fun of Jiang Xia. The surrounding people sized up Jiang Xia and realized that he really did only have a first-turn early-stage cultivation. If this kind of strength doesn't go to the White Ruins, isn't coming to the Blue Ruins looking for abuse? Having a white-haired girl beside him was even more burdensome. As for the cloaked man on the side, he looked even more of an ordinary man. It's still a real brain fart. "Come here to make your presence felt?" The crowd shook their heads, actually feeling that there was nothing wrong with the He family's son's words. "None of your business." Jiang Xia scratched his ears and said, "Showing superiority over me? Who the hell are you?" Jiang Xia that did not want to be angry at all, opening his mouth as the nationalist. For a while, the He family's children were all confused. I didn't realize that there were people who dared to scold themselves when the elders of the family were around. It's simply audacious. You, who was the centerpiece of it, quickly frowned and questioned, "Why are you so insensitive? We were wrong to warn you." Ginger Summer, is it hard to be wrong? He family, stupid pig, deserved to die in there for being so arrogant. Jenga, damn, use you to teach me how to do things? Boom! Jiang Xia's figure instantly flashed, directly arriving in front of the ones with the most indebted mouths. His right hand clenched into a fist and directly swung up. Bang! 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 The air exploded with each punch as Jiang Xia swung his right hand. The skeletal muscles of his entire body even exploded instantly, so fast that no one could react. The punches made a close contact between their birin and the ground. Ah! The He family's children screamed miserably, and He even let out a furious roar from her throat, her face full of anger. "Grandpa He, get him for me." The old man also reacted from his daze, not expecting that there would actually be a rash man who dared to make a move against the He family. "It's not a death wish." A touch of cruelty appeared on his face as he drank. "Daring to hurt my He family members like this? I think you've eaten bear heart and leopard guts." The people around them retreated and scattered, shocked inwardly. It was only because the strength that erupted from the old man's body was actually a fourth turn. I'm afraid everyone in the room isn't as strong as him. However, what surprised everyone was that Jiang Xia was standing still, as if he had something to rely on, and was breezy. Laughing coldly, he said, "You want to kill me?" The old man froze for a second, then laughed. "You know you're afraid now? It's too late. My He family is the #1 family in Tsangdao City, so what if I kill you? Kang Xia, you already have a way to take your death." As soon as the words fell, the old man's dry palm grasped at him with an appalling power that caused despair. But in just a few moments, a change arose that made everyone unable to react. The cloaked man who had just been silent suddenly moved. A 5-turn holy bone shaped like a long sword appeared steeply, its terrifying cultivation leaking out, and just a look made the old man's heart and soul tremble, his pupils shrinking violently. "Ugh, trouble," Lai Tianming said helplessly before his long sword blasted out. Boom! The old man was actually directly split in half, his blood spilling out on the spot. Hu's cheeks were splattered with the old man's blood, and her pupils were now dull. The rest of the He family's children were even more scared out of their wits, and there was the smell of urine wafting around. Seconds, surprisingly, it's seconds. Everyone was petrified, not realizing that the strength of the cloaked man beside this teenager was so strong. It's not his bodyguard, is it? Fifth rotation holy bone. Ah, that is to say, this person in front of him was actually a 5th rotation bone master. Hiss. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cool air, all looking at the He family's children with pity. This time finally kicked the iron plate. Can let the 5-turn bone master willingly as a bodyguard. Background do not know how powerful. You, don't you kill me. He broke down directly in tears. She crawled to Jiang Xia and cried and prayed. I'm sorry, it's me who wanted to show off a sense of superiority. It's me who had eyes and didn't recognize MT. Tai. It's all my fault. Please don't kill me. Snap. He slapped herself in the face again and again. And soon there was blood running from the corners of her mouth. She would never stop until Ginger Summer said stop. She could also see that the cloaked man was obviously looking at Jiang Xia's life in danger before he made his move. So she would survive as long as Jiang Xia gave the word. She was the miss of the He family, and her brother was a genius of the Supreme Academy. She didn't want to die yet. If I had known this, why would I have bothered? Jiang Xia said faintly. He was holding Miao Miao by to prevent her from seeing the bloody scene. Do you think we should let them go? Jiang Xia said softly to Bai Miao Miao. White Miao Miao's head was hidden in Jiang Xia's arms, and she was wiping her saliva, thinking for a moment before seriously saying, anyone who puts Jiang Xia in danger should be killed. Chapter 8, Destroying your arm is a clean break. Oh, not bad for my sister. Jiang Xia smiled and stroked Bai Miao Miao's head, then coldly looked at He with a sigh on his face. Sadly, I was thinking the same thing then. No, you can't kill me. I'm the He family's daughter. My father is a 6-turn bone immortal. The fear of death gripped He, making her tremble. She only needed to stall some more, sensing that the old man's dead father would come to her rescue. However, looking at the indifferent-faced teenager in front of her, He was truly afraid. She also didn't expect that someone would actually make a move against them not far from the He family's boundaries. Out of the blue, he had directly exterminated their He family's 4th-turn expert. Take a deep breath and relax. It won't hurt. Jiang Xia turned a deaf ear and faintly said, for this kind of existence that had already been offended, there was no reason for him not to completely decimate it. Buzz. A powerful force converged in Jiang Xia's palm, and the blood in his entire body began to boil like a raging magma. Boom! Jiang Xia did not hesitate and directly threw a punch towards He's face. The burst of power made your ears explode, but just as that punch was about to blow He's head off, a blue pike arrived in time to stop Jiang Xia. Asshole, don't stop! The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded, and the sound came before the person arrived. Looking towards the sky again, a middle-aged man's shadow stood high above. He was furious and very angry. Where did this brat come from? How dare he kill my He family's children? Is it as if this 6th-turn bone immortal of mine doesn't exist? Kowtow to my daughter and apologize, and I might even be able to leave you alive. He Min said indifferently, without the slightest emotion in his eyes. Jiang Xia and the others were already dead in his eyes. But on the contrary, Jiang Xia unexpectedly did not have the slightest fear, but instead smiled faintly. Waiting for you. With those words, he directly grabbed He's head and crushed it on the spot without any hesitation. Pust! It exploded straight away like a watermelon rupturing. He's body then also fell limp helplessly to the ground, blood staining the ground red. Such decisiveness caused all the people around them to freeze on the spot. Even Lai Tianming could not help but look sideways. The 6th Revolution's bone immortal was in front of him, and he actually made a move anyway. Is it hard to believe that there are any more cards? Over here. Hemin's eyes instantly turned red and his face was hideous after seeing the scene of He's death. His 6th Revolution's cultivation was unleashed, and a terrifying demonic claw emerged from his right hand, with 6 golden Dao marks glowing on it. 6-turn immortal bone, soul-devouring bone. Someone recognized the name of this sacred bone and instantly sweated and said, come on, run. The power of this immortal bone will cover 100 miles around, and all living beings will die with their souls taken away. Damned fools, to have killed the daughter of the He family head and made us suffer as well. Many of the fleeing bone masters stared viciously at Jiang Xia's trio, and all sorts of dirty words were vented out. Even if Lai Tianming had just instantly killed the 4th-turn bone master. So what? Can't it be that he's also a 6th-turn bone master? How can that be? Do you think that the 6th-turn bone master is a cabbage that you can see casually? Lai Tianming, still not making a move? Jiang Xia turned to Lai Tianming in fear. He's trying to kill me, eh? I'm in a life-threatening situation. What are you waiting for? You brat. Lai Tianming gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Xia. This kid is too much of a troublemaker. How long had he only been protecting the Dao? And he had gotten into trouble with the 6 turns bone immortal? Waiting for a few more days isn't the 8th turn honored one going on by himself? Why are you looking at me? They were the ones who started it alright, trying to kill me on the basis of their high cultivation, and I had to kill them all to soothe my frightened soul. Jiang Xia said helplessly. You guys actually have the heart to make small talk? Hemin was surprised, but he had just died his daughter. Instantly angry, his neck veins bulged. immediately catalyzed the soul-devouring bone in his right hand. The sky was soon filled with the cries and howls of 10,000 ghosts, and the demonic sound wrapped around the ears and destroyed people's minds. There was a great sense of destroying the city and destroying the world. However, Li Tianming finally struck out, the 5-turn sword bone held in his hand, lightly lifting the sword to point at He Min high above. Helplessly, he said, "Destroying one of your arms is a write-off." Clang! Everyone only heard a resounding sword sound, and then they turned around to actually see the unstoppable He Min falling from a high place. What was even more appalling was that his right arm as well as his soul-devouring bone actually broke in an instant. This gave rise to a ridiculous thought in the minds of all. That cloaked man was a 7th-turn bone master. It was also only possible for a 7th-turn cultivation to cut off a bony mortal's arm with a single sword. And what appalled everyone even more was what exactly was the identity of that teenager. Why would a 7th-turn bone master act as a bodyguard for him? What a horrible background. Exactly. Ahem. You're a 7th-turn bone master? He Min fell to the ground. The blood in his right hand simply couldn't be stopped from bubbling out, and there was also sword chi constantly tearing through his flesh. With just one sword, He Min knew that he was no match for Li Tianming. It doesn't matter who I am. You just decide whether or not to write off today's grudge. As He Min looked at He Yu's corpse, tears flowed from his eyes and a sweetness welled up. In a disheveled and hoarse tone, he said, "Do I have any room to refuse? In that case, you may go." Li Tianming directly threw He Yu's corpse in front of He Min and then stopped speaking. He was going to kill Kong Ha. Why didn't you kill him? Miao Miao Bai frowned towards Tianming Li. All the cause is not because of the He family children. The original fight between peers, even if the fists and feet of the elders should not be out of the way. But that old man unexpectedly did not hesitate to kill Jiang Xia, which led to what happened later. Bai Miao Miao looked at Li Tianming with dissatisfaction, thinking that she could tell her mom about him later. But Li Tianming only said faintly, "It's your brother who's a little too crazy, and simply doesn't care about any consequences based on the fact that he has me to protect him. A first turn of strength actually dares to call out a 6th-turn bone immortal. If there comes a day when I am not by his side, will not such a character surely die?" Li Tianming then looked at Jiang Xia and lectured, "I'm also giving you a warning by leaving him alive, so don't act so recklessly in the future." Jiang Xia shook his head indifferently and laughed after hearing this. "Since they were able to rely on the 5-turn bone master to kill me just now, why can't I rely on you to kill me back? And why, for that matter, do I have to suffer those inexplicable birds and be taunted as an NPC? Since I have the ability to kill them, it would be a waste of my background and talent not to make a move. Consider the consequences of everything. Do you have to put up with your mother being sold as a whore? That's too much turtle for one lifetime." After saying that, Jiang Xia shook off the still dry blood in his hands and walked with Bai Miao Miao towards the ruins of the living wreckage. He also smiled at He Min before entering. "I heard that your family also has a genius in the Supreme Academy? I only have a first-turn cultivation now, so please ask him to hurry up if he wants to kill me. I also find it a bit disgraceful to invite people to intervene in a fight between peers." "You're right." Chapter 9, Cruel Cultivation. Hunting living skeletons. He Min clenched his teeth so tightly that his bones crunched. Even so, he still didn't dare show the slightest hint of holding a grudge in his eyes, even though everyone knew it was false. His left hand couldn't stop shaking at the moment. Shame, anger, rage, all had to be pressed into his heart at the moment. He didn't care if it was right or wrong to kill his daughter, and he didn't care about the cause. The teenager in front of him was too rampant, and he definitely wouldn't let it go. Jiang Xia was actually right. The fight between peers, the onlookers could not intervene. In the Supreme Academy, strength was the thing that determined everything, and the hope of being able to kill Jiang Xia lay in his own son in the Supreme Academy. "Can I go now?" He Min picked up He Yu's body and said in a tone devoid of sound. The previous prestige of the 6th-turn bone immortal was gone, and at this moment he was in a sorry state, just a father of a dead daughter. The surrounding people saw the moment when He Min was speechless for a long time, and the fear of Jiang Xia in their hearts reached the highest. It was not known just how much of a storm the Supreme Academy would create by accepting this son. Li Tianming looked at Jiang Xia's back as she walked into the ruins and was speechless for a long time, pondering Jiang Xia's words in his heart. He actually felt quite an indefinable feeling. He had always been crazy. The people of the Supreme Academy were crazy, but compared to the Jiang Xia at this moment, even feel all a little eclipsed. He has an invincible heart. Li Tianming's mind was suddenly in turmoil, and a seed was taking root. If someone really wants to sell his mom to a whorehouse, fine. Whoever, he will be greeted with one word: death. "Were you scared just now?" Jiang Xia suddenly asked to Bai Miao Miao, without any thought at all. Bai Miao Miao blurted out, "I'm just afraid you'll get hurt." Ginger Summer smiled at that. He looked at his bloody right hand and was surprised to find that the first time he killed someone didn't scare him in the slightest. "It's like being born that way. Whoever kills me, even if it's just a move, can go to hell." Taking advantage of the chi and blood churning throughout his body, Jiang Xia sensed his torso. Only 52 orifices were opened, and most of them were gathered in the arms, which held the bone power from the usual cultivation. Bone masters need to absorb the bone power in the air at the beginning of their cultivation, or rely on hunting and killing living skeletons to obtain more pure bone power, and impact the body's orifices to preserve the bone power in them. By the time the orifices were all opened, the first turning beginner stage was just getting started. To advance to the middle level, you will have to perform 3 separate levels: cramping, skinning, and breaking bones. How many people find it difficult to endure the pain and have to stay at the rushing through the orifices stage? But Jiang Xia didn't care about any of this. He just wanted to get stronger quickly. After all, once he entered the Supreme Academy, with his current strength, he didn't know how many ungrateful ones would run to provoke him. With this thought, Jiang Xia closed his eyes and mentally flipped through the 10,000 recordings given by Wen Jiujiao. The bamboo slips in his mind emanated a demonic red light, symbolizing ominousness, and after seeing its cultivation method, even Jiang Xia frowned, feeling that it was a bit harsh. The upper volume of the gong method could only help Jiang Xia cultivate to the third turn, and the first stage of the first turn's initial stage of rushing the orifices, surprisingly, allowed the cultivator to borrow bone power to fill all the acupoints with hard bursts, then condense the bone power to simulate the function of the orifices, so as to maximize the use of the body and catalyze the bone power to explode the strength. Hiss. Jiang Xia secretly said that this gong method was also too devilish and too hard on himself, punching out the orifices. How epileptic does this have to be for a person to come up with a cultivation method? Not to mention the fact that there were as many as 108 orifices that needed to be flushed out, enough to make the cultivator suffer to the point of despair and remorse. The slightest mishap will also reduce you to a permanent invalid. No wonder my sister-in-law said that I with the supreme bone was the most suitable to cultivate this technique. After all, the most perverse thing about the supreme bone was the restorative power as well as the brokenness. A little later, Jiang Xia also discovered that on the feats, there were actually several matching secret techniques recorded, powerful one over the other. Just, the launch conditions are a bit too harsh. If it wasn't a moment of necessity, Jiang Xia felt certain that he wouldn't use it. I'm going to hunt the living skeleton. You stay with him. Jiang Xia looked at Dong Tianming who came in, and then said to Bai Miao Miao. Bai Miao Miao obeyed Jiang Xia's words almost without fail, nodding her head obediently. Lai Tianming looked at Jiang Xia and suddenly said, "Do you need a weapon?" But Jiang Xia just shook his head. He wanted to try the strength of this body. After all, with the supreme bone incorporated in his body, the hardness of his torso was absolutely extraordinary. Whoo! A shrill roar came from the distance. Most of the area of the 007 secret realm was desert, but in front of where Jiang Xia was a canyon with rocky cliffs towering over it, and there were actually brown giant apes climbing on it. Today I will fill the orifices, Ginger Summer said. The dirt under his feet collapsed at once, and the muscles of his legs tightened, instantly displaying a powerful explosive force. His speed was very fast and he soon arrived at the entrance of the canyon. Picking up a stone on the ground, he threw it with vigor and blasted it directly at a giant ape. Whoosh! Boom! The air exploded with thunder. The stone unexpectedly pierced right through the great ape's abdomen like a cracking arrow. A large amount of ape blood spilled, and the giant ape fell from the cliff wall with a loud crash after a wail. Jiang Xia walked in front of it, reached out and touched into the hole, taking out a white crystal and directly crushing it. Pure bone power instantly surged into the body, and one of the orifices was instantly filled. The panel simultaneously displays the word, slaying a first turn early stage cliff giant ape increases bone strength by 100. Not enough. Jiang Xia looked at the great apes on the cliffs on both sides of the canyon and instantly threw 3 more stones. Bang! 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 3 more great apes died, and the crystals in their bodies were pinched and exploded and absorbed by Jiang Xia. Slaying a first turn early stage cliff giant ape increases bone strength by 100. Slaying a first turn first stage cliff giant ape increases bone strength by 120. Slaying a first turn first stage cliff giant ape increases bone strength by 130. The panel showed one line after another, and Jiang Xia quickly filled 3 orifices as well. While the panel doesn't do anything else, it's good to see upgrades at a glance. All of them are too weak. Jiang Xia killed 3 in a row and felt no challenge. Whoo! And at that moment the great apes on the cliff wall suddenly all became angry, beating their chests frantically and emitting shocking drums. High above, there was even a giant ape with reddish fur giving orders. Then slaughter them all. Jiang Xia's figure instantly disappeared in place, his legs embedded in the cliff wall by virtue of the huge force, and he quickly climbed up. Boom! Boom! He swung his fist, the wind whistling, and all the great apes were simply powerless to resist. The huge body was directly pierced. Blood quickly stained both of Jiang Xia's fists, while the bone power in his body was also increasing crazily. Slaying a first turn early stage cliff giant ape increases bone strength by 110. Killing the first turn. Kill. The 52 orifices that had originally been opened were unexpectedly filled in less than half an hour, and Jiang Xia, who was getting addicted to killing, suddenly realized that the blood of the original giant ape had begun to evaporate and then be absorbed by himself. The blood in his body also had a silvery white thread from red. Is this the so-called evolutionary supreme blood? Ha ha ha. Jiang Xia suddenly turned his gaze toward the great ape king high above. He decisively pulled his hand out of the chest of the giant ape in front of him, crushing and exploding one of the crystals before tossing the body into the canyon. Roar dash! The giant ape king felt the provocation and let out a roar. And at this moment, the canyon was surprisingly filled with the corpses of brown giant apes. The smell of blood caused any living skeletons in the vicinity to stay away in fear. This guy, he's just a murderer. Rowley Tianming couldn't help but freeze at the sight of the corpse-strewn canyon. And at the same time, he was surprised at Jiang Xia's strength. Invincible at the same level, as it should be. It was just that giant ape king was one that had already reached the middle stage of the first turn, and it even possessed the innate aptitude of a living skeleton. It's not as easy to kill it as it was just now. It's time to call it a day. Lai Tianming secretly said that even though Jiang Xia was a 9-turn talent, he was only at the beginning of the first turn today, and he hadn't even refined any skeletons. It's a bit of a stretch to kill an enemy at the next level, isn't it? Chapter 10, Slaying the Great Ape King, Skeletal Shadow of the Dead. Even he, back when he was in Jiang Xia's realm, was unable to manage to kill a first-turn mid-stage living skeleton entirely with his physical body. The inherent flaw of human beings was that their physical bodies were too fragile, and they often relied on external objects to kill their enemies. Looking at Jiang Xia's current state, he should have hammered his body since he was young to have such amazing battle power. Even if Lai Tianming thought about it, he wouldn't know that Jiang Xia was solely due to the supreme bone in his body only. The blood in his body boiled, and instead of feeling tired, Jiang Xia became more exhilarated. This was the effect of the Vault of Infinity, getting stronger the more you fought. First turn middle stage. I wonder if I can resist my fist, Jiang Xia said faintly. He leapt up as the boulders of the cliff collapsed and his body burst up. The giant ape king also leaped down from a high place, his huge fist colliding with Jiang Xia's fist. Bang! Powerful force collision. Even the water vapor in the air are instantly evaporated. The canyon is steeply whistling a strong wind. Bang! 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 The giant ape king and Jiang Xia's dual fists blasted together punch after punch, and the winds from both sides raged as if they were trying to tear each other apart. The swift and intense bombardment caused the fists of both sides to begin to burst with blood, and the surrounding rocks actually burst open. The giant ape king looked at Jiang Xia unexpectedly, not expecting the human in front of him to be able to punch so well against himself. It roared, its figure fiercely gathered strength, and its right fist was like a drawn bow storing up momentum before it blasted out. The whistling fist intent pierced Jiang Xia's face as if a wind blade had scraped across it. He didn't underestimate. His feet stood on the ground as if they were rooted, and the bone power in his body converged on the orifices of his arms. Again, a punch was thrown. Bang! The moment their fists collided, both sides flew out backwards and set into the hard rock. The giant ape king let out a pained roar. Its gaze filled with rage as it stared at Jiang Xia, and the huge ape arm in its right hand actually snapped. Morphological white bones were exposed. Looking at Jiang Xia, the injury was even more vicious. The two arms looked like they had lost their support and were as limp as cloth. The skin on his arm was torn and the bones were shattered and bloody. It's commendable to have such a battle spirit. Lai Tianming actually seemed relieved to see Jiang Xia fall and shook his head. Ginger Summer. A touch of sadness surfaced in Miao Miao's eyes, and her eyes were filled with mischief as she looked at the giant ape. She rarely showed this kind of expression. Even Kong Xia had never seen it before. Go heal your brother, Don Tianming said. But after a few moments the words were actually contained in his throat and could no longer be uttered, only to see Jiang Xia, who was set into the cliff between the walls, actually laugh out loud. The bones in his entire body emitted crunching sounds. The bone power in his body was rapidly depleting, and his two arms actually began to recover rapidly. This was the supreme bone-absorbing bone power to start repairing the damaged body. Moreover, the gradually recovered bones of the arms seemed to be even harder. Smooth. It's pretty good to practice on you. Jiang Xia blasted the cliff wall around him and stepped out, and there was an even more violent sound of punches resounding. Fists blasted out in a furious wind and rain, blasting at the body of the great ape king. Bang! 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 Roar! The giant ape king screamed miserably and blocked his vitals with both arms, but the wind of the fists was too fierce to block. Card! His other arm was actually quickly twisted and caved in from the beating as well. A strong force was instantly unleashed by the giant ape king as it violently pounded at Jiang Xia, but it was all in vain. Although Jiang Xia was still bleeding profusely, his terrifying recovery power made even the great ape king feel fear. The human in front of him it couldn't kill or be killed. Escape. This thought rose from within the great ape king. There is no fear of being left without wood. This guy, with such a perverted recovery. And hang on. Lai Tianming plummeted. It's an exchange of wounds for wounds, depending on who can't hold out first. But Kang Hai is getting stronger the more he fights. Who? The giant ape king was truly afraid, and it retreated violently before leaping high into the air. Just when Jiang Xia thought it was about to make a big move, he actually saw the giant ape king pounce and kneel down hard. Bang! 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 The ground shook with the knock of its head. You this? Jiang Xia suddenly froze. The fight is enjoyable. What do you admit defeat? No fighting spirit at all. Coward. He was angry and had to be killed. You can't even say you're begging for forgiveness. There's no sincerity at all. Go to hell. Jiang Xia shouted and attacked. The giant ape king didn't expect that after he had knelt down, the human in front of him actually still wanted to kill himself. It was already at the end of its rope, and it no longer kept any of its cards. Roar! A shrill, terrifying sound wave blasted out. A blood-colored glow suddenly appeared on the body of the giant ape, and a dark pattern coalesced between his eyebrows. This was the innate aptitude of raw wreck. Blood explosion. The divine ability mastered by a few living skeletons of the cliff giant ape clan was able to quickly cause the blood chi to boil and even explode, thus producing a huge burst of killing power. The blood from the injured area was even able to be manipulated into a powerful blood sword, which was very difficult to deal with. Is it going to open wide? The next scene Ginger Summer was looking forward to. Shoo 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 boom. Countless tiny blood swords plunged into Jiang Xia's body before exploding. Pust. Hot blood spat out of his mouth. Jiang Xia smiled instead, not having to dodge at all. Instead, the more injured he was, the stronger he was. Boom! The giant ape king slammed his fist down, and the ground collapsed into a 1-meter deep pit. Jiang Xia's figure moved quickly, his fingers merging into sword fingers, constantly leaving a bloody hole in the giant ape's body. Not playing with you, Jiang Xia said faintly. There was a flash of light between his fingers before he blasted at the giant ape's head. Bang! The breath of the great ape king was instantly severed, and his scarlet eyes lost all luster. The massive body fell to the ground and then exploded, fighting across the ranks. This is the gap between geniuses, like an insurmountable chasm, Lai Tianming muttered. Phew! After taking a deep breath and feeling the pain in his body, Jiang Xia couldn't help but pull his lips. He took out the great ape king's crystal and crushed it. Slaying a turn 1 mid-stage giant ape king increases bone strength by 700. Pust. All 52 orifices were directly filled. Then again, Jiang Xia had intended to leave, but the corpse of the great ape king actually began to emerge as a golden residue. Raw wreckage shadow of the dead. You've got a lot of luck. Lai Tianming unexpectedly looked at the scene and said, Chapter 11, Mastering the Divine Power. 10,000 recordings begins to operate. What is this? Jiang Xia looked down at the golden residue that was coalescing more and more on the great ape king and asked, Avatar. Lai Tianming said indifferently, after absorbing this golden remnant, you will be able to directly master the blood explosion, divine ability that the giant ape king just cast. Like the ruin levels, the shadows of the living wrecks of the dead like this one are also divided into 5 levels: white, blue, purple, gold, and red. The higher the grade represents the higher the degree of integrity of the divine ability retained, and a golden color like yours belongs to the very rare. Lai Tianming looked at Jiang Xia strangely. The luck was just too good. Other people could hardly obtain the golden-colored living wreck shadow of the dead by killing even 1,000 of them, while Jiang Xia actually possessed it in less than a day. Even though it was only a dead shadow of a first-turn mid-stage living skeleton, and its divine ability was not considered powerful, it would have to be sold outside for at least a high 7-digit price. It is only because the object is so cherished, as well as precious. The absorber doesn't have to do anything to master an aptitude. The combat power as well as the means to save their lives will be several times higher than the rest. How to absorb? Jiang Xia faintly said. I didn't think I'd be so lucky to get out of the gold straight away. I'm so used to being a non-celebrity in my last life. It's great to be so cool in this one. Lai Tianming just directly urged the bone power to wrap it and then refine it. Jiang Xia did as he said, and the surging bone power wrapped around the shadow of death and was quickly absorbed into himself. Buzz. A layer of golden splendor like a gauzy mist rose on Jiang Xia's body surface, and when he opened his eyes again, Jiang Xia had already mastered the divine ability, blood explosion. He condensed his bone power into a blade and gave his palm a cut. Scarlet blood spilled out. However, under Jiang Xia's maneuvering it directly transformed into tiny blood swords that rotated at high speeds and were exceptionally sharp. Boom! The blood sword shot out, and a 3-meter-tall boulder directly disintegrated and crumbled, reactivating the blood chi boiling within his body. Jiang Xia fiercely blasted his fist onto the corpse of the giant ape king, but in the blink of an eye, where was the corpse of the great ape king still? Only the collapsed surface of the ground and a few limbs remained. So strong. Jiang Xia's eyes lit up as his battle power increased by at least 3 levels. This is just a minor divine ability. How powerful can it be? Lai Tianming seemed to look down on it at all. Only one day will you know what a truly great divine ability is when you obtain the red living skeleton shadow of death. Destroying cities and destroying countries is not even a concern. You have? Ginger Summer asked. Will have it. Che, who can't brag? I only look at the immediate. After saying that, Jiang Xia stopped paying attention to the gradually red-warming Don Tianming and climbed up the cliff face, locking his prey as a wolf-shaped living skeleton not far away. Slaying a turn 1 early stage Baron Wolf increases bone strength by 110. Slaying a turn 1 mid-rank Arakanese Wolf King increases bone strength by 600. Kill a turn 1 early stage Dire Wolf Cub, bone strength increased by 50. As time passed, the bloodstains on the wasteland began to spread, and numerous living skeletons fled in all directions like frightened birds. All they know is that today the wasteland has a man who can't be messed with. Finally, it's time to utilize bone power to impact the remaining orifices. Jiang Xia felt the rich bone power in his body and sat up on the ground, starting to impact the orifices. There's no need to be in a hurry to impact the orifices. Just work steadily. Lai Tianmin gives guidance at all necessary times. Impacting 10 orifices first is the best choice. Ginger Summer said directly after hearing this. I'm too lazy to take my time. Lai Tianming was stunned. You have a backbone. Boom! Each of the 52 orifices of bone power in Jiang Xia's body formed a vortex and rotated at high speed. This centrifuge-like tearing sensation. But Jiang Xia did not make the slightest sound, frowning as he controlled the bone power to directly impact the remaining orifices along the veins. Lai Tianming quietly watched the scene, secretly saying that this kid was really hard on himself. For her part, Miao Miao Bai counted silently. 53rd orifice, open. 54th orifice, open. 81st orifice, open. More and more blood seeped out of his body, and Jiang Xia had become a bloody man. The surrounding bone power converged crazily and was absorbed. 94th orifice, open. Bai Miao Miao's eyes did not blink as she said in a deep voice. 108 orifices, open. A large amount of bone power instantly filled all the orifices, and Jiang Xia directly rushed the orifice stage to completion within a day. Scary as hell. Others would need to take half a year to become fully enlightened, but Jiang Xia actually accomplished it in one day. But Lai Tianming surprisingly realized that he hadn't stopped cultivating. Hurriedly, he spoke out to stop it. Your orifices will burst if you keep sucking. By then you will most likely be reduced to an invalid. It doesn't stop? However, Jiang Xia had already turned over the 10,000 records in his mind and followed the cultivation method on it to run. Without opening his eyes, he said, provide me with bone power. I want to cultivate the record of 10,000 records and detonate all the orifices. Lai Tianming's heart trembled, not expecting Jiang Xia to have such vigor. Once the failure can be directly from the genius to waste, can never turn around. Lai Tianming, have you thought it through yourself? Failure can be a waste. Jiang Xia said confidently, what's there to think about? It's impossible for me to fail. Blanche, it's not like I'm practicing anyway. What am I nervous about? Lai Tianming suddenly went out on a limb and started channeling bone power to Jiang Xia. Put! A mouthful of blood directly sprayed out. Jiang Xia's face became white. His face became very painful and hideous. Finally unable to contain the pain out. Ah! The body suddenly began to explode in one place. One by one, the orifices began to explode, and then they were quickly replenished by bone power simulations of the orifices. I don't know how long it took. Lai Tianming was sweating profusely, and Jiang Xia finally finished replacing the 108 orifices. Who dash? Suck dash. Lai Tianming wiped his sweat and muttered, we're both really good, but he suddenly realized that Jiang Xia had actually fainted. Eyes closed expressionless, like a sedated old monk. The entire body's orifices unexpectedly operated on their own. This really isn't a technique that normal people can cultivate. Lai Tianming spat out a sentence and began to heal Jiang Xia's wounds. White Miao Miao squatted aside like a kitten, quietly looking at Jiang Xia, her eyes filled with water mist. She sighed. If only she had the talent too, she could cover Ginger Summer. Jiang Xia wouldn't have to suffer so much. Thinking this way, the clouds in the vault of the sky suddenly gathered as if a storm was coming. Without a word, Bai Miao Miao had already awakened her talent. But yet, it's only a one-turn talent. Chapter 12, Doubling the Limit. The time had come a day later. In the meantime, Don Tianming sought out a place with suitable light and a comfortable temperature. He set up a very large tent next to a large tree, and there was smoke curling up and the smell of roasting meat wafting out. Don Tianming, who had taken out a bunch of bottles and cans from inside the tent, said to Bai Miao Miao next to the barbecue grill, Nico, sprinkle some chili powder on top of the roast. No, Miao Miao Bai refused. Her eyes were red from the smoke, and there was a dark mark on the bridge of her small, delicate nose and a few on her cheeks. Like a kitten, she shook her head firmly. Ginger Summer can't eat spicy food right now. Lai Tianming gave a heave and said in exasperation, that's his problem. Can't we just eat and drink well? Bai Miao Miao pouted. her expression serious and gambling. Then I won't eat either. Why don't you eat? It's not like you're hurt. Lai Tianming thought to himself that this niece thought so highly of Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia said that we are good brothers and are meant to share the same pain. Miao Miao Bai took it for granted, her expression both determined and a little smug. You can't buy her off with just a roast. Defeated. Lai Tianming deflated, though he also wanted to say, your siblings not brothers. Go check on that kid. He should be waking up soon. Lai Tianming exclaimed. The recovery power is really perverted. That level of injury actually healed in one night? Only then did Miao Miao Bai triumphantly walk into the tent. Jiang Xia had indeed woken up at this time as well, and his body's efficiency in absorbing bone power was incomparable. Jiang Xia, you're awake, Bai Miao Miao said with great joy, her tone excited and celebratory. I thought you almost hung up. Pust. Jiang Xia almost took a breath and carried it over. What kind of words are these? But the other person was her own sister, so what bad intentions could there be? You're a hard man to wash in your underwear. Miao Miao Bai spoke out of turn, as if seeking a compliment. Her clear eyes suddenly flickered with a spiritual light and said, but I still washed it clean. Ginger Summer? What did you say you washed? Panties? Ah, they're great, aren't they? Jiang Xia couldn't calm down. You're 18 years old. There's a difference between men and women. Bai Miao Miao had her own set of theories. Jiang Xia, we are good brothers, her innocent but determined eyes said. A good brother knows no bounds. No, it's not the same. You're not even allowed to wash me anymore. Jiang Xia refused vigorously, but suddenly saw that Bai Miao Miao's eyes were on the verge of crying out, staring at him in resignation and trembling. Ginger Summer, you're not covering me anymore? ACI bar. Jiang Xia couldn't block this eye attack, and could only coax first. Don't cry. I'll wash it all for you in the future. Okay? Immediately elated, Bai Miao Miao nodded heavily, a sense of responsibility arising. After finishing the roasted meat, Jiang Xia burped and asked, Little Ming, how much do you know about this technique? Lai Tianming almost had a brain attack and said angrily, you take me for a 3-year-old child. Xiao Ming is even called on. Okay, the next time I meet my sister-in-law I'll tell her you almost nursed me to death. Ginger Summer said naturally. That's a threat. Ah yes, and then what? Very immoral. I have virtue? Dude, I was wrong. Lai Tianming said cheerfully. He admitted that this was the second most humiliating moment of his life, actually bowing down to a brat. As far as I know, this 10,000 records of yours has many people sticking with it despite the difficulty of the rushing through the orifices stage. There are even those with great perseverance who have remodeled their entire body's orifices 7 times, and although their bodies are all on the verge of turning into skeletons, the degree of bone power contained is almost comparable to that of a second-turn bone master. Someone actually blew up their orifices 7 times? Ginger Summer froze. That's for sure. There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Lai Tianming finally had the chance to knock Jiang Xia, and said aloud, what do you call this? You're right, this is really nothing for me. Ginger Summer said seriously, but just as Lai Tianming was about to hit a stick to give a sweet date, his face changed violently, the surrounding bone power once again frantically condensed, and the weather changed. What do you do? Lai Tianming uttered in shock. Ginger Summer, I think it's still too kind to myself to double the limits of what came before. Lai Tianming didn't even have time to stop it before his face was stained with the hot blood that burst out. Ginger Summer's body rests here crackling like a firecracker. It's kinda rhythmic. There was a falling thunderbolt falling, rain rushing in, and majestic bone power pulling in. The supreme bone was catalyzed, and the entire body's orifices detonated 13 times again. Ginger Summer opened her eyes again, feeling stronger again. Boom! With a punch, a vacuum belt was struck directly in front of him, and the rain was blasted by the punch's intent as it tumbled towards the sides. The dirt on the ground looked like a giant dragon had turned over and been plowed. Gotta find someone to try it on, Ginger Summer said happily. And just then, speak of the devil. There were several shrill screams in the distance as a massive raw skeleton hunted down the 3 figures in front of them. Help! Help! Wang Xiao, you actually only think about escaping by yourself. A wounded woman cursed, with several deep, bone-deep scars on her body. Roll! You stinking! Actually want me to save you? The man running ahead turned around and angrily rebuked. Stay here and stall the sword beasts. I'll be sure to offer you incense in the coming year. After saying that, a touch of cruelty appeared in his eyes, and several tiny bone needles in his right hand were urged, directly abolishing both of the woman's thighs, so that she had to stay where she was. Such an approach caused a young woman further back to shout angrily, Wang Xiao, what are you doing? You originally attacked the sword beast with me, we still have a chance to kill it. But not only did you run away from the battle, but now that you've abolished Shui Yuan we can only wait for death. Wang Xiao turned a deaf ear and laughed. Stupid, it will only be you who will die. It's full, so naturally it won't kill me. You, The young woman then realized her companion's true face, but it was no longer helpful, as she was directly blasted away by a sword chi from the sword beast. Lai Tianming and Bai Miao Miao had already arrived at a high altitude, and only Jiang Xia was still on the ground. He laughed at the scene. It's quite a show. The man named Wang Xiao quickly fled to Jiang Xia 10 meters, suddenly surprised that there were still people. Loudly, little brother, help me delay the sword beasts behind me, and I will be rewarded when I get out. Ginger Summer was unmoved. He, so it's a little cutie. Cruelty as well as sinister reappeared in Wang Zhao's eyes, right after he rushed past Jiang Xia's body. For bone needles shot out with his backhand. You stay here and stall it too. Ha ha ha. Wang Xiao vocalized and laughed, thinking that he would live, but he only saw Jiang Xia blast out a fist without looking back. The sound was like a thunderous explosion. Even the rain evaporated. At the same time, Wang Zhao's voice came to an abrupt end. Chapter 13, Dude tripped me up. Looking for death, right? Pa-ta. A puddle of sticky blood spilled over the top of the moor and began to spread as the rain washed it away. With just one strike, the first turn middle stage Wang Xiao had actually turned into a puddle of blood, not even retaining his human form. The scene was silent. Wang Zhao's wry laughter from earlier still seemed to echo in the ears of the young woman and Shui Yuan. Both of them were all lying injured on the ground, looking at such a bloody scene, but their hearts felt particularly free. Reacting, he cursed, asterisk. It's better for this kind of scum to die. The hope of life suddenly rose in the hearts of the two men, and their eyes were like saviors when they looked at Jiang Xia. Wang Zhao's strength was at the middle stage of the first turn, while Jiang Xia in front of him was actually able to instantly kill him with a single punch, which meant that his strength far exceeded Wang Zhao's. A peak first turn, or maybe a second turn powerhouse. It seemed as if Jiang Xia was even younger than them, and his strength had already reached such a powerful point, so he didn't know where another genius could have come from. Ha! Fresh food. The sword beast was actually able to spit out human words, and its eyes showed humanized greed. He could feel the rich blood chi in Jiang Xia's body. It was simply the top ingredient. Eating him would definitely increase one's strength greatly. Humans and raw skeletons sure are different and brittle. Jiang Xia shook his head, gaining a clearer understanding of his own strength. If he would still be injured himself from hitting the giant ape king before, he could completely do it now with a single punch. This was the surgeon's strength brought about by remodeling the entire body's orifices 14 times. Now there was no need for Jiang Xia to deliberately absorb it. The bone power in the air would be absorbed and run on its own. It could be said that every second, Jiang Xia's strength was increasing, worthy of being a feat that was once sealed. It's simply too unreasonable. Jiang Xia was looking forward more and more to the later realms, and just how far his strength would reach after cultivating according to what this Gongfu said. The sixth turn bone immortal won't be too far away. Since they inherited this body, the original parents themselves would naturally not let it go. Not to mention having absorbed the supreme bone they left for themselves, regardless of reason. Sooner or later, Jiang Xia would enter the bone ruins to look for them. Human, your flesh seems even more flavorful than theirs. The sword beast's huge body slowly advanced, walking idly as if it did not treat Jiang Xia as a lamb to be slaughtered. Its barb-filled tongue licked its lips, suddenly radiating a killing intent that was like falling into an ice cellar. By eating you, I'll not only recover from my injuries, but I'll also gain a lot of strength. Where do you think I should start eating? The sword beast laughed and teased, and a sword chi began to gather around it. The old actually talks? Jiang Xia unexpectedly said, not expecting the raw skeletons of this party's forces to also fight with their mouths. Still really don't know how to die. The sword beast suddenly stopped laughing. Its tone was morose. Clearly Jiang Xia had angered it with those words just now. Are you talking about yourself? Jiang Xia smiled and nodded. Don't worry, you'll die quickly. Rampant. It was the first time the sword beast had seen such a rampant human. As a reward it would use its sharp sword chi piece after piece to bring Jiang Xia to raw pickle. Clank! The sword beast let out a roar, and an intense storm of sword chi unexpectedly erupted from the surrounding 10 meters. This sword chi strength. The young woman in Shui Yuan's pupils shrunk back violently. They didn't expect the sword beast in front of them to actually hide its strength. Originally, they had confidence in Jiang Xia's strength, but now they were beginning to feel apprehensive. The strength of the sword beast was already at the peak of its first turn, and now that it had mastered such a powerful sword chi domain, its strength would only get stronger. Be careful, the young woman couldn't help but warn. You avoid it first. Jiang Xia's eyes were cold, and a small blood-colored sword had already surfaced behind him. Let me avoid it? Boom boom boom. The blood-colored small sword launched and clashed with the sword energy of the sword beast. The sword beast was originally arrogant to the extreme, but soon its face suddenly changed. Incredulously, how is your sword chi stronger than mine? This can't be. This can't be. The land under Jiang Xia's feet collapsed viciously, and his figure violently leapt high into the air. Directly toward the sword beast, he slammed his fist down. It's you who are too weak. He was like a meteorite falling, wrapped in deathly killing intent. The sword beast sensed a terrifying crisis. Its spine suddenly bulged, and the sharp, razor-sharp bone spikes in front of its head flashed steeply with light. Sword sound. The light instantly rose before Jiang Xia's eyes. Numerous flickering tiny sword beams accompanied by golden pillars of energy light blasted towards him. He sank his chi into his dantian, and his punches came out like dragons and tigers. The sword beast's divine ability was actually dispersed by him just like that. The horror. The sword beast then reacted. The human in front of him was too terrifying. Is this still the bone realm? The sword beast growled inwardly. Its gaze was indignant as it looked towards the young woman and the woman with the broken leg not far away. Roar. It's all your fault. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have run away from the center of the wasteland and met such a pervert. He himself has only just reached adulthood. He has just learned his clan's divine ability. The sword beast, its entire body was haloed in blood aura, and it steeply increased in speed. It knew it couldn't escape, but it would die eating two of them. With this thought, it quickly came to the two women and opened its bloody mouth. The young woman and the woman with the broken leg let out screams of fear. Their eyes filled with despair. But the next moment a bloody sword directly cut off the sword beast's head. So easy. Slaying a peak first turn sword beast increases your bone power by 1100. Another golden residue emerged from the sword beast, and Jiang Xia's eyes lit up. I didn't realize I was out of the gold again. He didn't even look at the young woman or the woman with the broken leg, and directly grabbed a handful of raw wreckage undead shadow absorption, obtaining the sword beast's innate aptitude, the sword-sounding slash. Jiang Xia quickly learned the function of this divine ability, which was to explode an extremely powerful single sword slash. Extreme speed, dominating killing power, and terrifying killing range. Good stuff, Ginger Summer said darkly. Neither woman had obviously reacted yet. With a swish of the sword, a peak first turn sword beast actually had its head directly severed? Oh, my god. Survive yourself. Still saved by an explosively handsome guy. The young woman's heart suddenly pounded hard. A scarlet flush flew across her cheeks and neck. Extremely grateful to Jiang Xia. Grateful enough to want to give it for nothing. The woman with the broken leg didn't react that way. She just started to cry loudly. Returning from the dead made her mental defenses nearly collapse, and she kept thanking Jiang Xia. If she hadn't broken her leg, she'd be on her knees. Thank you. You're a good man. The young woman adored and just admired. If it's not too much, I'd like to give my body. Stop. Kang has stopped at first, while then sizing up her figure. The eyes were steeply cold, and he indifferently said, could it be that you want to be gracious? Chapter 14, The Supreme Academy. We've arrived. Jiang Xia's icy cold eyes directly caused the young woman to tremble. She busily waved her hands and said, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I just can't think of anything else I can repay you for. Doesn't matter. Jiang Xia didn't think she could come up with anything unimaginable. Besides, you don't necessarily see it for yourself if you take it out. But the young woman was still murmuring, alas, I would have been prepared to give you all the money I've saved over the years if I hadn't thought it was so vulgar to give money that it would have been insulting to the big man. Jiang Xia sniffed with a slight imperceptible flash of hesitation in his eyes and suddenly said, actually, if you're really over it, a casual thank you is fine. Jiang Xia said coldly. The young woman's eyes instantly lit up and she hurriedly took out her bank card. Biggie, for saving your life. There's $5 million in there. Password 6 zeros. He said, as if he was afraid that Jiang Xia wouldn't accept it, his eyes supplicating. Jiang Xia said that people are like this. It's a bit too much not to accept. Ahem. It's definitely not about the money. Lai Tianming and Bai Miaomia came down from the air at this time and came to Jiang Xia's side. He couldn't help but once again lament the speed at which Jiang Xia had grown. It had only been one day, and he was actually already able to easily kill a peak first turn living skeleton. And it seems that even the second turn of the raw wreck is not a problem. The bones of this sword beast are a fine material for refining sword bones. You happen to have acquired its innate aptitude now. Why don't I refine its bones into a sword bone for you to use as a weapon? Dawn said, though the corners of his mouth twitched a bit. How is it another rare golden raw skeleton dead shadow? He was thinking about whether or not he wanted to take Jiang Xia along to hunt raw skeletons in the future and hand them over to him for mending. I'm afraid that the chances of popping a gold quality raw skeleton would be several times higher. Jenga nodded. It was nice to have a weapon. After all, using fists all the time seemed more or less violent and bloody. Making a sword would be much more handsome, and the killing power will be much higher. Thinking like this, he saw Lai Tianming directly draw out the hardest bone in the sword beast's body. Then the externalized bone power actually condensed into flames with extremely high temperatures. He incorporated the purest sword intent into it again. A few drops of beast blood, and a number of materials. A minute hadn't passed, and a slender and sharp sword bone was actually refined. 3 feet long, smooth to the touch and creamy white throughout. Lai Tianming pressed the tip of his sword against the ground and let go. The sharpness of the sword bone was surprisingly directly into the land like a fish in water, leaving the hilt of the sword on the ground. What a sharp sword! Jiang Xia couldn't help but be surprised. If this cuts into a person's body, it's going to bruise him or make him purple. It's just a mortal bone of the first turn. If I were given more advanced materials, I could still refine a divine weapon sharper than this. Lai Tianming pretended. Like the sword bone that I possess, it is a 5-turn holy bone, but the killing power is even comparable to quite a few 6th revolution's immortal bones. Jiang Xia recalled the previous image of Lai Tianming directly chopping off the arm of a 6th turn bone immortal with a sword, and in a rare move, he did not tear down the stage. So how exactly does the skeleton have to be refined? Jiang Xia was curious. Going forward, I might refine some skeletons myself. Is it hard to be all like Lai Tianming and have hands? Don Tianming coughed and then said squarely, "You don't know about that, do you? That's something you'll need to consider only when you turn 2, because only then will the positive flame be spawned in your bodies, meeting the minimum requirements for bone refining. But most bone makers need to rely on furnaces to refine their bones, unlike me who can do it with my hands." Lai Tianming was a bit smug and emphasized, "Bone refining is not simpler than cultivation. One mistake is a total loss, not to mention the methods of refining various skeletons as well as the materials, which are also hard to obtain. So you have a headache ahead." Lai Tianming couldn't help but laugh, but who knew that Jiang Xia was directly disappointed? Forget it then. It's still faster to rob the skeleton. The big deal is that the more specialized skeletons get help in refining them. Dawn, you really don't know the cost of finding someone to refine the skeleton? Jenga, one beating and he'll be honest. Alright, it's been 2 days here as well. It's time for us to return to the Supreme Academy. Lai Tianming suddenly said. What realm are the veterans of the last session at now? Jiang Xia asked. Lai Tianming was dumbfounded. Good fellow, was this directly ignoring all the geniuses at the same stage? Is this the confidence of the 9 turns of heaven? The highest one seems to have already attained the 3rd turn cultivation level. Lai Tianming recalled. Then I think I need to raise my cultivation a little more. Ginger Summer said she didn't want to be told what to do, but Lai Tianming said breathlessly, if you keep on dawdling, you'll miss the great examination of the academy. There's a stage for pretending again? Jiang Xia was stunned. What did you say? Cough cough. I said I've got 9 turns of heavenly aptitude. Do I still need a test? Lai Tianming, this is the Supreme Academy tradition. Every time a new student enrolls in the academy, a grand exam will be opened and the academy will be ranked through the results of the grand exam. This not only motivates students to cultivate, but also facilitates the teachers of the academy to design relevant teaching courses for your strengths. That's fine then. It's just a matter of raising your cultivation. It's the same everywhere. Ginger Summer compromised, but Lai Tianming's mouth twitched. How did you say that your cultivation is as simple as eating and drinking water? Then let's get going now. Jiang Xia said indifferently. There's nothing left to accomplish by killing any of the living skeletons here anyway. The odds are all crushing. And when Jiang Xia and the others left, the young woman and the woman with the broken leg were directly confused. No, what did they hear? 9 turns of talent. The great examination of the Supreme School. Holy, it turned out that the person who saved them just now was a top-tier demon. Future Heavenly Father. The 2 men got a little dizzy and thought they could blow this thing for the rest of their lives. How soon? Ginger Summer asked. I'm pinching myself for an hour. Lai Tianming said in a deep voice, then directly began to cross the void. The view of the buildings on the ground changed rapidly, and the mountains and rivers of Daxia's territory Jiang Xia was visible. He even saw a number of raw wreckage ruins, and where the eyes were, there was a terrifying red pillar of light that did not dissipate for a long time. Those were the red raw wreck ruins, and there were only 5 of them in all of Great Xia. All of them are at the level of state extermination. However, it was fortunate that there was an 8-turn bone sovereign sitting in the middle of it. The Supreme Academy was actually established so close to the red ruins? Jiang Xia muttered, guessing that it was to suppress it. After all, it was still the most important and prosperous city in all of Daxia, the summer capital. Kid, we're here. Chapter 15, Jiang Xia, he just called me sister-in-law. Lai Tianming finished. An extremely extensive academy appeared in Jiang Xia's eyes. Magnificent. Shocking, as well as majestic. The Supreme Academy was located on the north side of the Xia capital, which was the core of the Great Xia, like a huge dragon coiled up, looking sacred and solemn. Jiang Xia also realized that there were quite a few other students like him who had reported to the Supreme Academy at the moment. The traffic on the ground was like water, and the children of all the big families were squeezing their heads to enter the academy. In the air, streams of light constantly flashed by in all directions before landing at the foot of the academy mountain. It looked so good. Everyone was filled with excitement within their hearts, feeling that it was simply their honor to be accepted into the Supreme Academy. Hu Wei, who was about to climb to the top of the mountain, had the same thought. he panted and climbed the 3,600 ladders. And at this moment, he felt like his body was going to fall apart, and he was lying in front of the gate of the academy, panting. I'm exhausted. Hu Wei's legs were weak. It felt like he had lost 10 pounds on this trip he made. Touching his belly, Hu Wei climbed up with difficulty. If it wasn't for the Supreme Academy's ban on flying, how could he, as the young master of the Hu clan, need to suffer so much? But after seeing others like himself, his mind quickly balanced out. The heart is full of anticipation for the future life of the academy. And just then, an exclamation of surprise could be heard coming from everyone. Everyone's gazes looked towards the sky in unison and stared wide to find that 3 silhouettes had actually descended from the sky. Holy, what are the identities of these people? They actually dare to roam the skies in the Supreme Academy. The surrounding people were incredibly surprised. Hu Wei couldn't tense up either. A poet? The poet? Lai Tianming handed Jiang Xia and Bai Miaomiao a token each and said, "This is your academy token, with which you can enter and exit the academy, receive resources, clock in and out of classes, and so on. I have to go to your master's place to report something right now. So after the big exam is over you'll report to the 9th academy yourself. There's always no need for me to guard the path within the academy, right?" Jiang Xia took the token and nodded. "That's not necessary. Just smoke the ones that look bad. You this." The corner of Lai Tianming's mouth twitched, feeling that it was still not right. Giving a jade pendant, he said, "I don't care if my peers fight, but if he oppresses you by relying on the existence of his own Tao protector, or a master teacher of sorts, just call me. I hope you don't add to it when you see your sister-in-law in the future." Jiang Xia's eyes lit up, suddenly feeling that Lai Tianming was quite good at doing things. "Okay, you go, I got it." Lai Tianming then headed to the 9th house, and this scene was all caught in Hu Wei's eyes. He didn't bring any hesitation at all to directly pounce on Jiang Xia's thighs. Loudly, he said, "Big brother is above. Please accept a bow from little brother Hu Wei. Sister-in-law is above. Please accept my little brother Hu Wei's second obeisance. You touch porcelain." Jiang Xia raised her foot and was about to kick Hu Wei off, but this guy dog skin-like, introduced himself. "Big brother, I am the young master of the Hu family, one of the 5 great families of the summer capital. Lost for 18 years until I met you to realize that it is worth to follow the person for life. Besides, with my 7-turn talent, hard-working and capable, I'm definitely the #1 candidate for little brother. You just take me in. What kind of training will you give me?" Who was so sincere that everyone around him was infected. Jiang Xia had never seen such a person in his 2 lifetimes. Only Hu Wei was secretly happy inside. Awesome. On the first day of school, he knelt down to the big brother of the 9 revolutions of heavenly capital. If he became his little brother, who would take off if I didn't? After all, in Lai Tianming's conversation just now, he had said that he was Jiang Xia's Tao protector, and in the whole of Great Xia, who can have a Taoist protector? It must be a supreme demon with 9 revolutions of heavenly talent. No wonder the appearances are all different from ours. You can travel in the air. You can't let go of the opportunity to open the genealogy in this wave alone. Sister-in-law, speak up. Little brother, I'm very capable. Hu Wei stirred up trouble and said, "I can go up the mountain of swords and go down to the sea of fire. I'm definitely the #1 candidate to help the boss get knifed off. Take me as your little brother. And even if you have kids down the road, I'll volunteer to babysit." Jiang Xia's face went black as he drank. "What sister-in-law? She's my sister. What the hell?" Hu Wei was so confused that he almost didn't react to a nuclear bomb exploding in his head. "No, gents, although you two are one handsome and the other is so beautiful, but each of you has your own growth. Who can tell that you are brother and sister?" "Oh, got it. I got it all." Hu Wei suddenly realized that the boss actually liked this kind of tune. The corner of Jiang Xia's eyebrow twitched on the verge of throwing a punch, but Bai Miao suddenly whispered, "Jiang Xia, why don't you take him as your little brother? It feels like fun." Her clear eyes were slightly curved and she looked to be in a good mood, her whole body revealing a pleasant mood. The rosy lips pursed, and Bai Miao's kind eyes looked at Hu Wei. Sister-in-law? Although she doesn't know what it means, Miao Bai guesses that between heterosexual brothers, men are called big brothers and women are called sisters-in-law, right? Can you tell so quickly that Kong Ha and I are good buddies? Miao Bai thought that Hu Wei was really eye-catching. "You think it's funny?" Jiang Xia couldn't understand said. Bai Miao nodded her head repeatedly, her little eyes excited. "Jiang Xia, he just called me sister-in-law, eh? If I accept him as my little brother will I be able to hear it every day? Fool, do you even know what sister-in-law means?" Jiang Xia was speechless, her sister-in-law also protected by Miao too well, right? Pure as a sheet of white paper. Kong Xia, sister-in-law can only be called to big brother's woman. Miao Bai, what do you mean big brother's woman? It's the kind that follows big brother all her life. She accompanies her when she's down and out, she laughs when she's brilliant, and she'll still be there after many years. Hu Wei snatched at the answer. Bai Miao Miao's intelligent little eyes instantly lit up, and she said decisively, Jiang Xia, this is simply me. In the end, Jiang Xia was forced to still accept Hu Wei as his little brother, just not allowing Hu Wei to call Bai Miao Miao his sister-in-law. If my sister-in-law hears about this, she'll break my bones. Yes, 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 yes. Hu Wei wept with joy. He had finally embraced his thighs, so he was filled with gratitude towards Bai Miao Miao. And at the moment, a thick voice echoed throughout the entire academy. The great examination of the Supreme Academy is about to begin. All new students of the academy will immediately head to the examination location to gather. Hu Wei knew the time had come for him to perform. He busied himself. Boss, I'll clear the way for you in front. Since then, the top dog legger showed professionalism, and Jiang Xia and Bai Miao Miao arrived at the examination location unhindered. Chapter 16 Fly High for Me. Within the Supreme Academy was a martial arts arena capable of holding many people. Normally it would have been used as a place for students within the academy to spar with each other. It is now temporarily used as an assessment site. And among the high platforms of the martial arts arena, several silhouettes appeared one after another. Each and every one of them revealed a powerful aura and a terrifying cultivation, the head of which was none other than the chief vice dean of the Supreme Academy, Zhang Jioi. 10 years ago, his realm had already reached the 8th turn, and he was a veritable bone zoon. The several people standing beside him were the various sub-deans of the academy, 8 in all. Together with the absent Wen Jiujiao, the academy has a total of 9 compounds. I don't know if this class can be more colorful than the last, Zhang Jiwon said in anticipation. This year alone, the academy has already recruited 3 students with 9 revolutions of heavenly qualities. This kind of demonic sins piling up and awakening is not common. I wonder what kind of changes they will bring to my Grand Xia. Zhang Jiwon's gaze lingered for a few seconds on the few people under the field, his tone sighing as if he was looking at the newly sprouted seeds to see if they could grow up after the storm. And now, the big test begins. There are only 2 levels in total for the great examination of the academy. One is the stairway to heaven, and the other is the bone refining mountain. The former tests the mind and Tao heart, while the latter tests the bone refining talent as well as strength. Below, everyone can start ascending the heavenly ladder. The highest and the fastest who ascend the heavenly ladder will get the best result. Each person has 3 chances to ascend the heavenly ladder, and failure in all of them will cancel this examination result. When Zhang Jioi finished his speech, a transparent step leading to the sky suddenly appeared in the martial arts arena. A total of 3,600 steps, the same as when they came up the mountain, but the difficulty could be considered to have increased dramatically. No way, I have to climb. Hu Wei was on the verge of despair and wanted to cry. Trolls like this abound and won't cease to exist just because they're supposedly geniuses. After all, they're all still untouched little guys. Vice Dean, how many steps was the highest person who ascended the heavenly stairs last time? The dean of the 3rd house, Zhou Rui, asked. Before Jiang Shui could say anything, the dean of the 1st courtyard, Empty River, said with great pride, who else could there be? Of course it's our first academy's Zhang Xinan. The whole 180 ladders. From the founding of the Supreme Academy to this point, the highest person to ascend the heavenly ladder. Empty River laughed. It's also true that her state of mind has always been solid, and now she's already about to break through the 3rd turn. That Nini is actually going to break through the 3rd turn so soon? The rest of the deans were surprised. How long had it been before they were actually about to break through the 3rd turn cultivation? It took them at least 3 to 5 years back then. What's more, as far as they knew, Zhang Xinan's bone refining talent was only 7 turns in already, and his ability to have such a fast cultivation speed was entirely due to a solid state of mind and Tao heart, as well as unimaginable efforts from ordinary people. Sometimes, talent really isn't the most important thing, and a solid Tao heart often creates miracles. Autumn Rue lamented. I wonder at which step the highest ascender to the heavenly staircase this term will stop at. It just seems like they're afraid to come forward now. Following the gazes of the deans, numerous new students were still standing in front of the ladder, not taking that step rashly. They shook their heads with some disappointment. Could it be that this class of freshmen didn't even have this much courage? But soon a burly figure appeared, and after merely surveying the height of the steps for a few moments, he stepped up without hesitation. Then there was a young girl with maple-colored hair flaming red, black stockings wrapped around her slender legs, and a red bone bracelet on her arm. Someone looked at the backs of the 2 walking ahead and suddenly said, Yu Yue of Mirage City, and Tu Hong of Desolate City. All of them are the possessors who awakened the 9 revolutions talent this year. The whole room was in an uproar, not realizing that they were actually in front of them right now, and with the 2 leading the way, the rest of the freshmen no longer hesitated and one after another began to step onto the steps. The role of the demons. That's how it is. Jiang Jioi laughed. Solo at the front, leading those who come after. These 2 little guys are good. The height of the heavenly ladder is certainly not low. Jiang Jiuyi spoke, and the other deans nodded in agreement, satisfied with Tu Hong as well as Yu Yue. Boss, when do we climb the ladder? The limelight is going to be stolen by these two guys, who was simply anxious for Jiang Xia. How come the boss doesn't seem to care about such a great opportunity to establish his persona in front of the freshmen? What's your hurry? Jiang Xia said. So many people are climbing the ladder at the same time. What if my sister is squeezed? Jiang Xia naturally didn't want Miao Bai to feel even a little bit bad. It's still boss who's considerate. Hu Wei suddenly realized, secretly saying that the boss really had love. Put. A freshman around him couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard, not daring to climb the ladder is not daring. Dude, what excuse are you looking for? It's okay to lie to others, don't lie to yourself. As if he wanted to show off how brave he was, the freshman who spoke began to step up the steps as soon as the people around him looked on. But the next instant the crowd felt the temperature in the vicinity drop drastically, and the freshman who spoke even felt like an on his back. He's wondering what all the fuss about looking back is about, but all that greeted him was a fist that dramatically enlarged inside his eye socket. Bang! Ah! The freshman who spoke didn't even react before he was directly punched away. He had a large amount of blood coming out of his nostrils and multiple fractures in his face. No one will take you as dumb if you don't speak, Jiang Xia just said coldly. He hated guys like that who belittled others so they could show how great they were. It would be fine if it was someone else you were disparaging, but when it's yourself, you've really lived a long life. The freshmen were shocked. What's wrong with you people? He only said a few words about you. Why did you suddenly strike so hard? Someone jacked up and was about to come up and teach Ginger Summer a lesson. We're all classmates and you still want to kill us? Today I have to let you know what it means to be a fellow student. But before he could finish beeping, Jiang Xia directly struck again, sword in bone in hand. The man only felt a flash of white light in front of his eyes as the sword of thunderbolt arced into existence, and then he felt himself flying. A deep, bone-deep scar appeared on his chest, smacking his lips. Jiang Xia didn't bother to talk to them. The arm waned a few times, and a few more sword flashes passed by. Miserable screams instantly resounded through the martial arts arena. Anyone who had said a word against Jiang Xia just now were now all flying high. Good. What terrifying strength. The surrounding freshmen gave dry days. Who knew that Jiang Xia would strike at the drop of a hat, or a second? Such a turn of events caused everyone to shut their mouths, because the person in front of them is really giving them too much pressure. Who is a good person casually is seriously injured. Moreover, this was the Supreme Academy, and those who were able to take the test here were all geniuses of Disya, not just some cats and dogs. The fact that this can be crushed only means that they can't afford to mess with them. Chapter 17. I see the son has the most determined mind. Awesome. Hu Wei was also shocked for a moment, and when he reacted he quickly bragged. Boss is awesome. These punk things that only know how to bleep should be told to shut up. His eyes were very contemptuous and smug as he looked at the freshman who dared to speak out and laughed. My boss is a 9 revolutions heavenly talent. How dare you lungfog things squeeze him? I'm afraid the cerebellum wasn't fully developed back then at birth. Ha ha ha. Everyone just felt their heads buzzing, unable to accept this fact. The guy in front of him who struck out at the drop of a hat was actually a 9 revolutions heavenly capital. At the thought, many of the freshmen who had offended Jiang Xia felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and their faces instantly paled. If it's true, then is there really a way to live if he remembers it in the future? The future heavenly dignitary, once he completely becomes the handful of people at the top of the pyramid in the future, even if he has long forgotten today's events, but those under his command who wanted to curry favor with him, the Bone Masters, would find them one by one without any order. Suddenly, a haze rose in everyone's hearts. The sword of Damocles that will run through the coming decades will never fall. How do you prove it? Some people had their hearts in the right place, expecting Hu Wei to be bluffing, but Hu Wei just raised the corner of his mouth, and the Hu family's family crest was flashed by him, saying, look carefully, my Hu family is one of the 5 great families of the Xia capital, and I, Hu Wei, am the only young master. Do you think I have to lie to you? Some people don't know Jiang Xia, but they know Hu Wei and their hearts are completely out of luck. Simultaneously shocked, the young master of the Hu family, one of the 5 great families of the capital, was actually willing to serve as a junior brother to someone. Although Jiang Xia was a 9 revolutions natural talent, in the end, he had yet to completely grow up. This Hu Wei really pulls his face down. As for the high stage, the deans watching this scene were astonished. Some deans just wanted to make a move, but they were stopped by Jiang Jiuyi. Dean, although this kid is a 9 turns heavenly talent, he is too violent and has too much of a killing heart. Never seen him like this at the drop of a hat. But Jiang Jiuyi just said lightly, the strongest is the most important. This is the rule that everyone in my Supreme Academy needs to follow. Right or wrong, we're not allowed to interfere as long as no one is dead. Zhang Jiuyi's eyes gazed deeply at Jiang Xia for a few moments before he said in a deep voice, "And this kid has already collected his strength, or else those few freshmen will die for sure." Hiss. The several deans similarly looked deeply at Jiang Xia, seeing that the realm was only at the beginning of the first turn, but this strength was far more than that, almost comparable to a second-turn bone master who had just been promoted. This son is by no means small. Let's go. No need to pay any more attention to them. Jiang Xia put away the sword bone and extended his hand to Bai Miao Miao. Miao Miao Bai passed her hand over and ascended the heavenly ladder with Jiang Xia. Suppression? Right at the moment Jiang Xia had just stepped onto the steps, he abruptly felt a distinct suppression. Not just to cultivation, but more to state of mind. An illusion of fear of climbing is created. However, this was not at all a half-hearted deterrent to Jiang Xia. He looked toward the high ground, and Tu Hong, who was at the front, had already arrived at the 311 steps. Come. Jiang Xia spread out his hands and said to Miao Miao Bai, with a puzzled look on her face. Miao Miao Bai cocked her head and said, "What for Jiang Xia? Of course it's faster to hold you." After saying that, he didn't care if Bai Miao Miao answered or not, and directly picked her up in a hug. One hand swept behind her shoulder, one wrapped around the delicate white nest of her legs. The rest of the people saw such a move with odd faces and said, "He wouldn't be trying to carry that girl up the steps. That's a lot of pressure to take on two people. Overloaded, right? Oh, what again?" Hu Wei frowned upon hearing this. Those few people immediately closed their mouths, but in their hearts, they still felt that Jiang Xia was overplaying her hand. It will be funny when it comes down to it. Many people had just been shocked by Jiang Xia. Their faces had long been a bit untenable, and now of course they wanted to see Jiang Xia make a fool of himself. But then there was an explosion, and everyone was directly dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ejection start? Jiang Xia's feet pushed hard, then his figure was like a ghost, leaving only a few residual shadows. The self began to climb the heavenly ladder at a terrifying speed. Soon, the people who had ascended the ladder long before Jiang Xia were actually left behind. Such strong explosive power, and the ability to withstand it. The deans on the high platform were stunned. Who's seen an ejection start after all these years? In a few blinks of an eye, Jiang Xia, who was still holding someone, was actually close to catching up with Tu Hong as well as Yu Yue. Maybe, it's just that he's in better shape. The dean of the fourth courtyard said, "The heavenly ladder has a total of more than 3,000 steps, and this is just the beginning. Besides, the further back the heavenly ladder goes the more the sharpening of the mind will come to the fore, and his speed will soon drop." Such a view was quickly recognized by many deans. If Jiang Xia kept up this speed to ascend the ladder, it would be truly terrifying as hell. There's no chance that years of records will be broken. What's the commotion? Tu Hong climbed the steps one step at a time, constantly adjusting his breath as he heard cries of alarm constantly coming from the rear. In the back, he saw a stump of a shadow passing in front of him. The man was still holding a girl and didn't even look at himself. Had he been mistaken? Tohen's neck was stretched out, and there were masters. Ha. The Supreme Academy really is as heroic as a river. How can I, Tu Hong, fall behind? Thinking like this, Tu Hong's speed steeply accelerated. Straight after Ginger Summer, Yu Yue also looked at Jiang Xia's back in surprise and rallied. The four quickly put a long distance between the freshmen behind them. "Dude, you're really fast." But Tu Hong had just caught up with Jiang Xia, and before he could finish his words, Jiang Xia just gave a faint look and sped up again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tu Hong was dumbfounded, thinking that this was a test of mind or a comparison of climbing speed. But after a few people had been climbing at this rate for a while, the pace finally slowed. Ginger Summer frowned, getting a little stressed. He actually saw the illusion. Ha. This is the real beginning of the heavenly ladder examination. Ask the heart. Zhang Jiuyi said lightly, "Only those who have no remorse for what they did before can continue to ascend the steps. If but a hint of remorse or hesitation, etc., arises in the illusionary realm, it means that the mind is not yet firm enough, and the ascent will be inching forward. This is not only another polishing of the mind, but also helps them remove impurities from their hearts in advance." Qiu Rui, the dean of the third academy, asked curiously, "How long did Jiang Xinan stay here back then?" Empty River recalled, 20 minutes. "So short," the crowd said with some surprise. "How long do you think they are?" Autumn Rui spoke up. Empty River thought for a moment and said, "That girl Yu Yue, although not as fast as the first two, but wins in steady progress, and the eyes are firm unchanged. I guess 25 minutes. Tu Hong has both the talent and the courage to be the first. His mind must be solid, probably in this range as well. As for the named Ginger Summer?" The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and they all shook their heads. A killing heart that is too heavy means that the mind is always quiet and difficult to stabilize and firm. While it may not stop there, it will take considerably longer than the remaining two. It's all a reasonable inference that the deans don't look favorably on the road. Only Jiang Ji-won suddenly burst out laughing. The deans asked in confusion. You have a different opinion, Vice President? Of course. Jiang Ji-won stared at Jiang Xia and affirmed. I observe that this son seems to have the most determined state of mind. Chapter 18, Supreme Dharma. Why don't you kneel? Vice Dean, you actually have such a high opinion of this kid? Several of the surrounding deans couldn't understand it, but they will soon learn that in terms of discernment, Ginger is still old. Jiang Xia, I already know I'm wrong, why do you still want to kill me? In the illusion, he used miserable appearance appeared in front of Jiang Xia. She grimaced and said, do you have any humanity left? I won't even have a whole body until I die. Oh, Jiang Xia thought that the Supreme Academy would come up with something new after seeing this illusion, but he didn't expect it to be the same set. His lips lifted slightly, and a sword bone was already in his hand after putting Bai Miao Miao down. Indifference. You don't know it's wrong, you just know you're going to die. Clank. Sword roars resounded, and Jiang Xia did not hesitate to strike his sword again. The sword sounded a chop. The He Yu in the illusion was once again decapitated, letting out a mournful scream. Even with this woman, you want to jeopardize my state of mind? Jiang Xia shook his head, thinking that the heavenly ladder was nothing more than that. An extremely strong pressure then enveloped Jiang Xia's entire body, and the figure of He Min, the sixth-turned bone immortal, appeared in front of Jiang Xia. He wrapped himself in a powerful suppression and drank angrily. Killing my daughter. Now that you don't have a bone Zun by your side, how will you be able to resist me? Asshole child, I'm going to kill you again today. You're full of. After the words, Jiang Xia once again did not hesitate to strike his sword. The sword sounded a chop. Boom! The sixth-turned bone immortal actually died under Jiang Xia's sword as well. This came as no surprise to Jiang Xia. The test is of the mind, not of the strength of the battle. No matter who stood before him, his mind would not waver in the slightest. How is it not a basic cultivation to strike out your sword at the stronger one? But that's all. Jiang Xia then picked up Miao Miao Bai again, speeding up again. It was as if all the suppression had disappeared. There were constantly phantoms of living skeletons coming towards Jiang Xia on the road ahead, and he only managed to strike his sword, his face not changing at all. There was even some excitement in his eyes. After all, killing living skeletons could not only raise your cultivation, but also explode your equipment. Wouldn't it be great? Is this right? The deans in the high platform were dumbfounded, not realizing that Jiang Jiui was right. Jiang Xia's state of mind was the most determined. Out came the sword with little hesitation, now heading straight for the 2,000 plus steps. The sword sounded a chop. A chop. Chop. Jiang Xia in the illusion of this skill is used in a good way, regardless of what living skeleton. Directly decapitated. Efficiency knows no bounds. But when he was about to ascend the 3,000 steps, Jiang Xia suddenly stopped, simply because it was Miao Miao Bai who was stationed in front of him, and the Miao Miao Bai he was holding in his arms was suddenly gone. Just as Jiang Xia was wondering why her sister suddenly went to the front, Bai Miao Miao spoke up. Her eyes crinkled slightly and her tone was persuasive. Ginger Summer, will you stop killing people? Ginger Summer's eyes glazed over. I can't believe you're pretending my sister is a Madonna? You can go to hell. Boom! Jiang Xia directly chopped Bai Miao Miao into two halves without the slightest bit of retention. 6 parents this kid. Empty River couldn't tense up, not even for his own sister. Xiao Rui also sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't he afraid it's real? In case it really kills him and doesn't blow up. No one could understand why Jiang Xia was so decisive. Was it really a good thing? Even Jiang Xinan here stayed for half an hour, unable to take another step. But how could they know that there was only one idea in Miao Miao Bai's mind? Anyone who puts Jiang Xia in danger should be killed. So how could such sanctimonious words have come out of her mouth? Fake it till you drop. Okay, go straight to the top with a bang. Jiang Xia completely got rid of the illusion and his mind was like water. He held Bai Miao Miao in his arms as he approached the top at a speed that far exceeded everyone else's. No way. This kid is really going to reach the top. Someone exclaimed. As for Tu Heng, who had just broken free from the first illusion, as well as Yu Yue, when they saw this scene, their minds, which had already calmed down, instantly set off monstrous waves. The two of them were instantly a bit unsteady on their feet, looking at Jiang Xia's back how they couldn't catch up. I'll take this kid for the first house, Empty River said decisively. I'll go talk to Wen Jiujiao there. You can't not give me face, right? Autumn Rue, however, frowned and eventually shook her head. Although the natural talent is very good, I don't really like him as a character after all, so you guys go ahead and fight for it. And with senior sister Wen's character, if you guys hit her disciple's idea, are you really not afraid that she'll flip out right away? Autumn Rue laughed. Although usually when Jiujiao looks easygoing, it is not guaranteed that he will turn his sword against you at any time. She's really going to give face to us, her senior brothers and sisters? Back then, I had fed senior sister Wen for 3 years no matter what, and for the sake of past love, this disciple won't be denied to me. The dean of the fourth courtyard confidently said. What do you mean by that? I still underwrote senior sister Wen's cultivation resources before her 6th turn. The corner of the 5th Academy dean's mouth curled up slightly as he said, this disciple definitely has to be given to me. You are all nothing more than that. I was trampled and ravaged by senior sister Wen back then, and I drank white socks and water for 3 years. So who can compare to this kind of skinship? The apprentice is designated as mine. The dean of the 6th house proudly said. But when these words came out, the whole room suddenly fell silent. I strangely looked at the dean of the 6 courts, filled with incredulity as well as shock. Socks, water, and drinking for 3 years? Ha, I'm just kidding. Why are you guys taking it seriously? Heart thumping. The dean of the 6th house blanched in his mind. Why did he suddenly bring this out? And the bees are really dogs. I'm the only one telling the truth. Aha, all know it's a joke then. The dean said as if they didn't take it seriously. But just as the deans of the 6 academies breathed a sigh of relief, they actually all burst into laughter that they couldn't hold back. Laughing my ass off. Ha ha ha. Does senior sister Wen know about this? It's too obscene. Ha ha ha. It can be. You do have unique hobbies. Old 6. Ha ha ha. Asterisk. I told you it was fake. The dean of the 6th house was completely red-warmed. And just then, Jiang Xia directly surpassed Jiang Xinan's record that year. Still climbing. You still dare to come forward? A grand sound resounded, and everyone saw a huge figure. He gazed at Jiang Xia, with purple lightning thundering behind him, and his hand holding a long spear like a god. Supreme Thunder. Even Jiang Jiaoyi couldn't help but marvel. This huge phantom was Supreme Thunder, one of the 8 supreme beings of the Supreme Academy. Holding the 8 revolutions of purple thunder golden robbery bone in his hand, he now guarded a side of the red ruins. I didn't realize that I would have to face a supreme being when I was about to reach the finish line. Such a terrifying suppressive force made the deans a bit breathless, not to mention Jiang Xia, all beings seeming and bow at every step. Why don't you kneel? Ha! The phantom seemed to be angry and questioning, and thunder roared in the sky above the academy, spreading thousands of purple lightning. The long spear in Supreme Thunder's hand stabbed directly towards Jiang Xia, wrapped in lightning that turns everything into charcoal. The crowd thought that Jiang Xia would be afraid, to the point of kneeling irresistibly, and Ginger Summer's response was only one sentence. Am I giving you too much face? Chapter 19, Supreme Intent. Cramp breaks the realm. What did you say? Supreme Thunder's phantom was all confused by this unexpected sentence. Are you deaf? And do I have to repeat myself? Jiang Xia thought to himself. I'm afraid of a chicken feather for a Dharma phase. But everyone around them was too frozen to react. No, he doesn't want to die. That's the Supreme Being. Who dares to speak to the Supreme Being like that? The terrifying pressure made it impossible for almost everyone to raise their heads, and the sky was spread with purple thunder. A horrifying sound. Can't hold out. Puff. Supreme suppression is truly terrifying. There were constantly people kneeling under the Supreme Being's pressure, and even though they used their entire body's strength, they were surprisingly unable to stand. Nowadays, there were only 4 people who were standing on the heavenly ladder as well. Oh no. 3. Because Miao Miao Bai was being held by Jiang Xia. No, I can't kneel. Tu Heng's teeth clenched and his legs bent at an angle, but after seeing Jiang Xia acting like nothing, he braced himself and straightened up again. The corners of his mouth were still stiff with a forced smile. Seems about right to me. You're right, Tu Hong asked Yue, but she didn't want to speak at all right now, was unable to speak at all. Although her talent was the same at the 9th turn, she was a girl after all, and her body strength was not as strong as Tu Heng's. Soon stifled a grunt and nearly fell to his knees. Kneeling supreme is not an offense. Will you kneel if you are given another chance? Supreme Thunder's voice was like a thunderous boom, and the purple electricity of the long spear in his hand gradually intensified. Interesting. Then take this thunder spear of mine, and if you make it through, I'll forgive you for not kneeling, and even give you a chance at creation. When the Thunder Supreme Phantom saw that Jiang Xia was still fearless, he suddenly sank his voice. Boom! A stronger suppression struck, and even Tu Hong couldn't hold on any longer, directly kneeling on one knee. The bones in my entire body felt like they were breaking and my cervical vertebrae were on the verge of snapping. Vice President, should we intervene? The deans frowned in concern. They're just all freshmen with first-turn cultivation. Who can withstand Supreme Thunder's test? If there's a slight mistake, that Jiang Xia injures the root, I'm afraid it will be difficult to heal. My great Xia may then have one less celestial seed. The thunder power gathered by that lance in the hands of the Thunder Supreme Phantasm was simply too dense. Thunder has always been a significant destructive force, not to mention the purple thunder. Just a little bit of it will be painful. Is this Jiang Xia really holding up? Take another look. Zhang Jiaoyi also couldn't help but frown. However, looking at the way that the kid's face hadn't even changed, It seemed that he didn't take the next thunder gun seriously. Is it a rash or do they really have something to go on? He actually hasn't knelt down yet. Is this the gap? Many freshmen are bitter. They were all called geniuses, and their status and aura of genius led them to develop a confidence and arrogance that far exceeded that of ordinary people. Only, now after seeing Jiang Xia, the confidence as well as pride in that heart seemed to be collapsing a little. With just a change of scenery, what difference is there between them geniuses and those mediocre people, more or less sat on the sidelines over the years? Such emotions gradually spread, and they all did their best to raise their heads, wanting to see how long Jiang Xia would last. Hu Wei's teeth were about to collapse. Looking at the figure with its back to the crowd, a strong sense of envy as well as admiration appeared in his eyes. Only this kind of person was worthy of being his Hu Wei's big brother. Seeing the supreme being without kneeling, how dignified it was to say so. Thinking like this, Hu Wei actually slowly stood up with his strong perseverance. Even though all the bones in the body are starting to be misaligned and there is blood surfacing on the surface of the skin. You just shoot. Jiang Xia raised her eyes indifferently and told Bai Miao Miao to stay aside. It was as if he was not the recipient of the challenge, but the issuer of it. Such vigor deeply infects the hearts of all. Shasta, the purple and gold thunder dragon chanted out. Thunder raging in the world. And a long spear blasted down fiercely at Jiang Xia. Then I will lend you this thunder and draw my tendons. Boom! Jiang Xia's aura also changed with a roar. The sword bone was in his hand, and his bone power worked like crazy. The bone power in the entire body's orifices was all drained in this instant, and at the same time it turned into thousands of blades and began to cramp. This kid, is he crazy? Empty River said. Instead of fighting against Supreme Thunder's Thunderlance with all of his cultivation, he actually wants to break through the realm with the help of Violet Thunder's crampons. This is ruined. It's likely that all the tendons will be damaged. Even the many knowledgeable deans didn't understand what Jiang Xia's operation was. Self-harm? The next moment the Thunder Lance and Jiang Xia's sword bone violently clashed together, and Jiang Xia's sword bone quickly began to crumble as the destructive tearing power spread. All the sharpness of the sword bone was not even worth mentioning in front of this thunder gun. However, it was good that Jiang Xia hadn't intended to rely on this sword bone to block the thunder gun, instead using it as a guide to send most of the purple thunder scurrying into his body along with his right-hand orifices. Hiss! Jiang Xia gritted his teeth as a tearing pain came from his body. The power of the thunder blasted him away, but he quickly stabilized himself by sticking his longsword on the steps. At the same time, his body began to carbonize from his right arm, which soon became life-threatening. Kind of. Ginger Summer gasped, running the record of 10,000 recordings. The bone power in his body wrapped in this terrifying thunder power began to widen the tendon channels and draw the useless tendons out of his body. It's an operation that a lot of people can't bear to look at simply because it hurts to think about it. The cramping stage at the beginning of the first turn usually comes little by little. The process of cramping also involves taking a large amount of tonic substances containing the essence of life, which allows for recovery as soon as possible after the tendons are drawn out until the renewal and widening of the tendons throughout the body is completed. But who is as delusional as Kong Ha in getting it right all at once? The grass is 3 meters high. You can't really blame anyone for giving yourself a death wish. Someone gloated. Genius to scraps is a drama that many people want to see. Take a shot, Vice President. This kid is overplaying his hand. Empty River said anxiously. Jiang Xia was a good seedling, and he didn't want him to fall into ruin in front of him. However, Zhang Jiuyi was very surprised and said, who passed the record of 10,000 records to him? When Jiuqi this niece wants to find a fight not. The rest of the deans were dumbfounded as well, not expecting Wen Jiujiao to pass this gongfu to Jiang Xia. That's not going to hurt him. Haven't we learned our lesson 5 years ago? You guys quickly go forward to fetch the sacred pill for healing. Zhang Jiuyi said the whole thing and came in front of Jiang Xia. It was found that not a single part of his body was in good condition. The breath is weak as if he's dying. But thud, knock, knock, knock. The strong, powerful heartbeats sounded like a thunder drum, dull and loaded with power. Zhang Jiuyi's eyes had a hint of golden light flashing through them, checking Jiang Xia's body before realizing it. There were actually no more orifices in his body. The sinews have also completely disappeared, having been drawn out altogether. And the bone power in his body wrapped around the purple thunder seemed to be taming it, traveling all over his body and becoming new sinews. And that sinew strength will surpass everyone. This was because it contained a hint of the heavenly exalted intent. This was the great creation that Supreme Lord Lei had spoken of. This son shall receive my inheritance. Supreme Thunder's phantom gradually disappeared, and his voice reached everyone's ears. A haze of light scurried in front of Jiang Xia, with purple lightning thunder dragons wrapping around it. The Supreme Dharma concluded. The top of the heavenly ladder should also be rewarded. The purple thunder gold electricity bone will be given to you to refine. Chapter 20, Heartbeat Like Thunder. Exalted Blood Evolution. Gradually, everyone's breathing lightened after the supreme phantasm dissipated. They all heard an incredible sound at the same time. thud, flutter. Is that, like, a heartbeat? Some people are incredulous. The crowd then looked up in unison at the figure above the heavenly ladder. There was purple lightning erupting from Jiang Xia's chest, and his heart was beating like thunder. It was also like muffled thunder within the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Jiang Jiui narrowed his eyes and was surprised to find a glowing bone inside Jiang Xia's body. The original vitality was gradually severed by the purple thunder Jiang Xia, relying on this piece of bone body actually miraculously fast repair. The carbonized parts of the torso gradually fell away and more lustrous and hardened skin grew. Even the blood in Jiang Xia's body changed color. There was a lot of purple mixed in between the silver and white. This kid actually has this kind of thing in his body. Jiang Jiui suddenly had a guess in his heart. Surname Ginger. Murphy? 2 amazingly talented figures flashed through his mind. And Jiang Jiuwan stepped in to help Jiang Xia conceal the fluctuations of the supreme bone once again. You move over. Bai Miao Miao suddenly came behind Jiang Jiui and said expressionlessly. Jiang Jiwan then remembered that there was a third person here. Ginger Summer. Are you still in pain? Bai Miao Miao knew that Jiang Xia couldn't answer right now, but she still wanted to ask. Suddenly this girl's eyes reddened and she went up and hugged Jiang Xia. It doesn't matter if it's dirty. It doesn't matter if it's dark. As long as her heart was still beating, Miao Miao Bai felt that all was right with the world. She hugged Jiang Xia, her palm suddenly emitting a faint glow. Will you wake up soon? Speaking softly in this way, Jiang Jiui made an indescribable discovery. As if a magical power had intervened, Jiang Xia's injuries healed almost as if they were visible to the naked eye. It's river. Jiang Xia sucked in a breath of cool air, then opened her eyes, realizing that Miao Miao Bai was hugging herself tightly. It's not like I'm doing anything. Just let go, okay? Ginger Summer said softly. Only then did Miao Miao Bai loosen her embrace with fondness. This is a reward given to you by Supreme Thunder. Jiang Jiui forced down his curiosity and said to Jiang Xia. The violet thunder gold bone of electricity was handed to Jiang Xia. It's actually just a turn? That's too petty. Ginger Summer skimmed her mouth, a little disgusted. Hall 8 turn bone Zune. How to strike so stingy swish. Which knew that Jiang Jiui directly blanked Jiang Xia and said, how many people want this thing, and you actually can't look at it? Even though it's only a first turn skeleton, the purple thunder gold bolt bone is different from other skeletons. It belongs to the companion bone. Companion bone? Ginger Summer asked. What's the difference? Jiang Jiui said helplessly. Companion bones refer to the bones that are born along with the skeletons of the 7th turn or even above. And this piece you're holding is an 8 revolutions supreme bone. The companion bone of the purple thunder gold sundering bone. The chance of birth is 1 in a billion. But in the future, it will be able to grow just as much as a supreme bone. You kid is considered lucky. Supreme Thunder actually gave this to you. As long as you cultivate it well, in the future you are guaranteed to have a piece of 8-turn skeleton, and you still don't know what to do. Only then was Jiang Xia satisfied. Then he is indeed quite generous. Forgive him. Saying this, he directly held his right hand on the purple thunder gold electricity bone, and there was a purple dragon's chant, and in an instant, the purple thunder thunderbolt was like a feather, refined in a moment. The purple thunder gold electricity bone directly integrated into Jiang Xiao's body. It was only then that he peered inside his torso and realized that his exalted blood had evolved. The blood was silver like mercury flowing, and the destructive power of purple lightning was in it. More. Jiang Xia casually snapped his fingers and a cluster of lightning flashed. He found that he actually had a natural understanding and mastery of lightning and whatnot. You're doing this due to the fusion of a trace of the supreme intent. Jiang Jiui envied. All the good things are letting you take over. The higher you go in the realm, the more you will know the benefits of this hint of supreme intent in the future. Treasure it well. Ginger Summer nodded her head, feeling nothing but relief. And after the conversation between the two was heard by the rest of the freshmen, they all looked at Jiang Xia with incomparable envy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Supreme intent. Even a 6th turn bone immortal would have difficulty obtaining it. He actually got it at the first turn? The companion bone of the purple thunder gold robbery bone. It's priced worldwide. Is there so many benefits to being first on the ladder? Why am I so lung-fogged? Blanche. In short, jealousy makes people look bad. And that was when the rest of the deans arrived after retrieving the sacred medicine for healing and found that Jiang Xia was actually fine. What monster resilience. They tried to find Jiang Ji to ask what was going on, but Jiang Ji only said one thing. Don't ask what you shouldn't. The crowd immediately withdrew their desire to slice up Jiang Xia and study him, saying, then we're taking these holy pills back again. They're of no use anyway. But Jiang Xia blocked it. Since it was originally given to me, there is still a reason to withdraw it back? Jiang Jiui helplessly said. Alright, I'll give it to him, and it's not something particularly cherished. Jiang Xia got the holy medicine and then gave it through to Bai Miao Miao, saying, in the future, if you fall, wear out your skin, or get scratched by yourself, wipe these things. No. it won't leave a scar. Saying that, he stroked Bai Miao Miao's head in a doting manner. The crowd's mouths twitched, searching for this as the holy medicine, right? Is this how the holy medicine is used? Pure waste. But it's not good to say anything more nowadays. Kang Xia said. Hurry up and open the second test. Finish your exams early and get some rest. Zhang Zhou nodded and withdrew the heavenly ladder, and everyone landed smoothly on the ground. And then a spatial rift ripped open. He said, this crack is littered with skeletons. You guys go in later and strike at will, no matter what grade of skeleton. Whoever snatches it is whose. Yes, the freshmen answered in unison, their voices deafening. But it's just the academy giving away equipment? To each his own for good and bad. Boss, let's go in. With me here. I'll make sure those guys don't dare to come near. Hu Wei ran over at this time and said. Ginger Summer nodded. Go. All three of them then disappeared outside the rift. And only then did the many new students swarm in. A first turn sword chi bone? Too weak. A second turn flame blade bone. It's not too hard to hack. Zhang Xia searched for a suitable skeleton for himself. After all, his own sword bone shattered after receiving a shot from Supreme Thunder. There is a lack of weapons. Boss, up there. Hu Wei suddenly agitated. There's a sword on top of that mountain of bones. Chapter 21, This Sword's 5 Turns. Named Foolish Allegiance. Zhang Xia followed Hu Wei's gaze and realized that there was a sword on the mountain of bones piled up with various skeletons, emitting an extremely faint red light. Mutilated? With Zhang Xia's realm today, his eyesight was extremely far, so he was able to clearly see that the sword had a few obvious chips on its blade. But even so, the cold aura it emitted was by no means comparable to an ordinary sword blade. It was like a monarch, pressing down on the skeletons around it, unable to lift its head. No skeleton is allowed to shine more brightly than it does. Zhang Jiui, who was outside the spatial rift, watched Zhang Xia's reaction expectantly. He perceived, if it was Zhang Xia, he should be able to refine this sword that had been dormant for almost 10 years, right? What the hell kind of sword is that? The surrounding sword bones of the 4th turn are actually suppressed with a dim light. It can't be that it's a 5th turn holy bone. Hiss. There were constantly people sucking in a breath of cold air, their hearts pounding, eyes full of fire. Sacred bones. Is the academy actually this generous? Skeletons that would be sold at the tens of billions level in the formal way were actually casually discarded in this bone mountain. Doesn't that mean that feel free to try to refine them? Such a thought appeared in everyone's mind, instantly provoking them to become excited. But then they quickly reacted. With today's strength, everyone was a first-turn bone master. So how could they refine this 5th-turn skeleton? The enthusiasm that had just risen in the hearts of the people was suddenly poured with a pot of cold water. And it was cool. The academy seems to be trying to mess with our minds. It's purely difficult to only be able to look at it and not be able to refine it. But that said, they looked at Zhang Xia's heart suddenly felt a lot more comfortable. It was only because refining skeletons didn't have much to do with the state of mind. It was all based on strength. Although Zhang Xia's performance in the Heavenly Stairs examination was very demonic, you can't directly refine the 5-turn sacred bone, right? If he forced himself to do so, he was afraid that he would be directly revolted by the sacred bone. Why? Zhang Xia frowned as he gazed at the sword bone at the highest point of the bone mountain. A feeling of familiarity arose steeply within him for some reason. I think he had seen this sword bone before. In childhood. Just stay here and don't move. I'll go see if I can refine it. Zhang Xia said to Miao Miao Bai. Bai Miao Miao nodded. And Zhang Xia then started walking towards the sword without a care in the world. No way. He actually really wants to try to refine that skeleton? The surrounding freshmen stared in astonishment. Is it hard to believe that he has some special means? The surrounding people watched with rapt attention as Zhang Xia approached the sword step by step, unable to comprehend it. And the deans outside the rift exploded. Again? This kid won't really be able to refine the sword bones that have been dormant for 10 years within this bone mountain. That's awesome. Empty River said in a deep voice. Although this sword's light is dimming nowadays, back then, it was after all a 5-turn sacred bone with amazing power, and the main material used to refine it is a 7-turned living skeleton, which still has its ferocity. Ever since the first owner left, no one has been able to refine this. Speaking of which, Empty River also weirdly said, that is, if we try to forcefully refine it, it will disintegrate on its own. It's worthy of the sword's name, Foolish Loyalty. So Empty River, you think this kid is unable to refine it? Autumn Rue asked. Empty River suddenly closed his mouth, not daring to assert himself easily. He was afraid of being hit in the face by Zhang Xia. On the other hand, Zhang Xia had almost arrived at the highest point of the bone mountain. The sword bones around Yu Gongnishan were emitting sword calls, trying to call out to Zhang Xia to refine them. But Zhang Xia just gave them an indifferent look before speaking in a deep voice. Noisy. Zip. Purple lightning thundered and turned into a long whip, instantly silencing those sword bones. Just you. Zhang Xia said indifferently, extending his right hand to refine it. But the next moment Yugo Nishan erupted with astonishing ferocity. The sword roared continuously, and the blade swept violently. The freshman looked at this scene with horror as a few swords she blasted over, directly injuring a few people with blood. He doubled over in pain after falling to the ground with a thud. But on the contrary, Jiang Xia, who was far from the very center of the sword blade's eruption, was as good as nothing. Tu Hong and Yu Yue gulped, a doubt rising in their hearts at the same time. Can't he feel the pain? But Jiang Xia was clearly more satisfied now, and the sword's poke was even stronger than the one Lydian Ming had refined, and it's a character that he likes. Not much hesitation ensued, and he grabbed it directly. Buzz! Everyone froze and looked, and the sword blade that had just stormed through disappeared abruptly. In its place, Jiang Xia directly held that holy sword in his hand. Dull! Everyone's head went blank. That doesn't make common sense. The deans outside the rift were also surprisingly quiet, and the scene fell silent. Autumn Rue's eyes widened. Empty River breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Jioi even had an excited glow in his eyes. Boss, you're so handsome. Huwei jumped up all over it. Demons want farts of common sense. Get your head out of your ass and watch my boss do his thing. All right? Bai Miao Miao also clapped happily and said happily, Ginger Summer, you're awesome. Refining, foolish loyalty. Jiang Xia picked 2 more sword bones from the bone pile on the side. All 4 turns. He came in front of Huwei and Miao Miao Bai and said, just refine it. For me? Who was flattered? This boss really worshipped the right person. Only less than half a day ago, he actually gave himself a 4th turn sword bone. But Jiang Xia, I can't seem to refine it? Bai Miao Miao chagrined, her small eyes looking at Jiang Xia for help. Jiang Xia did not expect this 4th turning sword bone to be so insensitive. Smell directly found a few 3rd turn skeletons from the vicinity, and then used foolish loyalty to directly cut them off in front of the 4th turn skeletons. Try again? Ginger Summer said. Jiang Xia, refining seems to be a lot easier. Bai Miao Miao said happily. An absolutely beautiful smile appeared on her face, and many of the freshmen who saw the scene wanted to follow Jiang Xia's maneuver. However, just as he got close to the 4th turning sword bone, he was directly blown away. That's when they realized, there's just so much difference between people. Even the skeletons look at the plate, holding back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why don't I have the cheek of Huwei? If I had worshipped the boss earlier, I'm afraid I'd have an extra 4th turn skeleton in my hand now. The crowd lamented that. Envious. The freshmen then refined the skeletons they had their eye on. It was only when he stepped out of the crack that he realized that except for the 3 of them, Jiang Xia, they were actually all in a very sorry state. Sparing Tu Hang as well as Yu You's 9 revolutions of natural talent and special means, it was only then that they were able to initially refine the 4 revolutions of the skeleton, but still covered in sword marks. Congratulations to you all. As of now the opening exam of the Supreme Academy is officially over. Zhang Jiwan's voice was thick and laughed. And below, there is a need to reward those who have excelled in this great examination. All names read to the front. Chapter 22, Foxtrot. A list suddenly appeared in Zhang Jiwan's hand. The people at the top of the list were the ones he thought were better during the assessment process, going up in order from lowest to highest. 100th place, Wang Air. 94th place, Blue Rain. 64th place, Joey. As Zhang Jiwan recited, more and more people stood in front of the new students. None of them had a happy look on their faces, and curious about the rewards to come. Soon, Zhang Joey read Huwei's name. He was smiling from ear to ear as he said, Boss, I did well, didn't I? Without striking him, Ginger Summer nodded. After that, what even Jiang Xia didn't expect was that Bai Miao Miao was actually on Zhang Jiuyi's list. The crowd was equally very surprised. Though I don't dare to say it, isn't Miao Miao Bai purely lying down to win? Bai Miao Miao, however, was only happy to say, Jiang Xia, look at you, there's me, I didn't embarrass you. She smiled brightly and took Jiang Xia's arm and shook it hard. And then like a good boy about to receive an award from his teacher, he ran to the front and stood at attention. Standing straight, his little face taut, the people around them then had a chance to admire Miao Miao Bai's face. It's hard not to be amazed. Many of the male students blushed and hurriedly skimmed away after glancing at Bai Miao Miao's delicate side face, simply because Bai Miao Miao was just too good looking, with a high nose, pink cherry lips, and unparalleled vigor revealed in her simplicity. It's hard not to fall. Only they could only look at it. They would never dare to think of anything else, because everyone knew that the girl in front of them belonged to only one person. That would be Ginger Summer. 3rd place, Yu Yue. 2nd place, Tu Heng. To be read to this time, Zhang Jiwan suddenly put away the list and then laughed. 1st place, Kong Ha. There is no doubt about this term. No one disputes it. And then hundreds of streams of lightbox appeared in front of the crowd. Zhang Jiu Yi Dao. My Supreme Academy is certainly not petty. The various pills as well as potions inside this box are at least 6 figures outside. It's enough for you to cultivate to the middle stage of the first turn. And all of you will receive 1,000 schoolhouse points, 5,000 for the top 5. And it opens up the qualifications for the Desolate Tower trial. This reward was too generous. 1,000 academy points were equivalent to 10 million daxia coins outside. 5,000 is $50 million. Besides, the Desolate Tower. That's a holy place to raise your cultivation. The rest of the freshmen who didn't get it all sighed, chagrined to no end. But there's no way around it. That's the philosophy of the Supreme Academy. Strength comes first, and those who can do it, do it. If you want the same rewards, of course there is a way, and that is to get stronger. The Academy will not bury anyone with strength. However, just when everyone thought it was over, Zhang Jiaoyi once again said, plus the fact that this term's Jiangxia students broke the ladder equivalency record, I will personally be giving away another reward. This statement instantly created curiosity among the freshmen. What would the vice president send? A golden light shone through at once, and everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes, but vaguely still able to see 2 more objects shaped like eyeballs in the hands of Zhang Jiwon. The surrounding deans certainly knew what it was, exclaimed the vice dean. Vice dean, I've been asking you for so long and you haven't given it to me, and you gave it to this kid before he even asked? Empty River grumbled. What's the use of giving it to him? Might as well give it to me. The rest of the deans also took a good look at the object in Zhang Zhouyi's hands, and were instantly filled with covetousness. It's actually a golden pupil. 4-turn skeleton. Golden pupil. You refine it. I've only been able to refine this pair for so many years, Zhang Jiwon said with a little sigh. I didn't expect the Holy Dragon bloodline to be so tenacious and waste so much time. Jiang Xia asked, what does this thing do? Zhang Jiwon said, no, the dragon. I've heard and never seen. Ginger Summer shook her head. Zhang Jiaoyi, the main material of this pair of 4-turn skeletons is the dragon eye of a dragon-like living skeleton. The role is also simple, deterrence. Dragons are considered top of the line even among the entire living skeleton community. Not to mention this, I killed a young holy dragon back then. So theoretically, as long as you refine these golden pupils, 90% of the living skeletons will develop fear and even experience a moment of rigor mortis. Anything up to the 8th turn. Awesome! Hu Wei immediately exclaimed after hearing this, his eyes widening. This skill is almost like ignoring rank. The masters see the highs and lows almost in that 1.1 millimeter. Imagine Jiang Xia's future against a 7-turned living skeleton. As long as it froze for a second, it could be directly decimated. Then why is it only a 4th-turn skeleton? Jiang Xia didn't understand. This skill was very dangling, because of the side effects. What side effects? Zhang Jiaoyi said in a deep voice. Overload will be dragonized and irreversible. Jiang Xia did not bring hesitation after hearing this and directly grabbed a hand to refine it. Drink! How come there's an even better skill attached to it? Final dehumanization. Zhang Yui froze. Why are you in such a hurry? My side effects have not finished. However, he was sort of used to Jiang Xia's character and continued. Moreover, I've slightly improved this golden pupil. Please explore the rest of the features later, yes? Jiang Xia laughed. Yes, the academy has a total of 9 houses, each practicing air, sword, healing, illusion, inferno, power, soul, human, and fox Dao. Next you will each choose your favorite academy, Zhang Jiaoyi said. Everyone who came had previously had ample knowledge of the Supreme Academy, so they quickly chose their academy. Yu Yue went to the Yen Dao, while Tu Hong went to the Force Dao. Hu Wei didn't move as he waited for Jiang Xia to choose which academy, but he saw Jiang Xia say, which Dao is the 9th house? The surrounding people had looked at Jiang Xia strangely. It was hard to believe that he was going to that academy where the students were dying out. Foxway. There was a reminder. Kong Xia then chose Fox Road. Then Boss Me. Seeing this, Hu Wei also wanted to choose Fox Road, but was stopped by Jiang Xia. Cultivation is not child's play. You follow me to choose what for, and go to whichever courtyard you are suited to, Hu Wei said deflatedly. By order. Inferno Road refines more fire skeletons and takes the Dao of fire to the extreme, but it's said that the schoolmates in there are violent, so forget about it. Kendo is cool, but the grueling preliminaries are comparable to the hard way, and not to be considered. The empty way. How about the illusory Dao? In the end, Hu Wei decided. Then I'll go with the human path. If you're born a human being, what path do you take if not the human path? Jiang Xia looked at Miao Bai again, searching for whether she would follow her or go to another academy. Zhang Jiaoyi, however, said, she is suitable for the healing way. Why? Ginger Summer asked. River Arts 1. Because the bone refining talent she awakened is related to the healing path. Chapter 23, Fused with Master? You've awakened your gift? Jiang Xia asked as she faced Miao Bai. But Jiang Xia, my talent is weak. Just a turn A. Miao Bai said with some frustration. Jiang Xia, on the other hand, smiled and stroked her head. Very impressive already. What is the effect of the talent of the first turn? Bai Miao Miao's hand suddenly bloomed with a soft glow. Her eyes became soft and her tone whispered. It's healing. I'll be able to help when Kanha gets hurt afterward. Miao Miao Bai smiled and said, her eyes full of Jiang Xia. Then I'll rely on you if I get hurt in the future. The gentleness Jiang Xia showed towards Bai Miao Miao at the moment was surprising. Well, so you go to the healing way, Kang has said flatly. But, Bai Miao Miao suddenly lowered her eyes and stared blankly at the ground. In a voice like a fly, he said, I don't want to leave you. What did you say? Ginger Summer didn't hear and came closer. But Miao Miao Bai finally made up her mind. And after a sigh she raised her head. The good-looking eyes met Jiang Xia's, and the curled eyelashes fluttered slightly. Firmly, he said, then you must visit me more often afterward. Definitely, Jiang Xia agreed, tugging on Miao Miao Bai's smooth cheeks. Is that right, Miao Miao Bai? You'll come with me. Xiao Rui walked over at this time. She's the director of the Tri-House and majors in the healing path. You don't have to worry about her. We're full of gentle girls in all three houses. I'll take care of her. Although Xiao Rui didn't like Jiang Xia very much, she liked Miao Miao Bai very much. Then please, Ginger Summer had a rare quality, but I won't take kindly to it if she's bullied. I just hope you don't get in the way when the time comes. Xiao Rui froze and looked at Jiang Xia's slightly serious face and waved her hand. There is no such possibility. That would be best. After that, Hu Wei also said goodbye to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia was the only one who walked towards the 9 courts. No one else was traveling with him. What Jiang Xia didn't know was that after he left a spiteful gaze stared at him dead on as he left. It was only at this moment that the anger within was revealed. He Yen, who was heading to the first courtyard, gritted his teeth and said, Elder Mo, how long will it take me to kill that fellow? The jade pendant hidden in his chest transmitted a voice. When the Supreme Dojo opens, I will help you kill him to solve the hatred of killing your sister. He Yen then hid all his killing intent and said in a deep voice, good. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is this 9th courtyard so remote? Jiang Xia inevitably spat after following the signposts to the 9th hospital. Nuosheyuan actually empty to this. The leaves withered, no one to clean. The house is old and no repair. There was a lonesome wind blowing through, and Kong Xia couldn't help but shiver. He thought to himself. He worshipped the teacher. Just look at the soft power. Did not look at the hard power. Finished the exam? Lai Tianming came from the distance at this time. Is this place sure it's my future residence? Jiang Xia expressed his inability to accept it. At least give him a room that's still presentable. It's not like the Supreme School can't allocate this amount of money. These are all external things. What's the point of caring about them? Lai Tianming frowned, with the intention of knocking Jiang Xia. So how long have you been living here? Ahem. I'm a sword Dao bone cultivator. So naturally I live in another academy. What's the point of living here? Don Tianming was a little embarrassed. Then you said. Ginger Summer felt that she was designated to be deceived. Let's go. Senior sister is waiting for you. Lai Tianming said as he flew directly with Jiang Xia to the place where Wen Jiujiao lived. The good thing is that the place is nicely decorated and at least habitable. Senior sister, the people have arrived. You're finally here. Little apprentice? Soon the house came out an extremely pleased voice. Wen Jiujiao wearing a white dress, white skin delicate and smooth, body posture enchanting and moving, long hair down to the waist tightly fitting that perfect curve. A pair of familiar jade feet came in front of Jiang Xia, and the snow-white skin appeared and disappeared between the swing of the skirt. You don't greet master when you see him. Are you dumbfounded by his appearance? Wen Jiujiao teased, voice ethereal as if moving people's hearts and minds. Good day, master. Reacting, Jiang Xia immediately said. At the same time, he's scared. His master was more or less immodest. Then I will retire first, senior sister. Lai Tianming just wanted to slip away quickly. He hadn't practiced his sword yet. Aha, hard work, Li. Wen Jiujiao's smile was written on her face, to hook people's souls away. Wen Jiujiao poked his finger at Jiang Xia's chest after Lai Tianming left, and his small mouth opened slightly. Junior apprentice brother is very powerful. To have cultivated to the cramped stage so quickly. There still seems to be the purple thunder of the supreme intent flowing in the body. What if master is a little envious? Wen Jiujiao blinked her eyes and said, why don't I bite you, master? Please also be normal. Master, Jiang Xia said helplessly. He suddenly remembered that Wen Jiujiao still had one thing he hadn't given himself yet, so he looked up and said, by the way, can I have that 9-tailed bone? Egu. Children are just impatient. Wen Jiujiao pulled out a long square bar wooden box from her chest and said, it's still too early to refine it, but there are a lot of taboos. Are you sure you don't want to let master keep it for you? There's no need for that, Jiang Xia said indifferently, taking the wooden box. Then when it was opened it was seen to have a tiny bone in it, as thick as a finger, haloed with a reddish glow. Boom! Jiang Xia directly refined it without even looking at how many turns it was. Yeah, little disciple, you're actually this powerful. When Jiuqi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, her lips red and teeth white, her face full of emotion. Worthy of being little fairy's nephew, 5-turn holy bones are refined when he says so. Wen Jiujiao suddenly surfaced a blush from her neck, and then even her cheeks were red, covering her pretty face. She said, "It's just that Master hasn't told you clearly where it came from, and after refining it you and Master can become one." Jiang Xia sensed something was wrong. "What do you mean?" Wen Jiuqi shyly said. "What else can it mean? Just literally Ginger Summer really wanted to die headfirst. Don't look like you're at your mercy, okay? It's weird, okay?" Seeing that Jiang Xia didn't say anything, Wen Jiujiao finally stopped teasing him and said, "Actually, the main material for refining this 9-tail bone is Master's tail. This is Master's first time. You must cherish it." "Your tail?" Jiang Xia remembered the 9 quarts of fox cultivation Dao and said strangely, "Don't tell me you have 9 tails. Why, do you want to touch it?" Wen Jiujiao suddenly leaped forward. "No wonder it's so tight. Yuck, enchanting." Jiang Xia spat in his mind. "You might as well tell me what this 9-tailed bone does." Frustrated, Wen Jiujiao gave up the idea of revealing her fox tail and said softly, "Of course it's the one that can provide you with a boost to your 7th turn cultivation at the necessary moment. This piece of bone is a fusion of Master I, quite a lot of heart and soul. You can cherish me afterward," said Wen Jiujiao, pretending to cry sobbing tears. "I'll go." So powerful. Jiang Xia didn't expect the 9-tailed bone to be so practical. He immediately activated the 9-tailed bone. There was a sudden extra power in his body that didn't belong to him, and a fiery red and demonic tail also appeared behind it at this time. At least 2 levels of cultivation have been raised. Jiang Xia's initial prodding of the 9-tailed bone was not very effective, but soon under continued prodding, 2 more tails appeared behind Jiang Xia's back, and at the same time, its battle power was already comparable to that of a 3rd-turn bone cultivator. 9 tail bones, which means that 9 tails appear under full force, and one will be able to have a 7th turn cultivation. Jiang Xia was very happy. It was simply a cross-stage battle god bone, but before he could be happy for a few seconds, he suddenly felt his body unusually heavy. He had both eyes closed, collapsed directly into the arms of Wen Jiujiao. Chapter 24, Arakan Tower. "I'll just go solo." When Jiang Xia woke up again, she found herself lying in Wen Jiuqi's boudoir. He opened his eyes in a daze, his head aching, not physically, but spiritually. Asterisk. This thing's aftermath is so big? Jiang Xia covered his head and said, turning his head sideways. He saw Wen Jiuqi walking in style with a bowl of blackish tonic in both hands, smiling, and constantly shouting, "Little disciple, you're awake. Quickly drink this bowl of medicine." "Right?" Jiang Xia was filled with confusion, saying why was this plot so familiar, but the good thing is that he is not Wu Delang, and Wen Jiuqi is not Pan Jinlian. "What's going on with me?" Ginger Summer asked. Wen Jiujiao angrily blanked Jiang Xia, and said in a flirtatious manner, "Who let you be so impatient? Now it's good, being emptied by Master, right?" She suddenly pursed her lips again happily and said, "But little apprentice brother, your essence spirit is really somewhat delicious." "No, using this 9-tailed bone will also suck my essence?" Jiang Xia stared at Wen Jiujiao's stunningly beautiful cheeks in her heart and blanched. "It's really a vixen. Quickly drink this medicine." Wen Jiuqi softly said, "Want to borrow my power? Of course need to pay. Every borrowing need a lot of essence. But don't worry, essence this thing you yourself not enough can also rely on the beheading of the living skeleton to hoard." Ginger Summer sighed in relief. It would be fun if he fully activated the 9-tailed bones, and before the 9 tails even appeared, he would be sucked dry. After thinking about it, he got out of bed and took a bite of the soup and medicine handed over by Wen Jiujiao. "I'm going out," Jiang Xia said faintly. "Wen Jiuqi, what are you going to do if you don't take a break and rest, little disciple?" Kong Xia, on the other hand, had her own considerations, since he had already obtained the qualification for the Desolate Tower. Of course he had to go in and kill monsters to raise his cultivation level, and killing monsters replenishes the essence. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When does the Supreme Dojo open? Jiang Xia hadn't forgotten in the back of her mind that there was one thing in there that her parents had left for her. As for what it is, I'm afraid we'll just have to go in and find it. You guys are freshmen. It's not like there's much use going in with this kind of strength. When Jiujiao suddenly lay on the soft bed and stretched out, the picture was too beautiful. Jiang Xia directly did not look. "Soon I'll be more than that," Jiang Xia said indifferently. "In a month." After hearing this, Jiang Xia directly walked out of Wen Jiujiao's room and directly followed the signposts to the Desolate Tower. "Dude, why don't we team up and hitch a ride? The Desolate Tower space is immense and dangerous. It's hard for one person to stick around." On the way, Jiang Xia kept hearing the students around him talking, mostly 2nd graders. After all, there were only a few people in this freshman class. Jiang Xia, who had obtained the qualification for the Desolate Tower. If the rest of you want to enter, opening the qualification requires 500 points, or 5 million, so they're all a little bit reluctant to part with it. Hello, I'm going to enter the Tower of Desolation. Jiang Xia arrived in front of a high tower that emitted light and had more than 100 floors as far as the eye could see. What name? The schoolteacher who works here part-time said without looking up. Ginger Summer. Let's see ha. But it was with that look that the schoolteacher's head lifted up miserably and her eyes went wide. So handsome. The senior sister was surprised. You're the first place winner of this freshman class. Senior? If no one else admits it, that is. Ginger Summer nodded. The schoolmate's attitude changed from before and became very enthusiastic as she explained. It's the first time for a schoolmate to come to the Desolate Tower, isn't it? Do you want me to tell you the rules of the Desolate Tower? Could be. Although the Desolate Tower has only 100 or so floors from the outside. After the refining of Dean Empty River of the First Academy, its inner space is more than 1,000 floors. Each layer has a large number of living skeletons present because it is connected to the fixed living wreck ruins. And the various rewards are not stingy. The senior sister laughed. And with the use of airway means, each person's challenge space is completely independent and can be done at the same time. Jiang Xia was a bit surprised that the airway means were so powerful. But, isn't this a copy? For the first time I would suggest that school brother go ahead and find others to team up with. The schoolmate reminded. The living skeletons in the Desolate Tower are both versatile and powerful, making it difficult for one person to challenge them alone. Although school brother has obtained the qualification for the Desolate Tower, the number of complementary challenges is only 10. And every challenge from now on will require the payment of 100 points, so I also hope it doesn't go to waste. Thanks a lot, but I still like to paint solo, Jiang Xia said faintly. One more person to kill the monsters would slow down his cultivation by a second, and besides, it wasn't as if he wasn't capable of soloing himself. Alright then, school brother will put this bracelet on. Seeing this, school sister also stopped persuading. This will record your kill data in real time, as well as ranking and distributing rewards at the Desolate Tower. Ginger Summer hooned. After receiving the bracelet and putting it on, he followed his schoolmate's instructions and walked to a teleportation array. Golden light flashed as his form faded away. Such a commotion drew the attention of those around them. Surprised, he said, "No way. Someone actually wants to solo the Desolate Tower? What a strange face. Freshman, right?" Someone laughed. Being honest, after one loss, they should come out soon. It's just a waste of this challenge. It's worth $1 million. Many people shook their heads, not thinking that Jiang Xia could hold out for long. The first floor of the Desolate Tower. Challenger Jiang Xia. Challenge content. Kill 3 turn 1 beginner level cliff apes. Challenge begins counting down in 3, 2, 1. Roar. The brown-furred cliff giant ape appeared in front of Jiang Xia, who didn't expect it to be an old friend. Just as the cliff giant ape roared and jumped over to try to slam his fist down, Jiang Xia's hand holding foolish loyalty suddenly moved. The sword sounded a chop. Boom. Instant seconds. 10 points will be awarded for a successful challenge. Kill a first-turn beginner cliff ape. Bone strength plus 110. Slaying a first-turn beginner level cliff ape. Bone strength plus 122. Desert Tower. Second floor. Challenge. Kill 3 turn 1 early stage rift birds. 3, 2. When the count reached 1, Jiang Xia still had his sword sounding a chop. 10 points will be awarded for a successful challenge. No. So weak? Ginger Summer said directly. There's no need to broadcast the challenges and countdowns after that. Waste of time. Thus Jiang Xia's speed of challenging the Desolate Tower climbed rapidly, and the rankings on the Desolate Tower leapt at a terrifying rate. Any living skeletons were directly decapitated on the spot almost the moment they appeared. Chapter 25. Are you sure this is a freshman? Asterisk 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 asterisk. While Jiang Xia was frantically killing living skeletons to climb the Desolate Tower, the outside of the Desolate Tower exploded. The second-year trainees were all dumbfounded as they looked at the ever-changing rankings. Jiang Xia's name had been recognized by the Desolate Tower system as an object of special concern due to the speed of the challenge. Straight up red. His name also shot up like a rocket to the 50th floor without stopping. This is the freshman, right? Someone gulped. Slowly. There was only a minute until Jiang Xia entered the Desolate Tower, which meant that he directly cleared a floor in a second. Seconds? What kind of strength is this? Peak first turn? Or second turn? A question rose in everyone's mind. Maybe he has some skeleton with more powerful damage as well. One of the cadets recalled. But every 50 floors there is a special raw skeleton set up specifically by Dean Empty River. I remembered that the ones on this floor were the dream-eating flower clan that specializes in illusion making. He shouldn't be able to pass that fast. But before the words were finished, Jiang Xia's ranking soared up again. Over here, Jiang Xia was extremely keen in noticing the mental interference while facing the dream-eating flower. So he decisively activated his golden pupil. The moment the golden pupil appeared, the dream-eating flower fruit immediately appeared to stiffen for a moment. Jiang Xia then directly used the divine power. The sword sounded a chop. Kill a turn 1 mid-ranked Dream Eater flower. Bone power plus 1000. Successful challenge. 100 bonus points. Given that the challenge participants are climbing too fast, please ask if you would like to switch the challenge mode. The next Wasteland Tower will have attribute bonuses for some of the living skeletons, and the difficulty is divided into 3 levels, difficult/extreme/nightmare. The rewards will be doubled when settling the rewards after exiting the Desolate Tower with different challenge difficulties. Direct challenge on Nightmare difficulty. Jiang Xia did not hesitate. After killing so many living skeletons, not only had the bone power in his body increased a lot, even the 9-tailed bone was able to slightly catalyze 3 times due to absorbing a large amount of essence spirit. 51st floor of the Tower of Desolation. Challenge object. Kill 10 turn 1 middle-ranked water melting deer. The Arakan Tower will strengthen its water attribute attack damage. Soon 10 water melting deer of the first turn middle stage appeared in front of Jiang Xia. They immediately coalesced amazingly destructive water arrows towards Jiang Xia. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid that they would be seriously injured if they were hit directly. But unfortunately they were facing Jiang Xia. Purple lightning pulsed at his fingertips as Jiang Xia held his longsword in his hand and made a direct sword chop. Still seconds, and it was 10 kills at once, because water conducts electricity, not to mention purple thunder. More and more people had gathered outside the Desolate Tower without realizing it, all staring incredulously at the terrifying climbing list. 60 floors, 70 floors. It's a lie. It's directly brushed to the 100th floor. Could the freshman challenging inside be the son of some big family? Why is he so demonic? Less than 3 minutes. Less than 3 minutes. Even the group challenge of the Desolate Tower didn't have such a fast speed. How on earth did he do it? Just what kind of monster has come to our Supreme Academy? 100th floor of the Tower of Desolation. Challenge objective, special skeleton. Immortal skeleton, please kill it in 1 minute. When Jiang Xia arrived at the 100th floor, it was obvious that the environment had changed. The original first few floors of the Desolate Tower's space were at most 100 square feet in size, and the space that Jiang Xia was in at the moment was actually a large land of buried bones. Suddenly, a white, bony hand poked out from the ground and directly grabbed Jiang Xia's ankle, and then more and more skeletons crawled out of the ground. The sword sounded a chop. Purple thunder. Boom boom boom. But all the skeletons that came close to Jiang Xia were all crushed in one blow. Looking at the intensity, it should be a peak first turn existence. And all of them. But soon Jiang Xia realized that everything was not so simple. These skeletons that had just been killed actually all came back to life again. Even when they turn into pieces, they still don't die. No. Mechanisms? For a while, Jiang Xia could only keep chopping away. The damage range of the sword sounding slash is not enough, then utilize the blood sword burst. Hundreds of skeletons died, but it was useless. Still resurrected. And at this time, Jiang Xia's golden pupil suddenly changed. Under continued prodding, Jiang Xia realized that it was actually able to hint at the weaknesses of these living skeletons. Is it actually necessary to behead them all at the same time in order to die completely? Knowing the solution, Jiang Xia is naturally not afraid. The 9-tailed bones catalyzed, and 3 fiery red tails appeared. The 100th floor should be an undead skeleton. A student who had challenged it outside the Desolate Tower said. At that time, I teamed up with 2 of my classmates from the Healing Way and the Power Way before we managed to wear it down. Although it is immortal, its defense is indeed very high, and it is bound to be impossible to kill it without a cultivation of the first turn high level. He looked at Jiang Xia's gradually stagnant ranking and suddenly said, I guess this schoolmate must have found it difficult to kill it. And the battle entered a white heat. Maybe his ascent to the tower is going to stop today. This cadet shook his head, but it's dazzling enough. Even if he fails the challenge, there are bound to be many people who want to team up with him after he exits the Desolate Tower. The people around them nodded, and the thought did cross their minds. It's too terrifying. Directly soloing the 100th floor of the Desolate Tower, or a freshman. This could only mean that his battle power as well as his talent was surprisingly high. 9 turns. Let's settle this once and for all. The sword in Jiang Xia's hand shook as the silent ferocity began to erupt. Kang Xia naturally started stacking buffs. First, he used Blood Explosion to boost his battle power. Then he activated the Purple Thunder Golden Bone to attach the destructive power of Purple Thunder to the long sword. Finally the 9-tailed bone explodes. 3rd turn high-level cultivation. Boom boom boom. Thunder rolled. Purple thunder exploded and abused, and golden sword light enveloped the entire field. All the undead skeletons were all emptied in this instant. Successful challenge. 1000 bonus points. Kill 100 undead skeletons. Bone strength plus 100. 000. I'm going to break through again. Jiang Xia realized that he was going to break through after he had killed all the skeletons. He twisted his sore arm and decided to exit the Desolate Tower. After that, we'll come back tomorrow for the 900th floor. the teleportation array once again flickered with golden light, and Jiang Xia's figure reappeared. Many gazes gathered up, followed by the sound of sucking in a mouthful of cool air. He actually challenged his way to the 100th floor without any injuries. The heads of the participants here went blank, thinking they were dreaming. Awesome! How did you do it, schoolboy? Many of the schoolmates screamed, instantly sizing up Jiang Xia with fire. This can't be considered potential anymore. It's already glowing. Jiang Xia didn't expect that he had only challenged a desolate tower, but there were actually so many people watching. He walked over to the front desk senior and said, "Where are the settlement rewards?" The senior sister excitedly pulled Jiang Xia to a special instrument and told Jiang Xia to put her hand inside. Then you hear the machine broadcasting the report. Challenger Jiang Xia, one-time clearance of the 100th floor of the desolate tower, rewarded with 5,000 points. Challenging the 100th floor of the desolate tower breaks the previous record. Extra reward of Bone Refining Golden Spring, *10. Kill Nightmare Difficulty Undead Skeleton. Special reward, White Bone Armor. In view of the special mechanism of Nightmare Mode, all rewards are doubled. Please confirm your acceptance. Accepted, Ginger Summer said softly, and all the trainees in the desolate tower all fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 26, Stuff 2 red envelopes first. Everyone's head went blank again. It was all assumed to be a problem with the broadcasting machine. After all, what did they hear? Nightmare level. Nima is actually still on nightmare difficulty for such a fast ascent of the tower. Is this still a human being? A monster? Even the second-year trainees who had seen many demons couldn't help but change their faces. It's not just a broken record anymore. This represented Jiang Xia's unlimited potential as well as terrifying battle power in the future. So many things. Jiang Xia was also a bit surprised, but how will he take it? The front desk senior sister suddenly said, "Senior Jiang, why don't senior sister give you this storage bracelet?" She could see Jiang Xia's difficulty and took the initiative to propose. Jiang Xia naturally didn't refuse, but still said, "There's no need to send it. I'll pay you directly for the points." Both. The schoolteacher didn't squirm. Storage bracelets could be bought anywhere, and Jiang Xia had just gained 10,000 points directly. A proper billionaire. Rejecting Jiang Xia instead seemed a bit deliberate. So Jiang Xia directly collected all the rewards into his storage bracelet. As for the previously rewarded points directly hit his academy token. Jiang Xia's schoolhouse token and the schoolmates lightly touched, and the schoolmate was immediately surprised. "Schoolmate, did you give it to the wrong person? How is it 100 points? Didn't give it to the wrong person. Just thought you had a nice attitude." Without much explanation, Jiang Xia directly left the desolate tower, leaving the trainees in place with envious faces looking at the front desk sisters. 100 points. That's $1 million. Is this the capriciousness of the landlord? And for Jiang Xia, 100 or 1,000 points made no difference. It wasn't his own anyway, it was given by the academy. Poor points will come naturally when you brush up on the deserted tower. After returning to the 9th hospital, Jiang Xia directly found Wen Jiujiao. "I'm about to break through. Help me out." Wen Jiujiao was lying on the soft big bed and huffing and puffing, frowning and complaining after being disturbed by Jiang Xia. "It's still daytime, young apprentice. What are you in such a hurry for? Let the master rest first. We'll talk about it at night." After saying that, she was again confused to fall asleep. Jiang Xia froze. This master is really unreliable. What are you waiting for? I can barely keep it down. Jiang Xia had no choice but to force Wen Jiujiao up. Wen Jiujiao was full of reluctance and shoved. "What are you doing? I'm your master." Her snow-white arm protects her chest. A blush flies up on her cheeks, and she softly says, "Little apprentice brother, we have only met on the first day. The feelings are not enough." Jiang Xia's temples jutted straight up and she gritted her teeth. "I'm asking you to help me skin my skin. What are you thinking? You're the only one in the 9th house, so who do I call if not you? Original." Original? Wen Jiuqi's eyes suddenly cleared, and the blush on her face dissipated. "Well, that doesn't work now." She sat up, her shirt then loosely slipped off her shoulders. Her snow-white neck was crystal clear, and her delicate collarbone was even more beautiful. Breaking through the peeling stage needs to be combined with a large number of heavenly materials and treasures in order to be able to do so. In this case, I'll give you a list of medicinal herbs for you to go to the 3rd courtyard and buy yourself. Wen Jiujiao quickly gave Jiang Xia a list. "Is there money?" Jiang Xia walked with no hesitation and raised the list in her hand. "Don't ask such obvious questions." Wen Jiujiao bit her lip and said to Jiang Xia's back, "Play what handsome well. Just now all scratched me pain." Taking the list of medicinal herbs in his hands, Jiang Xia quickly walked to the 3rd courtyard. At the same time, speechless, covering such a wide area of the academy did not know to get a transportation. Today is the first day of school, and I don't know if River will fit in. Jiang Xia suddenly remembered that Miao Miao Bai grew up as a day student. Residency, this would be a first. I think, combine that with not talking much and being cold and quiet, and people probably thought she wasn't easy to get along with. Well, stop by and see her later, Ginger Summer decided. Subsequently, he casually asked a few people once he reached the third courtyard, and came to the place where the third courtyard sold the largest amount of heavenly materials and treasures. Gueba Pavilion. May I ask if you are a student here to buy herbs? A pretty young lady soon greeted her. There was no sign of belittling Zhang Xia. After all, those who could be in the Supreme Academy were all geniuses, and perhaps all had families behind them, so why make more trouble? Help me find the stuff on this and then I want to buy it all. Zhang Xia handed the list of medicinal herbs written by Wen Jiujiao to the young lady. Are you sure you want to buy all these herbs? She whispered. Schoolboy, these things are very expensive. I'm afraid it's thousands of points. Do you want to buy them in batches? No, I just earned some points. Zhang Xia waved his hand and said confidently. Alright then, only this is too big a turnover. I still need to go and ask for permission from Senior Chen. Can you follow me? Zhang Xia was then guided by the young lady to a separate room with just a few chairs and a wooden table. At the moment a slightly scruffy man was sleeping in a reclining position with his legs crossed on a wooden table and a thick book over his face. Young Master of the Healing Treasure Pavilion plus Master of the Medicine Gang plus Healing Tao Genius. Chen Yu is also. Has he always been this self-absorbed? It took a good deal of effort for Ginger Summer to read the introductions on the doorway. Shoo, you lower your voice? Know it well, don't say it out, the young sister hurriedly said. But Chen Yu still heard it, full of lamentations. The world has misunderstood me so much that I am no longer able to defend myself. He sat up suddenly, glaring with bloodshot eyes. Say, what for? Senior Chen, he's going to buy these things. Look at them. You want to trouble me with this little thing? Chen Yu's voice was hoarse. Forget it. Who let me be the young master of the Healing Treasure Pavilion plus Medicine Gang Master plus add a friend? Chen Yu said with wide eyes. He directly got up and grabbed Zhang Xia's hand. Being able to come and buy these things shows that the brother is well capitalized. Chen Yu, want to make a friend with you. You might as well pack these up for me first. Ginger Summer blushed oddly. Seeing money in the eye of the beholder? Chen Yu, may I ask if you are staging or? Ding, healing payments received 5,000 points. Ginger Summer swiped the token without batting an eye. This operation directly shocked the young lady on the side, and Chen Yu was also dumbfounded. God, how high you are. Quickly, Supreme VIP customer, why don't you go grab some medicine? Chen Yu said excitedly. He placed his right hand on Zhang Xia's shoulder, his expression marveling. Brothers aren't simple. 5,000 points in one shot. What's the gateway? Tell a buddy about it. Zhang Xia looked at Chen Yu's face as if he was vainly seeking advice and returned. Brush the desolate tower more often and you'll have it. How many times has a brother swiped? Once. Chen Yu stuffed 2 more red envelopes. Our brothers still see outside. Honestly, why would I lie to you? Zhang Xia was speechless. No one believed him when he told the truth. It's only nightmare level difficulty. Chen Yu. Chapter 27, Calling the Family to Collect the Body. When Zhang Xia left the Healing Treasure Pavilion again, the entire Healing Treasure Pavilion was in awe. Soloing 100 floors of the Desolate Tower, or nightmare level difficulty? Such a monster in the freshman class. Horror. This is my business card. Please accept it. Brother Jiang. Chen Yu smiled and handed up a gold-plated business card. In the future, if Brother Jiang has difficulties, just report my name. If it were any other academy I wouldn't dare to speak so loudly, but in the 3 academies, my words still carry some weight. Zhang Xia nodded and accepted the business card. After all, his sister was still in the 3rd hospital, and in the future, there might be places where he really needed to trouble Chen Yu. Right, you. Do you know where the freshman girls' dorms are heading? Ginger Summer asked. Chen Yu was kind enough to point out the direction and took out a map to mark it well. Zhang Xia then planned to check on Miu Bai. On the way, I happened to see a student selling milk tea and thought about buying 4 cups. About felt like something was still wrong. So I walked a few more steps and bought a couple more big bags of snacks. These things girls like, right? Zhang Xia directly put them into the storage bracelet. In the women's dormitory 103, only 2 people stay in the dormitory today. An upper middle range looking woman, barely pretty with makeup, and just slightly passable in terms of temperament that seemed to have been raised to be so, though she also looked like she was on a high horse. The other girl was average looking, with a face that was even a little obese, and spoke with a sense of fat weighing down her organs. She held her lipstick in her hand and sketched it in the mirror, and suddenly scoffed. Ruoxue, you say those 2 guys are really stupid. Can't you see that we both deliberately made her? Tell them to do whatever they want. They look so pretty and still have no brains, huh? The girl called Ruoxue sniffed and rolled her eyes in mockery. They're all dirtbags who haven't seen the world and haven't been in contact with people of our status. So don't we take our words as the golden rule? What's the point of looking so good? Let's see if I don't slowly screw her over. Saying that, Wang Ruoxue's mind showed by Miao Miao's heaven-defying face value, and her eyes revealed deep jealousy. But we won't get retaliated against afterward for doing this to both of them. The obese girl suddenly paused and turned back to worry. Shui Wei, that dirtbag can be left alone. But that brother called by Miao Miao is the #1 freshman of this term. You saw him hurting people then, like a madman, slashing at anyone he sees. Wang Ruoshua was unconcerned and said, so what? Even if he's strong, he's just a freshman. My brother is a second-year cadet. Isn't he stronger than him? He's going to have to hold his anger in even more, or I'll have my brother give him a piece of his mind. Ruoshua, you're amazing. The obese girl has since been reassured and fixed to blow her horse's ass. Speaking of which, the two of us were able to successfully enter the Supreme Academy this time thanks to your family. With your background so hard, he shouldn't dare to make a move. Miao Miao, your hand is red. It's better to let me carry it. Shui Wei looked at Bai Miao Miao's arm in surprise and astonishment. No need. Bai Miao Miao's clear eyes blinked, and she didn't seem to take it to heart. I didn't expect that you would be targeted even if you were so beautiful. Shui Wei had a bad taste in her heart. She had light freckles on her face, and wore a large black-rimmed glasses with thick black hair covering part of her face so that she didn't have to care about what people were looking at. However, such a common and old-fashioned dress is naturally easy to be mocked and pointed out by other girls. And even worse, it will be made to look like a girl like Wang Ruoshua. If you don't listen, then don't hang out in girl circles. Are they targeting me? Miao Miao Bai suddenly said, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. You don't know yourself? The internet says that helping each other is what classmates should do. Bai Miao Miao took out her cell phone and opened the browser to show Shui Wei the search record on it. But they're purely lazy. Shui Wei suddenly looked at Bai Miao Miao with a strange expression on her face, suddenly feeling that this girl who didn't talk much, had a somewhat cool temperament, and looked like a fairy wasn't as bad to get along with as she had imagined. Seems a little silly? Why don't you tell that boy about this? Shui Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. He'll definitely stand up for you when he hears about it. But Bai Miao Miao shook her head. Jiang Xia is very busy. He's been practicing. I can't disturb him. And, Miao Miao Bai raised her clear eyes after pondering for a long time and said, it's nothing. Shui Wei wanted to say something, saying that you should not be bullied if you were so beautiful. So much for her. But Miao Miao Bai was the one who had not been condescending in her tone for so long, who had not spoken in a commanding manner, and who had even been somewhat gentle in talking to her for so long. Shui Wei felt that she couldn't let Bai Miao Miao be bullied afterward. Let's go. Let's go to the 9th hospital and look for your what's-her-name Jiang Xia. Shui Wei had just made up her mind when a voice suddenly sounded behind her, causing her to resist a shudder of fear. Looking for me for what? Jiang Xia approached and found that it was really Miao Miao Bai, and there was a girl beside her, who should be her roommate. Jiang Xia. A leaping look immediately appeared in Bai Miao Miao's eyes. Very happy. What did you just say you were looking for me for? Jiang Xia frowned and looked at Bai Miao Miao's hand. Several large bags of things. Laundry detergent, dishwashing liquid, mops, brooms, snacks, iron pots, toilet seat plugs. What are you doing with so many things by yourself? Jiang Xia's eyes glazed over, realizing something was wrong. He directly let Bai Miao Miao put down those things, looked at the strangled, reddened and even somewhat swollen arm, and clenched his fists. Who let you take so much by yourself? It's all just classmates helping each other. Jiang Xia. Bai Miao Miao said it was no big deal. Don't be angry, okay? It's River's roommate, Wang Ruoshua and Fu Lanya, the two of them deliberately targeting River, and that she'll have to do all the future dormitory cleaning, scrubbing the toilet, and taking out the garbage, or else she'll get cold feet. Shui Wei suddenly gathered her courage and said, click. Jiang Xia's teeth were almost clenched, and his eyes suddenly became very terrifying, filled with endless killing intent. Jenga, what's the dormitory number? Shui Wei, you can't get in. Jiang Xia's voice was low, suppressing his anger. I said, what's the dormitory number? 103. Shui Wei was directly shocked, and then there were 2 more cups of milk tea in her hands. Take care of her for me. After saying that, Jiang Xia directly disappeared in place and ran wildly towards the dormitory 103. Crackle. Purple lightning split the ground. Jiang Xia's face was a little crazy, his long sword in his hand. Yeah, that's great. On the first day of school someone actually bullied his Jiang Xia's sister. Call the family to collect the corpse. Jiang Xia's face was expressionless, with only killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 28. I'm a little upset if I don't kill them. What's up with that guy? Crazy to be setting off lightning bolts all over the 3rd courtyard. Looking at that look, those who don't know would think they're going to kill someone. The purple thunder gold electricity bone in Jiang Xia's body had already built up its strength to a state where it was triggered by a single strike, and the surface of his body's skin had thunder lines spreading all over it, and his eyes were also interspersed with lightning. The foolish loyalty's sword chime resounded, and for a time, the places Jiang Xia passed through were in chaos. All the houses were bombarded with flickering arcs of electricity and sword energy. Quick, Go inform Dean Xiao. Immediately, some people realized that something big was about to happen, and that if it wasn't stopped, it would inevitably have extremely bad repercussions. The cultivation level that Jiang Xia had erupted from was no less than the peak of the second turn at this moment. With his entire body's blood and qi boiling, Jiang Xia had to get to dormitory 103 as fast as he could. Otherwise, he was afraid that he couldn't slaughter those two people. Stop. This schoolboy, please stop at once, or we're going to have to impose coercive measures on you. In all directions, there were seniors and sisters from the three academies who came to stop Jiang Xia, but what was the use? After all, what was practiced was the healing path, and most of them didn't have much combat power. Thunder resounded around Jiang Xia, purple dragons chanted, and dozens of dragon snake-like thunderbolts traveled between the various seniors and sisters. After a split second, they all fell to the ground with a thud, but Jiang Xia didn't kill them. He wasn't really crazy after all. When he was about to reach the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Jiang Xia directly drew his sword and chopped. Boom! A brilliant thunderbolt of sword light directly split the dormitory building with appalling sword marks. Who dares to cause trouble in the Supreme Academy? Soon there was a middle-aged woman in the girls' dormitory who was furious. Lan Jia was the hostess here, and after seeing Jiang Xia act in such a manner, she angrily said, "Why did you strike out and attack this place?" Ha, that's something to ask those two. Jiang Xia laughed sarcastically, and his figure disappeared abruptly. He reappeared. The man had reached the 103 window directly in front of him. Through the window glass, he saw the two guys who had been stunned by the commotion earlier. Sword sounding a chop. Boom! Purple thunderbolt. This strike Jiang Xia erupted with a powerful force no less than the second turn middle stage. Stop! No fooling around here. Lan Jia urged the skeleton in her body, trying to hold Jiang Xia back, but Jiang Xia merely looked at it faintly, and the nine-tailed bone was fully activated. Subsequently, the cultivation of the body was no longer concealed, and had actually reached the peak of the fourth turn, and 6 tails appeared behind it. Stop me? Jiang Xia urged Yugo Nishan to slash at him with a sword. Lan Jia was stunned by the steep reveal of Jiang Xia's strength, and when she met that cold gaze, she felt that her life was hanging by a thread. Although she was also at the fourth turn cultivation level, she was simply unable to defeat Jiang Xia. He was directly blown away by a sword and fell to the ground after spitting out a mouthful of blood. What the hell is this guy's origin? All of the surrounding trainees from the three academies were dumbfounded, killing Blue Jade in a second with a sword. This strength was at least at the peak of the fourth turn, but someone recognized Jiang Xia's appearance and exclaimed, "Isn't he the #1 freshman this year?" "You're kidding. You tell me I'm a freshman with that kind of strength? I'd believe you if you said he was a graduating senior. What kind of anticlimactic thing messed with him? Don't want to die." And just then, Shui Wei pulled Bai Miao Miao's hand to the vicinity of the dormitory building. She stared at the scene in disbelief, her mind going blank. Things are big, really big. Shui Wei had intended for Jiang Xia to help Bai Miao Miao out so that she wouldn't be bullied in the future. But Ginger Summer seems to be a bit stressed out. It's really about killing. You, what are you doing? This is in the academy. Are you going to kill me? Wang Ruoxue reacted, then trembled at the sight of Jiang Xia's icy eyes. The whole thing was like falling into an ice cellar. The obese girl even erupted directly into a shrill scream, her voice piercing through the walls. She looked at the scene with a terrified face and said, "Ruoxue, he's that Bai Miao Miao's brother. What to do? It looks like he's going to kill us. I thought you said your brother was in second grade. Get him over here." Wang Ruoxue then reacted and immediately pulled out her cell phone to make a call while her face turned pale. "Dare to kill someone in the Supreme Academy? Have you considered the consequences? You'll be expelled from the academy." Jiang Xia narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. "I can naturally afford the consequences, but you guys are a different story." After saying that, Jiang Xia sensed a powerful cultivation fluctuation not far away. He looked coldly at the two in the room and grabbed them both right out. "You can't kill me. My family is the Wang family that has the bone immortal in storage. You'll regret it." Wang Ruoxue really didn't understand the situation and now she dared to threaten. Jiang Xia naturally turned a deaf ear and directly erupted into a powerful chop in front of everyone. Ah! Both of them let out painful screams at the same time, and the visual impact of this scene caused all of the onlookers to turn pale. How could Wang Ruoxue and the obese girl not expect that they had just simply targeted by Miao Miao, and that retribution had actually come so quickly? "Ginger Summer, what are you doing? You will also be severely punished for killing someone in the Supreme Academy." The pupils of Chiu Rui who was far away saw this scene and shrunk violently as she exclaimed, "I'm well aware in killing too," Jiang Xia indifferently said, but he wasn't satisfied yet, and today he was going to make an example of him. In front of everyone, Jiang Xia stretched out his right hand. His index finger had purple arcs of electricity flashing. Immediately, thunderclouds gathered above the firmament and the clouds rolled in. The purple heavenly thunder fell directly. Boom! Wang Ruoshua and the obese girl were directly turned into coke. Lifespan is all but gone. At this moment, everyone's heads were all blank. The shock in his heart could no longer be described in words. Under the eyes of a seventh-turned powerhouse, he still dared to kill. They suddenly looked at Jiang Xia's figure with some fear, but they saw him faintly say, "I'm a little upset if I don't kill them." Wow! All the people present froze. Just because you were upset, you just killed them both? Xiao Ruwei, as the face of the moment became extremely poor. The heart for the previous Jiang Xia's good feelings fell to the bottom. Whether one had high talent or a firm mind, how about obtaining the inheritance of supreme thunder? Jiang Xia had turned into a devil who didn't know right from wrong and only knew how to kill indiscriminately in her eyes at the moment. What's the point of keeping such a nine-turn talent? So she frowned, angrily. The strongest of the Supreme Academy is supreme. If you can kill them today, I can naturally kill you as well. Saying that, Xiao Ruwei condensed a terrifying attack to directly kill Jiang Xia, but Jiang Xia wasn't scared in the slightest, and a smile teased the corners of his mouth. Yesterday Fang promised me to take care of my sisters. You can't control them, of course I have to control them for you. Kill me? You seem a little unworthy. After saying that, Jiang Xia directly raised Lai Tianming's token, and a sword aura that broke everything descended steeply. Chapter 29, Blatant Harboring. The extremely powerful sword chi descended from the sky. Even the clouds were chopped apart, wrapped in majestic sword intent and chopped towards Xiao Ruwei. These changes came one after the other, and really overwhelmed everyone in the three courtyards. Killing two people is also even so, but I did not expect Jiang Xia. Even Xiao Ruwei does not bring false. Lai Tianming, do you even want to take a shot at me? I'm your senior sister, Xiao Ruwei said angrily, dispelling the overpowering sword chi, while Lai Tianming in front of Jiang Xia was full of helplessness as he crossed his sword in front of him. Senior sister, why are you still striking out at a junior? As his protector, I naturally won't allow this to happen. Although the tone of voice was not clipped, Li Tianming's attitude and position was also very firm. You know what he did? And you're harboring him like this. Xiao Ruwei was dying of anger. Although they were both at the seventh turn, she knew very well that she couldn't beat Lai Tianming at all. What can be done? It can't be killing people. Ha ha. Lai Tianming wanted to ease the atmosphere and said casually, but soon the smile on his face suddenly paused. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Turning his head to Jiang Xia, he said seriously, "You killed someone?" Two. Jiang Xia did not explain too much. His eyes wrinkled as he looked towards the two corpses that had been turned into charcoal. Feeling something strange, it was as if the purple thunder had encountered a strong obstacle when it bombarded both of them. If not for the fact that he had activated the nine-tailed bone and his strength had risen greatly, one sword in purple thunder alone didn't seem to be able to kill them. Could it be that there is some kind of defense-type item on it? Just as Jiang Xia was pondering, Lai Tianming's face instantly changed, and for a moment, he began to hesitate. The Supreme Academy's strength is paramount, but the bottom line is that you can't kill people at will. But it's clear that today's Kong Xia breaks that bottom line. Lai Tianming had some difficulties. Although he was Jiang Xia's protector, he was also a member of the academy. Exactly what to do with Ginger Summer is a dilemma. Lai Tianming, you must not be unable to distinguish between right and wrong. So what if this kid is a 9 Revolutions heavenly talent? Being so lawless, is it possible that our Supreme Academy is going to end up cultivating a devil? Autumn Ruwei drank. The students under the field also echoed. Right, just a few days after enrollment and you dare to kill wantonly. Is there any king's law left? No one can arbitrarily take away another person's life. Should we let these two girls die in vain? Elder Lai, although you are his protector, you can't show favoritism. There were more and more people hostile to Jiang Xia among the crowd, and there were even quite a few people who broke into curses. 9 turns of heavenly aptitude is terrific. 9 turns of heavenly aptitude and you can kill people at will? My Grand Xia doesn't need such a genius. The walls fell down and Jiang Xia seemed to have become a target all of a sudden. At this time, Miao Miao Bai exclaimed, "It's not like that. Kanhai is going to kill them because they all deserve to die." Bai Miao Miao was visibly angry as she shouted at the people around her. It doesn't matter what classmates help each other, or what friends, she would always side with Jiang Xia whoever she wanted to kill. Shui Wei froze, not expecting such words to come out of Bai Miao Miao's mouth. The previously goofy image shattered again. She suddenly realized that there was a common similarity in both Miao Miao Bai and Jiang Xia. That is, no matter what, the other person is faultless in his eyes. Shui Wei feels a little morbid, but at the same time a little envious. You're his sister, of course you say that, but either way your brother killed someone, and there's a price to pay for killing. The surrounding people turned their spearheads toward Miao Miao Bai. Bai Miao Miao's clear eyes suddenly grew colder and colder. Her long white hair fluttered slightly, and ice crystals suddenly condensed around her. I can prove that it was Wang Ruoshui and Fu Lanya who targeted bully Miao Miao beforehand. Ginger Summer is only there to give her a head start. Shui Wei sensed the change in by Miao Miao and didn't want things to expand again. So that's the reason for killing them? Can't you just put up with being bullied? A few students were clearly on top of their game, standing on the moral high ground in anger. Zhang Xia instantly became angry again. Directly an instantaneous transfer to them, a sword blasted away. Coldly, he said, "What? Isn't that reason enough? Whoever dares to bully my sister, even if he moves a single hair, I will kill him." Zhang Xia suddenly wanted to laugh. And hold back? I'll put up with your mom. Stop. Lai Tianming was bitter in his heart. He had known that Zhang Xia was easily provoked. The odds were that those students would be seriously injured now as well. Lawless, and truly lawless. Autumn Rui was furious. It was at her college. Repeatedly, students have been seriously injured or even killed. Still under her nose. If she didn't make Zhang Xia pay today, her last name wouldn't be Autumn. But just as Chiu Rui was about to strike, the crowd suddenly smelled a strange and exotic fragrance. The scent is simply mesmerizing and lingering. Everyone looked towards the east to find a barefoot woman stepping into the air. A graceful movement to show the style, so that many students of a time obsessed. Senior Sister 1? Chiu Rui didn't expect Wen Jiujiao, who usually couldn't even see one side, to show up at this time. Is it for Kanha? Senior Sister 1, since you're here you still don't personally educate your students from the 9th Academy. It's impossible to get by without giving some kind of a statement when you've caused such a big trouble. Chiu Rui originally thought that Wen Jiujiao was here to solve this matter, but she did not expect that Wen Jiujiao was similarly here to stand up for Zhang Xia. She laughed suspiciously. This little apprentice of mine has only killed 2 people. What is wrong with that? Instead, her face suddenly turned serious and her tone was morose. On the contrary, it's Senior Sister Autumn's students in your institution who actually bully their classmates without much discipline. Killed. Deserved it too. I still have to get justice for this little apprentice of mine. Why don't they both just stand there and accept death? Getting into so much trouble at the end of the day. When Jiujiao's words made everyone present freeze, including Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia then realized what her sister-in-law had meant earlier when she said that she didn't have to suffer from those inexplicable birds. But the incident itself actually did go a little too far on its own. He himself had long been mentally prepared to be punished. But when Jiujiao this direct blatant harboring holy, does my master talk so tough in this academy? Zhang Xia was greatly shocked. Senior Sister 1, do you think this is something that can come out of the mouth of the head of a courtyard? Chiu Rui dropped her eyes and looked at Wen Jiujiao incredulously. Good. 2 7th-turn bone masters are harboring him aren't they? Chiu Rui smiled bitterly. I, a healing Dao bone master, naturally cannot fight with you two, so I can only let the vice dean comment on it. Chapter 30, Copying the Family. Looking for a comment from the vice president? Wen Jiujiao came directly to Zhang Xia's side and laughed. That's right, it's time to properly assess the reasoning, and then finally give this little disciple of mine an apology. Chiu Rui looked at this attitude of Wen Jiujiao. Although she was very angry, she could do nothing about it. She clearly knew that Wen Jiujiao was not targeting her, but was doing this to almost everyone. There was naturally good conversation and laughter between the few deans. They had nothing to do on weekdays, but the only thing that was an accident was Wen Jiujiao, and since that incident 5 years ago, Wen Jiuqi's attitude toward them has undergone a great transformation, although still senior brother and sister called, but has only been reduced to address, and not too much emotion. If it touches something she is interested in, past love was broken 5 years ago, she will not hesitate to strike. The seeming peace and quiet over the years was merely a matter of the crowd deliberately avoiding those weak points to make the stage look good. But today, Chiu Rui obviously realized that she touched what Wen Jiujiao intended in her heart. We are still guilty about you Zizakura, but this is not something you harbor. Shut up. When Jiujiao's eyes suddenly became extremely cold, killing intent suddenly filled the air, and 9 phantom dreamlike fiery red tails also appeared behind her. Her face was icy cold as she said in a cold voice, mention that matter again. Senior sister, don't blame Senior Sister 1 for not remembering the many years of friendship. The words Chiu Rui was about to say suddenly stuck in her throat. Her body suddenly felt a chill, and she finally shut up. Now it seems that the life of Zhang Xia, Wen Jiujiao, is guaranteed. You Zizakura. Zhang Xia glanced at Wen Jiujiao's back suspiciously, feeling that there was a story here. I don't know what happened 5 years ago, but just mentioning it actually made Wen Jiujiao turn into this appearance. What are you all doing being so saber-rattling as deans? Zhang Jiuyi, who had received the transmission from Chiu Rui, came directly above the heads of several people at this time. His right hand just flipped slightly, and for a moment everyone's aura was suppressed, including Lai Tianming and the others. Tell me what's going on, Zhang Jiuyi said in a loud voice. Chiu Rui bent down respectfully, then pointed at the 2 charred bodies on the ground. Zhang Xia of the 9th courtyard randomly beheaded 2 people in my 3rd courtyard today, and senior brother Li and senior sister Wen actually tried to harbor him. Zhang Jiuyi's eyes narrowed at the words. his gaze locking onto the two charcoals on the ground, turning to look at Wen Jiujiao and the two of them. Can there be such a thing? Vice Dean. It was these two who bullied their classmates first beforehand. Lai Tianming can only harden his heart and excuse Jiang Xia. After all, when Zhou Qi is watching from the side, the person was killed by this little disciple of mine. What's wrong with that? Is it hard to ask him to pay for his life with a 9 revolutions heavenly capital? Wen Jiujiao directly said. Such a statement caused a nameless fire to rise in the rest of the Supreme Academy. Does being gifted really mean you can do whatever you want? It's just bullying. No one died. These are two concepts. Well, I have understood clearly. Zhang Juiqi nodded. Xiao Rui said happily. Then what does the Vice Dean plan to do with Jiang Xia? It happened for a reason. But after all, someone died and wants an explanation. Naturally there is an explanation. Just when everyone was looking forward to the results of Zhang Jiuyi's treatment, the next thing they heard was a jaw-dropping paragraph. The result of the treatment is naturally to reward Jiang Xia students for being so resolute and decisive. There is great promise for the future. No, is this Jiang Xia's background so hard? Even the vice president was positively harboring him and even rewarding him. Everyone was incredulous, even Xiao Rui and Lai Tianming. Vice Dean, could it be that you are confused? Autumn Rui couldn't accept the result. Zhang Jiuyi at this time but landed in front of the two charcoal, slowly stretch out a finger. There are golden threads scurrying out soon wrap them. The crowd actually heard two hideous voices at this time. The backs of the two encased bodies suddenly rumbled, and a doll's face heckled to break free of its bonds, but just touching the golden threads immediately retreated back by burning, hidden quite deep. If not, the host is dead or I cannot find. Zhang Jiuyi then maneuvered the silk threads directly into the body, accompanied by boiling, wailing, painful sounds, and a baby's cry. Two blood-red skeletons were displayed in front of the crowd. Autumn Rui's pupils shrunk violently, and she uttered a surprised voice. Fixed spirit rising senior bone. The surrounding students didn't understand what it meant, but they saw Lai Tianming frowning seriously. This bone often needs to be sacrificed to a large number of newborn living beings and then combined with the carving and refining of the 9 turns reincarnation nail. The function is to enhance the innate bone refining talent, and it is an evil means of bone refining that is expressly prohibited in all countries. Its origin is the Western suffering spirit cult, but this evil sect as well as the refining method of the spirit determining ascension bone should have been extinct 20 years ago. Why would it reappear nowadays? Everyone realized how serious things were. The suffering spirit cult believes in utilizing suffering as the main material for bone refining, thus creating all kinds of disasters to refine powerful skeletons. The resulting fatalities, whether direct or indirect, have led to the deaths of at least tens of millions of people. It is the target of an all-out fight worldwide, and now that the fixed spirit ascension bone was present, although it was impossible to determine whether the bitter pain spirit sect was making a comeback, it could not be sloppy at all. What are each of the two of them? Zhang Jiuyi asked towards Qiu Rui. One is called Wang Ruoxue and the other is called Fu Lanya. Wang Ruoxue is from the Danzhou Wang family, and Fu Lanya is just an ordinary family. Lai Tianming. You now immediately drop what you're doing to report this matter to the Grand Xia Mansion. When you get the Jade Order of the House Master, you can go to Danzhou to investigate this matter. If necessary, if the Wang family is found to have colluded with the suffering spirit cult, if they can't be captured alive, the whole family will be beheaded. Zhang Ji-1 commanded. Lai Tianming immediately crossed the void upon hearing this and headed to the center of Great Xia's decision-making, the Great Xia Mansion. A haze rose in the hearts of all the people. I didn't expect to actually involve the suffering spirit sect out. No wonder Zhang Jiuyi didn't punish Jiang Xia but also rewarded him. It does seem to have killed too. For a while the crowd was very embarrassed. Only Kong Ha, he thought to himself, that's okay? By the way, didn't Wang Ruoxue say that he has an older brother who is also an academy student? Wouldn't finding him out now tell us more? Jiang Xia reminded. Qiu Rui immediately asked Zhang Jiuyi, and then went forward to search. It was then that the coldness in by Miao Miao's eyes dissipated and she stepped forward to Jiang Xia's side. I'll go then. Jiang Xia felt that there was nothing more for him to do. Then it was time to leave. But Zhang Ji-1 called out to him. Later, you will go with Lai Tianming to Danzhou to copy the family. Chapter 31, Breaking Through Realm. Hoarding Essence Spirits. Let me go to Danzhou to copy the family? Jiang Xia thought Zhang Jiuyi was joking, but after seeing his serious expression on his face he quickly realized that he had to go. I'm only at the first turn of cultivation. What use will I be when I go? Jiang Xia looked at Zhang Jiuyi. Such an important thing to let me involved in it, you feel comfortable. Zhang Jiuyi, on the other hand, faintly said, first turn cultivation? Your kid refined the 9-tailed bone real battle power, think I don't know? He pointed at the two charred bodies on the ground. Besides, you killed someone in the academy after all, so it won't be convincing if you don't get a little punishment. If you go to Danzhou this time and are able to obtain some important clues about the suffering spirit cult, it would be considered to have made up for it. Ginger Summer, what about the reward? Going on a copycat is your reward, Zhang Joey said, a hint of golden light in his eyes as he surveyed Jiang Xia's torso. The corners of his own mouth couldn't help but twitch. Supreme Bone, Purple Thunder Gold Electricity Bone, Nine-Tail Bone, Five-Turn Sword Bone, Golden Pupil. This didn't even include the supreme intent within his body, and the supreme blood that had already begun to evolve. This whole thing Bone Fairy can't even get it together. What else do you reward yourself for? Don't you think that copying a family is a lousy job? How many people within the Daxia house want to go and copy a family and still can't? Zhang Jui said. Because there is an unwritten rule that the scribe can choose any 3 items during the scavenging process as payment for this operation. The Wang family is also a big family in Danzhou, and there is a bone immortal within the family. So, you should be clear about what's in here. Zhang Jui didn't continue, as he had almost made his point. Jiang Xia sniffed and didn't push back. Alright then, I'll go. But he frowned. Just can you give me half a day? I'm about to break through. Zhang Ji1 only said, be as quick as possible. Let's go master. We'll go back to make a breakthrough right away. Jiang Xia directly addressed Wen Jiujiao. At this time he glanced at Bai Miao Miao hesitantly said, you'll stay in the 9th hospital for the next few days. I'll have Hu Wei come to see you from time to time, and if you have any difficulties, give them directly to my master, and don't be subjected to any aggravation. Miao Miao Bai nodded knowingly. Shui Wei stood by the side and was planning to watch Bai Miao Miao and the others leave, but she soon heard Jiang Xia say, if you don't mind, can you come to the 9th Academy as well? Count it as doing me a favor and accompanying my sister. Shui Wei didn't hesitate and nodded her head to follow Jiang Xia and the others. Wen Jiujiao was a little surprised that after 5 years, the 9 hospitals had more people. She couldn't tell if she was happy or in a trance on her face, just that something was different. When Jiang Xia returned to the 9 courts, Wen Jiujiao immediately moved out a large iron bucket in her room. Then it dumped all the herbs that Jiang Xia had purchased in a single stream. Her fingertips gently snapped her fingers, and the bone power in the air immediately condensed. And then a demonic flame rose from Wen Jiuqi's palm, refining and cooling the bone power into water. Jiang Xia looked on, but understood that it was impossible to accomplish such an operation with his current realm. Positive fire was something that could only be born in the second turn, and there was no telling how difficult it would be to use positive fire to refine bone power into water. The first turn of Jiang Xia couldn't even condense into a nucleus alone. Undress, Wen Jiujiao directly said. Jiang Xia did not squirm, directly stripped down to his pants and sat in. That angular, muscular body made Wen Jiujiao praise it a few times. Warm cooking over high heat. Wen Jiujiao's other hand actually also appeared a kind of flame. Unlike the red of the right hand, the flame of the left hand is purple. As the 2 types of flames continued to heat up the iron barrel, the essence of the herbs in it began to be absorbed by Jiang Xia. Are you ready? I'm going to start peeling. Oh. When Jiujiao's fingers traced Jiang Xia's chest, and it was icy cold. Jiang Xia, however, didn't have the heart to care about this anymore. His entire body's bone power was boiling. His purple tendons were swift and abnormal, and his orifices were operating at full strength. Soon, the skin of Jiang Xia's torso constantly had blood filaments surfacing, and the skin began to gradually crack, and the medicinal water inside the iron bucket was dyed red. Hiss! This time when Jiuqi directly made a move. His fingers first traced over the arms, then the back of the neck, then the chest. The slender fingers were cold, like sharp scalpels, and Jiang Xia's skin was directly peeled off. After spending about 10 minutes, the bones of Jiang Xia's torso, the muscles were already visible to the naked eye. This look how many people see cannot help but wonder, people are still alive? But this was, after all, the process that a bone master's first turn of cultivation had to go through. Punching the orifices, drawing the tendons, peeling the skin, refining the bones. The difference is the constant hammering of the innately fragile body. Only after these processes would the body of the bone master become strong. That is, the number of skeletons that could be grasped would also increase. The effects of the supreme bone were being unleashed, and silver and purple supreme blood flowed all over his body. Jiang Xia's originally blood-red body surface turned silver-white, with newborn flesh and blood skin being born. Each newborn skin is tougher as well as stronger. Some people were obsessed with flaying at the first turn, and in the end, they could even reach the point where they were invulnerable to swords and spears, and invincible in the flesh below the third turn. But Jiang Xia was in a hurry and didn't continue peeling the skin. He broke through when all the skin grew back. Ginger Summer gathered her bone blade this time and slashed at her arm. This time only a faint white scratch appeared. Could it be that it is due to the supreme blood that causes my first skinning to be enough to match the multiple skinning of others? Jiang Xia couldn't help but smile. The utility of the supreme bone was exceptionally versatile. Surprise yourself at almost every stage. Master, bring me a shirt, Jiang Xia said to Wen Jiuqi. Master has just seen everything. Isn't it a bit late for you to get dressed now? Wen Jiuqi laughed. She pulled her hair over her ear close to Jiang Xia's face and softly teased, "Little apprentice brother can really surprise master." Jiang Xia froze at his words, realizing that he had been molested, and then he was not embarrassed. He smiled and stood straight up. "That's a bit of a Thai way to molest someone, master." Wen Jiujiao hurriedly covered her eyes and turned around, hastily saying, "You, what are you doing standing up all of a sudden? Men and women don't get to be men." "Okay," said Wen Jiujiao, tone suddenly sad, "finished, my eyes are not clean." Jiang Xia put on the clothes aside and did not explain. He knew that Wen Jiujiao deliberately did so. Fang's sudden rise was also a simple act of revenge. "There's not much time left. I'm going to the desert tower for a bit," Ginger Summer said. "It's almost time to go to dojo. What are you doing in the desolate tower without stabilizing your realm?" "Jiang Xia, they say that the bitter pain spirit cult is so dangerous that I mustn't kill more living skeletons to hoard my essence? When the time comes to kill a bone fairy for fun." Chapter 32, Entering the Desolate Tower Again. When Jiujiao rolled her eyes in a small way, she had reason to suspect that at the moment, Jiang Xia was drifting a bit. "Whatever, just be careful when you get to dojo. Anything that involves the suffering spirit cult must not be taken lightly. Otherwise, even with Ri there, you could die there." Ginger Summer nodded. "I know it in my heart." He then contacted Hu Wei on his cell phone after settling by Miao Miao and Shui Wei. "Just tell him to come to the 9 houses when he has time, and not to let idle people get near her easily." Hu Wei nodded his head in agreement and patted a wave of ass hard after knowing the great things Jiang Xia had done today. Although Jiang Xia wasn't a big fan, his evaluation of Hu Wei still rose a bit in his heart. At least it really comes in handy when needed. When Jiang Xia came to the desolate tower again, he could clearly feel a hint of curiosity as well as fear in everyone's gazes. After all, today was just too shocking. "I'll challenge the desolate tower once more." An invisible aura seemed to emanate from Jiang Xia's body, and the crowd kept their words at a very low level. The schoolmate at the front desk was also shocked for a moment by the aura emanating from Jiang Xia's body, but now reacted and immediately said, "It's better for schoolmates to just stand in the center of the teleportation array." Jiang Xia nodded his head and soon disappeared in front of the crowd in a flash of golden light. Phew, everyone actually couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were all sweating a bit just now. Ever since they heard about Jiang Xia's feat today, they were all afraid that the next moment they would be directly hacked to death with a sword. Holy, it's strange. I actually felt the pressure from a first-turn bone master. One male student was incredulous. Now I'm a trifle more trusting of his rumors. "Don't you call bull asterisk 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 asterisk?" At first glance his apparent cultivation level is a first turn, but just now the girls' dormitory side has directly erupted with a peak fourth turn cultivation level. Asterisk 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 s just like fun. "You know that dormitory manager Lan Jie?" She directly gave a sword to the dumb. One of the students who witnessed the whole thing said, "You guys are not aware of how decisive he is." The 2 who were killed were directly hacked to death without even 2 sentences of explanation. After that, Dean Xiu wanted to ask for punishment, but he directly brought out Elder Lai and Dean Wan. Holy, that's a hard back indeed. Both of the school's 7-turn bone masters stood up for him. Someone's eyes glazed over and they sucked in a breath of cold air. Is he not punished in any way for this? Someone who doesn't understand the full picture is exasperated. But he saw the student who was narrating it laugh and say, "What else to punish?" Vice Dean Zhang himself said he would also reward him. Asterisk 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 Is there any king's law here? The academy has fallen to such a state. What's the point of keeping such people? Ha, don't you guys know why you're rewarding him? This statement aroused everyone's curiosity and they asked, "What's the reason?" The narrating student held out one hand and made a motion of rubbing the money. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's money too. Forget it, it's just one time. It's your turn to earn it. When this classmate had earned a lot of money, he was satisfied, because both of the 2 people he killed had the fixed spirit rising resource bone of the affliction spirit cult in their bodies. "Not what you said." The people around them immediately blushed, but once again, after hearing the repeated answer, they immediately rebuked angrily. "Blanche, it turns out the real kill was 2. I don't know how much suffering I have to create to refine a piece of fixed spirit ascension capital bone. This Danjo's Wang family is really living to the end. Go still schoolhouse bullying? Good death." The trainees immediately boiled, and the original dissatisfaction in their hearts towards Jiang Xia actually all dissipated, simply because the suffering spirit cult was in everyone's mind as something that must be removed, and must be completely eradicated. Without what Jiang Xia did today, I'm afraid I don't know how much longer this matter would have to be kept under wraps. And the student with a fixed spirit rising gifted bone in his body enrolls in the Supreme Academy. And in the future, I don't know how much of a commotion it will cause when it is spread out. Luckily, I stopped in time today. At this moment, Jiang Xia once again arrived at the inner space of the desolate tower. He picks up where he left off at the original 100th floor, choosing to continue the challenge. 101st floor of the Tower of Desolation. Challenger Jiang Xia. Challenge difficulty. Automatically switching nightmare levels. Challenge object. Kill a turn 1 high level 6-eyed demon wolf. Bonus attributes. Agility. Bite. Wisdom. Dozens of 6-eyed demon wolves appeared in front of Jiang Xia in the nightmare level state. After the attribute addition of the Desolate Tower, the intelligence of the 6-eyed demon wolves was improved, and the 3 demon wolves with the most robust body types sprinted at the front, quickly running towards Jiang Xia and tearing into him. The rest of the demon wolves began to encircle Kang Xia, opening their fanged mouths wide and firing out flames with annihilation. In almost a blink of an eye, several demon wolves instantly stormed up and sprinted in front of Jiang Xia, ready to tear into him, but Kang He was simply amused. It's the first time I've seen one so eager to die. The sword sounding one chop. Buzz. Strong chopping strikes erupted out, and dozens of demonic wolves directly rolled their heads. Successful challenge will be rewarded with 100 points. Kill 6-eyed demon wolf. Bone strength plus 1200. Kill 6-eyed demon wolf. Bone strength plus 1137. The further back you go, the more powerful the living skeletons you challenge become. It certainly seems that there is more bone power in essence that can be absorbed after killing. Jiang Xia was now simply incomparably enamored with the divine ability of sword-sounding one-chop. One-trick pony is a real experience. 5 seconds. Jiang Xia himself estimated the approximate speed at which a layer was now passing, and it should take more than 8 minutes to speed pass to the 200th floor. He simply ignored the special living skeletons on every 50th floor. It's a big difference when you turn on the 9-tailed bone state. The speed should still be up though. The long sword in Jiang Xia's hand was wrapped in thunder and lightning, and as Jiang Xia's strength increased, the power of the purple thunder golden bone of electricity that he could catalyze at this moment was also more powerful, so he felt that the damage could still be increased after he used the blood explosion avatar. The 102nd floor of the Tower of Desolation. The moment the golden pupil opened, the living skeleton of this layer was directly decimated, becoming a charred black corpse. The 103rd floor of the Tower of Desolation. Purple thunder shrilled as the sword flashed and heads rolled. The 104th floor of the Tower of Desolation. Even the living skeleton of the early stage of the second turn is still the fate of instantaneous seconds. And once again, such a terrifying speed has made the outside world envious and emotional. Chen Yu also arrived at the Desolate Tower at this time, but he also couldn't help but burst out when he saw Jiang Xia's ever-climbing ranking. Asterisk. Damn it, you've surpassed my record so quickly. Chapter 33 Raw Rec Evolution. Scarlet Eyes. Chen Yu's appearance quickly caused a flurry of discussion. After all, just now, Jiang Xia had directly surpassed Chen Yu's previous record. The name of the best challenger is recorded on each floor of the Desolate Tower as an incentive for those who come after them to break the record and keep climbing. But what was happening now was that every floor that Jiang Xia finished challenging was his name. The 1,000-story Desolate Tower was directly read by 1/5. It was important to realize that Jiang Xia had only been challenged for less than 2 days. The crowd had reason to doubt that if Jiang Xia was given enough time, the rankings of the Desolate Tower would all turn red. Damn, how desperate that must look. Chen Yu was very depressed on one side while he was happy on the other. Friends are resources, and so far Ginger Summer has been counted as an excellent resource. Of course, Chen Yu could naturally offer the same value. This time, coming to the Desolate Tower was also not a whim, but after hearing about today's incident with Jiang Xia, he knew that he was about to leave the academy to go to Danzhou. So there were some matters concerning the Supreme Dojo that needed to be talked to Jiang Xia in advance. The Supreme Dojo opens in a month's time, and the academy will be bustling at that time. Beginning in the second year, all cadets will have a regular school assignment each semester, and the academy will differ in the tasks it sends out depending on each person's strength. Nowadays, most of the second and third years of the academy were in various places within the Great Summer to carry out the tasks assigned by the academy. Some are in the military purging rebel spies, while others join special organizations to deal with the nascent ruins of living skeletons. In short, none of the trainees who went out on missions from the Supreme Academy were greedy for pleasure. And for those who gained battle merit as well as accumulated enough points in their missions here, the academy would not be stingy and would open the Supreme Dojo to them. By that time, Chen Yu, a healing Dalbone master, if he didn't find a companion with high combat power to team up with, I'm afraid that he would be unable to move an inch after entering the dojo, and he wouldn't be able to get a single hair out of his head. Jiang Xia's ranking was still climbing, but gradually to the back of the ladder he was also a bit strained. He felt that the Desolate Tower was targeting him. The attribute bonus is not too outrageous. Originally a sword can kill the living skeleton. Now Jiang Xia without 3 or 4 swords simply cannot kill. The defense attribute is almost a full point for them. Jiang Xia's speed has finally slowed down. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Though they didn't know why, they just felt a stone slowly fall to the ground in their hearts. It's normal to slow down. After all, the raw wrecks you encounter get stronger the further back you go. Not to mention the fact that he's been challenged at the nightmare level. Finally something human. From time to time, there were smiles of relief. Slow down, right? It's okay. There's enough resistance to go around. After all, it's not all smooth sailing for anyone. Ha ha. But Kang Xia couldn't waste a bit of time. Directly catalyze the nine-tailed bone. As long as he killed fast enough, he was completely able to make up for the consumption of essence bone by the nine-tailed bone, and it's also absorbed more efficiently. Four fiery red tails appeared behind Jiang Xia, whose aura skyrocketed. He looked towards the rocky giant crab in front of him, and his form disappeared in place. Madaka! Fang Jiangxia had been unable to break through the defense of the rock giant crab, and his hard crab shell was directly pierced through. The purple plasma was injected into his body, and the giant crab convulsed for a while, then simply stopped moving. Jiangxia was close enough to smell the richly scented crab meat. It's a shame I didn't bring some chili pasta with me though, or I could have recovered a bit. The giant crab ginger summer that followed did as it should. There were constant beheading message alerts. Kill a second turn mid-rank rock giant crab. Bone strength plus 2100. Kill a turn 2 mid-rank rock giant crab and drop crab pincers *10. Essence crab meat *10. Challenge successful. Jiang Xia didn't even take a break and went straight to the next level. Before he could see what living skeleton was on the other side, he felt a pain in his arm. Upon further inspection, several finger-thick poison needles were stuck in it. The poisonous needle was glowing with a silver-colored dangerous light. Jiang Xia's mouth twitched as he directly pulled out the poisonous needle, and then his wrist exerted force to directly throw it back. There were a few puffs, and the screams of raw skeletons were emitted, which should have killed them with one blow. But was this right? The corner of Ginger Summer's mouth twitched. The entire arm immediately swelled into a large lump and several large sarcomas grew. That toxin attribute bonus is a bit much. Is there really anyone other than yourself who can clear this nightmare-level desolate tower? Jiang Xia directly used Yugo Nishan to cut a large slit in his arm, releasing all the toxins inside. The blood clattered and dripped to the ground, actually emitting white smoke. Kill a second turn mid-rank poisonous stinging bee. Bone strength plus 2200. Drops poison needle *10. Venom *10. Bee meat *10. The above process seemed long, but in reality, Jiang Xia had only stayed for 2 seconds. Adapting to such a rhythm, Jiang Xia's speed soon increased again. It also took at most 5 or 6 seconds to end the battle when facing the special living skeleton of the 150th floor. He could clearly feel the essence spirit accumulating in his body to a terrifying degree. However, if one were to fully activate the nine-tailed bone, one should still have to brush up to 200 layers to absorb enough essence spirit. Go home, all of you. Some of my classmates have broken their defenses. How can this be fun? Don't call this place the Desolate Tower from now on. Simply call it the Ginger Tower. Anyway, it's all his red names. We can't beat them. We can't overtake them. There's still room for us here. Some students went completely crazy. I've been brushing for 2 years to get a certain tier number 1, and he broke it for me straight away like he was eating and drinking water. Who says it isn't? My girlfriend said 52 floors would come home with me to meet my parents if I set a new record. But the fastest previous first place winner was only 10 seconds. He's just 1 second away from blowing up the record. How do I play it? You tell me how to play? He Kang Ha won the MVP. What about me? My efforts are directly wasted. This will alienate what I've paid for. Understand? Alienate. Constantly someone's mind breaks the defense and runs out. What else comes to this deserted tower? Pretending to be a personal show. However, there were still quite a few trainees who were a bit more resolute in their mindset, comforting themselves with the thought that he, Jiang Xia, could not single-handedly break the record of 200 floors. Back then, Sister Jiang Xinan and a few second-year geniuses teamed up and cooperated flawlessly before killing the special living skeleton on that floor in less than a minute. A person's power was ultimately limited, and they didn't believe that Jiang Xia could even break this record. And with the long sword in his hand, which was already covered in blood, Jiang Xia shook his wrist and directly threw out the blood of the raw skeleton. He left the 199th floor and finally arrived at the 200th floor. The essence spirit that he was currently able to hoard was almost at its limit, and when he had killed the living skeletons at this level he would be heading to Danjo. Instead, the next prompt from the Desolate Tower system caused his face to change. The 200th floor of the Tower of Desolation. Challenge the living skeleton, Hitomi Demon, for an attribute bonus. Warning, warning, please ask the challenger, Jiang Xia, to exit the inner space of the Desolate Tower immediately. Challenging the living skeleton is abnormal. The attribute bonus is beyond the predicted range. The living skeleton evolves into Scarlet Eyes. Chapter 34, Killing the Scarlet Eye. Obtaining the shadow of the living Rex. The Desolate Tower system frantically sounded an alarm to Jiang Xia, and at this moment, the outside world was in chaos, and it was the first time that the crowd had encountered such a situation. The schoolmate at the front desk maneuvered the teleportation array, only to find that at this moment, it was actually no longer possible to force Jiang Xia to teleport out. This system is too heaven-defying, isn't it? Actually adding up the attributes of the pupil demon to such an outrageous level. This type of living skeleton, the Scarlet Eye, is bizarre to the extreme, and there are quite a number of even third-turn bone masters who have fallen head over heels in its body. Jiang Xia is completely unaware of its attacking methods as well as the weaknesses of its living skeleton, and it's very likely that he'll fall inside. Chen Yu also realized the severity of the matter. Even if he came to face the Scarlet Eye, he would only be able to run away. But now Jiang Xia was completely locked in the inner space of the desolate tower. Immediately, someone contacted Empty River. If it was not too late, Jiang Xia should still be saved. Warning! Challenger Jiang Xia is requested to teleport out immediately. Warning! Shut up! Jiang Xia directly scolded. How big a deal? How big a deal? Put you in a hurry. Jiang Xia rubbed his ears, distracted by the prompts from the desolate tower system just now. And the next moment the scene in front of Jiang Xia had completely changed. There was a scarlet mist that began to fill the air, accompanied by a slight swaying like breathing. A scarlet eyeball gazed at Jiang Xia from a short distance away. The red glow in his eyes spoke of the level of danger, and the sarcoma-like tentacles beneath his eyeballs continued to tangle and twist. Jiang Xia turned on Blood Explosion while using Sword Sound 1 slash. Madaka! This strike was actually directly parried directly by the Scarlet Eye's tentacles. The flashing sword light was bounced off before it could actually explode into a killing blow. Ha ha ha! Genius of the human race. Meeting me is considered your misfortune. The Scarlet Eye's taunts reached Jiang Xia's ears. You are very strong. Your future achievements are bound to be not low. Perhaps you will become a Bone Zun again. But unfortunately, I've been watching you for so long, and now it's time to reap the rewards of your life. The IQ isn't low. Jiang Xia laughed. He said why the desolate tower was suddenly abnormal. Damn, it turned out to be that he was directly targeted for breaking through too quickly. When did you set your sights on me? Ginger Summer said casually. I've been watching you the moment you turned on nightmare difficulty, and it's only when I learn enough about you that I get more and more resistant to wanting to kill you sooner. Otherwise I don't know what kind of perverted enemies we will have to face in the future, such as our living skeletons. Scarlet Eyes was a bit surprised. Aren't you afraid? You're about to die. It's not like I can get out. I would have cried if I was afraid it would work. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xia's disdainful tone made Scarlet Eyes think that he was bracing himself, but it didn't really care. The Scarlet Eye had lurked since the beginning of the establishment of the Desolate Tower, in order to record the information of each and every genius of the human race, which would then be transmitted back to their own race through special means. In all the years of lurking it had a total of 3 impulses to strike. One was Yuzi Sakura and the other was Jiang Xinan. The former was too hard on himself, and the latter was too perversely determined in his state of mind. And as for the last time he tried to do it, of course it was Kong Ha, because not only does he have the talent, the first 2 possess traits he possesses almost simultaneously. If such a demon is not nipped in the bud, it will be impossible to kill in the future. Whoosh! The Scarlet Eye's tentacles attacked steeply, and the fleshy bud-like tentacles were exceptionally swift. Several times, the long sword in Jiang Xia's hand was shaken to the point of trembling. Purple thunder. Accompanied by a murmur from Jiang Xia, purple thunder shuttled like a sharp arrow, directly paralyzing the Scarlet Eye's tentacles. Then an eye as sacred as a noble monarch's opened in the blood-red space. Jiang Xia's golden pupil emitted a golden glow, directly dispersing the red mist. Kind of. Ginger Summer didn't panic, because panicking wouldn't solve anything. He catalyzed the 9-tailed bones, and his aura soared once again. It had come to the peak of the 4th turn. The sword-sounding one-chop divine ability was unleashed, wrapped in a massive sword intent. Yugo Nishan's sword blade ruthlessly slashed through the Scarlet Eye's massive body, but then a red light shot out directly from within the pupil of the Scarlet Eye, parrying the strike. Jiang Xia suddenly had a feeling that he was being gazed at in the next moment, and he was immediately alert and kept turning his body. But then hundreds of red beams burst out from the pupils of the Scarlet Eye, like arrows bursting out. Even though Jiang Xia was very fast, he was still unable to dodge, so his arms and thighs were directly pierced. Although his cultivation level had increased, he was still slightly inferior in terms of speed. Kang Xia continued to record his shortcomings even in battle. He didn't think he was going to die, he just needed to find a breaking point. So far this Scarlet Eye's means of attack were limited. It seemed that it could not move at will, and its defense was very high. As for strength, it was roughly equivalent to the 5th turn. If it was any other genius there really wouldn't be any means of turning the tables. But Jiang Xia had something like the 9-tailed bone in his body, and he had collected so many living skeleton essence spirits. He only gave himself half a minute to deal with this Scarlet Eye. After all, the essence spirit he had gained from climbing the tower for so long couldn't all be consumed in it, right? Stop struggling unnecessarily. Every move you make is useless against me. The staring sensation had been on Ginger Summer. and it was gradually intensifying. In the next trial, although Jiang Xia had activated his golden pupil, it seemed that there had been some kind of interference, and he was actually unable to see the Scarlet Eye's weakness. Is it not enough distance? Kanha puts a lot of trust in the supreme bone and throws himself into the net. The longsword was aimed at its pupils and plunged up. Several small arm-thick tentacles penetrated Jiang Xia's torso, and he didn't say a word. The moment he locked eyes with the Scarlet Eyes, Jiang Xia smiled coldly. Found it. Golden pupil activated. Stasis triggered. At that very moment, Jiang Xia forced himself to break free of the tentacles to come behind the Scarlet Eye's eyes. He aimed his chop at a certain place that was not easily detectable by the naked eye. Ah! Scarlet Eyes erupted into a howl of agony as it came out of its stasis. It screamed in rage as its massive eyeballs began to deflate to the size of fists. How did you know my weakness, you cunning human? The Scarlet Eyes were completely enraged, and the red blood mist around them became even denser, with the temperature rising dramatically, as if it was a sea of blood lava. A red light swept through, and Jiang Xia was directly fixed in place, and then a huge rift coalesced behind the Scarlet Eye to swallow Jiang Xia in. Thunder! A thunder domain formed directly around Jiang Xia, purple thunder enveloping and protecting him. Any blood mist that was approached was directly vaporized. Shrinking head? Ha! The last gasp of a human demon. Thinking about it excites me. The Scarlet Eye fissured once more. Sharp prismatic crystals piercing out of the body with a cold glint. The sharp shape could cut through even thunder. And Ginger Summer just sighed softly. Let's take you and try the secret technique on it. The 10,000 records in his mind flipped open, and a red light flashed in Jiang Xia's eyes, accompanied by a bizarre whisper. Scarlet Eyes was surprised to find that he had actually broken his own teeth with his bare hands. There was still blood on the milky white teeth, and blood-colored runes emerged from them. The Scarlet Eyes hissed first in confusion and then in fear. You, what's behind you? Trying to distract me? Jiang Xia didn't understand what it was saying, and the teeth in his hand burst out directly, like a laser cannonball. Boom! Bang! This strike was terrifying to the extreme. The Scarlet Eye was directly smashed, and even more so, slight cracks appeared in the space of this layer. The red beam of light was like a stone thrown by a god, and anything that fought against it was pierced through, leaving only broken shards of crystal on the ground before the Scarlet Eye could leave its last words. It made my gums swell up. Ginger Summer covered her mouth and mumbled. Slay the Scarlet Eyes of the 5th turn beginning level. Gain bone strength plus 12. 000. Drop scarlet crystals, scarlet cores. The golden skeleton of the dead appears. Chapter 35, The Eye of Omniscience. Insight into all things. Kill Scarlet Eyes. Reward points 10. 000. Do you want to teleport out or continue climbing the tower? Jiang Xia walked over to the Scarlet Eye's corpse and collected all of its remains into his storage bracelet. He was too lazy to collect the corpses of those living skeletons from before, and there was no need for him to use them to occupy his storage space when he could use the points to buy things in the academy, and all of them are too low in strength. So what use can the materials they explode be? The golden shadow of the living skeleton of the dead that accompanied the death of the Scarlet Eye was an eye. Jiang Xia directly refined it, and then quickly mastered this divine ability. A look of delight suddenly appeared in his eyes, and one eye was tinted blood red. At this moment Jiang Xia realized that his perception ability was horribly strengthened, and that whatever he gazed at, he could actually directly know what it did as well as other key information. Unlike the incidental skill of the golden pupil, it was able to see through weaknesses. Jiang Xia wished to call this divine ability the Eye of Omniscience. It was useful if a raw skeleton appeared in front of Kang Xia again. Not only can you anticipate its attacks, but you can also see its attribute information as well as its race and usual moves. One can only say thank you to the Scarlet Eye for the gift. However, Jiang Xia quickly understood why its divine ability had this effect. Recalling the conversation just now, Jiang Xia surmised that a race like the Scarlet Eyes might not be considered strong among the living wrecks, but they had been playing the role of spies as well as recorders, lurking in all corners of the human race. It continues to deliver critical information. Such status also makes them good observers, and having such aptitude can obviously be more conducive to the realization of their purpose. Only the ability to lurk is also really strong. Under the noses of the academy can actually hide for so many years. Jiang Xia wondered if he would meet the Scarlet Eyes again someday, and if he would explode a different raw skeleton shadow of the dead after decapitation, preferably an avatar related to lurking. But it's time to teleport out. After Jiang Xia made his intentions known to the desolate tower system, he quickly received a response. This time, the teleportation was unhindered, and his figure once again appeared in front of the crowd. Awesome! I can't believe I'm not dead. Jiang Xia frowned. Was this cursing himself? Then he saw the rest of the group looking at him with unbridled admiration. I declare that from now on, Jiang Xia is the eternal god. Nima is really a ginger god, surviving the attack of the Scarlet Eye and decapitating his opponent. This is a true demon. The rest of the people are planning to ask for an autograph. Now even if they are cut by Jiang Xia, they can go out and pretend to be You kid really lived up to my expectations. Empty River walked forward at this time, one hand directly on Jiang Xia's shoulder, was going to forcefully break through space and save you. I didn't expect you to take care of the other side yourself before I did. Why do I think you're the one who's late to the party? Jiang Xia moved away from Empty River's arm and said, the spies of Raw Rec have been inside the desolate tower for so long you guys actually didn't know. I more or less feel that there's something wrong with the schoolhouse's probing ability. Jiang Xia glanced at Empty River, but saw him laugh. Why don't we say we kept it on purpose? Jiang Xia, keep it for what? Keep it for New Year's. Empty River hissed, thinking how Jiang Xia in front of him was so good at talking things to death. The light of a genius can't be hidden, and there's no need to hide the countless talents of my university. Leaving this Scarlet Eye actually rewards the challenger who kills it. The Scarlet Eye is a fifth turn, and the living skeletons of this race have a characteristic that is designed to facilitate the passing down of divine abilities. Once a Raw Rec that has reached the fifth turn dies, the chances of a golden Raw Rec undead shadow popping out will be as high as 50%. Didn't you just get the Eye of Omniscience? Jiang Xia sniffed as his right eye turned red and his scarlet eyes looked at the Empty River. Race, human. Strength, middle stage of 7th turn. Power, 3,000,000,000,000. Agility, 5 billion. Physique, 2,000,000,000,000. Spirit, 6,000,000,000,000. Skills, Space Mastery, Space Tearing, Parallel Cutting. Raider Shao? Ginger Summer was almost swayed by the flurry of zeros. A 7th turn Bone Master turned out to be this strong? This divine ability of yours is still in the primary stage. When you get stronger you'll even be able to see how many skeletons I've mastered and what level, including my past. Empty River laughed. So would you say this is a reward? That's not what the words say. Jiang Xia gave a strange look at Empty River and said, who else do you think can take this reward away besides me? The strongest before the 200th floor was only the peak of the 2nd turn. And you suddenly have a 5th turn raw skeleton appearing. Isn't this a pitfall for the others? The corners of Empty River's mouth twitched as he reminded. Just tell me if it's possible that someone else can team up? And there's no rule that students with high turning cultivation can't challenge the lower tiers of the desolate tower, is there? Ginger Summer sniffed and shut up, pretending he hadn't said anything. He walked over to the machine for obtaining rewards, whereupon many bountiful rewards piled up into a small mountain. This rich reward put the others in a state of envy. Pass the nightmare level and double the reward. Bone Refining Golden Spring * 100. Academy points 20,000. A full set of 4th turn bone armor equipment, including skeleton armor, skeleton arm and wrist, skeleton rush boots, skeleton king shield, and skeleton king sword. Reward Bone Breaking Holy Pill, Bone Refining Fire Spark. The first thing that Jiang Xia did was to change all of his equipment, and when the skeleton rush boots were put on he moved his body, and his speed was really a lot faster. At least 3 times higher. He nodded with some satisfaction. He then stretched his body, intending to leave the desolate tower. At this time, Chen Yu finally ran to Jiang Xia and opened his mouth. Brother Jiang, I have a cooperation here I wonder if I'm interested in? Jiang Xia was a bit surprised to find that it was actually Chen Yu. At the same time, he thought about the 3 hospitals and lost the goodwill he had accumulated before. Not interested. Chen Yu stopped Jiang Xia. It's certainly fine if Brother Jiang is upset with my 3 hospitals because of what happened today. I understand, but I'm only talking about a cooperation on behalf of an individual at the moment, and it's about the Supreme Dojo. Jiang Xia's footsteps of leaving suddenly stopped. Talk, if Brother Jiang can make it back from Danjo in time a month from now, when the Supreme Dojo opens I hope we can make an alliance. Reason, Jiang Xia said faintly. He actually preferred to act alone. Chen Yu moved closer to Jiang Xia's side and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. I have a map here about the inheritance of treasures within a Supreme Dojo. It might be possible to find the Supreme Bone. Ginger Summer didn't immediately agree. How can I trust you? Chen Yu wasn't a mother-in-law and directly took out a map and handed it to Jiang Xia. The prerequisite for cooperation is trust, and me handing over the map to you in advance is a sign of attitude. Whether you trust me or not is up to you. How's that? I won't force myself if I'm still not willing to cooperate. Take the map and consider it all as me. Chen Yu, buying another favor. Chen Yu looks very generous, but this is not something that can't be helped. What can you do if you have low combat power? He had several preparatory objects in mind for cooperation, but he only felt that Jiang Xia was the most suitable, because there's absolutely no need to worry about battlefield phobia. I agree. Jiang Xia decisively took the map and took a look at it before storing it in his storage space, leaving the desolate tower under Chen Yu's gaze. Empty River smiled at this. It seems like next month's Supreme Dojo is starting to be a bit of a spectacle, haha. Chapter 36, Going to Danjo. Luo Cho Shui. Before Jiang Xia, who had left the desolate tower, could take a few steps, two figures immediately landed in front of him. Lai Tianming walked towards him with a grave expression, followed by a girl with superior looks and a stern temperament. All your business is taken care of, right? Don Tianming said. Ginger Summer nodded. You can leave now. Before Jiang Xia could ask, the girl behind Lai Tianming said first, Elder Lai, we still need to bring a schoolmate for this operation? The matter concerns the bitter spirit cult, and the Hokage looks like he's only just enrolled in school and has no experience in carrying out missions. I think it might delay the efficiency of mission execution. Luo Qiushui frowned. Seeing Jiang Xia, she immediately knew its realm. It was only at the beginning of the first turn. Such strength was too much of a hindrance for her to carry, and having never killed anyone or seen blood, he panicked at the slightest mishap. Luo Qiushui wouldn't have time to teach and comfort then. He's not weak, Lai Tianming only said. You weren't aware of the recent events of the academy earlier in the Daxia Prefecture's inspection division. He's the #1 freshman this time around. Luo Qiushui still wanted to persuade Lai Tianming that even if the freshman were #1, a low realm was a low realm. But the next moment, Luo Qiushui's entire body was horrified and her cold hair stood on end. She fiercely pulled out the long knife at her waist, and her arm immediately transmitted a mammoth force. And then Luo Qiushui's face turned white, and her entire body unexpectedly flew out directly backwards. Zip! The long knife rubbed against the ground, sparks flying everywhere, cutting a long gully Luo Qiushui before she stabilized her stance. When she got up again, Luo Qiushui's heart jumped violently and her arms couldn't stop trembling. Eyes shot. He looked at Jiang Xia. Senior sister, what do you think of my strength now? Jiang Xia stood still and retrieved his long sword. There was sunlight reflecting on the sword's body, a cold aura overflowing. Jiang Xia's face expression did not change. His eyes were indifferent. I'm sorry, I was being talkative earlier. Luo Qiushui took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart and said back. Her eyelashes fluttered, not expecting Jiang Xia's strength to be so strong. As a third-year student himself, his strength was already approaching the third turn, but directly newborns were chopped away by a sword. I'm afraid those cadets in the same class wouldn't believe it if I said it. Why don't you explain yourself? As far as making a move? Lai Tianming shook his head helplessly. Ginger Summer shrugged. It's quicker to explain. Alright, let's not waste any more time and depart for Danjo immediately. After Lai Tianming's words, he immediately summoned his 5-turn sword bone, which actually became huge in the snap of a finger, able to accommodate 3 people standing at the same time. Come on up. Dawn waved at the 2 men. Luo Qiushui paused and bowed her head to let Jiang Xia go first. She was a little embarrassed about Jiang Xia in her heart at the moment. After all, the party was still disliking the other party's low realm, not realizing that the weak strength was their own. Wait until Danjo. You two go directly to the local administrative division. Find the highest official to get Danjo local state records in recent years. Scrutinize carefully whether there are any oddities. What about you? Lai Tianming, of course it's to investigate the Wang family. Jiang Xia was reluctant. The vice president said that I should go and copy the family as well. Am I the one who eats alone? Lai Tianming's eyes glared. Doesn't this require a division of troops to increase efficiency? Don't worry, if the Wang family really colludes with the bitter pain spirit sect, I'll leave some people for you to kill. Jiang Xia felt the need to correct this. It doesn't matter if people are killed or not. Just copy the family and leave me 3 relics of the bone immortal. Luo Qiushui looked straight at Jiang Xia and felt that the guy in front of her had a big appetite. How is it possible that Elder Lai has the same? Dawn, no problem. What? With those words, Li Tianming directly picked up Jiang Xia and they began to cross the void. The scenery beneath his feet changed rapidly, thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. This kind of skill Jiang Xia was a bit tickled. Handsome. Yes. What if the administrative division doesn't cooperate? Ginger Summer laughed. Lai Tianming directly threw the prefecture master's jade order over. Then of course it's shoot on sight. What will you do if I take the jade? A copycat needs to be out of the way. 2, I guess. Lai Tianming was bland. Obtaining a jade token is merely for the record of the Grand Xia mansion, and dealing with trash also requires an out-of-the-way effort. When he arrived in Danjo, Lai Tianming separated from Jiang Xia and the others. Danjo was huge, and there were 3 clans in total: the Wang family, the Luo family, and the Cui family. Each of the 3 clans had a bone immortal sitting at the helm, and were extremely spread out. Speaking of which, Luo Qiushui was a member of the Luo family, which was probably why she would be brought along on this operation. Let's go. The administrative division of Danjo is in the center of the city. Luo Qiushui was indeed very familiar with everything in Danjo and walked in front of Jiang Xia to lead the way. Only her face had looked a little off since arriving in Danjo. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Luo Qiushui only felt that her hometown was gray. I'm out there working my ass off to make money and you're ting around at home, cuckolding me. I was blind to marry you. Just before they took a few steps, Jiang Xia and the others saw two people tangled in the street not far away. Snap! A big man slapped the woman with an angry, hideous slap, punching and kicking her. Hissed, who was that lover? Incredulous, the woman cried. You, how did you know? The big man could no longer contain himself and broke down. I was still working out of town yesterday, but then my workmate gave me a package, and when I opened it was actually a CD of you sleeping with your lover. Your hometown customs are a bit special. Jiang Xia gave the big man a pitying look. Being green and having to be provoked by sending a CD-ROM, that's who doesn't blow up. Luo Qiushua blushed and explained. It's just an isolated incident. But as soon as the words fell out of his mouth, an ear-splitting motorcycle noise rang in his ears. A spirited young man with a spirited young sister car racing at breakneck speeds, with occasional shouts of excitement and excitement. Is May prickly exciting? Exciting! Bang! The next moment the motorcycle crashed directly into a large truck, and Spirit Guy and Spirit Girl disintegrated on the spot. There was a violent explosion in the distance and a large fire was set. Sapta! A beanie shoe flew in front of Ginger Summer. Luo Qiushua's mouth twitched. Let's go! Business is business. Jiang Xia thought to herself that Luo Qiushua had lived here since she was a child and should have a rich experience. Luo Qiushua didn't say anything, and only took Jiang Xia to the administrative division in one go. It was a great ride. What with arresting human traffickers in the street, seizing lymphatic meat slaughterhouses, and vandalizing shady pharmacies, and so on and so forth. For a while Jiang Xia could not tell whether this dojo governance was considered good or bad. It can be a problem everywhere and dealt with immediately. Out of the way. All of you. Dojo Inspection Division is on business. Don't get in the way. Suddenly a cacophony of noise came from the distance, and a child covered in wounds stumbled out of the crowd. She looked to be only 5 years old, and her small, originally white feet were actually covered in scars. Crying and running, tears continued to stream from the helpless and frightened eyes. Behind them were 3 adult men in official uniforms with menacing eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll let you run. An explosive sound rang out. One of the men actually used his bone power to directly slap the little girl away. Ah! The little girl instantly blushed in pain and spat out blood, instantly losing all momentum. Her young body kept tumbling, her head bleeding. It eventually stopped in front of Jiang Xia. Chapter 37, Rotten to the Roots. What are you doing? Hitting a little girl so hard? Luo Qiushua was shocked and hurriedly squatted down to check the little girl's injuries, finding that all 5 organs were injured and even a few bones were broken. If left untreated it is serious enough to kill you. The 3 men from the inspection division were extremely arrogant. We still need to explain to you what we do? Where do the outsiders come from? Also dare to meddle in the affairs of the people. Dare to obstruct the official duties through to take you to jail. Official business? Jiang Xia threw Luo Qiushua the sacred medicine for healing that she carried on her body and looked at the 3 with cold eyes. What kind of official duties are you performing? Bang! The ground collapsed and cracking sounds rang out. Jiang Xia made a fist with his right hand. His right arm was like a drawn bow, and majestic bone power gathered there. His aura soared. His momentum was like a tiger. His punches were decisive, and his strength was like that of a mountain. The inspection division officer who had just made a move to injure the little girl was directly blown away by a punch and spat out blood, his chest cavity collapsing and his bones shattering. Ah! He was directly sent flying by a punch, his eyes protruding with disbelief. The crowd looked in a daze and realized that this person's chest had collapsed and he was actually seriously injured. You're simply bold enough to kill someone from our inspection division? Then don't blame us for killing you in the street town. The remaining 2 looked at Jiang Xia with stunned eyes and angry faces, drawing long knives from their waists. You're going to kill me? Ginger Summer laughed. This is the first time I've heard that the inspection division actually has the power to behead people at will. The remaining 2 laughed out loud. I don't know about the field, but this is dojo. Besides the 3 great families we are the sky. The 2 long knives erupted with a cold and chilling aura, making a chopping gesture. Searing flames rose from the blade. The second turn flame bone catalyzed. It was to directly cut Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia's eyes were cold, realizing that Danjo's officials were all out of order. The inspection division only has the power to inspect, apprehend, and imprison. How is it possible to have the power to indiscriminately kill people in the street? This place, it seems rotten to the roots. Jiang Xia's figure then flashed so fast that it was a stump, sticking to his body and clasping the 2 men's heads directly with both palms. How are you so fast? The 2 of them only felt their heads go cold. Their bodies began to tremble, and a look of horror suddenly appeared in their eyes. Just ask for a spare. But Jiang Xia didn't give them a chance to explain. His hands violently inverted and directly smashed the 2 men's heads hard on the ground. Click! Skull cracking. Crimson blood spread across the ground as the 2 continued to convulse. Kill! Kill! The surrounding crowd immediately let out screams of fear and looked at Jiang Xia with white faces. I can't imagine that there are actually people in Danjo who dare to go against the official people. Aren't you afraid the whole family will be arrested? Run away. Young man. An old man leaned eagerly on his cane and said in a wincing tone, "You killed a man from the inspection division. It's a big deal. Not only you but also the people around you are going to be taken to jail. Seriously, you will be beheaded." Beheading? Jiang Xia suddenly wanted to laugh. Even people close to him would be taken to jail. This dojo could have come up with its own set of laws to engage in guilt by association. Young and foolish. Young and foolish. The old man kept sighing, as if he had already seen the end of Jiang Xia. This is not another place. Young people die when they are passionate. The surrounding people only hoped that they would not get involved with Jiang Xia, and all of them were silenced and left quickly. Jiang Xia, in their eyes, was already a dead man. Let's not go to the division of administration just yet. Jiang Xia's face was grim, his anger calling out, "Where to?" Luo Qiushui picked up the little girl in her arms and her face was also very ugly. I didn't realize that after not coming back for 2 years, my hometown had actually become this way. The inspection division there is still serving the people of Daxia. It is simply arrogant to the extreme, killing people without any process, even to children. And look at the attitude of the people around. Obviously this situation has been going on for a long time. They may have resisted, but now there is only fear in their hearts. The people under your hand are rotten like this. I don't think you need to be the head of this inspection division. Ginger Summer stomped on the torso of the inspection division's law enforcement officer. He offered the long sword in his hand, purple thunder flashing with destructive light. His entire aura had been raised to its best, sword intent flowing. "You're going to kill the head of the inspection division." Luo Qiushui suddenly guessed what Jiang Xia was going to do. "Don't be impulsive. As far as I know the head of the inspection division is at the mid-4th turn realm. We'd better just report this matter to Elder Lai afterwards to deal with it." But the dissatisfaction in Jiang Xia's heart no longer knew what to describe, only coldly saying, "Point the way. Lord Chen, now that I have followed your instructions, I have made Danjo's ethos look like this. I wonder, when will you be able to let me join the sect?" Inspection Division Headquarters. Inside the room, a middle-aged man spoke to another middle-aged man in a curt tone, even clapping his palms for his men to bring up several large wooden boxes. "On this side, the expenses for me to join the sect have been prepared. That is, even Lord Chen has been prepared as well." Xinjiao words of gratitude. "I since remember Lord Chen introduced me to the sect as well as the grace of promotion, so this thin gift please accept." Chen Shusheng didn't say anything, only sipping the hot tea. Seeing this, Xinjiao signaled with his eyes, and his men immediately opened the box belonging to Chen Shusheng. The sound of a henchman sucking in cool air came from the room, and his eyes revealed a panic that was hard to suppress. "All of the Chui family have been taken into my custody, and with the exception of that one severely injured bone immortal hiding in the ruins of the living wreck, the rest are at Lord Chen's disposal. This head is the head of that Chui family head who most contradicted Lord Chen. Please smile as I refine it into skeletons. Ha ha ha, Xinjiao, I really wasn't wrong about you doing things so efficiently." Chen Shusheng laughed out loud when he saw the head of the Chui family's head, overjoyed. As he approached, the eyes of the Chui family head were not even closed. As if playing with it, Chen Shusheng picked up the head, which immediately erupted with monstrous grievances. He actually spoke. "Chen Shusheng, you old thing actually colluded with the bitter pain spirit sect. You will surely not die a good death. And you Xinjiao and Chen Shusheng are the same as each other. Everyone in Danjo will not let you go." The Chui family head hissed hideously, but Chen only froze for a moment, and then became even happier, with Xinjiao's reminder. He then realized that he had specifically failed to completely refine the soul of the Chui family head. It's to make it easier for Chen Shusheng to continue torturing him. Chui He, it would be fine if your Chui family was as obedient as the Wang family and Luo family, but you actually dared to obstruct the plans of the bitter pain spirit sect. Then I can't keep you. Chen Shusheng enjoyed this pleasure of torturing others. "Don't worry, the Chui family will definitely all be reunited with you soon. I'll torture them until then. For the pain." In the middle of the room, Chen Shusheng and Xinjie laughed epileptically, fingers between his eyebrows compared to a sword finger, his expression like a devout religious man. Chapter 38, Slaughtering the Entire Inspection Department. Bang! Suddenly there was a chaotic cacophony from outside, a loud bang, and then an enforcer from the inspection division crawled in with his ass in the air. The eyes said in horror, Division Chief, there's someone outside. Someone's calling in." The enforcer's face was pale with fear. He was lying on the ground like a dog, and his mind was filled with the horrifying images of Jiang Xia's hand rising and falling with his sword. "Like what? Did I say no? Don't come in while I'm talking to Lord Chen?" Xinjiao was furious. He looked at Chen Shusheng's face and realized that it was not too bad, then said, "Who did you say killed their way in?" "He was talking about me." Clank! A sword roar resounded, and the room was suddenly splattered with blood and heads rolled down. Xinjiao looked toward the door in fear, only to see Jiang Xia, drenched in blood and with an incomparably sharp long sword, slowly stepping in to enter. He didn't even have time to wipe the blood from his face, and he was seething with rage. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" Time back to 2 minutes ago. Jiang Xia broke right into the door after arriving outside the inspection division's headquarters. Before I could take a few steps, I saw an extremely nasty scene. A few law enforcement officers actually hid in a room and wantonly insulted several young women. The sound of the fabric of their clothes tearing caused the women to let out a terrified scream, but it fueled the beastly nature of the enforcers even more. They laughed and hugged towards the woman, stripped naked, and wanted to perform that male and female act. Jiang Xia was naturally furious when he saw it, and immediately chopped open the door of the house with his sword. No matter what, he directly stepped forward and grabbed a few law enforcers, violently yanked them out, and threw them outside the house. Before those few people could understand what was going on, Jiang Xia's hand rose up and his sword fell down to directly cut off their roots of worry. It then seemed that the commotion was so great that it actually attracted more enforcers. One of the leaders, who looked as if he was dying of emptiness, angrily rebuked Jiang Xia. "I've seen those who don't want to die, but I've never seen those who run to their deaths. All of you, dare to touch our inspection division. If you kill one, there's a bunch more. You can't kill him." The surrounding area immediately swarmed with many law enforcers from the inspection division. Their faces were cruel, and they didn't stop when they wielded their swords. It cut directly at Kong Xia, but in the next moment, he was shocked to find that Jiang Xia's skin was actually so tough that the knife could not see blood. 1, 2, neither can run away. Jiang Xia's left hand directly grabbed their long knife, and then his arm exerted force and directly crushed it with a click. Fingers flicked and purple arcs of electricity traveled through. The few people beside him didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before they had become a charcoal. Looking at the brothers under his command actually dying, the enforcer in the lead was furious. "You actually dared to kill my brother. I, LV Jiang, won't have the face to live if I don't flay you alive." With a wave of Lu Zhang's right hand, a long sword almost as tall as a man was handed up. "You guys actually have the face to live?" Jiang Xia almost laughed. "One or two are oppressing the people, playing with others what cannot be done. Are all lower body thinking things. Now acting like brotherhood is deep in front of me makes me sick." Lu Zhang's face was unsightly as the wind whistled between the swings of his 2-meter-long sword. The magma bone was catalyzed, and the long blade instantly became crimson as the temperature around it rose dramatically. "You yellow mouth is powerful, just don't know how strong it is." After Lu Zhang finished speaking, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his long sword fiercely picked and then stabbed at Jiang Xia. "Brother Lu, this magma bone is a third turn. Although this kid's sword skill is good, I see that he only has a first turn strength. It's just like coming to seek death." The surrounding enforcers laughed and teased at Jiang Xia. There were many people who had died under LV Zhang's sword over the years. He wasn't the only one, and once cut by a long knife, the searing heat would be excruciatingly painful. Between the whistles, the searing hot airstream slashed towards Jiang Xia. LV Jiang laughed loudly. "Dumbstruck? It would be a bargain to kill you with one chop." "Just you?" Jiang Xia's face was bland as his right hand gripped the longsword and violently shook it, a terrifying aura sweeping across the room. Lu Zhang was appalled and realized with wide eyes that things were not simple. But before he could react, Jiang Xia only casually slashed his sword, and the sound of the blade shattering was heard as the blade splattered across Lu Zhang's cheek. There was blood running down. Clank! What everyone didn't expect was that the longsword's sword chi sliced through, like a knife slicing through tofu, directly cutting LV Zhang's body into two halves. Puff! Lu Zhang's upper body was cut off and slid to the ground like jelly. A large amount of blood sprayed out from the lower half of his waist. It's like a volcanic eruption that just won't stop. My body. LV Jiang realized with horror that he had been wasted by Jiang Xia. He howled in pain, his fingers gripping the ground with fingernails that flopped over. Intestines and guts were scattered all over the place. "Help me! What are you waiting for? Help me!" Lu Jiang said in fear as blood continued to spurt out of his mouth and nose, trying to crawl away from Jiang Xia. But Jiang Xia were so easy to let him go, directly up to pull out his intestines, and then stuffed into his mouth in front of everyone's horrified eyes. LV Jiang simply cannot resist, want to beg for mercy but simply cannot speak anymore. A few moments later actually choked to death by his own intestines. "Next, it looks like it's your turn." A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Xia's mouth. He has already seen and understood. The inspection division up and down have become dregs. Clean and innocent should have long been isolated or arrested in the prison. The rest of the kill completely no psychological burden. "It's hard for you to beat so many of us bone masters by yourself," one of the enforcers yelled. His words instantly gave the crowd the courage to make a move, and Jiang Xia nodded and smiled. "Try it." Rumble. Arm-thick thunderbolts blasted down from the heads of several enforcers, and Jiang Xia killed them directly without the slightest bit of softness. The rest he hacked and slashed, one sword at a time. The screams continued, and there were constant splashes of human tissue as Jiang Xia slowly killed. These people have done too much evil to let any of them go. Let me go. Please let me go. I really haven't done any evil. Someone begged for forgiveness from Jiang Xia, but Jiang Xia still killed him with a sword. Not listening. He was killing it, and he caught someone with 1 foot out of the door. Once the door is closed, continue. Don't you look. I'll finish killing soon. Suddenly Jiang Xia saw several women from a room earlier lying on their backs in the doorway. Watching the scene with both horror and relief, he tried to smile a little, reassuringly. Those few women nodded their heads repeatedly, all their aggression, indignation, and helplessness released, but neither of them held back. To see the inspection division bleed to death, to see all these go to hell. Chapter 39, you won't get away with this. It's all the same. What's the use of your running fast? Jiang Xia was too slow to kill, so he purposely made a cut for himself, and then activated his divine ability to control the tiny blood swords to instantly take people's lives. Otherwise, when these losers come to cut themselves, the bloodshed will have to wait until the next life. I'm afraid. You murdering god. You're a demon. The enforcer who died tragically under Jiang Xia's sword despaired. Jiang Xia rewarded him with 2 swords. If you can talk, talk more. The mentality of these law enforcers had completely collapsed. They couldn't be beaten. They simply couldn't be beaten. The lucky ones get their heads chopped off and feel no pain. The unlucky ones are straight backbreaking and painful. Being pushed to the end, there were people rushing up to die, just begging for Jiang Xia to come and have a good time. Ginger Summer, of course, agreed, and for a moment her head rolled. The smell of blood spread throughout the inspection division headquarters. After stepping into the room, Manhwa repeated once again, tell me, how do you want to die? No response. Jiang Xia held Yu Gongzhong and directly chopped over with a sword. The golden sword light bloomed greatly, and the sword roared as it chopped directly into the wooden floor of the house, cutting out a large gully. There were skeleton patterns emerging in Xinjiao's right hand, and he casually and directly blasted away the sword chi. He looked at Jiang Xia angrily. You killed my inspection division's law enforcement officer. According to the laws of Xia, you should be killed. What did you say? Jiang Xia wanted to laugh a little at hearing this. So you still know that there are Xia laws. Jiang Xia then directly took out the housemaster Jade Order and said angrily, I hold the Jade Order of the Mansion Master in my hand, as if the Mansion Master is personally present. I have the power to kill first and kill later. Ginger Summer bellowed. You dojo these dog officials, oppressing the people, roaming without decree should have been shot directly. Not to mention that now I suspect that you're also colluding with the Bitter Pain Spirit cult, so that's even more reason not to live. Xinjiao's face changed for a moment, seeing that the Jade Order in Jiang Xia's hand was actually really the housemaster's Jade Order. A strong scorn immediately rose in his heart. Lord Chen, we've lost the plot? Xinjia clenched his teeth, and thick sweat flowed from his forehead. Chen Shuxing's head also went blank at once, and then his face turned poorly to the extreme as he sensed the direction of the Wang and Luo families. There was nothing but shock and anger in his pupils. Defeated. All defeated. Chen Shuxing was furious. The Wang and Luo families were exterminated. He looked at Jiang Xia with a fierce face. You didn't come alone. Who else came? Jiang Xia worked his bone power and sliced his longsword across his body as he said in a deep voice. Dead people. It seems like they don't need to know so much. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Chen Shuxing. Xinjia, you two are dead. The head of the Cui family's head laughed quickly. The matter has already been known by the Dasha Palace. You can't escape. The roots of the suffering spirit sect in Danzhou will also be completely uprooted. The Cui family head had never been so pleased with himself, and his words caused Xinjiao's cold sweat to soak his back. Chen Shuxing was even angrier as he directly crushed the head of the Cui family head. Noisy, Xinjiao said bitterly to Chen Shuxing. Lord Chen, should we escape? There's still the lord of the spirit sect, isn't there? He'll definitely save us, right? Chen Shuxing's eyes were obscure, and he clenched his teeth. Let's go. We'll be safe once we find Lord Spiritist. I'm afraid that the one coming from the Xiadu side this time is the 7th turn Bone Master. Let's not waste time here. Xinjiao nodded, and Chen Shuxing were about to leave. Didn't put Jiang Xia in his eyes in the slightest. Go, where are you going? Jiang Xia's purple thunderbolt electrocuted a scorch mark directly in front of the duo. You still want to stop us? You don't know how to die. Xinjiao's face was grim as he took out the long black sword from his storage ring. Black flames rose above the long blade, and there was an extremely evil feeling. The vigorous bone of Xinjiao's right arm was catalyzed, and the long blade slashed at Jiang Xia with an aura of forcefulness. Boom! The slash struck the original spot where Jiang Xia had just stood, a 10-meter long slash spreading with a gully deep enough to be 20 centimeters deep. Boards crumbled and debris flew. Xinjiao did not expect Jiang Xia to actually be able to dodge. Did not want to waste time. The black long knife rises thick black flames. The sword has no shadow and is annihilated by touch. Jiang Xia knew that in order to keep, or even kill the duo, only his own strength would not be enough. But it couldn't be helped that he had the 9-tailed bones in his body. The desolate tower had killed more than 100 layers, and now he was able to borrow the power of the 5 or 6 layers of the 9-tailed bones with the essence in his body. Right? Still, it's enough. Buzz. Fiery red light appeared in the room, and 6 lifelike tails fell into Jiujiao as well as Chen Shuxing's eyes. At the same time, originally, in their perceptions, Jiangxia, whose realm was only at the beginning of the first turn, the strength actually skyrocketed. In just a few short breaths, he had already arrived at the 4th turn high level. One had to know that Xinjia's current realm was only the middle stage of the 4th turn. He watched the scene dumbfounded, his heart sinking. Chen Shuxing himself was only at the peak of the 4th turn. However, he quickly realized the source of Jiangxia's surge in strength and immediately drank. He's just borrowing the power of the skeletons in his body. He won't last long. The two of us will join forces to decapitate him as soon as possible. Or else I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to get away. Jiangxia smiled at his words and said in a cold voice, "You can't get out of this." Rumble. Clouds converged over the inspection division. Clouds gathered in all directions, and the whole quarter of Dojo became overcast. The air became instantly humid and there was lightning streaking through the clouds. The sky suddenly brightened and darkened, and then an incomparably thick purple thunderbolt descended. It blasted the area around the inspection division to pieces. Such thunder and lightning, but any touch of Chen Shuxing is not good either. It was that Jiangxia was not strong enough nowadays. If he was able to induce a trace of heavenly thunder, destroying Chen Shuxing and Xinjiao was just a matter of lifting a finger. Purple thunder. Luo Qiushui rushed here with the little girl in her arms. Jiangxia was really running too fast for her to keep up. Upon arriving at the inspection division she thought the worst had happened, but she didn't realize that things were not at all what she thought they would be. She raised her eyes to see that the entire inspection division was shrouded in purple thunder. No one can leave. What the hell is going on here? How's the ginger schoolboy doing? Luo Qiushui sniffed her nose and smelled a strong odor of blood. The women that Jiangxia had originally saved stood not far away in shock, their eyes revealing a look of extreme worry. Make sure you kill those 2 dog officials. Several of the women's eyes were filled with exhaustion and hatred. They were all picked up by the scum of the inspection division for their good looks, and every one of them was married. But I'm afraid the husband would have been killed by the scum by now. Therefore, he was very resentful of any officials of the inspection division, especially Chen Shuxing, because all the actions of the inspection division are at the behest of Danjo's biggest official, Chen Shuxing, only. But now that they had been saved, the biggest worry now was still Jiangxia who had just saved them. You guys, do you know what happened to the people in there? Luo Qiushui asked eagerly. Several women didn't understand Luo Qiushui's identity. Until Luo Qiushui explains her relationship with Jiangxia, it took a few women to say incredulously, "You said he only has a first-turn cultivation. Just now, Jiangxia was in there killing people like chopping up melons and vegetables, and you're saying that you only have the strength of a first turn? Who would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? Then what should we do? Not to mention the large realm gap. We can't take advantage of 2 against 1. For a while the hearts of the crowd sank into a thick state of worry, but just at this time, an extremely painful scream came from the inspection division headquarters. Then Luo Qiushui and the girl saw that Jiangxia grabbed Xinjia's body and ran around the wall. Xinjia's head was directly pressed to death and rubbed against the purple thunder. The pleas for mercy were constant. Chapter 40, What's wrong with this pain? My head is going to explode. It hurts. Xinjiao let out a hiss of pain. His face had long been disfigured now, and the purple thunder plasma was about to electrocute his bones into carbonization. Xinjiao grabbed Jiangxia's cuffs and said in fear, "Let go of me, please let go of me. I'm really hurting." Jiangxia's eyes looked at him with cold indifference, and there was no semblance of softness in her heart. "Don't you believe in the spiritualism of bitterness? What's wrong with this pain?" Jiangxia's long sword then chopped, golden light flashed, and the clang sounded like it had cut into something extremely hard steel. After the clash of gold and iron, one of Xinjia's right arm flew up directly. A few drops of the hot blood that adhered to it stained Jiangxia's face, and then Jiangxia directly kicked Xinjia. A powerful blow. The power of Jiangxia's right kick weighed 1,000 pounds, and the air exploded. And Xinjiao, who had completely endured this kick, suddenly had his eyes about to glaze over. His chest resounded with clicking sounds, and his originally sturdy bones directly shattered. Even the 3-turn skeleton stored in his body, even before it came into play, was abolished by Jiangxia's kick. But it's only by relying on the effects of the special skeleton in his body that he was able to rise to such strength. Really think I can't kill you? Many skeletons suddenly appeared behind Chen Shuxing in the distance, and the finger bones of his hands emitted a blood-red glow. There were red threads connecting the blood-colored skeleton behind him from his fingertips, and in an instant a baleful aura eroded towards Jiangxia. Jiangxia's eye of omniscience was activated, and then Chen Shuxing's attributes as well as his weaknesses became clear at a glance. Race, human. Strength, peak of 4th turn. Power, 4. agility, 5, physique, 2, spirit, 7, skeleton skills, manipulating dead skeletons, deflecting damage, releasing poisonous gas. That's how much you've been greedy. After Jiang Xia finished understanding Chen Shusheng's information, he discovered that there were actually 8 skeletons in his body, and every piece was a 4th turn, and there were even 2 pieces that were 5th turn skeletons. Chen Shusheng was only at the peak of the 4th turn. How could he have so many skeletons all by himself? The mass of these skeletons combined is impossible without tens of millions and hundreds of millions. Isn't that what I became an official for? Ha ha ha, scouring the people and taking by force. Creating misery is my pleasure. Chen Shusheng suddenly laughed out loud as he maneuvered the blood-colored skeleton that kept emitting shrill howls to rush towards Jiang Xia. His own figure was constantly retreating, his right arm flashed with yellow light, and the rock bone in his body urged to immediately make the terrain change. A sturdy fortress was instantly formed to protect Chen Shusheng within. I'm just waiting for you to lose this power. How will you be arrogant then? I'll end up torturing your whole body. Slowly, facing the blood-colored skeleton that attacked and killed, Jiang Xia violently stomped his foot, and the ground cracked, sounding like a thunderous tremor. A steady stream of purple lightning converged on Jiang Xia's long sword, and Yugo Nishan became brighter and brighter. Before this again Kangha had never fully utilized the power of Yujiri itself. How could a sword bone who was once a 5th turn be only this intimidating? However, now under the 9-tailed bones enhancement, a strange blood color actually surfaced above Yugo Nishan. That blood color is like the remnant of the sun, and the purple thunder doesn't dare to touch it by half. The sword sounding one chop. Boom boom. A terrifying red sword light blasted towards the scarlet skeleton. The sound was so powerful that the surrounding walls and stone slabs were actually turned into pieces between the spread of the sword intent. Those blood-colored skeletons also annihilated in an instant. How about stopping? Ginger Summer, not how. Chen Shusheng was scared to death, and after seeing this terrifying destructive power of Jiang Xia, he turned his head and urged the rock bones to drill towards the ground. Then he urged the 5-turn skeleton split bone to block Jiang Xia. However, Jiang Xia thundered and leapt into the air, then urged thousands of blood-colored small swords to furiously inflict themselves on the place where Chen Shusheng had fled. Chen Shusheng had just split off his doppelganger for a short while, and before he could dive 10 meters deep into the ground, he heard the sound of machine guns firing from above. Boom, 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 boom. It directly blasted the dregs around him, leaving a large pit. Look at my eyes. Chen Shusheng's face was ruthless as he violently turned his head to stare at Jiang Xia, and his eyes immediately surfaced with a red moon-like pattern. I'm looking at you. Jiang Xia felt puzzled. Then the sound of bones breaking was heard as he chopped both of Chen Shusheng's bodies in half with a single strike of his sword. Along with the fracture of his body, Chen Shusheng fell backward with a pale face. A look of unwillingness appeared in his eyes as he let out a hiss. Why don't you look? Why should I look? Jiang Xia came to Chen Shusheng's face after resolving the battle, and poked his eye directly with a sword. Chen Shu was angry and anxious. Just now, as long as Jiang Xia looked into his eyes, he was able to utilize his strongest strike, letting Kongha instantly fall into a dream and then kill the enemy in the dream. But it failed? Snap! Jiang Xia straightaway slapped Chen Shusheng's jaw askew. Blood wrapped in broken teeth flew out, causing Chen Shusheng to curse in pain. Here, the tone of voice you just used again. Jiang Xia stepped on Chen Shusheng's shoulder with his right foot and slowly exerted force. Chen Shusheng's shoulder blade was crushed hard. His eyes were red from the pain, but he still said angrily, "Why don't you look me in the eye?" Jiang Xia coldly slapped again, the wind whistling. I'll say it again. Look at you. This time Chloe-chan doesn't have a single tooth left. Well, I'll ask you the next question. Spare your life if you make sense, or go to hell if you don't. I will believe you. With blood in his mouth, Chen Shusheng said with difficulty, Blanche, believe it or not. Jiang Xia said angrily, completely out of patience. Poof. He directly slashed Chen Shusheng's dog head with a sword. Blood sprayed over his body. Ginger Summer sighed. He felt he still didn't have the talent or patience to torture people. This is not, did not hold back directly killed Chen Shusheng. An extremely faint moaning sound suddenly came from not far away. Jiang Xia's eyes immediately lit up. I didn't realize that Shen Jiao was still alive. He got up, then glanced at the bloody head of Chen Shusheng. Carrying it, he walked quickly again to crouch in front of Shenjiao. Jiang Xia had a faint smile on her face. Look who it is. Shenjiao was seriously injured at the moment and slowly opened his eyes, then saw Chen Shusheng's dead head disliked in front of him. He screamed in terror, his face pale, a look of supplication in his eyes. Snot and tears don't cost anything. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I am willing to be ambushed. Shenjiao was trembling. He didn't expect that even Chen Shusheng had been gotten killed. The teenager in front of him was too terrifying. Don't kill you. It's okay. Jiang Xia took a deep breath, then patted Xin Jiao's shoulder as if to comfort him. Next, I have some questions. How about I ask and you answer? Good. I'll tell you anything I know. Xinjiang pissed himself on camera, after seeing Jiang Xia's strength. Nowadays, although Jiang Xia smiled and spoke to him, but in Xin Jiao's perspective, Jiang Xia was completely a murderous devil. Doesn't he notice it at all? You have blood all over your face. Chapter 41, The Bitter Spirit Cult's Plan. Jiang Xia was very satisfied with Xin Jiao's current attitude. He narrowed his eyes, letting his tone slow down, and looked at Xinjiang's face that was mixed with fear, chills, and asked with a smile, "How much do you know about the suffering spirit cult?" "Know as much as you can." Xinjiao just wanted to explain. "I haven't joined the religion yet." Bang! Jiang Xia hated dilly-dallying, and in order to get useful information faster, he directly pinched Chen Xuxing's head in front of Xinjiao. Blood and brain matter erupted, and red and white things exploded into Xinjia's mouth. Vomit. He was first so shocked that he subconsciously gulped, and then after realizing what he had eaten, his stomach churned and he spat out all the bitter water. "I for one don't like to listen to bull asterisk 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 asterisk." Jiang Xia's blood-covered hand lifted up to pat Xinjia's cheek. "So I hope you don't waste my time. Shenrob, this is really seen in front of this person's explosive abuse. More than 40 people, in the life and death of the crisis of the mentality, are almost collapse." He no longer dared to hesitate and spoke extremely fast, fearing that Jiang Xia would directly kill himself if he was unhappy. "I actually don't know much about the suffering spirit cult. After all, I haven't become an official member yet. But with the information I've come across, they suddenly appeared in Danzhou 2 years ago. It wasn't me who first contacted them either, but rather Lord Chen, whom you just killed. He was the highest official in Danzhou, and everything I did, including deliberately disrupting Danzhou's morale, was his instructions." Shenjiao still wanted to absolve himself and blame a dead man for everything, but if he hadn't been mesmerized by the interests of the suffering spirit sect at that time, and had reported the matter to the Daxia mansion right away, how would the current matter have come to pass? So Jiang Xia nodded and slowly drew his longsword Yugonishan. The cold light refracted, and Xinjiao trembled, not even daring to excuse himself. "What are they doing here?" Xinjiao immediately returned. "Create suffering, reap suffering." They ordered Chen Xusheng to utilize his authority and thus subtly create bitterness, while at the same time inscribing a formation in Danzhou that would be absorbed whenever bitterness was created. Xinjiao looked up at the sky and said, "After 2 years of coalescence, it is even the sky over Danzhou that has become gloomy." Jiang Xia also glanced at the sky. The thunder clouds that had coalesced earlier had slowly dispersed, but there was still a haze in the Danzhou sky that would not dissipate. He recalled the scene he had seen when he came to Danzhou. Green handsome, yellow and teenage girls killed in drag race, seized fake drug pharma. These things are not an exception, but can be found everywhere. But judging from Luo Qiushui's reaction, Danzhou was clearly not like this 2 years ago, so now Danzhou is sick, and the root cause of all this is the bitter spirit religion. Suffering is not only death. There are terminally ill patients who spend all their family money just to see the world one more day but buy fake drugs. There are also honest people who work hard on the outside but are provoked by cuckolds at home. Even more parents who have lost a child and their families are in mourning. Those who are alive are able to provide more suffering. What is the ultimate purpose of their harvest of suffering? And why does it involve the Wang family? Ginger Summer's voice came and asked again. Xinjiao didn't dare to hide it and answered truthfully. Because the Apostle Lord of the Spirit Church seemed to want to resurrect one of their churches, Holy Crown, with the help of a great deal of suffering, and the grave of that sacred crown is in the ruins of the living skeleton, which is jointly held by the Wang clan and the other 3 great clans. Apostles? Holy Crown? Jiang Xia pondered for a moment, thinking that these 2 terms should be titles representing the internal classes of the bitter pain spirit cult. The odds are that those who can be called Holy Crowns are core members of the suffering spirit cult. Where is that spiritualist apostle you were talking about? Ginger Summer questioned. He frowned as things got more serious. An apostle has been deliberating for so long, creating so much suffering, just to resurrect the Holy Crown. The suffering spirit cult has been silent for more than 20 years, and at this time it has reappeared in the world again. And once it succeeds in resurrecting the sacred crown, it will be equal to having a leader. And I'm afraid that it will make a very swift comeback. At that time, I'm afraid that Daxia will be the first place to be attacked by this sect. Xinjiao was startled by Jiang Xia's eyes and spat out. In Danzhou prison, he was abusing inside the prison. Jiang Xia stood up and pulled out Lai Tianming's token to quickly pass on the news he had gotten. Moments later, brilliant sword light erupted 100 miles away in the distance. Lai Tianming also summoned over. I said, King, why did the bone immortals of the Luo Tu families escape into the ruins of the living wrecks? It turns out that there is a grave of a sacred crown inside. Your kid's efficiency is good, but the bitter pain spirit cult has many tactics. You immediately report the news to the academy at this moment. Don't go after that apostle. Wait for me to come back for everything. Don't be impulsive. Lai Tianming added a sentence at the end, being truly afraid that Jiang Xia would really go. However, his worries were not unwarranted. Kang Xia had planned to kill the apostle. Listen to the advice? It doesn't exist. You answered well. Jiang Xia put away his foolish loyalty and glanced at Xin Jiao with a lowered head. And at this time, Xin Jiaba was pleasantly surprised to find that there was actually really no killing intent in Jiang Xia's eyes. He's a man of his word. He really speaks his mind. One really doesn't have to die. No wonder. After opening the door, Jiang Xia directly dragged Xin Jiao's collar to the door. He saw Luo Qiushui and turned to her. This man, you pull to the most crowded place and behead him immediately. Xin Jiao was shocked. Struggling up frantically, he said incredulously, you said it. As long as I answer your questions properly you won't kill me. You liar. You're not a ing liar. Jiang Xia screwed up her smile and looked down at Xin Jiao. Right. I just don't keep my word, so what can you do? Extremely humiliated, Jiang Xia knocked Xin Jiao's head to the ground and laughed. Kill me if you have the ability. Not capable. Ha? Then die. Luo Qiushui in the distance froze as she watched this scene. The women beside her also looked over in great consternation. They all saw who the person beside Jiang Xia with a bloody head was. It was Xin Jiao. Ooh-hoo. We've waited too long for this day. There was a woman crying out in pain. Resentment released in her tone. As the head of the inspection division, Xin Jiao had been acting as an authority for so long, and had indulged his men and even instructed them to commit quite a few sins. It could have been difficult to kill him before because of his strength as well as his identity. So Shen Jiao was a dark cloud weighing on their hearts. It is also a dark cloud weighing on the hearts of all Danzhou people. After all, Chen Chusheng had given the order from the rear, and those who carried out the order were Xin Jiao and the enforcers under him. So in terms of hate, psychologically speaking, they are more hateful to Xin Jiao to thwart his bones and ashes. Thank you. You are the benefactor of the whole Danzhou. Several women thanked Jiang Xia, their tearful eyes full of gratitude, and a few even wanted to kneel down to thank them. But Jiang Xia directly stopped it, because Daxia didn't have the rule of just kneeling down. He, Jiang Xia, didn't need it and wouldn't feel very honored. After casually breaking Xin Jie's limbs and piercing through all of his orifices, Jiang Xia threw him, who was like a dead dog, to Luo Qiushui. He said, I'm going to the prison to kill another person. Chapter 42 I sentence you to immediate execution. I'm going back to prison to kill someone. Listening to this domineering and casual tone, Luo Qiushui actually suddenly had a few minutes of trance. The way she looked at Jiang Xia secretly had a few deeper shifts in her eyes. So handsome. Jiang Xia, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Luo Qiushui couldn't help but say that she probably guessed what Jiang Xia was going to do. You mean each other? Jiang Xia smiled. Don't worry. I'm usually very quick with my sword. Usually he's dead before he even senses the danger. Jiang Xia faintly said, his words full of confidence. It was as if nothing could bring him threat. At least not right now. And there was only one soft spot for him, and that was Miao Miao Bai. The apostle of bitter spiritism in prison had bad luck. River Bai happened to be away. I'll go with you too. Luo Qiushui felt that she had to do something as well. She herself is from Danzhou, and the anger in her heart is no less than anyone else's at the scene she saw when she returned to her hometown. Jiang Xia hesitated. As he looked at the determination in Luo Qiushui's eyes, there were some words in his heart that he still felt that he should not say now. After all, Luo Qiushui came from the Luo family, and not long ago, it was learned from Chen Chusheng's mouth that the Luo family had been destroyed. The inspection division was actually really destroyed. The surrounding occupants had just been hiding in their rooms without going out. After all, the commotion Kang Xia had made was too great. The strong smell of blood made it easy to guess what kind of grueling battle had taken place inside. Oh no, not fighting, but crushing. The young man in front of them directly crushed the dregs that had been pressing down on their heads for years. One after another, people gradually more and more. See the blood-covered Jiang Xia suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, surprised in the eyes. After seeing the Xin Jiao like a dead dog again, they were even more directly down. The head of the inspection division, Xin Jiao, who had a cultivation level of 4 revolutions, had actually been subdued. The Shen robbery that had been suppressed above the heads of the crowd for many years was now actually just waiting to die. And the people in the distance who saw the battle stop over here and quietly came over to check the result, their breath stopped for a moment. The scene was silent. Very spooky. Like everyone dreams of this fantasy, now it's actually being realized by a young man of unknown origin? An old man on crutches in the distance pushed his way out of the crowd at this point. His pale cheeks were lined with despondency, and in his eyes was bitter helplessness and a sigh. He thought Kong Ha would die in the inspection division, but just as he took a good look at the figure standing in the doorway, his lips actually began to tremble. The despondency on his face was swept away and replaced with excitement and joy. Tears flowed from the old man's eyes as he stomped his cane and exclaimed, "It's hard to cool your blood when you're young. He really did it. Kill these dog officials." The people around them were touched by the old man's words. The eyes that looked at Jiang Xia instantly became grateful and stirred. "Young man, I wonder what your name is. We in Danjo will always remember you." People's hearts spilled out and years of repression were released. After all, the current Jiang Xia was like a hero in the body of a man first, killing those who deserved to die, killing those who were difficult for others to kill. He didn't think he could make the people of Danjo have such a stirring, looking at a pair of grateful and rejuvenated eyes. Ginger Summer felt so good about killing herself. His face was solemn. Taking out the jade order of the housemaster and facing everyone, he said, "I am Jiang Xia, a personal disciple of the 9th Academy of the Great Summer Supreme Academy. I was ordered by the vice president to come to Danjo to investigate the matter of the bitter pain spirit cult, but I found that Danjo officials disregarded the law, oppressed the people, and even secretly colluded with the bitter pain spirit cult in their attempts to misbehave. Today I slaughter these dog officials first." As for Xin Jiao, as head of the inspection division, he connived with his subordinates, stirred up trouble, colluded with the spirit cult, and failed to report what he knew, which is tantamount to treason. "Now, I sentence you to death and immediate execution." As Jiang Xia's words spilled out, the surrounding crowd's emotions came up all of a sudden, shouting, "Kill him, dog officer! Shinjak, this returned my husband life, why don't you die earlier? Immediate execution, immediate execution." The crowd was seething, and their eyes were filled with anger towards Xinjiao. "They hate to eat its flesh and drink its blood. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll kneel down for you guys, okay?" Xin Jiabao regretted in his heart. If he had known that today he would not have listened to Chen Chusheng's words and participated in it in the first place. "I thought you said you'd drag me to a crowded place and then kill me. There aren't enough people to go around right now." "Not enough." Xinjiao kowtowed towards Jiang Xia, wanting to live even a minute longer. But Jiang Xia was only expressionless, and the long sword's cold light appeared. He said, "It's pretty crowded right now," and then poof! A large amount of blood spurted out from Xinjiao's neck, and his head rolled down to the people with a grunt. Everyone cheered at this moment. They each kicked until they stomped Xinjia's head until it was crushed to pieces. "Young man, are you going to prison to kill someone? Let me join you. We have too many friends, relatives, are locked in." There was a middle-aged man with steely eyes stepping out. The people around him chimed in. "That's how people are. Once they have a backbone, a trustworthy person to lead them, then they will immediately twist into a hemp rope, bursting with power." After thinking for just a moment, Jiang Xia decided, yes, he has limited energy alone. After all, the prison is probably where the spirit cult of bitterness is staked out, and Kangha has to save people while killing the spirit cult's apostles. It was prudent to do so, in order to prevent that apostle from threatening to use everyone in the prison as a bargaining chip. Jiang Xia thought that there was no harm in having more people. "Ha ha, I wouldn't have dared before without someone to lead, but now with this heavenly pride from the Supreme Academy, what else are we afraid of?" That's right, the students of the Supreme Academy are all the future pillars of our great Xia. With them taking the lead, let's not hesitate any longer. People have been spoken to and have been oppressed for so long that they have long wanted to do something big, and the arrival of Jiang Xia is simply a perfect opportunity. The short answer is, if you have someone to back you up, you're still afraid of hair? Though, this person who was backing them up was still just a first-year student. Some people, by nature, are this invincible and charismatic? Luo Qiuxiu sighed. The little girl in her arms slowly opened her eyes. Her tender voice worried, "Brother, are you in pain? You're hurt." Ginger Summer shook her head and smiled. "I'm not hurt. Are you okay? Brother avenged you, and now everyone wants revenge." Chapter 43, Time to Hit the Road. Danjo prison at this time. Despair, depression, gripped everyone, and it was in the deepest part of the prison that a man with a shriveled face and a thin frame was addressing the lowest of the thorns within the church, saying, "I'm going to refine my bones next, and all of you are not allowed to disturb me. Not to mention that I can't let any other outsiders interfere with me, know what I mean?" The congregants behind them, who were covered in thorn whip marks, bowed their heads in unison and responded with a yes. And then Yin Yan instructed the 4 pustule worshippers whose bodies were covered in pustules, with maggots crawling out of their bodies from time to time, saying, "The hope of resurrecting Lord's sacred crown is just around the corner, and refining the blood-handed Buddha bone is too crucial, so no matter who fights their way in you must stop him." Yin Yan's voice hissed. He had long since observed the movement of the inspection division and guessed that those 2 losers were not a match for the other party. "I just didn't expect to die so quickly. It seems that the strength of the visitor is not to be underestimated. The odds are that this is the next target." "Yes." Getting a response, Yin Yan dismissed them. A blazing flame appeared in his right hand, and his ice-cold eyes suddenly revealed a wave of laughter. Hundreds of white bones lay in front of him, and beneath them was a blood-red formation that linked to the power of bitterness in the sky. Yin Yen catalyzed the positive fire and began to refine the bones. Jiang Xia's silhouette alone ran in front of the crowd, flying sand and stones, a piece of green stone cracking with every step, and the speed was extremely fast, so fast that the people behind them could barely keep up. There was no lack of peak third turn or even fourth turn bone masters in the crowd, but at the moment, from the bottom of my heart, I feel that I still have to practice. They had a few more points of admiration for Jiang Xia in their eyes. Stop, all of you, or blast you all. A member of the Suffering Spirit cult observed the commotion over here and roared out, but his words had no effect at all. Before he could speak again, with only one sword, Jiang Xia instantly decimated the several people at the entrance with only one sword. Who dares to come and act recklessly? A voice like a bell rang out, vibrating in everyone's ears. At the same time, a blood-colored barrier actually began to slowly emerge around the prison. There were 4 people standing across from Jiang Xia and the others, none other than the pus religious. As they stepped out, an extremely foul odor caused everyone to cover their nostrils. The aura that's leaking out. It's a fourth turn bone master. Someone cautioned. What do you mean by this? When my god-sama is inside refining his bones? Are you trying to rob the prison? If you dare to make a move, beware of turning into a corpse. The pusillanimist's tone was harsh, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. You're the one who threw the sword just now, aren't you? How dare you? The others can retreat now without dying. You won't be able to leave today. The 4 pusillanimists looked at Jiang Xia and realized that it was actually a young man. The aura leaking from his body was only 4 revolutions, so how could he fight against the 4 of them? They planned to use Jiang Xia to make an example of him, but they didn't know that he was the strongest. You guys just attack the rest of the congregation as well as the barrier. I'll take care of them. Jiang Xia didn't pay the slightest attention to the 4 pusillanimous worshippers and commanded the crowd behind him. You guys really only have 4 turns of cultivation? Ginger Summer reconfirmed. The 4 people felt that Jiang Xia was afraid and made teasing noises. Their bodies gradually melted like water and finally coalesced together. It's now at the beginning of the 5th turn. Are you going to run away? We can give you 10 seconds. Merciful enough. Jiang Xia shook his head, not having the slightest intention of escaping. Earlier if you only had 4 turns, then maybe I only needed 1 sword. But now that you are at the beginning of the 5th turn, I still only need 1 sword. As the words fell, all 4 of them thought that Jiang Xia was talking big. Even Danjo's Bone Master thought that Jiang Xia was just doing it for the sake of momentum. But the next moment, the wind and clouds suddenly changed color. Thunder gathered in the sky, and a purple swimming dragon keened as it scurried down from the sky and wrapped itself around Jiang Xia's arm. A destructive thunderous aura was released, causing the crowd to tremble. The eyes of that fused pusillanimist also narrowed slightly, sensing an aura of danger. They struck decisively, not wanting to give Jiang Xia any time to build up his strength. A corrosive acid wind blew towards Jiang Xia, and as it advanced everywhere it passed through was corroded and crushed. One bone master who slightly touched his arm immediately screamed miserably as his right hand was instantly corroded off. Such a degree of damage tightened the hearts of those around them. He was just about to remind Jiang Xia not to resist hard and quickly dodge, but in a flash, Jiang Xia's aura once again skyrocketed. His strength was already at the peak of the 4th turn after using the 9-tailed bones, and now that he had used the minor divine ability Blood Explosion, his strength had risen once again. It's already at the beginning of the 5th turn. 5 turns against 5 turns. There is no tie, because Jiang Xia was invincible at the same rank. Sword sounding one chop. Boom! Accompanied by a radiant red light. A red sword on that broke through everything, chopped away with a destructive force. The crowd couldn't take their eyes off for even a second because the strength Jiang Xia had shown was too strong. It was so strong that they froze, and the followers of the Suffering Spirit sect froze as well, deeply shocked. And those 4 pusillanimous worshippers who were fused together, unable to even let out a scream, were actually directly chopped into pieces, not even leaving behind half of their limbs. Even the red barrier, which had been attacked by the crowd for a long time, collapsed under Jiang Xia's sword. This sword, no one can block it. The crowd had only this sentiment in mind. For a moment, they almost thought, what were they doing here? He originally thought that it would be a big battle, but as a result, who knew that he would be directly resolved by Jiang Xia with a single sword? Laying down the dog. Luo Cho Shui was already numb. The Supreme Academy produced demons. She wasn't. She felt that Jiang Xia was. It's outrageous. And after cutting out this sword, Jiang Xia's 6 fiery red tails became bright and dark. Jiang Xia knew that the essence hoarded in his body was about to be depleted. This sword just now consumed almost 1/2 of the remaining. I'll go in first. You guys clear out, Jiang Xia informed. And then his figure disappeared into thin air. Frequent sword sounds instantly appeared inside the prison as he gradually went deeper and deeper into the place where Yin Yen refined his bones. Soon, Yin Yen frowned, suddenly feeling very bad in his heart. As he listened to the sound of the gradually approaching sword, the positive fire flipped, and a piece of blood-colored skeleton gradually emitted a bizarre light as well as a powerful aura. There was thunder converging in the sky, but Yin Yan was too late to allow the blood-hand Buddha bone to be finally refined here. He immediately activated the formation at his feet that was heading to the ruins of the living wreck. A red glow enveloped Yin Yan as his form began to teleport. Ho ho ho! Just when he felt that Jiang Xia was about to pounce, he wanted to laugh. Suddenly a sword blade directly chopped at him. Ginger Summer's form slammed into his face and whispered, "It's time to hit the road." Chapter 44, Invasion of the Living Wrecks. Ruins of Raw Remains. At this moment, the wind was rising, the sky and the earth changed color, and the roar of the living skeleton nearly shattered one's eardrums. Looking around, Don Tianming was in front of her eyes in blackness. The majestic sword chi converged on the longsword in his hand, but he was slow to make a move. In the distant sky, there were two bloodied bone immortals gazing intently at Li Tianming, covering the sword wound on their chests with deep fear flashing through their complexion. A seventh turn bone master, or the seventh turn of kendo. They didn't expect things to fall apart so quickly, and even more so, they didn't expect a sword Dao bone master to be sent directly from the Xiadu side. After a few twists and turns, he had to sacrifice a member of his family before escaping to this place. The experience of almost dying left these two bone immortals from the Wine clan, Luo clan, with palpitations in their hearts. They recognized Li Tianming, known as the Invincible seven-turn bone master of the same rank. So at this moment, it seems that both sides are facing each other, and their side is still controlling all the purple living skeletons within the purple living skeleton ruins. But Wang Hong and Luo Chengyang's hearts are heavy, knowing that the advantage of winning is small and small. Now it's just stalling. And the reason why Li Tianming had yet to make a move was simple. Because there were too many raw skeletons, he had to block the exits. There was no shortage of fourth and fifth turn raw skeletons in the purple raw skeleton ruins, and each one released would cause great damage to Danzhou. "You two stop here and I will seek leniency," Li Tianming suddenly said. "You should know that you're not my opponents no matter what. So what are you still hesitating for? Tell me about the tomb of the bitter spirit cult, Holy Crown, and I can consider you to have repented of your sins in time." Li Tianming's words reached Wang Hong as well as Luo Chengyang's ears and felt very ridiculous. That's not the way to fool a 3-year-old, is it? They committed the crime of how to scrape the kill or not too much, but also where the crime is not cheating the past to kill the heart knows. Is Sure Hui still not well? If we delay any longer, I'm worried that Li Tianming's patience will completely disappear, and by then the two of us will be dead for sure. Wang Hong secretively transmitted his voice. Luo Chengyang looked at the force of bitterness that kept seeping in from the ruins exit, and his face barely looked better. It should be soon. Refining the blood-handed Buddha bone he has been preparing for so long can't be delayed for much longer. And at that time, once the refining is successful, what are we afraid of if we hand over the blood-handed Buddha bone to Lord Sacred Crown for refining? Not 2 against 1, but 4 against 1. Even if he, Li Shenming, is incredibly strong, it's impossible for him to beat it. The Holy Crown in this place was notoriously weird years ago. Who can stop it? The two of them exchanged secret voice transmission eye contact, and Li Tianming's eyes couldn't help but sink. If it was not possible, he could only go out and forcefully kill these two first, then deal with the raw remains that ran out. It's just a shame he's the only one who's distracted right now. If that kid, Li Tianming suddenly remembered Jiang Xia, but quickly shook his head. What are you thinking? Even if Jiang Xia had the presence of the nine-tailed bone in his body, he would only die if he participated in the battle here. At a casual glance, there were no less than 10 of the 5-turn living skeletons. How could he resist? Taking a deep breath, Li Tianming's whole body aura coalesced to the extreme, and his majestic sword intent was like the waves rumbling high in the sea. Wang Hong and Luo Chengyang were also instantly on guard as they secretly sighed, knowing that Li Tianming was about to strike. And it was at this time, there was a blood-colored formation behind them that suddenly glowed red. The two men's faces were suddenly overjoyed that they had finally waited. Sure Hui, you hurry up and resurrect Lord Sacred Crown. The two of us will hold him back. Wang Hong turned around and yelled, but all that responded to him was a sword roar that decimated everything. Clank! Sword roars resounded, and a domineering and silent red sword chi swept out. Wang Hong couldn't help but block his eyes, and Luo Chengyang's eyes showed doubt, not knowing what had happened. Then they saw a scene that made their jaws drop. A young man, someone who looked an unknown number of years younger than them, actually choked Sure Hui's neck and chopped against the ground. Blood, broken bones, angry hideous hissing sounds. You seek death. Sure Hui was horrified, shocked by Jiang Xia's battle power. This chop actually directly broke through the armor on his body. He was already pale and shriveled, and he looked even whiter and bloodless after this chop by Jiang Xia. Therefore, anger seems to be like a skeleton. What's the point of wasting words? You're the one who's going to die. Jiang Xia could not help but be surprised. not expecting the spirit sect apostle in front of him to actually be able to carry off his own sword-sounding slash. Looks skinny. Life's pretty hard, but if you can carry one blow, can you carry the second? Jiang Xia knew that he couldn't give his enemy a chance to catch his breath, and the blood-colored small sword coalesced and pierced through Shi Hui's body. Take this bone to Lord Holy Crown. With this skeleton he will be able to regain his strength as fast as possible, and then we will be saved. Shi Hui forced himself to endure the pain in his body, and pieces of internal organs spewed out of his mouth as he threw the bloody-handed Buddha bone out. Wang Hong caught the skeleton and immediately vanished. At the same time there was a thunderbolt striking down, and the blood-hand Buddha bone was already in a state where it was about to be refined. Damn, still dare to put words in your mouth. You're dead. I said it. Jiang Xia kicked Shi Hui into the air with a staged kick. Shi Hui's whole body was in severe pain, and his ribs directly pierced through his skin, which was white. Luo Tsongyang, help me, Shi Hui said sharply to Luo Tsongyang, who had ever seen such a turn of events. Although Shi Hui was only at the beginning stage of the fifth revolution, but how could he say that he would not be able to face a brat without a bit of resistance? You're an apostle of the suffering spirit cult. Use your best tactics. You're playing me, aren't you? It's playing me, right? Although he thought so in the bottom of his heart, Luo Tsongyang still moved quickly. In case Shi Hui really hung up, it would be one less combatant no matter what. It's not realistic for you to let him deal with Dawn alone. Saving Shi Hui can also help control the invasion of Danzhou by living wrecks. But an extremely sharp sword blade swept over. Luo Tsongyang trembled, only half a meter away from the sword blade, but his own cheek was still oozing out a large amount of blood. And what was even more surprising was that Jiang Xia had already finished storing up his strength at this moment. Purple swimming dragons whistled and snaked upwards, all of them bombarding Shi Hui's body, and immediately there was a smell of charcoal coming from it. Then there was a familiar sound of a sword chirping. The red sword aura exuded an aura that made Luo Tsongyang feel dangerous as it chopped straight up. There was a proof of blood. Then there was silence. Incredible silence. Luo Tsongyang's wide-eyed also did not expect that Shi Hui was actually really killed by Jiang Xia with a single sword. Split in two. Luo Tsongyang sensed that he was locked by Li Tianming. His hands formed a seal, and a terrifying shadow emerged from behind him. It was a huge head with countless souls crying out. His realm then immediately rose. Peak of the sixth turn. 7 turns of the first order. Kill me out. With a command, all the living skeletons moved and roared to invade Danzhou. Chapter 45, Maximum Security. The Meat Grinder. Tens of thousands of living skeletons attacked in unison in the direction of Li Tianming. It's like an army of 10,000. Very tricky. What's more, Luo Tsongyang had no intention of fighting Li Tianming at all. What was the point of raising his strength to the early stage of the 7th revolution? It's for running away. The blood-colored skeleton wrapped Luo Tsongyang, and with that, he armed himself to the hilt, then quickly disappeared towards the distance. You go, I'll take it from here. Jiang Xia didn't explain too much. The sound of his sword chirping was his explanation. Quite simply, the moment the golden pupil opened, dozens of living skeletons around Jiang Xia directly fell to the ground. On this side of Danzhou prison, all the fighting is over. Since Jiang Xia had struck too hard, those with a bit of strength were almost all taken away in one wave. So the remaining stragglers of the suffering spirit cult barely consumed much of the crowd's strength. The battle was quickly quelled by a sea of men. It also freed the only people left in the prison, who were still alive. But the crowd was only happy for a few moments before a purple beam of light soon shot up from the distance. That pillar of light was bright and rich in color, and it was the first time the people of Danzhou had seen it in such a long time. Raw wreck. It's the raw wreck running out, someone exclaimed. The remaining people also changed their faces in unison, and some even went limp at once. Purple raw wreck ruins invasion. Danzhou top level alert. The ground is starting to shake. The hiss of a raw skeleton approached. Luo Qiushui immediately reported the current situation to the Xiadu Inspection Division, and even the Supreme Academy was notified as well. So the Xiadu Inspection Department immediately issued an emergency notice. All inspections on duty in the vicinity of Danzhou immediately gave up any business under their command and immediately went to Danzhou for support. The Supreme Academy did the same, notifying the second year and third year cadets near Danzhou to come and support them immediately. Almost at the same time, Sangzhou, Lanzhou, a large number of bone masters from the cities bordering Danzhou have rushed over. It's a big deal. I don't know how many people are going to die. Everyone ran as hard as they could. Sangzhou, Xiao Yuan, who had just beheaded an evil bone master, received the news and said towards the several men in inspection uniforms behind him, Deng Hui, you go and drive to Danzhou. Boss, is something wrong? Xiao Yuan's tone is grave. Invasion of the purple living wreck ruins. Lanzhou, Jiang Xinan's veiled hand clenched. Space confined. And there was a wildly running sports car that stopped directly in front of her. The man inside made a heart-stopping sound of fear. Jiang Xinan then stepped forward and flashed his inspection license without any nonsense. Looking back, the man realized that he had been lifted by Jiang Xinan and thrown directly out of the driver's seat. He stood frozen in the middle of the road watching his sports car being snatched by a beautiful woman. The red sports car rubbed against the road surface emitting a puff of white smoke, and then the speed soared to its maximum. Running towards Danzhou. Everyone head underground for shelter, Luo Qiushui hurriedly said. A bone setter immediately went to the highest bell tower in Danzhou and rang the bell. Dang! The bells echoed and everyone ran in terror. Raw wreck has invaded. This thought instantly gripped the hearts of the crowd, and some people actually burst into tears as they ran. Anyone willing to fend off a raw wreck? Luo Qiushui turned back and looked at the crowd. But this time of year everyone is in trouble. Raw wreckage. So many raw skeletons. Wouldn't it be a drop in the bucket to go by yourself? Are we really going? It's going to kill someone, isn't it? Luo Qiushui also couldn't help but smile bitterly and helplessly. She didn't force it. It was normal. Drawing her longsword and running for the ruins of the living wreck, she realized, however, that there was more than one footstep behind her. This is our home. After all, brothers, it's an honor to live. Someone pep talk. The blood of the men behind them began to boil again, and the cries of women and children were not infrequently heard during the run. What reason did they have to run away as bone masters? The bone master, too, is bloodthirsty. Luo Qiushui smiled. This time she was going to be at the front of the line, plunging the knife in her hand hard into the body of the living skeleton. Although he didn't know where Jiang Xia had gone, Luo Qiushui felt that he would come soon. Jiang Xia was like a ghostly phantom, wandering through the gaps in the living wreckage. Every time he was beheaded, he gained a large amount of bone power and essence. Consumption is not as good as recovery. In other words, the more he kills, the stronger he gets. With every sword slash there was a large amount of blood spattered and a large amount of flesh and blood flew across the ground. Purple thunder gathered in his hands, and the sound of electric current ran between the various living skeletons. The powerful electric current made the living skeletons directly turn into charcoal. There were constant deaths and wailing of living skeletons. Ginger Summer has killed a vacuum belt around herself. He was going to hold off the living wrecks as long as he could, and wait for backup. As Jiang Xia beheaded more and more living skeletons, it was only right that there were golden-colored living skeleton death shadows that appeared. Jiang Xia's speed swept past, and then grabbed it. One living wrecked dead shadow, two living wrecked dead shadows. Don't say it. Jiang Xia was so lucky that she exploded. All living skeletons and dead shadows produced are of golden quality. Salt isn't even salt anymore. Kill the third turn mid-rank Shadow Fox and gain the Avatar Shadow. Kill the peak second turn Wind Tenon and gain the Avatar Sprint. Kill the fourth turn early stage Tiger Walking Bear and gain the Avatar Dread Whistle. One by one, the living skeletons and dead shadows were absorbed by Jiang Xia, and the divine abilities that Jiang Xia had mastered increased. It can be said that this is by far the biggest harvest since coming to Danzhou. Speed-wise, strength-wise, and attack means-wise Jiang Xia had been greatly improved. As it was now, the Shadow Fox clan's divine ability, Shadow, immediately separated an identical doppelganger at his feet under Jiang Xia's use, controlling it with only his mind. Jiang Xia whatever magical powers he knew, the shadow would too. Wild winds were blowing between the swings of his left hand, and the wind element was grasped by Jiang Xia. His speed skyrocketed once again, and it was difficult to even see the remnants under the sprint. It was a meat grinder, and the living skeletons were intelligent, and fear struck. One of the 5-turn living skeletons decided to turn the tables. It decided to kill Jiang Xia first. The huge body was 3 meters tall even. The skeleton is a troll, with hard skin and a huge body that is not bulky but very flexible. It held several chains that made noise in its left hand and a spear in its right, revealing horns revealing purple magic. The troll clan leaned back at the waist in a throwing-like motion, and then the wind whistled and exploded with a whoosh. The spear flew out instantly. The astral energy wrapped around it was extremely powerful. Wherever they passed, even if the surrounding living skeletons didn't touch them, they were still carried away by the astral wind and drenched in blood. At the same time, Luo Qiushui had already arrived nearby with the local Danzhou Bone Master, Xiao Yuan. Jiang Xinan drove the vehicle to a stop not far away. The power of that spear was so appalling that the air rubbed against it to produce a large number of sparks. Like a meteorite, like an arrow blasting towards Jiang Xia. Bang! There was a loud bang. A large crater collapsed around Jiang Xia, and the living skeletons around him were directly crushed into mincemeat by the huge astral aura. Luo Qiushui covered her mouth, and the bone master behind her stopped breathing for a moment. Xiao Yuan and Deng Hui opened their mouths in disbelief. A wave of anger was immediately revealed in Jiang Xinan's eyes. A constant stream of bone masters arrived just in time to see this scene. They all saw a figure fighting alone in the waves of raw wreckage, and dying in front of them like this before they could get support. Student Jiang, Luo Qiushui yelled, furious, and focused her gaze on the troll clan. All thought that Kong Ha was dead. Ahem. But just at this time, when the smoke cleared, the spear was deeply and diagonally inserted into the land, and Jiang Xia surprisingly stepped on it with his long sword in hand, unharmed. There's a wind blowing. It was as if the sounds around them had disappeared. His helpless voice came. The clothes are all scratched up. You're paying me? Chapter 46, A Mystery. Life is big. Life is really big. The fact that Jiang Xia didn't even die from this was already a miracle in everyone's mind. The power of that spear of the troll clan just now was evident to everyone present. No one has any confidence that they will survive when faced with it. But on the contrary, Jiang Xia not only survived. It seems that nothing happened? Teng Hui was incredulous. Boss, he must have life-preserving skeletons on him. There must be. Xiao Yuan is also confused. Just now I was going to have a moment of silence, and then you tell me that the corner of his coat is slightly dirty? Poets, you dodged one shot. Can you not dodge a second? The trolls were also filled with surprise. He raised his right hand incredulously, wondering if he had been throwing with poorer accuracy lately. I can't, even if my aim is poor. The astral energy wrapped around it will be enough to crush the human in front of me. Hard to believe. Hard to believe that he had some defense-class top skeleton on him? That was all the trolls could convince themselves of. Given another chance, he would definitely be able to kill Jiang Xia. Whoa whoa whoa. The troll clan flung up the chain in his left hand, kicking up a large gust of wind. The sharp iron hooks at the end of the chain flashed with a cold aura, and between the rotations there were weak living skeletons around that were spared, and were actually directly smashed into pieces of flesh. I won't miss this time. The troll clan let out a rampant laugh. His own 5-turned raw skeleton, facing a human child, or a guy who relied on external objects to barely reach the peak strength of the 4th turn. Possible rollover yourself? No way. Absolutely no way, because it just doesn't make sense. Of course, the thoughts and the minds of the bone masters around them were certainly the same. If Jiang Xia could dodge the first time, is it hard to dodge the second time? Run, hide, what are you doing there? Jiang Xia's impassive appearance was simply anxious. Seeing this, Deng Hui suddenly tapped his head and exclaimed, Holy boss, he can't be looking like nothing's wrong, but he's actually so injured that he can't even move. Deng Hui looked at Jiang Xia with wide eyes. No, what are you pretending? Can pretending be as important as your own life? You confused ah. The surrounding people's faces also changed when they heard such speculation, and after a little thought suddenly felt that it made sense. The color of helplessness was visible in his eyes, and at the same time, he also felt a pain in his balls. Jiang Xinan, what are you waiting for? Save people. Xiao Yuan had already moved, his body disappearing from its original position and running towards Jiang Xia as a stump. Jiang Xinan was faster and the two tried to save Jiang Xia, but the next moment at the same time, his face changed and he blocked in front of him with his hand. A strong wind came, directly scraping out blood marks on the two men's bodies, nearly lifting them off the ground. An iron hook as thick as an arm hooked towards Jiang Xia. The air was torn apart between the rumbles, like a giant claw trying to tear Jiang Xia to pieces, blood and flesh flying. But Jiang Xiamu's moved, the golden vertical pupil in his eyes opened, and a golden light appeared. The entire movement of the troll clan suddenly stopped, and in an instant Jiang Xia's entire body exploded out like a cannonball. He closes in on the troll clan and slams a knee into its skull. Blood sprays and the troll clan's massive body jolts backward. Before he could make any move to resist, Jiang Xia acted again, his long sword saber roaring. Boom! You think there's still a chance of a fumble? Jiang Xia laughed. The words should be reversed. I can miss countless times while you can only miss once. Boo! Jiang Xia fiercely whipped his leg, and his strong punch directly kicked the huge body of the troll clan into a tumble, crushing the raw remains behind it. Click! Morphing white bones were exposed, and the trolls were furious and hideous. I'm going to kill you. Boom! Ginger Summer pulled out a tooth in her mouth as a terrifying ray of light blasted through. The troll clan hadn't even finished speaking harsh words yet, but they were directly blasted into slag. Such a reaction caused Xiao Yuan and Jiang Xinan, who had rushed to the rescue, to look at each other for a few moments, and for a while the whole place fell silent. Is that right? Is this really right? 5-turn life skeleton. That's a 5-turn life skeleton troll race, an existence that they all could only maneuver with, without daring to hope to defeat. It was actually directly killed in seconds under Jiang Xia's attack. The heads of the surrounding bone masters went blank, and the roaring raw skeletons fell silent for a moment. Crouching. Am I entering an illusion? Is this still Da Xia? Come on brother, you help me. I'll see if it's a hallucination or not. Ah, what the are you cutting me for? Your ass. The crowd was in the wind for a moment, strong enough to explode. I'll tackle the 5-turn raw skeletons. You guys just tackle the ones below 5 turns. Will that work? Xiao Yuan, he is who he is, and his strength in the 2nd grade is also ranked. The most frightening thing was his powerful positive fire. Now, however, he was directly shocked by Jiang Xia and subconsciously returned a yes. Jiang Xinan wiped the blood on her cheeks and looked at Jiang Xia with a, in her eyes. Any way you looked at it, Jiang Xia wasn't much older than them, and might even be younger. Both of them were the Supreme Academy's top heavenly prides, and their talent and strength were already at the top of what could almost be achieved at this age. But what's going on with this guy in front of me? It's hard not to be more demonic than them. Talented better. That's Nine-Tailed Bone, isn't it? Someone from the Nine Courts? Xiao Yuan had also heard of Nine-Tailed Bone and guessed. But what kind of rank skeleton was the Nine-Tailed Bone? It was the peak of the 5th turn. Nearly the 6th turn immortal bone skeleton. Even if you send this kind of skeleton to Xiao Yuan and ask him to refine it, he won't be able to do so. Not to mention the fact that being able to catalyze it to this extent was enough to show how special Jiang Xia was. Therefore, Xiao Yuan's eyes were full of shock when he looked at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xinan had some depression in his eyes. She was just trying to save someone, right? But do other people really need it? Do what he says first. After Jiang Xinan finished speaking, he fought towards the several third transformation skeletons, and Xiao Yuan's right hand raised an extremely cold flame to kill them together. All of the bone masters had taken out their families' means to fight. Limbs, blood, and flesh flew across the room. There are remnants of the sun about to set. Jiang Xia's golden eyes swept over all the 5-turned living skeletons. At this moment, his figure became majestic and honorable, and an aura of looking out of the world that could not be resisted swept over him. The surrounding 5-turned living skeletons sensed a strong killing intent, and at almost the same time, the light in the sky was instantly obscured. The scarlet eyes of the 3 5-turned living skeletons turned into a red arc in the air to kill. Jiang Xia stood over the corpse of the troll clan and slowly lowered his long sword. He flipped through one of the secret techniques in the record of 10,000 records, and then without hesitation, he dug a claw right through his belly. Blood immediately spattered out, and Jiang Xia endured the severe pain, laughing as he pulled out his liver and lungs. Luo Qiushue and the others who saw this scene from afar were directly dumbfounded. Before he could react, he saw a terrifying figure appear behind Jiang Xia. Death. The aura of pain wrapped around Jiang Xia instantly spread throughout the battlefield. The 3 5-turned living skeletons that attacked and killed had pale faces and fearful eyes, as if they had seen something unnameable. And then the colors in front of everyone's eyes instantly turned gray and white, and with a poof, the silhouette from behind Jiang Xia unleashed its tentacles to instantly end the living skeleton. The tentacle stroked Jiang Xia's cheeks and let out an eerie laugh that seemed to carry longing. Jiang Xia gritted his teeth and reached directly into his abdomen, breaking 3 of his ribs with a click. Boo! Sapta! As if there was a divine lash, a long gully appeared in front of the crowd, and the living skeletons in the gully were all bloody and dead. Chapter 47, Getting Stronger by Killing. Everyone was chilled to their backs and the soles of their feet by this bizarre scene. For a while both the Bone Master and the raw skeleton were silenced. Ginger Summer wanted to curse in pain. Greedy. So damn greedy. Liver, lungs, ribs weren't enough, also wanted his stomach, intestines, even his heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. All for you, all for you. Asterisk 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 them up. Jiang Xia is also in order to stop the invasion of the living skeleton to go out of the way. The pain directly kneel on one knee on the ground. The stomach, the large intestine, all to the mysterious existence behind him. Several more terrifying gullies appeared, and the countless living skeletons were unable to resist at all, and were directly slapped into crumbs. Roar! This fear of death, the fear of the unknown, the living skeletons could not perceive. At this moment, where was the thought of invading Danzhou, fleeing towards the ruins of the living wreckage to migrate wildly? Ginger Summer took a big breath. He spasmed and shuddered in pain. More than a cramp in his skin, he'd never been so sore in his life. Silver blood flowed and glowed with a silver light, and the supreme bone in Jiang Xia's body began to emit a golden glow. As his chest rose and fell, his body began to create a large amount of newborn blood, but the large hole in his stomach struggled to heal. His whole body became lighter. Also, lose a lung, a liver, a large intestine, or even a few ribs. It's already awesome that Kanha is alive. He didn't think he'd ever been this hard on himself against his enemies, but watching the living skeletons retreat towards the ruins, Jiang Xia was finally relieved. Who has the healing bone? Quick, he's dying. Luo Qiushue was the first to react. Jiang Xia's entire body was about to lie on the board. The crowd was packed, and uncountable bone masters surrounded him. Save him quickly, I have healing wonders here. Don't even crowd around. He just lost a lung and was already having trouble breathing. Don't you have any brains? I'll go. Don't die. Jiang Shun, how can we explain to Xia if you die? The local Danzhou bone masters panicked, and Jiang Xia's status in their hearts could be said to have skyrocketed. Now if it died in front of them, it would simply be worse than killing them. The atmosphere of worry, heaviness and sadness gradually spreads. Jiang Xia wanted to say, don't cry, I'm not dead yet. It wasn't like he didn't know how powerful the supreme bone in his body was. He could live without breaking his breath. And right at that moment, A sword light that seemed to be enough to cut open the sky flashed through the ruins of the living wreck. Then there was a sonic boom. The withered figure with grey mist wrapped around its body kept dodging. He held a blood-colored skeleton in his hand, and the corpses of two bony mortals were sucked into dryness. Lian Chang spotted a large, ominous crowd gathered around Jiang Xia. Excitement erupted steeply in his eyes. He laughed dumbly, refining the bloody-handed Buddha bone in his hand as he sped towards Jiang Xia and the others. The sky is the limit. Ha ha ha, when I kill all of you and my strength can recover a few %, then I'm still afraid that I can't leave? Lai Tianming immediately chopped out countless swordlights, attacking towards Lianqing like a giant net. But the refined city was, after all, the sacred crown of the suffering spirit sect, and there were many means of escape, and there were naturally not many defense-type skeletons. Therefore, it was actually difficult to kill him for a while. Jiang Xia looked at Lian Cheng's skeleton-like body and thought, "What are you tossing around after you've died once?" He said to those around him, "Help me up." The rest did as they were told, and then a soul-piercing magical sound was heard entering their ears. Most of them were suddenly rolling on the ground in pain, but Ginger Summer didn't. He was in enough pain all right. "You're going to give me both physical and mental torture? That can only mean that you are just too brave. Tonsils, kidney stones, thigh bones, teeth, all for you. Fire on him for me." Boom! Lian Chang was pierced through by the tentacles with a poof and flew out backwards. Then Lai Tianming chopped out a sword and sent his head flying. Lianqing looked at Jiang Xia a bit confused before he died. What happened to being dead for 20 years and coming back to life and the world changing? "You are open." Lai Tianming took the bloody-handed Buddha bone that Lianchang was grasping in his hands, and then swung several swords until he chopped Lianchang's torso into ashes before giving up. He landed in front of Jiang Xia and looked at him in this wretched state with a big head. "Don't you tell your sister-in-law off. I'll your grandmother." Jiang Xia was originally fine, but this sentence from Li Tianming directly caused his qi and blood to reverse. "You opened your mouth not to care. So be it. You insulted my personality So Kangha leaned out and fainted straight away. "All three of you are coming back to Xanadu with me this time? That's fine. Isn't the Supreme Dojo about to open? Isn't that what we've been saving up our points for so long for?" Elder Lai. His name is Jiang Xia, right? Also from our academy? When did the 9th Academy take in such a student? Actually even willing to give him the 9-tailed bone. And this is already out of the normal demonic category, isn't it? His battle power is ridiculously high. You didn't see. He took out his liver, his intestines, and everything else, and he killed them in seconds. It's the first time I've ever seen such a decapitation of a living skeleton. Only 2 words left in my head after watching it. Awesome. What the hell? You're saying he's a freshman? Only less than a month of cultivation. The heavenly ladder reached the top and directly obtained the purple thunder gold electricity bone. Elder Lai, go write a novel. You wouldn't even dare to write a novel like this. Ginger Summer slowly awoke, her body aching. He reached out and touched his stomach, and thankfully, his colon returned. Liver? Seemed smaller than it was. Ribs? Holy beans, why are there 2 more? But the good thing was that these could be recovered slowly, and Kangha took a deep breath and sat up from the bed. Then I heard someone cricketing themselves. Who? Come on, say it to my face, Jiang Xia suddenly said. The chatter outside the room suddenly all stopped, and then Lai Tianming, Xiao Yuan, Deng Hui, and Jiang Xinan walked in one after another. There's just something wrong with that look. Awesome, really awesome, student Jiang. I, Tang Hui, obeyed no one but you in my life. Tang Hui was full of admiration and said in a tone that didn't seem to be fake. Xiao Yuan nodded his head as well. If there wasn't a student brother Jiang to step in this time, I'm afraid Danjo would have lost an unknown amount of money, and most importantly, too many people would have died. Senior Jiang, introduce yourself. I'm Xiao Yuan, a second-year student of the Supreme Academy's 4th courtyard. He pointed at Deng Hui. Just call him Deng Hui. As for Jiang Xinan, he coughed lightly and said, I'm Jiang Xinan from the 1st Academy. Kind of impressed. Ginger Summer returned. I kept hearing that name when I climbed the ladder, but it looks just as pretty and doesn't seem to be anything special. You kid, I really did not believe you wrong. Something really Ri Tianming also smacked his lips a little, knowing that Jiang Xia had done something to stop the invasion of living skeletons more than a little guilty in his heart. Don't worry, the credit and rewards will definitely be yours when you return this time. You've made a great achievement this time. You might even be able to meet the Grand Xia Prefecture Lord. Xiao Yuan and the 3 of them immediately looked at Jiang Xia with great envy. Meeting the Great Xia Mansion Master in person. This was an opportunity that not many people had. Not to mention the fact that it was a face-to-face meeting in a meritorious capacity. Jiang Xia was afraid that he would have to take off all the way afterward. Let's go back to the summer capital after refining this piece of skeleton. A blood-red bone appeared in Lai Tianming's hand. A 5-turned blood-handed Buddha bone. Killing for good. Merit added. Kill and you get stronger. Chapter 48, Refining Sacred Bones, Golden Ocean. 100 skeletons. A bloody-handed Buddha. Doing good deeds. Lai Tianming explained as he held up the bloody-handed Buddha bone in his hand. Although this bone only has 5 turns, it is truly capable of realizing an increase in cultivation just by killing someone. Of course you may wonder why a skeleton with such an effect is only barely 5 turns. Have you ever heard of 5 turns of mortal, 6 turns of immortal, and 9 turns of heaven? Of course we know all this. The 5 turns of mortality says that no matter whether it's a skeleton or a bone master, before the 5th turn it can only be counted as a mortal object in heaven and earth, and is subject to constraints. Lifespan. Life level all the way. Deng Hui snaps. But once one reaches the 6th turn, then one would be considered to have truly begun to transcend, and even the heavenly Tao shackles would disintegrate one by one, and the power one grasps would be far greater than before, and if you reach the 9th turn, you are heaven, and the Tao is you. Lai Tianming nodded his head and said faintly, that's a good point, so the fact that this bone can only be for 5 revolutions is the limitations of the heavenly Tao, and there will be great disadvantages. There's a drawback and you're still giving me refining? Ginger Summer rolled her eyes. I was just excited to hear about such awesome results, but I was immediately told that there are major drawbacks. This drawback others would be afraid of, but I felt you wouldn't before I let you refine it. You think I'm harming you? What cons? Lai Tianming explains. Jealous of heaven, grudged by ghosts, a bit short-lived. You really don't have a good heart. Jiang Xia stood up in shock. He had a bubble in his brain to refine this thing, right? Don't you really think it suits you? Lai Tianming felt that his good intentions had been turned into a donkey's liver and lungs. You damn all this talent the sky jealous there are ghosts to haunt you. Your strength does not beat his soul also have to make him regret being born. As for a short life, you've cultivated the record of 10,000 records you still care about that? There were no words. Ginger Summer really had no words. Seems like that's true when you think about it. A ghost? Just kill it. Short life. I used the record of 1,000 records like that yesterday and I'm not still alive. Come on, I'll refine it. With this in mind, Jiang Xia no longer hesitated and spread his hands. Cows. Worthy of being student Jiang. His guts are different. Deng Hui gave a thumbs up. It's your turn to be strong. He felt that Jiang Xia was really the kind of person who was talented and didn't want to die. He was never jealous of such people, and even admired them. Xiao Yuan and Jiang Xinan also slightly sucked in cool air when they saw this. It's really a dare to give and a dare to refine. This kind of skeleton you give them they wouldn't dare to refine it. It's not a guarantee that you'll suddenly perish one day. And they weren't really in a hurry to raise their strength. Jiang Xia was a bit anxious. So let's refine. Then seniorly we won't stay here for a while. It might still take a long time for Senior Jiang to refine the skeleton. So we're going to take a look at the entrance to the ruins first. Prevent any living skeletons from being left behind. Fair enough. You guys wait for me. I'll go check it out too. I refine skeletons quickly. Jiang Xia opened his mouth and was about to receive the blood hand Buddha bone. Don't kid yourself. Senior brother Jiang. Refining skeletons is nothing like a minute. This kind of 5-turn skeleton, it would be fast if you can initially refine it in 3 days. Jiang Xinan's voice was clear and crisp, and her long hair hung down to her waist. Senior Jiang can just refine his bones at ease and not worry about the situation over at the ruins. We'll take care of any accidents. Besides, Elder Lai is here isn't he? Jiang Xia was a bit helpless and was too lazy to explain. He grabbed the 5-turn holy bone, the blood-handed Buddha bone, as soon as he could. Buzz. After a fluctuation the bloody-handed Buddha's bone was instantly refined. At that moment, the room suddenly fell silent. The silence was terrifying. Jiang Xinan's 3 people watched the scene with their mouths wide open. Tang Hui's eyes were even more glazed over, the corners of his mouth twitching madly. That's not right. Can it be that this piece of skeleton is a fake 5th-turn sacred bone? The trio's gazes repeatedly glanced over the blood-handed Buddha bone, then over Jiang Xia. Elder Lai, what kind of monster has our academy recruited? Xiao Yuan's eyes shifted from Jiang Xia's face and slowly looked at Lai Tianming who was smiling bitterly. I hope he can explain. This wave of Jiang Xia's operation directly broke their cognition. Who the hell refining skeleton is not difficult. Jiang Xia is good. The whole less than a second. Is this your bone refining talent? Jiang Xinan said with a slight moment of thought. Jiang Xia nodded as a reply. Just don't care about that. Let's go to the raw wreck ruins first. I'm remembering that I've killed so many living wrecks. So I have to pop some living wreck shadows of the dead, right? Ginger Summer rubbed her chin. The 3 of them then came together near the ruins of the living wreck. The pillar of purple light that was so incredibly bright in color yesterday has faded so much that you can smell the strong smell of blood as you approach. It's already a bit stinky. The entire raw wreck ruins had been sealed off, and no one should be allowed to enter in the last few months. Further on, Jiang Xia heard the sound of loud voices coming from the front. it's subdued and emotionally charged. That said, yesterday's blood-colored remnants of the sun, the invasion of living skeletons, Danjo's peril is almost predictable. The speaker's tone was grave, his bloodshot eyes sweeping over the crowd. But just then, a human figure killed repeatedly amongst tens of thousands of living skeletons. It was truly a heavenly god descending into a river of blood. A fifth-turn troll clan. That's 5 turns. Actually just under the Jiang killing god's one strike directly into pieces. The whole field is frozen. Which has seen such a strong person? After that it was more than that. The place suddenly turned gray and white with a mysterious. Ginger Summer got closer before she heard it, and it turned out that she was talking about herself. He coughed in pain from the pulling wound on his chest, and immediately countless gazes looked over. There was an uproar. Everyone, look, it's the Jiang killing god coming. Where is it? I'm going. Yesterday's fatal wound Jiang killing god healed so quickly. It's really not a normal person. Yesterday there was blood covering Jiang killing god's face, but today it turns out to be so handsome. I heard that it's still a demon from the Supreme Academy? We are fortunate in Daxia. All the people of Danjo thank you. The people suddenly all got excited when they saw Jiang Xia and surrounded him. There was admiration, excitement, gratitude, and a mix of emotions in his eyes. Ahem, I know everyone's excited, but can we back off for a second? Jiang Xia was a bit headstrong. Everyone had to come and touch themselves, as if they could be dipped in good luck. Jiang killing god, after you, after you. Everyone has respect for Kang Ha, after all, without her efforts yesterday, Danjo, now, has long been in mourning. Go. Jiang Xia waved at Jiang Xinan and the others, and when he came to the place where he fought yesterday, he saw a golden ocean. As far as the eye could see, the ground was full of raw skeletons and dead shadows. Golden quality. You're not even jealous? Jiang Xinan cannot be tensed at this moment. No reason. She wondered if she was color blind. Was this a cave? How come it was full of golden living skeletons and dead shadows? The value of the aptitudes all over the place is incalculable. Do you need it? What I don't want you can absorb. Ginger Summer turned back. Anymore, they had contributed yesterday, and there were many repetitions of so many divine abilities, and it was not like they could absorb them all by themselves. It doesn't hurt to give it away. Can we absorb it too? Teng Hui was filled with excitement. Senior Jiang. No, Brother Jiang. I'll remember your kindness for the rest of my life. Xiao Yuan looked at Deng Hui with a strange expression on his face. A look that said, I'm your boss, right? I'm the one, right? You're green in my face. But the next moment he also said solemnly with a smile on his face, Brother Jiang, then I'll be respectful. Jiang Xinan. After that, the three of them began to sweep up, and Jiang Xia came directly to the corpse of the troll clan. The golden shadow of death absorbed it directly, absorbed the dead shadows of the living skeletons of the troll clan and gained the avatar troll body, and then another 5-turned raw skeleton, absorbed the dead shadows of the living skeletons of the Wen Tenan clan and obtained the god's ventilated wings, absorbing the dead shadows of the living skeletons of the blazing plasma molten beast clan, gaining the avatar earthflame cracking explosion. Chapter 49 Dragon Origin Sea Sacrifice. The head of the mansion lord is big-headed. After about half an hour, Jiang Xia finally finished absorbing all the living skeletons and dead shadows he wanted to absorb. Almost 100 at least, but it's just a lot of centerfolds that are absorbed in passing. The only thing that could make Jiang Xia feel that it was still somewhat useful were those few undead shadows of the 5-turn living skeleton. Shadow of the living wreck. Troll body. Function. By utilizing bone power, you can possess the strong body of the troll race, briefly change the size of your body, and pull yourself up from the mountains. Shadow of the living wreck. Wind wings. Function. Soaring in the sky. Traveling on the wind, can cast a wind feather and cut down all things. Shadow of the living wreck. Earthquake explosion. Function, controls the earth pulse inferno elemental to produce a violent explosion. Magma eruption. The avatar troll body could greatly improve Jiang Xia's personal defense. Barely. What the trolls were most proud of amongst the living wrecks was their bodies, which could be described as indestructible. If Jiang Xia hadn't used the secret technique in the record of 10,000 records yesterday, it would have taken some effort to rely on the sword to sound a chop. Still, the two remaining avatars were more useful. The phoenix wings made up for Jiang Xia's inability to fly, while the earth flame splitting explosion enhanced Jiang Xia's battle power for wide-range attacks. If we ever meet the raw wreck pack again, we won't need to cut them down with one sword at a time, directly resolved by a geomantic split burst. Of course, there was more than just the surprise of the dead shadows absorbed in these living skeletons. At present, Jiang Xia is most satisfied with a divine ability called the Soul Detaining Whip, specializes in things like ghosts and spirits. It can be described as a sleepy head. Jiang Xia could not avoid being entangled by the souls in the future after refining the blood hand Buddha bone. With this divine ability, when you meet those ungrateful remnants of souls, you can directly whip them up. Not just detention, but even deportation. His own divine soul was currently weak, and he would be much safer with this divine ability. Are you guys done? Jiang Xia stretched as he asked. Well, it's been a great day. Jiang went back to buy you dinner. Xiao Yuan laughed. Deng Hui clapped his hands. Yes, a celebration. In the future, if there's anything, just ask. Jiang Xinan said seriously, his eyes clear. There's really one. Ginger Summer suddenly said. Can you help me take these living wrecks undead shadow preservation with me? I'm going to go back and absorb them for someone else. Simple. Jiang Xinan when something, did not expect it to be so simple. She smiled and directly pulled out a few transparent stones, wrapping the shadow of death with bone power before preserving it inside and handing it over to Jiang Xia. Ginger Summer took it and thanked him. He didn't forget about his sister. And the healing way is always unsafe without some combat type aptitude. As for Hu Wei, give him whatever Miao Miao Bai doesn't want. But speaking of the celebration, Jiang Xia remembered. Where did Luo Chou Shui go? Only after asking did I realize that after cleaning up the battlefield yesterday and seeing my own bone immortal clan elder, I froze in place. Learned of the family's sacrifice after Lai's explanation. She has been digging graves pits since last night. It seems, until now. Ginger Summer sighed. MS. Luo, come out as soon as possible. Come on, it's time for us to go back to Xanadu. Jiang Xia's mood was not as high as it had been just now, and his tone was flat and somewhat depressed. Dasha Mansion. A report on the handling of the entire Danjo incident was presented on the long table. In the council hall inside the mansion, there were a dozen bone masters with powerful auras sitting. They wore uniforms, most of them from the military, with ranks on their shoulders as low as general, and a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat, his knuckles rhythmically tapping on the tabletop. The face was pensive and seemed to be pondering something. His breath converged in the body, all like an ordinary person. Back to basics in general. However, all the people sitting there straightened their backs, physically, as well as in their eyes. They did not have the slightest contempt, and were even very respectful and in awe of this middle-aged man. Well, the middle-aged man spoke out in a low voice. His eyes were incomparably sharp. The generals in the room were all long-experienced generals, but very few of them were able to look at each other for long. It seemed that the middle-aged man's every breath touched their entire body. This was the oppressive, powerful, unquestionably powerful feeling of the Dasha Mansion Lord, the highest cultivator in this chamber, the most gifted, the one with the most credit. Jiang Yi, how do you feel about this? As the Grand Xia Mansion Master spoke, the one named Jiang Yi immediately opened his mouth. As the director of the Xia Capital's inspection department, he was also the chief director of all the inspection departments in all of the Great Xia. He is responsible for this mess in Danjo Inspection Division. Therefore, a slight sweat appeared on Jiang Yi's forehead. He was a 7th-turn middle-ranked bone master, but at this moment, he was unexpectedly uneasy like a schoolboy who had made a mistake. Prefect, I am willing to be punished. At the same time, I will order my men to immediately conduct a meticulous mapping of the entire Xia Inspection Division this year. I will make sure that any assholes, spies, and mediocre officials will be severely punished. As for the suffering spirit cult, although Danjo's was resolved, it cannot be avoided that there are still remnants in other places, and I will carry out a purge within Great Xia. Jiang Yi paid attention to the Dasha Prefecture Lord's expression as he spoke, his tone apprehensive. I need to see results after having a month. Xia Yanwu's words were brief. It doesn't say that Jiang Yi is being punished, and it doesn't say that he's not being punished. He turned and swept his gaze over the crowd. This incident is a lesson and a sign. Where each of you manages, you must not allow anything to go wrong. Not at all. Xia Yanwu said absolutely. Danjo is near the sea, and with the Long Yuan Sea sacrifice not long afterward, it's hard to consider the sudden emergence of the bitter pain spirit sect at this time of year as a coincidence. That's why Silan, you'll start conducting military exercises and maneuvers near Long Yuan Island tomorrow, and keep an eye on Aoi Kingdom's movements. Yes, a blue uniformed 7-turn bone master returned. The crowd also couldn't help but ponder that this time, the suffering spirit cult might have some connection with the Aoi Kingdom again. Finally, there's one more thing you guys look at. Any suggestions? Xia Yanwu showed a rare frowning expression as he presented Jiang Xia's information in front of him. 9 turns of talent, surnamed Jiang Xia, cultivated for a month. The heavenly ladder topped. Nightmare level desolate tower 250 floors all red names. These are also even if Xia Yanwu can still understand. But the last page of Danjo's general report states that it played a decisive role in blocking the purple living skeleton from invading the crisis. How come Xia Yanwu doesn't know how to read? What should this reward him for? Xia Yanwu's head was big and he threw the question to the people in the audience. Chapter 50 Ming Jiaxian. Soul Dao. Brother Ming, at least it's the only child of the Hu family. Let's teach him a lesson. If something really happened, the Hu family would still be in an uproar. Just take it easy for a minute. A slim man said to another brocade-clothed man with a jade fan in his hand. Supreme Academy. Outside the Hall of Points Redemption, blood was flowing from the corner of Hu Wei's mouth, and one of his hands was directly fractured. His eyes were filled with rage as he glared at the few people who had struck out at him. Rage said, "What do you mean by that? Ming Jiaxian, Tang Ming family's young master. It's hard to believe that you still want to Ming forcefully rob in front of so many people." Hu Wei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and drank. "This glazed spirit rhinoceros armor is something I traded for with points. It's mine now. No one can snatch it away." "Hu Shao, that's not right. We were clearly talking to you nicely, wanting to offer money in exchange for the glazed spirit rhinoceros armor in your hand. How can it be considered robbery? In exchange for money?" Hu Wei almost laughed in anger, pointing his nose at Ming Jiaxuan's little brother. "My Hu family is not only in Xanadu, but even among the 5 great families. I have one of the highest assets, and my family's industries are all over the world. You're telling me to take money in exchange? I'm ing short of your 3 dates." Hu Wei is furious that Jiang Xia called to tell him to help take care of Bai Miao Miao before she left. He took it to heart. This morning, he spent 10 times the amount of daxia coins to exchange 10,000 points from others, in order to come to this points exchange hall to exchange for this exclusive glazed spirit rhinoceros armor. After all, Bai Miao Miao's strength was still very low and she was a healing Dao Bone master, so she didn't have any means of defense. With this glazed spirit rhinoceros armor, the ability of safety and self-protection can be greatly increased. And more importantly, this glazed spirit armor was high enough in value. However, he didn't expect to meet Ming Jiaxian and the others who had returned from an outside mission after redeeming it. Ming Jiaxian was the 3rd young master of the Ming family, a second-year student who was now at the peak of the middle stage of the second turn. Therefore, Hu Wei, who had just enrolled in school with only 1 turn, of course suffered a loss, and was directly hit by a palm strike that broke his hand bone. "Oh, words can't be said like that. Young Hu, you and Brother Ming are both young masters of the 5 great families after all. We're all in the same circle of raising our heads. Can't we give Brother Ming a face?" the slim man said again. "Shut the up. What face does he, Ming Jiaxian, have? Wiping my ass is more like it." Hu Wei looked at the slim man and became even more angry. What is his status? He is also worthy of talking to himself. If it wasn't for the fact that he had only been enrolled in school for a short time and couldn't use his family's power, he wouldn't be able to fix him. "You!" The slim man's eyes widened, very angry, and he clenched his fists. This Hu Wei seems to be really rumored to have a mouth full of dirty words, actually calling himself a dog? "I said Hu Wei, I'm just in a good mood to pay you back today. If you're tough and won't give it to me, what can I do even if I rob it? How about you snatch it back if you can?" Ming Jiaxian closed her folding fan, her eyes narrowing slightly as her patience was about to reach its limit. "To tell you the truth, this glazed spirit rhinoceros armor my little sister has long been on the lookout for. To give or not to give is your business. To take or not to take away, that is my business." This kind of overbearing and arrogant speech caused the surrounding trainees who were eating and spectating to look at Hu Wei with a slightly pitying glance. Today it seems that Hu Wei is sure to eat this defeat. The same 5 big families' children, but after all, Hu Wei's age is so 1 or 2 years younger, and his cultivation is not equal. Besides, Hu Wei walked the human path, while Ming Jiaxian cultivated the soul path, specializing in the art of the soul. It is easy to detain the soul and dispatch the spirit. If the early stage did not specifically specialize in the spirit soul essence, generally Hu for this cultivation of Bone Master, see the soul path Bone Master, that is the part of the beatings. After all, it was only at the 3rd turn that one would begin cultivating the divine soul. "I just won't give it to you today. What can I do? Come on, screw me." Hu Wei pointed to his head and disliked it hard. "Don't know what's good for you." Ming Jiaxuan's eyes sank completely. With a wave of the folding fan, the withered vines on the snapping tower of the folding fan like ink paintings sprang out violently. The crowd only saw a black shadow wrapping around Hu Wei, and then they saw his face instantly twisted in great pain. "Ming Jiaxian, you're really a villain, taking a shot at me in the 2nd year. No face." Hu Wei grabbed his head with both hands, his eyes red but organized. "You dare to rob me if you know who I gave this glazed spirit armor to? Wait for my boss to come back and die." Ming Jiaxian laughed coldly, thinking that Hu Wei had simply lowered his status and was actually acting as someone else's little brother. He had only just returned, so he only knew that Hu Wei had recognized a freshman as his big brother, but he didn't know about Jiang Xia's many exploits. "Ha, you've really disgraced our lineage as well, to actually recognize someone else as the boss? Even if your boss comes today, I'll beat him altogether." When these words came out, all the surrounding murmurs were silenced. Many of the trainees who had seen Jiang Xia's sword decapitate Lan Jie and kill Wang Ruoshuet and the others on the spot were silenced for a moment. They all took a slight step back in unison. Ming Jiaxian thought she had faked it. Shocked everyone. Smiling coldly, he walked towards Hu Wei, who was suffering from the withered vine ghost, and was just about to kick him over, but he ended up suddenly feeling cold all over. He shuddered violently, and before he could make a move he heard an unfamiliar voice. I heard you tried to hit me? Jiang Xia swished and suddenly appeared in front of Ming Jiaxian with cold eyes. Ming Jiaxuan's pupils shrank, not understanding how Jiang Xia appeared. When he heard him let out a cold shout. You're pretending to be your mom. Boo! Click! The sweetness in Ming Jiaxuan's mouth sprayed out directly. Her ribs shattered, and her entire body was kicked backwards. It smashed through the wall of the Points Exchange Hall. Ginger Summer is back. Living Yama. The surrounding trainees exclaimed when they saw Jiang Xia. Looking again, Ming Jiaxian, who was still arrogant to the extreme, was directly kicked in the ribs, and took several more steps back in unison. Fear of being rippled by Jiang Xia. Ming. The skinny man's eyes bugged out. His brain went straight down and he hurriedly ran to Ming Jiaxian to help him up. The mind was shocked. Jiang Xia had kicked away Ming Jiaxian, who was at the peak of the second turning middle stage, with a single kick. How strong did that strength have to be? It can't be the third turn. Asshole, who is it? Who the hell is sneaking up on me? Scumbag! Ming Jiaxian spat out a mouthful of blood foam angrily. His chest was in severe pain that was hard to describe. Taking by force? Who's mean enough not to count? After Jiang Xia finished speaking, his figure once again transformed into a residual shadow, and a mighty whip leg directly swept up, followed by bang two punches that smashed on Ming Jiaxuan's eyes, directly beating Ming Jiaxian to the point of fainting. Ginger Summer taunted. Isn't it arrogant? Rubbish. Chapter 51. Come on, kill me. Jiang Xia lifted Ming Jiaxuan's collar and threw it straight out. One foot stepped directly on his right leg, slowly and forcefully, crushing it. You get loose. Get loose. Ming Jiaxian was about to pass out, but as a result, she was directly woken up by the pain this time. His face twisted, and his face was suddenly red and warm, feeling extremely humiliated. Ming Jiaxuan's luck is a bit too backward, isn't it? Jiang Xia has only been gone for a short while. I thought it would take at least a month for him to come back, but I didn't realize it would be so soon. One strike directly beat the Ming family's third young master without any power, and he hasn't even used the nine-tailed bone yet. Blanc, why do I feel that his strength has increased again? Liar, how long has it been? I'll take a ing nap. Do people still want to live? The surrounding people felt Jiang Xia's increasingly thick aura and looked different. Hu Wei's eyes lit up at this time. Boss, you're back. Jiang Xia nodded and kicked Ming Jiaxian in front of him. I'm in. How he bullied you. Give me back tenfold. Jiang Xia didn't even ask why. He only saw Hu Wei being beaten up. Then he helped him out and helped his relatives. Hu Wei immediately got his back up. Previously facing Ming Jiaxian was so wretched because of his lack of strength. But now that Kong Ha is around, is lack of strength a problem? Not at all. Therefore, he swung his arm round and directly slapped Ming Jiaxuan's face several times, straight to him, and his face swelled up immediately. Wasn't he arrogant just now? Didn't he still want to rob the glazed spirit rhinoceros armor? Why don't you talk now? Did you not grow up talking? Woo! Ming Jiaxuan's mouth was swollen, and he rebuked angrily, his mouth slurring. Think it's some kind of you're screwed. Wait for it. You're dead or something lame like that. Kong Xia directly punched him and knocked out all his teeth. If you don't like it then don't say it. It's annoying to listen to, and I'm too lazy to listen to a loser. With these verbal insults, Ming Jiaxian was directly infuriated and fainted. Those minions of his from earlier also sneaked away. Jiang Xia didn't care. He wanted to see if the other side would pull in help. When the time comes, we'll pack it all together. With second grade back and third grade fast approaching, everyone seems to be a little restless. No one can touch anyone who doesn't know about him. Jiang Xia, just in time, to make another example out of you. Boss, how did you get back so fast? Hu Wei asked, covering his head. Of course I'll be back after the dojo matter is dealt with. Copied? Ginger Summer shook her head. Didn't make the trip. So there really is a bitter spirit religion in dojo? Yes there are. Kill them all. Jiang Xia's tone was flat as if he was a bystander. This also makes Hu Wei mistakenly think that Jiang Xia is actually going to dojo side of the circle, copying the family to kill the enemy and so on is Lai Tianming. How did he know that Jiang Xia was on the verge of establishing a monumental rhythm in dojo? Immediately, he also had to face the Great Summer Palace Lord to accept the reward. By the way boss, this glazed spirit rhinoceros armor is for sister-in-law. Sister buys, forged from special materials. It can withstand the full force of a fourth rotation Bone Master's blow. While wearing it will also enhance the body's qualities and conceal a killing technique. Who introduced himself? Jiang Xia received the glazed spirit rhinoceros armor. The body is like a glaze, although it is called an armor, but it is very thin. It has a beautiful appearance, a nice flashy glow and is cool to the touch. You have a heart. Jiang Xia laughed and threw dozens of transparent stones to Hu Wei. Hu Wei took a look and was immediately shocked. It's all gold-colored living skeletons and dead shadows. Avatar. Boss, all for me? Hu Wei's mouth opened wide. There were a total of 15 stones, that is, 15 golden quality divine abilities. This value was higher than the glazed spirit rhinoceros armor by who knows where. After all, the glazed spirit rhinoceros armor can be refined if there are materials, but the raw skeleton shadow of death all depends on luck. Go back and absorb it. I still have some here. Bai Miao Mao doesn't want it all for you, Jiang Xia casually said, and Hu Wei was instantly excited. Boss, I'm stuck with you for life. Although Hu Wei is the young master of the Hu family, he is not short of money, and divine powers and other things can be bought, but the rich family will not let him how to build the avatar a handful to buy. But look at Jiang Xia. In less than a few days, he had another 4-turn sword bone and a divine ability. How can Hu Wei not be happy? And just then, 3 people came walking in the distance. Brother Jiang, why are you running so fast? Xiao Yuan laughed bitterly. Ming Zhaoxian, Jiang, you beat him up. Deng Hui came closer for a closer look before recognizing Ming Zhaoxian. Move my men and teach them a lesson. Jiang Xia said faintly. I've been looking at this thing for a long time. Good job on the fight. Jiang, Teng Hui exclaimed. In reality, he hadn't even spoken a few words to Ming Zhaoxian. The words are yours, what do I say? Xiao Yuan gave Deng Hui a punch and gritted his teeth. He's from the Soul Academy, and his sister is still one of the most gifted people in the Soul Academy for 50 years. You watch out for retaliation, Jiang Xinan reminded. Although Jiang Xia was very strong, after all, one was due to the 9-tailed bone, and the other was due to the bizarre technique according to him. But this divine soul thing, Jiang Xinan felt that Jiang Xia shouldn't be very strong. If the people from the Soul Academy wanted to retaliate and were caught off guard, there was a real possibility that they would fall in the gutter. It's okay, I'm waiting for him to get back at me. Jiang Xia was even more interested once he heard that Ming Zhaoxian had a sister who was also a genius from the Soul Academy. Soul Academy, Soul Academy, it's always about the soul. I wonder how many times I can stand my own soul detaining whip. Ginger Summer jumped a little, and just at that moment, sure enough, an urgent female voice came from the distance. Brother, how are you doing? The people eating around them dispersed as a girl in purple sped by with her willow eyebrows raised. After seeing Ming Zhaoxian being stepped on by Jiang Xia and still not reacting, she was directly enraged. Behind her, there was a sudden cry of a stern ghost, and the temperature around her instantly dropped and the light dimmed. Jiang Xinan, are you involved in this? Ming Qiming's lips were colorful red and her eyes showed a ghostly light. Not expecting Jiang Xinan and the others to be here. I did it. It had nothing to do with them. Jiang Xia looked at Ming Qiming with interest and smiled as she stomped on Ming Zhaoxuan's other leg. Come on, come and screw me. You seek death. Ming Qiming directly read temperature. Behind the back of the severe ghosts of the fierce gas-filled, the ghostly light is not chilling. It seemed that as long as it touched Jiang Xia's divine soul would be heavily damaged. But this time a sword chi chopped in, directly dispersing everything. The crowd looked up, but they saw Lai Tianming smiling at Jiang Xia. Let's go. The lord of the house wants to see you now. Jiang Xia had some regrets. He had wanted to try out the power of the avatar. He teased and smiled at Ming Imo, trying to screw me over. When I get back, I could have held my strength back and only seriously injured you. It then flew directly into the air using its phoenix wings. At this moment all of the trainees below were dumbfounded, directly falling into an eerie silence. Can you fly? The Daxia government wants to see Kang Ha. Chapter 52. What is the name of the Daxia householder? Ginger Summer asked. The mansion master's name is Xia Yanwu, and he is already approaching 70. His strength is unfathomable. Even I don't dare to make a move in front of him. Don Tianming narrated and flew with Jiang Xia high above the Xia capital, heading to the great Xia mansion. He had awe, immense awe, on his face. The mind remembers unpleasant memories. You've suffered at his hands? Jiang Xia said with interest. He was aware of Lai Tianming's strength. He really called it invincible at the same level. Besides having suffered a loss at Zhang Qingxian's place, Jiang Xia had never really seen it anywhere else. Hearing Jiang Xia ask here, Lai Tianming's eyes immediately showed deep scorn as well as emotion. Is there even a deep confusion? He's too strong. So strong that I can't comprehend it. Lai Tianming smiled bitterly. Do you know how long I lasted when I made a fool of myself to ask for his advice? How long? Lai Tianming's face was full of emotion, followed by a deep sigh, as if all his arrogance had been knocked out of him. Just one look. At that time, I was a 6th turn bone immortal, and my sword Dao was greatly accomplished, so I almost thought that I was invincible in the world at the same rank. But after the mansion master suppressed his cultivation to the same realm as me, he didn't even use his sword, and after just a glance with him, I was already lying in the middle of the academy covered in wounds when I returned to my senses. 7 days in a coma. How did you lose? Jiang Xia was a bit surprised. Lai Tianming's strength he recognized, and as a result, he lost so completely at the same cultivation level? How did you lose? Oh, I'd like to know. It was hard for Lai Tianming to feel bad. He would have liked to ask, Lord of the house, how the did I lose? But he didn't dare. The Xia Mansion master has always liked to suppress when they meet. Or maybe it's not called suppression. It's called nudging some geniuses. So you meet him later, sharp dive a little, or you'll be waiting to sleep for 7 days. That's not necessarily true, Jiang Xia said indifferently. He reacted this way. Lai Tianming shook his head straight. He knew Jiang Xia's strength and understood the arrogance in his heart. But the head of a country's government, which is so simple. Thinking, Lai Tianming made a call and reserved a bed at the schoolhouse for Jiang Xia. Walking is next. Don Tianming landed in front of the Dasha mansion, and Jiang Xia followed. However, he saw that Jiang Xia was hesitant to move and was puzzled. What's wrong with you? What if he is a treacherous man and strikes at me just as soon as we meet? And I must not make some preparations? Jiang Xia said and immediately activated many divine abilities. Troll body, sprint, shadow, blood blast. Jiang Xia felt that there was still something wrong. Even the golden pupil was activated. Then the nine-tailed bone, the skeleton armor, the skeleton shield, and the supreme bone. It can be described as arming yourself to the hilt. Lai Tianming said, I thought you really weren't afraid. Jiang Xia then followed him into the mansion and made his way forward. It finally stopped at a large hall. Mistress Xia, Jiang Xia has arrived. I heard that he just cursed me outside the door. A majestic voice came. Then Lai Tianming's pupils shrank and immediately strained away from Jiang Xia. An 8-foot-tall man stepped out of the hall. And before Jiang Xia could even see what he looked like, an extreme killing intent enveloped him. In a moment he felt cold, as if he was about to be dragged into an abyss, to die. Jiang Xia's first reaction was this. Killing intent swept over him. Even his consciousness was disturbed. But what surprised everyone was that Jiang Xia actually drew his sword directly. Sword sounding one chop. Boom! The great hall was directly blasted through a large hole. Xia Yanwu suddenly froze. Don Tianming also froze. Both of them were in the wind at the same time. Outrageous. Bold. Awesome. The mistress of the house hasn't even made a move yet. And you're just going to make the first move? How dare you? Lai Tianming suddenly thought. Why don't we not be Jiang Xia's Taoist protector? How about we just pretend we don't know each other? This time you even dare to cut the Dasha prefect. I really can't protect you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Several seventh-turn bone masters also walked out of the main hall at this time, all looking at Jiang Xia with surprised faces. 4 turns to /9 turns. Live and let live. Putting aside the nine-tailed bone, Jiang Xia is even only 1 turn. They simply want to break Jiang Xia's head open to see. Are you not afraid? Most people can only have 1 life. So how did you come up with the idea of a sword? The corners of Xia Yanwu's mouth also twitched a bit as he said, You're not afraid of death? Jiang Xia wiped the sweat from his head. I just thought I was going to die just now before I subconsciously put out my sword. Prefect, you scared me to death. Scolding you a few times isn't enough to unleash such strong killing intent on me. Can't I just apologize? Looking at Jiang Xia, who gradually calmed down, Xia Yanwu had a mouthful of words. He could hardly hold his tongue. He is not unaware of how strong his own killing intent is, and the moment he releases it, he will be lightly unconscious, or his soul will be damaged and brain dead. But not only did Jiang Xia carry it off, he even drew his sword and counterattacked. For the first time, Xia Yanwu saw this for the first time. In his eyes, Jiang Xia was like a wolf at the moment, dying to bite off a piece of meat from another person. Lai Tianming sort of understood that Jiang Xia was equally out of his sword to everyone. Kind of. Xia Yanwu slowed down before such a sentence popped out of his mouth. Jiang Xia laughed at his words. Sorting towards a stronger person is indeed a bit exciting. Ha ha ha, I like your character. Xia Yanwu's eyes suddenly lit up and he laughed aloud. The surrounding people then also looked at Jiang Xia with a smile on their faces, thinking that there was something different about him. Xia Yanwu had always liked not geniuses or demons, but rather demons like Jiang Xia who dared to strike out towards the stronger in their hearts. Only this kind of person is good enough for the job. Come on in, I have something to reward you with. Xia Yanwu turned around and gestured to the people around him to leave. Don Tianming was finally relieved and was just about to leave. Xia Yanwu butted in. Tianming, you should learn from him, the sharpness will come out. Chapter 53, Writing a Death Warrant. Some people don't want to live. Ginger Summer, great name. Xia Yanwu returned to the room and sat down, signaling Jiang Xia to join him. When he said the name Jiang Xia, however, saw a moment of trance in his eyes, not knowing whether it was because of the word Xia in his name or because of something else. I won't delay you either. This time you have made a great achievement in Danjo. I naturally have a reward for you. Xia Yanwu opened the door, and immediately 3 streaks of flashy light floated in front of Jiang Xia. With your qualifications, it might not take long at all to cultivate to the 2nd turn, so the reward I'm giving you isn't saying it's great, but it's definitely needed. Jiang Xia looked and realized it was a map, a red stone, plus a long sword filled with rust. The map records the birthplace of an extremely precious Yin flame spark, which I visited 10 years ago, and which has yet to grow completely. Just now, Jiang Xia was puzzled. In addition to the positive fire, there is also the expression Yin fire? Xia Yanwu nodded his head. Positive fire is generated in one's own body, and Yin fire is the refining of external fire into oneself. Both complement each other. The Yin fire spark in this map in my hand is called the Bone Spirit Burning Fire, and it was born at the 6th turn rank, with infinite potential. 6 turns, can I refine it? Jiang Xia shook his head. Naturally, after that you will be given the means to limit the capture of it. Although the grade is 6 turns, but the spirit is limited, it is not impossible to refine it. Then what is this stone? Jiang Xia pointed at the red stone, feeling non-unusual. Xia Yanthing laughed. A red quality divine ability of the 5 turns of the living wreck. Red quality. Ginger Summer drew herself to her feet, her eyes wide. The 5 levels of the avatar of the living wreck Dead Shadow, with red being the highest. Jiang Xia had always obtained golden divine abilities, which could be called minor divine abilities at most, but red that would really be a major divine ability. Previously, Lai Tianming had bragged about how powerful its great divine power was. Destroying cities and destroying countries was no big deal, and now he actually rewarded himself directly? Gulp. Ginger Summer gulped and thought deeply. The Yin flame spark was already precious enough, and now Xia Yanwu had rewarded himself with a great divine ability. Isn't that a bit too generous? His gaze went back to the rusty sword. House Master. Then this sword. This sword is called the Remnant Immortal, and it has accompanied me in battle for many years, and it broke directly after the sword cut down the Ashen Underworld Mountain 20 years ago, and has been dormant to this day, but its power is still enough to surpass most of the 5-turn sword bones, and with its raging fury, nothing can be cut. Xia Yanwu stroked the Remnant Immortal, his eyes recalling the past. Ashen Underworld Mountain, a human forbidden land within the bone ruins, as a key node in the expansion of the bone market. How many human bone masters have fallen here? And 20 years ago Xia Yanwu took command and walked in the forefront. The human way, the killing way of might shocked the bone world. The sword decimated the Ashen Underworld Mountain, hand-carrying the heads of several 8-turned living wreck venerable beings, and completely reclaimed the places occupied by the great Xia. Does the lord of the house require anything of me? Jiang Xia frowned. He had only fended off the invasion of Danzhou's purple living skeletons. Would the reward really be so generous? The least valuable of these was the Yin Fire Spark, but the 6th turning Fire Spark was something that even a 7th turn Bone Master could not avoid salivating over. But by what right does one obtain this? You guessed it. Xia Yanwu got up, his tone suddenly becoming solemn. I do have a request, or rather not a request but a request. A kingdom mansion lord spoke to himself in such a tone of voice, so even Jiang Xia lost half of his mind for jokes. Go ahead. Xia Yanwu directly displayed a sword-shaped token in front of Jiang Xia. Please become the sharpest sword blade of my Grand Xia. Sword Picker. This position is independent of all departments of Daxia and only carries out orders issued by me. There are only 10 in total in the whole of Daxia right now, with their true identities rarely known, and they serve for life until they die. What is a sword-picking officer? Jiang Xia asked. Pick up the sharp sword. Earthly judge, so called the sword-picking officer. Simply put, in addition to carrying out my orders, as long as you meet the person who should be killed you can do as you please. First to kill and then to kill. Xia Yanwu's voice was low as he said, no matter who I kill, I will endorse you. Okay, I'll be it then. Ginger Summer was direct. How cool is this position? Except for Xia Yanwu, you can simply kill whoever you want. Xia Du, even if the 5 great families, but if you let yourself catch the opportunity, under the premise of sufficient strength, Jiang Xia has no regard. Why not? Talk to the house master. You really think about it? Xia Yanwu seriously said. Once you become a sword-picking officer you can't turn back. A lifelong posting, the orders you carry out are invariably 9 deaths. Jiang Xia directly waved his hand. I've thought about it. Becoming the sharpest sword in Daxia has actually long been my all-time dream. Good. You kid really fits my nature. Xia Yanwu laughed loudly and patted Jiang Xia's shoulder, handing over the reward as well as the sword-picking officer token to him. Jiang Xia fumbled with the token in his hand, thinking that even the last name was engraved. That is, there were some rough knocks on the texture, like an old thing. Tomorrow I will have Jiang Yi send the inspection division's 3rd-level inspection documents to your schoolhouse. Your identity as a sword-picking officer is too important to show, so on the surface you are a 3rd-level inspection. It makes it easier to carry out the mission. This 3rd level of inspection is more powerful than the 1st and 2nd levels? Of course, officially you are their leader. Thank you, House Master. Jiang Xia laughed, satisfied, thinking that the House Master wasn't that scary. He then registered some more information and talked with Xia Yanwu about the details of the Suffering Spirit cult, and the time passed into the evening. Jiang Xia then returned to the Supreme Academy alone and walked into the 9 courts. But the strange thing is that I actually didn't see Bai Miao Miao and Wen Jiujiao. He was a little too tired, and his body had only been recovering from his injuries for a short time, so he tried to sleep. But not long after sleeping, the slumbering Jiang Xia felt the temperature around the room lowered, and he frowned. A cold and ghostly vine had just touched his neck, and Jiang Xia directly opened his eyes showing killing intent. The avatar soul detaining whip lashed at the ghosts, immediately resounding with miserable screams and producing large amounts of white smoke. Jiang Xia's anger showed on his face, holding a long whip in his hand fiercely a few more times. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! The withered vine ghost begged for mercy and immediately shriveled up into a ball, its body scorched black. Jiang Xia had seen this withered vine ghost and knew that it was Ming Jiaxuan's doing. He immediately coldly called Hu Wei directly. Immediately write me a life and death statement, and the other party will write Ming Jiaxian. Some people don't want to live. Chapter 54, Evidence is dead. That means there is no evidence. Boss, you're going to fight Ming Jiaxian in a life and death ring? In the middle of the night, Hu Wei was still cramping one by one. He didn't feel good about being suppressed by Ming Jiaxian today, and even though he had Jiang Xia standing up for him, it wasn't his own skill after all. No matter what, Hu Wei was also a son of a family, with pride and self-respect, and with the help of Jiang Xia's power, he was not as powerful as himself. So when I came back, I've been practicing up to this point. There is an old saying in humanity that it is better to rely on others than to rely on oneself. All the trials and tribulations are just clouds. I get up and walk another 10 million miles, but when I look back, all my friends and family are dead. As the Tao of cause and effect is said to be one of the heaviest, Hu Wei is bound to encounter countless trials and tribulations in this life, and then who can be relied upon? He was going to himself back next time, but it seems there's no chance of that later? Jiang Xia's tone on the phone did not seem to be a joke, and Hu Wei understood Jiang Xia's temperament, saying that he was going to kill someone. That was a real kill. No matter what the status or the talent, half of it is without hesitation. Come on, boss, I'll draft a life and death statement right away. Is it sent directly to you? Send it to the 7th house. I'm a little impatient. Jiang Xia hung up the phone after he finished speaking, and Hu Wei immediately turned on the room light and began to write furiously. 7th hospital, in a single dormitory building. Ming Jiaxian was, after all, a second-year cadet and was out on various missions, so she had enough points to live in a solitary dormitory. At the moment, however, he was lying on the bed in a state of disarray, with bandages wrapped around various parts of his body, especially the legs. Brother, how did you mess with that freshman named Manhwa? Ming Qiming frowned as she sat in front of Ming Jiaxuan's bed. In her hands was information about Jiang Xia since her recent enrollment. The more she looked, the more her brow furrowed and the more alarmed she became. He was the first freshman to enter school, far ahead of his peers. Ascending to the top of the celestial ladder to see the Supreme Being without kneeling, he was granted the inheritance of Supreme Being Thunder. It pressed down on a crowd of heavenly prides who could not directly lift their heads. When she first heard the news, Ming Qiming almost thought it was a rumor. After all, she and Jiang Xinan were in the same grade and had been in contact. She, who was known as the number one in the realm of mind, could only climb half of the heavenly ladder? So what right did Jiang Xia have to climb to number one? The introduction afterward is even more outrageous. What, only because his sister was bullied? That day straight into the girls' dormitory soared, beheading 2 people. After the incident, instead of obtaining punishment, but instead attracted 3 turns of the Bone Master confrontation. 2 of them gave him a stand. Even Vice President Zhang had to reward him in the end. Brother, we can't afford to mess with this man, Ming Emmanuel asserted. Let's pretend this matter of him hitting you didn't happen, she said in a grave tone, thinking that Jiang Xia's backstage was too hard. It was fine outside the academy, but inside the academy, I'm afraid that even they wouldn't be able to get any good results. Emmy, you're my sister. I was also injured like this today in order to take down that glazed spirit rhinoceros armor and give it to you. And now you're actually asking me to pretend it didn't happen? Then what am I? What are these wounds I have received? Ming Jiaxian could hardly swallow her breath. She had lost face today. He didn't think he was supposed to be in such a mess. It was said that Jiang Xia was using purple thunder to draw tendons, so of course his physical body was stronger than those of them in the soul Tao. But the divine soul may not. As long as he pulled away at that time, he could then wait for an opportunity to attack his divine soul. Jiang Xia is still not a free hand in his eyes? I can't swallow this. I've taken my own revenge. Ming Jiaxian coldly grunted. Brother, what have you done? Ming Qiming had a bad feeling. It mustn't be Ming Jiaxian who went and angered Jiang Xia. To his kind of teeth, Canthus, moving a cold hair can cut your head character. But where the consequences of failure Ming Jiaxian cannot afford. And right at that moment, a silhouette had arrived under Ming Jiaxuan's solitary dormitory building. Jiang Xia summoned the remnant immortal and directly slashed his sword. Boom! This sword was horrifyingly intimidating, directly splitting the dormitory in half. A smooth and neat cut appeared from between Ming Jiaxian and Ming Qimeng, and then blood burst out like a pillar. Ah, my leg is broken. Ming Jiaxian was directly dazed by the steeply incoming chop, followed by a drilling pain coming from his legs, and he couldn't feel his legs anymore. Ha! What did he do? Jiang Xia used his phoenix wings to go directly to the second floor and threw the scorched corpse of the withered vine ghost in front of Ming Jiaxian and Ming Qimeng, utilizing the means of the soul Dao, driving ghosts in a vain attempt to seriously injure my divine soul. What is the difference between this act and murdering me? Jiang Xia's feet did not touch the ground as he looked down on the two in the room, an extremely strong sense of oppression coming over him. The killing intent of those icy eyes leaked out. The remnant immortal was tainted with blood, and the aura of fury rushed to the heavens. The Ming family siblings were actually directly shocked and unable to move, sweating like rain. Jiang Xia, don't be bloody-minded. I just wanted the withered vine ghost to wear down your divine soul to make you sleep and weaken for a few days. When did you murder you? Ming Jiaxian was shocked and angry. If she was labeled with such a big hat, she would be in bad shape. Criminals say they're innocent before they're caught, and you think I'm going to believe that? Proof? Show me proof. Jiang Xia's eyes were cold. Ming Jiaxian couldn't hold herself together. The evidence is the withered vine ghost. Where can I find evidence if he was killed by you? And since your divine soul isn't even damaged, was it necessary to chop off my legs right off the bat? Ming Jiaxian didn't dare to be arrogant this time and wanted to calm Jiang Xia down with reason. There was only one life, and he was really afraid that Jiang Xia would just kill him without caring about anything. The evidence is dead? That's no proof. You're coming with me. Jiang Xia laughed coldly, his tone firm as he reached out and grabbed towards Ming Jiaxian. Jiang Xia, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Seeing that Jiang Xia refused to stop, Ming Qimeng blocked in front of Ming Jiaxian and directly activated her ghost eyes. But before the ghostly aura could be fully released, before the severe ghost behind him could be revealed, Jiang Xia directly interrupted the spell casting with a punch. Boo! This punch exerted the troll body, and the astral energy was rampant, directly smashing Ming Qimeng into the wall. Exaggerated cracks spreading. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding if it doesn't kill me, right? There's nothing under the sky that's so easy to muddle through. So it's a misunderstanding that I killed your brother today. Jiang Xia said angrily. Don't you do it to me. I apologize. Can I apologize to you? I apologize to Wu Wei too. Calm down. Ginger Summer turned a deaf ear. There are plenty of people who apologize to me. Why should I forgive you? He directly picked up Ming Jiaxuan's collar and threw it out towards the window. You're dead today. Chapter 55 to save his life. Okay, there's a lesson to be learned for every one of them. What happened? The sword chi just now was so harsh and fierce that it directly interrupted me from my cultivation state. No, how come it looks to me like Ming Jiaxuan's detached villa was chopped? Holy, why are his legs all broken? All the surrounding students of the 7 courts, whether they were practicing or sleeping, all left their dormitories and looked over towards Jiang Xia. When they saw Jiang Xia's cold and handsome side face, they all froze with their mouths wide open. At this moment, Jiang Xia stepped on Ming Jiaxuan's feet, and the surrounding light was dim, except for the college's street lamps that flickered with bright and dim light, illuminating Jiang Xia's shadow for a long time. Shadows reflected on the single dormitory where everything was too. Flickering and flickering, the shadows shrouded the room and the pupils of Ming Qimeng, like seeing a demon in the darkness that tore everything to come to the light. That person is Jiang Xia, who had a conflict with Ming Jiaxian today, right? He came to seek revenge on Ming Jiaxian? How come you pick the night when everyone is letting their guard down and practicing to sleep to come looking for trouble? Some people looked at Ming Jiaxuan's miserable appearance and felt that Jiang Xia was not the act of a righteous person and said angrily, "Vile. Yes, Ming Jiaxian did hit your little brother, but didn't you just hit him back at that time? Even if you are still upset in your heart and want to have another fight, you should be square and make a war cry with the other side. Why do you act like a villain, picking this time to vent your anger, but also so hard?" The trainees of the 7 courtyards were filled with anger as they walked towards Jiang Xia's side, and the atmosphere was gradually getting out of place. They also knew about what happened there in the 3rd courtyard, and they also knew about Jiang Xia's sword decapitation of the 4th turn dormitory ants and the strong decapitation of 2 people in front of Dean Xiu Rue. But what does that mean? You Ginger Summer have a temper. We recognize it. You, Jiang Xia, are strong, and we recognize that. But you should never, ever hit the 7 houses directly. They're not soft. It's hard to believe that your soul is as powerful as your strength? If not, who gave you the strength to come to the 7 houses of madness? Jiang Xia's move today inevitably stepped on the face of the 7 courts. It's not a fight, it's a stomp. Jiang Xia, this is the 7th courtyard. It's not a place where you can act as you please. A man with a grim face and a broken arm stepped out from among the trainees. The man's name was Qiu Yuan. San Jiujiao family, generations of Soul Dao Bone Masters, and as the leader of the second year's 7 houses, his strength had already come to the third turn with the help of a strange encounter. Therefore, he also has the courage to come out. Your feud with Ming Jiaxian could have been resolved by normal means, but I didn't expect you to be so underhanded in your methods. To actually come sneaking around at night? What a disgrace to your 9th academy. Xiao Yuan spat, expecting Jiang Xia to react, but instead he turned his head coldly and rebuked. Get out. I'm dealing with Ming Jiaxian right now. I don't have time to fight with you. One more word and I'll break your teeth. Xiao Yuan didn't expect Jiang Xia to be so wild to the point of being out of shape. You really think no one dares to mess with him, don't you? Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he saw a figure running over not far away. Hu Wei ran as fast as he could, and the statement of life and death was already written in his hand. He ran to Ginger Summer and handed it over. Boss, the life and death statement has been written. Take a look. Jiang Xia briefly swept 2 glances, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up as he teased Ming Jiaxian at his feet. After all, this is an academy. You can't just kill people. So you sign this life and death contract, and make me less trouble afterwards. Ming Jiaxuan's eyes widened in disbelief, and there was even more deep scorn and fear. Is that a human word? What do you mean I signed a life and death contract to make you less trouble afterwards? Ming Jiaxian shook his head frantically. He definitely couldn't sign this life and death certificate. Once you sign the contract of life and death that can be legally effective, the two will be divided between life and death, and the winning party will not be subject to any punishment. Even if he was the young master of the Ming family, it was the same. In order to preserve the face of the family in Daxia, the family will definitely not make a move against Jiang Xia in the open, and even cannot make a move, because once Jiang Xia died, the first object of suspicion would of course be the Ming family, and the reputation that the Ming family had accumulated for 100 years would be ruined. I am not going to sign it. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Jiang Xia, I shouldn't have messed with you. Who for me to apologize to you? You and I are 5 big families from childhood to know. You help me beg your boss. Ming Jiaxian was truly afraid, and the vengeful look under her eyes completely dissipated. If he had known, he wouldn't have let the withered vine ghost sneak up on Jiang Xia. Letting Jiang Xia fall unconscious and whatnot was actually a fake, and his real purpose was to make Jiang Xia's divine soul damaged, so that he would plant a big head in the future when he turned 3. What's the difference between this and cutting off someone's path and killing their parents? But it's too late to say anything. There's nothing left when you die. Wealth, power, beauty, it's all gone. You said I'm the boss's dog. Well, I only listened to him, Hu Wei said coldly, without any softness, although his heart was worried about the series of consequences that would be caused if he really killed Ming Jiaxian. But Jiang Xia hadn't come out unscathed every time, so he didn't bother to think about it. It's not like the Hu family and the Ming family are on good terms anyway. Since you want to do something to my divine soul, then this life and death certificate today you have to sign it for me even if you sign it or not. Jiang Xia directly bent down and grabbed Ming Jiaxuan's palm and wiped some blood from his own body, about to press on the certificate of life and death. Since Ming Jiaxian wanted to assassinate him, he should know the consequences. But at this time, the surrounding 7 court Soul Dao Bone Masters couldn't hold back any longer and roared in anger, then released the ghost he had harnessed. In an instant, 10,000 ghosts were hideous, and hundreds of Soul Dao Bone Masters collectively exerted their means, actually forming a ghost domain in the sky above the 7 courtyards. Xiao Yuan said with cold eyes, Jiang Xia, you are working against the entire 7 courts, really not giving us a face? The taste of 100 ghosts tearing at you is not pleasant. Face? Jiang Xia suddenly paused, and the right hand that was grasping Ming Jiaxuan's palm loosened, an inexplicable smile suddenly surfacing on his face. Ha, guess you're a smart guy. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but show a touch of disdain in his eyes when he saw Jiang Xia let go, thinking that he was afraid. The surrounding Soul Dao trainees also couldn't help but laugh coldly in succession. They thought how fierce Jiang Xia was, and this is how he bowed down? But so, this is the 7 houses. It's a dragon that has to be coiled, and a tiger that has to lie down. Ha 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 ha. However, the next moment saw Jiang Xia's eyes erupt in a brilliant golden light as he casually waved his right hand. A huge palm of terrifyingly thick bone power slapped towards vengeful abyss. It directly slapped his teeth and sent him flying backwards 10 meters away. Everyone was confused. Jiang Xia struck too quickly and Xiao Yuan flew too fast. Face? The face of your 7 courts is my shoehorn. Jiang Xia was thoroughly annoyed and laughed in a row. Yan Wang pointing out the troops. Since you want to protect him, fine. There's one of you, and I don't mind all of you giving a lesson. Hiss. After Jiang Xia finished his words, it was equivalent to laying down a letter of war to everyone in the 7 courts. Hu Wei froze for a moment. Xiao Yuan and the other cadets who heard the commotion here and came to watch the fun, all took in a deep breath of cold air, and then there was a long silence. Chapter 56, Dai Meiwa, have some face. The entire room was dead silent. as if the world had pressed the mute button. A hint of dullness, of shock, passed through everyone's eyes, including those trainees from the 7 houses, full of incredulity. What do you mean? All give us a lesson? Could this Jiang Xia be out of his mind? Wanting to resist the entire 7 courts with the power of one man, not even a third turn, or even a fourth turn Bone Master would dare to make such a big deal out of it. It's still crazy as hell. And just then, a silhouette appeared in midair in the black night sky. The man was dressed in black, his temperament was chile, and his face was as white as a dead man. Dai Meiwei looked down from high above. His face stiffened, but he managed to squeeze out a smile after seeing that it was Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Misunderstand your mom. Misunderstanding? Again. Ginger Summer is so groovy ***. One or two of them like to talk about misunderstandings, don't they? He didn't even bother to act, pointing at the dean of the 7 courts. Dai Miyu, and cursing with a laugh. Then you today you're really right. Everything is a misunderstanding. After finishing his words, before waiting for the crowd to react, he directly grabbed Ming Xiaoshuan's finger and forced it to press a handprint on the certificate of life and death. Then mockingly looking at the crowd of the 7 courts, in Ming Xiaoshuan's horrified gaze, Jiang Xia's sword rose and fell on his head, blood flowing like a pillar. He threw his voice. Now that you've all seen it clearly, I, too, am mistaken. Jiang Xia was full of recklessness, killing aura and lawlessness. Everyone in the 7 courts was stunned dumbfounded by his maneuver directly. Misunderstood, but too damn misunderstood. Misunderstanding straight up kill people? And Ming Qimeng, who had just broken free from the wall, saw the scene and was even more directly trembling and paralyzed. She sat on her ass, a sharp, miserable sound of anger escaping her throat. Brother, shut up. Is your brother dead? Is he invisible? Jiang Xia turned back and coldly said. Saying so, he directly used the remnant immortal to pick Ming Xiaoshuan's head and fly it into the air. Several sword cuts erupted and shattered bones flew. I'm afraid you'll look sad and take care of it for you. This kind of tyrannical behavior made even Dai Miyu's eyes widen as anger leaped up underneath them. It wasn't just that Jiang Xia had just scolded him, but also for killing his 7th Academy trainees in front of him. You! Ming Qimeng roared, and behind her, there were severe ghosts crying. Boo! Jiang Xia directly blasted out with a palm once again embedding her into the wall. Where there's a cause, there's a consequence. If your brother didn't come to me in the middle of the night, would I have killed him? Why don't you think about your own problems? Jiang Xia didn't bother to explain any further, sneering and looking back at the crowd with a provocative look as if to say, what can you do to me? The 7 courts were collectively silent, and their hearts actually began to grow timid. Devil, you devil, do you really think the Supreme Academy is run by your family? Acting Dean, quickly execute this son. It's just too tyrannical. Noises and insults rang out, but none of the people from the 7 courts came forward to punish Jiang Xia. Even Jiang Xia took a step back for every step she walked forward. Don't even dare to meet your eyes. Waste. It was as if the nearby trainees watching from the other academy had also felt Jiang Xia's tyrannical and oppressive feeling, and a cold sweat could not help but ooze out from their backs. Tang Hui's mouth hadn't closed since Jiang Xia had given the entire 7 courts a war cry. He looked at Jiang Xia. Heart suddenly had an extreme penetration rush to the sky. Too daring to kill. Too much awesome. Xiao Yuan was even trembling, his eyes not moving for a moment as he stared over at Jiang Xia. He's going numb. Jiang Xinan was speechless for a long time, but his heart was in shock. Ginger Summer was the first person since she was born who was so arrogant yet had a bottom line. There isn't one. Didn't he think about the consequences? Jiang Xinan was confused in her mind, but how could Jiang Xia not have thought about it? He felt bad after the female dormitory beheaded Wang Ruoxue and Fu Lanya last time, if not for the later discovery that the two of them are related to the Bitter Pain Spirit sect, which are two people in their own right. I am afraid that my own situation will be very difficult to deal with. So this time he was well prepared. At that time, he didn't kill the withered vine ghost directly, but first tortured it with the soul-detaining whip. Wait until he gave up Ming Jiaxian and made it clear that it was Ming Jiaxian who had presumed to retaliate and wanted to make a move on Jiang Xia's divine soul. It was only after following this weakness to severely injure Jiang Xia at the 3rd turn, and even tricking him out of the academy to kill him, that this confession was recorded as evidence. And now the proof is in Ginger Summer's cell phone album. However, Jiang Xia was still concerned about the face of the academy, rather than giving face to Jiang Jioi, and wanted to kill Ming Jiaxian in the form of a certificate of life and death. But on the contrary, some people didn't let Jiang Xia go along with it, so they just killed them. Do you know the consequences of killing someone in the academy? Generation Underworld Spectre was extremely angry and drank. Last time you counted yourself lucky to kill someone who deserved it. How do you explain this time? Explain? I'll explain to you. Jiang Xia directly disliked giving you face and calling you acting dean. Not giving you face. What kind of onion are you? I'll ask you if this Ming Xiaoxian is from your 7 courts, and if this 7 courts is under your control, then why didn't you see you come out at the time when he drove a ghost with the intent to misbehave with me? Are you blind or a dumb? Jiang Xia gave a burst of output. Directly put. Dai Miyu said it was difficult to talk back. The pale face turned green, veins bulging. He was getting pissed off. When had he ever been scolded like that? The academy has a rule that fights between cadets are not to the point of death. I may not make a move. Then why did you pop up just now? You damn oh me. Do you have any teacher ethics left? Oh, you're not worthy. Jiang Xia finally finished venting and didn't bother to bull ***** with Dai Miyu, directly pulling out Don Tianming's token and shouting, someone is using their power to overwhelm people. Boom boom boom. This time the sword light appeared even swifter and more severe, striking directly at Dai Miyu. Dai Miyu raised his hand as a counter. The shocking bone power and sword chi collided violently. The ghost domain that had just formed over the 7 courtyards shattered on the spot. Everyone only looked towards the air. Lai Tianming's long sword was hanging upside down, his feet stepping on the bottom of the hilt, his hands were behind his back, and the corners of his clothes were fluttering. He faintly said, Dai Miyu, have some face. Put. Generation Underworld Spectre directly spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few steps back. Chapter 57, The Quail Cries, and the 100 Demons Retreat. What a familiar scene. What a familiar image. Dai Miyu didn't think that the scene he secretly laughed at the 3 courtyards that day would happen to him today. But he wasn't Qiu Rui, and he wasn't a healing Tao Bone Master. He's a soul path. Therefore, other people will be afraid of him. Li Tianming, but he will not be afraid. With a wave of his big hand, 10,000 ghosts were hideous, and the stern souls ran out from the streamers called out by Dai Mei, and in no time they occupied half of the sky. The stars and the moon are obscured, and regimented spirits parade in all directions. Dai Mei wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes staring coldly at Li Tianming. If I really want to fight, my chances of winning are not low. Then try it and cut the crap. Li Tianming directly launched his sword, and a cold light flashed with a sharp edge. That sword intent seemed to be purer and sharper. Can you do the rest? Ginger Summer returned. When has it ever not worked? After the words were spoken, Li Tianming and Dai Mei instantly disappeared from their original locations, both crossing the void to go to a wider place to fight. If you can't beat them singly, don't you guys know how to do 100 ghosts at night? At the end, Dai Miyu said this to all the trainees of the 7 courts. The sound sort of instantly made everyone react. Yeah, form a ghostly domain and 100 ghosts will walk at night. Even the operation of bone power will be suppressed under our home turf. What kind of a thing is Jiang Xia? Specialize in attacking his divine soul. He won't be able to hold out in less than 3 minutes. We just need to hold out for those 3 minutes without the ghost domain collapsing. Being awakened by Dai Meiyu's words, all the people in the 7 courtyards suppressed the fear in their hearts and once again unitedly condensed the ghost domain, and the light in the 7 courtyards completely dimmed. Chunyu moved a chair high up in the nearby attic and watched the scene from afar. He let out a long sigh and slowly smiled again. Sighing is thinking that Jiang Xia is too strong, too sharp, and that he might not be able to be like him in this life. Laughing because after seeing Jiang Xia with this kind of sharpness and strength, he felt that what else was there to be afraid of in the Supreme Dojo? The 7 courts. The 7 courts. Who told you to mess with him? That dean of our family are angry and suffocated directly closed. Before laughing at us, now who should laugh at you? Shenyu clasped his head with both hands and shook his chair. The entire 7 courts have lost to one person. It's even more humiliating than us, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Tu Hong and Yu Yue stood in another attic, both speechless but revealing a deep powerlessness. Is the difference between the 9th turn of the innate and the 9th turn of the innate really that great? The two had enrolled in school together with Jiang Xia, but the aura and light of the 9 revolutions never seemed to shine on their heads. No matter what, as long as Jiang Xia appeared, then all the light must gather on his body without exception. Elder Mo. He seems to be a bit too strong. He Yen gripped the railing with both hands in a death grip and looked out. Can you really avenge yourself? The first person I've seen with the highest natural talent. Elder Mo can't help but be surprised and envious. But in order to get He Yen to work for him, he then immediately said, but what are you afraid of? There's a special suppression isolation within the Supreme Dojo. He can't use that what's it 9-tailed bone. With my ghost on board, you shall kill him. Go away quickly, go back to your training and stop looking. At these words, He Yen was once again confident and nodded his head heavily. Just stay here and don't go anywhere. Jiang Xia turned back to Hu Wei, who had a face of excited adoration. I'll go and teach them a lesson. Boss is mighty. Hu Wei nodded his head repeatedly. Originally he also wanted to work with Jiang Xia to dry out the 7 courts, but he was still a bit self-aware of his current strength. Again, a good little brother knows how to give the boss all the scenes of pretending, so then he really didn't move. You were quite efficient today, so we'll reward you with a few more drinks tomorrow for the celebration. Jiang Xia said lightly, relaxed and indifferent. The ghost domain had formed, and all the light around it dimmed. Not to say it's completely invisible, but it's better than nothing. Dean Jiang, he has that strength to dry out the entire 7 courts? Reduced vision and perception in the ghost domain. That is, even the connection between the 9-tailed bone and senior sister one will be weakened. 100 ghosts walking at night. His divine soul will be torn apart. Right? High in the sky. Empty River said to Zhang Jioi, who was on the side. These two, who have been here since the beginning, have sort of witnessed the whole process. Zhang Shui is the chief vice dean of the Supreme School. He will not know everything about the Supreme School? How can he not know that Ming Jiaxian is a dead man? Why didn't you do it? What can I do if you're dead? Jiang Xia had unlimited potential, had just made a great achievement, and had even met with the great Xia prefect. Even the parents are still. In short, Zhang Jiuyi's failure to step forward was the greatest favoritism. The interruption of the academy doesn't allow for mass casualties, which means I'll have no choice but to step in if this kid uses the 9-tailed bones and the secret techniques in the 10,000 recordings. Empty River Road. Another few tentative glances at Zhang Ji1. Well, there's no excuse, Zhang Jioi said expressionlessly. And at that moment, only Zhang Xiaobilo slowly pulled out a red stone from his storage ring. River Arts One could no longer contain his laughter. And Air River was shocked. The two of them still saw clearly what it was even in such a night. The great avatar. It's from the house master? Empty River uttered in astonishment, his eyes red with envy. Zhang Jioi also quite sigh. When was the house master so generous? This kid's chances are too good to be true, aren't they? They keep coming. Alas, defeat is assured. You isolate the space of this place. If you lose too badly, the cadets of the 7 courts are afraid that they will never be able to raise their heads again. Zhang Jioi waved his hand and said helplessly, the process of being crushed won't be allowed to be seen by the trainees of the other houses. It's considered to give them some face and heart. Empty River had a bitter smile on his face. It felt that the cadets of the 7 houses had really messed with the wrong people. So a few moments later the surrounding students who were watching the other courtyard all realized that the already dark 7 courtyards were even more blurred, and it seemed that space was distorted. Asterisk 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 is completely invisible. Is the ghost domain of the 7 courts so strong that it actually distorts space? A cadet who didn't know why said, even space can be distorted. So the even more powerful 100 ghosts nightly walking down Jiangxia must also suffer. Speechless, I was watching it and it warped space. And I wonder who will win in the end. That's not enough to think about. With this ghostly spirit twisting space and 100 ghosts tearing apart souls at night, is it possible for Jiangxia to win? He's kind of faking it big time. I've never seen anyone who can resist this kind of divine soul attack in one turn. The people around them slowed down and also remembered that Jiang Xia's strength was even stronger, and his divine soul was no different from theirs. Then it's hard to tell if you'll win or lose. Only Xiao Yuan and the 3 of them had already predicted the outcome, but they were all silent. Ginger Summer will lose? You're kidding. Boing! Right here and now. Jiang Xia directly absorbed the red avatar. A rushing baby cry resounded, and in an instant, the entire ghostly world trembled. It was actually no less powerful than Lai Tianming's sword, and it nearly tore apart the ghostly spirit. The people of the 7 courts were shocked and were about to drive the 100 ghosts to attack Jiang Xia's divine soul. But the next moment they realized with horror that a huge ancient beast silhouette had appeared behind Jiang Xia. 3 heads and 6 tails, chirping like a baby's cry, eyes furiously red and hungry. Feeding on ghosts and spirits. Chapter 58. What kind of monster is that? The ghost I'm driving seems to be out of control. The ghostly realm is in turmoil. What should we do? He still has his bottom card. The faces of the people from the 7 courts instantly became extremely ugly. Before 100 ghosts could walk at night, the ghostly realm was actually nearly torn apart by a cry. They couldn't see Jiang Xia's figure in the darkness, and only saw a pair of never-ending golden pupils emitting endless light, and the ancient beast silhouette behind it had a bloody red light flickering. Greedy, hungry eyes gazed intently at them, making the heart beat abnormally and the blood flow slow. Gnarl! How could it be I one half. Xiao Yuan's eyes were red and unbelievable, feeling deeply scandalized. Legend has it that it is an ancient beast of the past, with 3 heads and 6 tails, and a chirping sound just like a baby. Favorite food is wandering souls and ghosts as their food. So anything like ghosts and spirits, when they see it, they are like seeing a natural enemy in panic. I told you where he got the confidence to dare to take on the whole academy alone. Xiao Yuan was furious. So you were waiting for us here? Stop them all. I still have my cards. Drag a minute. No, half a minute is enough. When the time comes, I'll make sure he sees the power of the 7 courts. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth and finished, quickly retreating towards the back. His right hand quickly clicked on the acupoints on his forehead as well as the back of his neck, as he kept an eye on Jiang Xia's movements, and hit his figure to death amongst the many trainees of the 7 courts. Half a minute? Ginger Summer laughed disdainfully. One wouldn't really think that these rustic dogs of the 7 courts would be able to hold themselves back for so long, would they? No way. No way? Whoosh! Jiang Xia's figure instantly disappeared, and his golden pupils turned into scarlet eyes of omniscience. Reduced perception is true, but under the eye of omniscience everyone's position is clear at a glance. Jiang Xia tackled out with a claw, like a tiger slapping a mountain, and the 7 courts trainee in front of him flew out directly backwards before he could even react. Ah! My ghost. The ghost I raised was eaten. That trainee directly spat out blood, his face pale. What does being a soul Dao Bone Master rely on in the early stages? Isn't it to target others for divine soul attacks? Isn't it to rely on powerful ghosts to fight? But now the ghosts that he had cultivated for almost 2 years were actually directly eaten by the ghouls? Such a result directly made that trainee tremble with anger, and he directly fainted with both eyes rolled back. Not bad. Smooth and refreshing. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xia's eyes lit up and he laughed, his silver white teeth flashing with a cold light. You have prepared a truly sumptuous snack for me. I'm kind of thankful for all of you. After Jiang Xia had swallowed these ghosts, he felt that his divine soul actually began to strengthen. It was worthy of being a great divine ability. Not only was it incredibly powerful, it also had the effect of enhancing the divine soul. He couldn't hide the smile on his face as he tried to eat all these ghosts. Boo! Bring it on you! Jiang Xia wandered into the darkness, his right leg whipped horizontally, directly kicking all the trainees of the 7 academies into fainting with broken bones. Then the 3 huge heads of the patch swept away the ghosts around them. This horrifying scene immediately made the surrounding people scrupulously backed up, and if it went on like this, all the ghosts they had worked so hard to raise would have all gone into the stomach of the quail. What should we do? Jiang Xia is just too strong. Xiao Yuan is still not well yet. This is completely different from what we thought. He is not suppressed by the ghost domain at all. A trainee's face showed despair as he suddenly realized that he couldn't actually find Jiang Xia's weakness. Gently, that's quite a request. Jiang Xia froze, and then a swift punch blasted out to smash his nose directly. His nose blood dripped, and he fainted on the spot. Almost there. Didn't I say drag it out for half a minute? Was it that hard? Xiao Yuan's tone was urgent. His eyes began to become as black as ink, and then white sharp teeth actually grew out of them. The bone power in Xiao Yuan's body surged crazily, and a delicious flavor that made even more mouth-watering was about to be summoned completely. Ha ha ha. So what? I'm here. Boom. Click. Jiang Xia swung out with a fist, his waist riding his arm with force, directly forcing the sharp teeth in Xiao Yuan's eyes back hard. Interrupting spell casting. You but what? Are you a joke? Ginger Summer teased with a laugh. Arms tackled Xiao Yuan's collar and lifted him straight up. It hurts. My eyes. Jiang Xia, you scumbag. Will you only attack my weakness? Dare to come to an honorable battle. Xiao Yuan roared, spitting blood from his mouth as he suffered a backlash. Jiang Xia wanted to laugh at that. Not attacking your weakness is mean? You can't even make a big move. Shouldn't you be looking for your own problems? This ghost you're raising inside you should taste pretty good. I'll just laugh it off. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xia laughed, and the kraken behind her opened its sharp mouth directly. The shadow immediately enveloped Xiao Yuan, directly forcefully pulling out the ghost inside him. No! Xiao Yuan's eyes were split and his heart ached. The ghost inside this body he had raised for 8 whole years, and he himself hadn't even let it shine in the Supreme Dojo, and now it was actually directly eaten by Jiang Xia. I'm going to explode with you, Xiao Yuan roared. The anger in his eyes seemed to condense into flames, and Jiang Xia just glanced faintly. The sword light flashed, and Xiao Yuan directly turned off the screen. All 7 courtyards were shrouded in a ghostly domain, so it was difficult for the cadets outside to see the situation. But that's what made them even more curious. An Inferno Road student said eagerly, how long has it been? I say brother, what's your hurry? It's only been less than 20 seconds. The other force trainee laughed. Aren't I just curious? Jiang Xia of the 9th Academy has kind of kicked the bucket this time. He will be suppressed in the ghost domain itself, plus the 100 ghosts nightly. I see the probability of him winning hanging. Cadet Yen doubts get his mouth, and damage to the divine soul can't be treated well. And for him to be able to hold out for so long, he's also formidable. If I were in this ghost domain, I'm afraid I'd have to admit defeat in less than 10 seconds. But at this moment another male cadet said, how do you know that Jiang Xia didn't admit defeat? What if it's a case of admitting defeat and as a result, the 7th courtyard's not recognizing it and purely torturing him? I'll go. That's bad. The people around them hissed, their brows furrowing as they seemed to piece together in their minds how Jiang Xia was being tortured. But the next moment, after a chirping cry, as a sword light chopped through, the ghost domain disintegrated on the spot. Then everyone saw that Jiang Xia stood above those 7 courtyards. There's no such thing as 100 ghosts walking at night. Not even a ghost in sight. What was even more shocking was that everyone from the 7 courtyards were actually lying on the ground in unison. There was actually no one standing. No, so strong. Is it hard to believe that the people of the 7 courts are all losers? Can't even beat this? The crowd watching was incredulous. In this future, when Jiang Xia is in the academy, won't everyone in the 7 academies have to walk around him? Shame on you. Chapter 59 Opening Up the Sea of Bones. Blurred backs. I knew Jiang wouldn't lose. Teng Hui was not surprised to see such a result. He laughed and elbowed Xiao Yuan's arm. I say boss, when will you be as strong and handsome as Jiang? Xiao Yuan was speechless. One should be self-aware. I'm afraid that you're asking me to go and single out a courtyard because you don't want me to reincarnate early. Deng Hui stifled his laughter, but was soon puzzled. But what is Jiang doing staying in the air all this time? Isn't the battle over? Is it hard to believe he's playing it cool? Jiang Xinan also looked at it suspiciously. Those present were confused in their minds, not understanding why Jiang Xia remained in the air instead of landing. Soon, though, they understood. Only the clouds immediately rolled over the sky above the academy, and the bone power around Jiang Xia suddenly converged crazily. Boom! A swift bolt of lightning struck down, directly bombarding Jiang Xia's body. Then came the lightning and muffled thunder. The sky above the academy was suddenly filled with wild winds, and the winds howled with an appalling sound. He's going to break through. Jiang Xinan quickly understood, but felt that the movement of Jiang Xia's breakthrough was a bit too big. Was the fluctuation of bone power convergence during a first turn breakthrough really that exaggerated? How she remembered that she had only been able to invoke 100 meters around her in the first place. Ginger summer this. I'm afraid that the entire bone power of the Supreme Academy has been invoked. Break. I'll go. I just remembered that it turns out that Jiang's realm is only 1 turn. He's only a freshman who's only been enrolled for less than a week. Deng Hui tapped his head in thought. He almost forgot about this because the battle power Jiang Xia had displayed was too strong. Is this the gap? Even when we broke through the second turn in the first place, we couldn't induce such a huge amount of bone power. There was no lack of second-year trainees around who were shocked by the commotion of Jiang Xia's breakthrough but had trouble understanding it. Who needs to be struck by lightning to break through the first turn? He's not a bone immortal or a thunder road bone master. Doesn't it hurt to be struck by lightning? It's too much. Right. How come our realm breakthroughs aren't the same as his? And not only them, even Air River as well as Jiang Zhou had encountered this situation for the first time. Dean, even you haven't met this before? Never seen it before. There's something extraordinary about this breakthrough of his. Jiang Jiwan's eyes were deep, but the thunderclouds are still converging. Can he stand it? A heavy blow during a breakthrough can injure the fundamentals. Empty River frowned, considering whether or not to make a move. Jiang Jiqi, however, raised his hand to stop it. He's not even afraid. What are you worried about? He's next in line for Supreme Thunder's Thunderlance. This bit of lightning is like a hairy rain. Besides, he has the purple thunder gold electricity bone in his body. So instead of hurting him, this lightning might even be beneficial to him. I always feel this kid's first turn middle stage will be very different. It's probably going to be a surprise. Jiang Ji1 asserted. Rumble. Thunderclouds rolled in the sky, and the purple thunder in Jiang Xia's tendons became even more active. Jiang Xia stood in the night sky, his eyes looking up at the thunderclouds above, opening up the sea of bones. This lightning is not enough, he muttered. Then, in everyone's shocked gazes, he actually urged his phoenix wings to fly directly towards the center of that thundercloud. Such a line watched the crowd's eyes widen, but he didn't think so, and scampered into the thundercloud and began to receive the baptism of thunder and lightning. And, the final stage of the first turning beginning stage, shattered bones would also be broken through now altogether. Click, click, click. Jiang Xia's right hand directly twisted the bones of his left hand into broken bones, and the bone slag directly pierced his skin. The rich bone power was absorbed and the arcs of lightning jumped in his left hand. Grandma, this bone master first turns body refining is really painful. Ginger Summer's teeth clenched. With the blood-handed Buddha bone in place, he had actually had a breakthrough since killing Ming Jiaxian. It's just that it's been delayed until now in order to deal with the matter of the 7 courts. Counterintuitively shattered bones actually needs to be done by itself. Endure the severe pain. Jiang Xia began to left leg again. Right leg. Blood kept dripping down, and the unspeakable pain felt like a road roller had run right over it. Hiss. This kid is too hard on himself. Empty River gulped. Hateful to others, harder on yourself. In the future, I'll have to tell all the cadets in our first academy to value their lives a little more, and not to go in front of this kid to die. Killing him is real killing. Life and death hard sign all the time. Empty River lamented. Jiang Xia closed his eyes, and his entire body had become a state of broken bones. Even his right hand was broken into bones by his own teeth. The shattering was complete, and the absorbed bone power was unimpeded. The purple tendons grew, then expanded, and a hot current arose in Jiang Xia's abdomen. But as Jiang Xia took control, the bone power coalesced into a cone shape and cut into its abdomen. With a tearing sensation, Jiang Xia stifled a grunt, and the intermingled thunderous destructive power helped him chisel out the fledgling sea of bones at a faster pace. Boom! There was a loud noise inside the body. A purple dragon circling, a sound like an eggshell breaking. Jiang Xia's bone sea opened up successfully. A large amount of bone power surged into it, and the dried-up sea of bones was quickly filled. The sea of bones was filled with thunder and lightning, and the bone power surged like waves. At the moment, however, it had not completely condensed into a liquid form. Jiang Xia then forcefully compressed the bone power and transformed it. He sat on his knees in the thundercloud and fell into a long compression of his bone power, just to completely energize the bone sea that had opened up. Only he didn't realize that the bone power around him converged into a river flowing into his body. This river goes in all directions, connecting to the sky higher than the thunderclouds. Skyrim. A blurry and lonely back turned around and reached out a little towards Jiang Xia's abdomen. Chapter 60, No Blood. It was also at this time that Jiang Xia's abdomen suddenly changed drastically. The fledgling sea of bones that had originally formed expanded wildly as if it had been stimulated by something. With Jiang Xia as the center, the raging tidal wave of bone power generally surged and scurried into his bone sea from gas-like to compressed into liquid form. Nonetheless, Jiang Xia's supreme bone was flickering with a golden light at the moment, and the blood in his entire body was once again ushering in evolution. The silver and purple intertwined supreme blood completely turned golden at this moment. The purple tendrils were several times larger. If Jiang Xia's tendons were like a tributary before, then the current meridians were simply a monstrous river. The purple sinewy dragon's horn was first revealed, and it scurried straight towards Jiang Xia's bone sea, then turned into a purple young dragon hovering over the bone sea. Boom! The purple young dragon descended thunder, like thunderous fury, and really gained some power. And Jiang Xia's raging sea of bones that was difficult to calm was thus calmed and suppressed by the young dragon. Bone sea arid dragon whistling continuously, then swimming dragon into the sea, diving into the depths of the bone sea coiled. As a result, Jiang Xia realized that his bone power had permanently gained partially more lightning attributes from then on. Thunder Master's destruction, Sword Master's killing, plus the bloody-handed Buddha bone. Jiang Xia suddenly realized that he had actually stepped into the third way. The way of thunder, the way of the sword, the way of killing. Every single one of them was far beyond the rest of the Great Tao in terms of battle power. Although every single one of them were now only tentatively stepping in, their strength was already terrifying to such an extent. It was hard for Jiang Xia to imagine what level he would reach once all three of these Great Tao themselves were cultivated to perfection. Click! Right at this moment, the purple thunder gold electricity bone in Jiang Xia's body also underwent a metamorphosis. There was a second Tao mark slowly appearing. Just how big is the bone sea opened up by this Jiang Xia? I'm afraid the bone power of the entire academy is about to be sucked out by him. The cadets of the academy had their mouths wide open, unable to believe what they were seeing. Monsters, Jiang Xinan subconsciously said. Her state of mind was described by Air River as the most solid he had ever seen. But after seeing what Jiang Xia had caused, Rao Jiang Xinan's state of mind actually began to falter. It was something she had never had before. How on earth do you go beyond someone like that? This was a question that none of the people present could answer. They were all called demons, but now everyone felt in their hearts that Jiang Xia was the demon. He's just so dazzling. Our two Hotian 9 revolutions of heavenly talents are not something that can be compared to at all. Yu Yao's eyes flashed a hint of darkness. Toheng didn't say anything. His face was expressionless, and he couldn't even show his bitter smile. In Desolate City, he was the heavenly pride demon with the best natural talent, where there was no one his age who could match himself. He had thought that even if it was the Supreme Academy, with demons like clouds, he could be sure that his own natural talent would not lag behind by much. At least, it can be enough to catch up. But Kang Xia has given herself a hard time since the day she first started school. The heavenly ladder was thousands of steps behind, and the bone mountain had gotten bruised and battered over a fourth-turn sword bone, all of which appeared in Tu Heng's mind. Until now, he realized, I can't believe I've never even gotten a word in edgewise with Kang Ha. That's what Amma said about people being outside the world, isn't it? I saw that going my own way. Some people can't catch up. Tu Heng said helplessly to Yu Yue. Rumble. Jiang Xia stabilized his realm amidst the thunderclouds, and his body received a complete metamorphosis. Suddenly, he opened his eyes revealing great pleasure. The thrill of power. Boo! Jiang Xia blasted out a fist. The air exploded and the clouds dispersed, and the thundercloud was directly smashed through a large hole. The early morning daylight shone on Jiang Xia, and the wind wings behind him were tinted with a light golden color. He fell slowly, his breath different from before. At that moment, Hu Wei ran up, and he circled around Jiang Xia a few times. touching and looking at it, and occasionally making noises of admiration. Ginger Summer wondered, "What are you doing?" Hui slapped his thigh and said in surprise, "Boss, it seems like you've become handsome again?" Jiang Xia was speechless. Did this need to be in a questionable sentence? Brother Jiang, how big is the sea of bones you opened up? Xiao Yuan and the three of them ran over at that moment, and Deng Hui had a smile on his face. Suddenly, he pulled out numerous restorative pills from his spatial ring and handed them over as if offering treasure. Brother Jiang just broke through and is exhausted. "I have good restorative pills, here you take them." Hui's face changed, sensing that something was wrong. Xiao Yuan came back up at this point and peeled Deng Hui's head right off with his hand. "Brother Jiang is still important to stabilize his realm. The pills and spirit plants I have here can be taken orally. Stabilizing the realm is of great use." Hui sort of reacted. "This is a treasure offering. Xiao Yuan and the two of them are both second years, yet they call Jiang Xia Jiang? I thought it was a joke before, but now Hui knows that these two are serious." Lean. The corner of Hui's mouth twitched with a sense of crisis. "I'm the boss's little brother. I'm embarrassed that you're all offering up treasure. Okay?" Afterward, Jiang Xia and the others directly left the 7 courts. Several people agreed to come to the 9th house in the evening to make up for the celebration. The trainees watching from the other courtyards also left and dispersed when they saw this. It was only after all that Jiang Xia had caused too much of a stir today, causing gazes to come all the way back to the 9th Academy. Without exception, they were all far apart, not daring to come within 10 meters of Jiang Xia at all. Jiang Xia couldn't say anything. After all, his own persona in the academy was 2 words. Rampant. That's good, so there will be no more ungrateful ones to mess with him, which works out well. But Hui came up at this time and said seriously, "Boss, I see some of the girls looking at you like something's wrong. You don't want to get too close to them in the future, or you're screwed." Jiang Xia didn't get it. With the strength of his, who else could finish him off? Oops, Sister White will be upset. Hui rolled his eyes. What was wrong with his own boss? How could this kind of detail not be on his mind at all? Why? River wouldn't do that. Ginger Summer took it for what it was. "Told you, she's my sister. Don't you give me any orthopedics." Hui, however, froze. "But yesterday Elder Wen also told me that you two are not related by blood." Chapter 61, Why does Jiang Xia like to move around in her sleep? River, did you have fun last night? When Jiuqi carried many expensive luxury products in her big bag, lifting the red bottom high heel in her right hand, her bright lips raising a curve, there was less of that seduction in her and more of that spontaneity. "Being in my 30s, I can actually see some girlish enthusiasm and energy now." By Miao Miao changed out of the original outfit. When Jojo bought her a white chiffon gauze knee-length skirt, so that it would not hide her delicate jade-like, smooth and white calves, white lace patterned small white socks worn on by Miao Miao, suppressed some of the cold, more soft and cute, youthful girl's breath attracted the passing people times to look back. But Kanha would be upset if he knew I went there. Miao Miao Bai suddenly thought, her clear eyes flickering slightly. "So what? You're 18. What's wrong with going to karaoke?" When Jiujiao shook her head. "You used to be just too well behaved by Fairy, so of course you're going to learn to be a little bad now." She poked Miao Miao Bai's cheek, as if imparting experience. "Men aren't bad. Same thing. Good girls rebel. Your brother is the one in a hurry." "Ginger Summer will be in a hurry? That's for sure. You're his sister. He'd tie you back from the karaoke any day." "Not just tied back, and also righteously." In a serious tone, "You're not allowed to go to places like that ever again." When Jiuqi laughed, "And then you said, you care about me?" If he says you're his sister, of course he's going to be in charge. Just say you're not even related to him by blood and he can't be in charge of you. He'll probably be at a loss for words by then and will be red in the face with anger. "Do you know what you're getting into at this point?" Bai Miao Miao was bewildered. And when Jiuqi whispered, "Just shed your tears, the more the better. He'll be heartbroken and feel like he's done something wrong. At this point you just need to hug him to death and say you don't want to be his sister." Ha ha ha. He's definitely going to have a change of heart towards you after that. Miao Miao Bai, and then I really became Jiang Xiao's best buddy? Ah. When Jiuqi directly broke his foot and fell to the ground at once. Behind him, Shui Wei hurriedly went forward and helped Wen Jiuqi up. When Jojo was filled with bitterness. "What is this little head of yours thinking about? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before someone else snatches your kangha." "Don't." It was then that Miao Miao Bai became anxious. When Jiuqi's eyes lit up, "Then you'll do as I say." 7 o'clock in the evening. It was getting dark. The 9 courtyards were hot with a table of delicacies. Hui and Xiao Yuan. Several people toasted Jiang Xia. Together with Jiang Xia there were 5 people. Just Jiang Xinan, a girl. She wasn't shy either. Toasted just as much, and even drank well. Jiang Xia greeted and ate the dishes, but Hui could see that he had something on his mind. "Boss, are you thinking about Sister White?" "Aha." Jiang Xia's heart was not allowed to return at night. "Your own sister. staying out at night. Ugh, with a long sigh. What if he meets yellow hair? Jiang Xia is another cup of spirits down. But Hu Wei, who was watching, sighed and shook his head. It seems that after knowing there was no blood, the boss couldn't accept it for a while. Perhaps the boss had sensed that subtle difference in Sister White's feelings for him. Boss, drink slowly. The end of one relationship is the beginning of another. It's nothing to be ashamed of. A man's man. What did you say? Ginger Summer's eyes were dim and her head was spinning. He then realized that he couldn't hold his liquor, flopped and collapsed right onto the dining room table. Hu Wei, don't move me. I'm dizzy. Let me sleep. Ginger Summer on the bed rolled over, not wanting to get up. Bai Miao Miao stood in front of Jiang Xia's bed, exhaled, and said softly, Ginger Summer is so heavy. How am I going to sleep up there now? There's not enough room. A look of difficulty appeared in her clear eyes, and as she watched Jiang Xia sleep into a big word, an additional thought suddenly came to her mind. Immediately a smile appeared on her face and she lifted Jiang Xia's arm up then dug right in. Miao Miao Bai adjusted her position so she could be closer to Jiang Xia. Her eyes widened in the night as she listened to Kang Ha's well-proportioned breathing and looked at his face. It always seems like something different from when I was a kid. Exactly where it was different, Miao Miao Bai wasn't sure, except that she liked Jiang Xia more. Good night, Bai Miao Miao whispered softly, closing her pretty eyes. But just at this time, Jiang Xia suddenly smacked his lips and his arm on Bai Miao Miao's shoulder moved. At this movement, Bai Miao Miao shivered, and she felt her back itch. The good-looking eyes also opened and stared at Jiang Xia tentatively. Ginger Summer, are you awake? When Jiang Xia didn't answer, Miao Miao Bai felt uncomfortable and moved towards him again. Just as he was about to close his eyes, Ginger Summer's hand moved again. Her back itched, and Miao Miao Bai moved forward again. Then the hand moved again, and Miao Miao Bai came up for air again. It was almost face to face. Phew, finally, it's not moving. How Ginger Summer likes to move around when she sleeps. Bai Miao Miao was a little helpless, feeling the burning temperature of Jiang Xia's body. Somehow her face was a little red, and the heartbeat has picked up a bit. Outside the house, Wen Jiujiao disconnected the bone wire that was manipulating Jiang Xia's arm and had stifled her laughter to the extreme. There was no way around it. Miao Miao Bai's reaction was too funny. How am I supposed to sleep up here? There's not enough room? Ginger Summer, are you awake? How do you like to move around? Wen Jiujiao really cannot tense up. How can there be such a simple and dull girl? How did Jiang Qingxian raise her baby? She didn't teach her anything, and at the end of the day, I had to step in. Now, you'll definitely never be able to steal your Ginger Summer. When Jiuqi's face showed a smile, his eyes were full of teasing meaning. It felt so exciting. She yawned and headed towards her house. Probably she would wake up in the morning with a great picture and she didn't want to miss it. Ha, little apprentice brother. Ah, master is just going along for the ride. Don't you dare blame me. Chapter 62, Treason Against the Enemy. The tip of his nose caught the sweet scent. Jiang Xia's nose couldn't help but twitch, and her brows stretched in a relaxed expression. He felt that he had slept really well today, and it was really the first time in so long that he had slept so well. But, why is my chest wet? Miao Miao Bai's petulant voice was then heard. Ginger Summer, you're crushing my hair. Aha, what's going on? The young girl's sleepy voice reached Jiang Xia's ears, but it was like a bolt from the blue. He stiffened and hesitated to open his eyes, but in perception, the soft body of the young girl in his arms moved again, the faintly scented white hair rubbing his chin. Bai Miao Miao's slightly hot breath blew between Jiang Xia's neck, and he couldn't remain calm any longer. His eyes snapped open, then he jumped a long way and froze at the scene. Who's in the bed? Ginger Summer really hoped she was dreaming. Who did you put to sleep yourself? Oh, Jiang Xia, you're awake. Bai Miao Miao yawned a little, like a lazy kitten. River, why are you in bed? I didn't do anything to you. The Ginger Summer people were a little confused, so it was no wonder they slept so comfortably. Bai Miao Miao shook her head. It's just that you're hugging me too tightly. It's so hot. Ginger Summer was finally relieved that she hadn't made a big mistake. Egu, look little fairy, my little apprentice can't hold fast enough so soon. It's only been a few days and you're sleeping with River. When Jiuqi suddenly pushed the door in and pulled out her cell phone to shoot the video with a shocked face, strange and shocked eyes looked at Kang Xia. Ginger Summer was busy saying, I didn't. Hey, you don't want to be responsible yet. When Jiuqi interrupted, I don't know how. When Jiujiao, you explain it to your sister-in-law afterward. I won't listen. Lean. The corners of Jiang Xia's mouth twitch. By the time he finished breakfast, Jiang Xia was already lying on the floor with his eyes frozen, and he didn't dare to sleep on the bed. Embarrassed, Ginger Summer felt eggheads, and just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Clicking on it revealed that it was Zhang Yi, who had sent him the third-level inspection documents yesterday. Hey, Ginger Summer was breathless. Zhang Yi froze in his office. Could it be that he was in bad shape? Little Jiang are you still not stabilized in your realm after your breakthrough yesterday? In that case you should rest and relax. I'll let someone else do this task. Mission? Jiang Xia directly jumped up with a carp and asked. What mission? I'm in simply great shape right now for any task. Jiang Xia's eyes lit up. Killing people? It's okay to kill living skeletons. I've been a little unstable in my mind lately. Got to meet the blood. Jiang Yi's face was odd. His mind was calmed by seeing blood? This was the first time he had heard of it. No wonder Xiao Jiang had rumors of killing the god in Danzhou. Well then, I'll send the assignment to your cell phone right away, so keep an eye out for it. There are dangers associated with this mission, and your first priority is to keep yourself safe. Jiang Yi added one last sentence. After all, Jiang Xia had just made a great achievement. Even Xia Yanwu was very optimistic about him. If something happens to him, I'm afraid I'll be relegated. Is it time to leave now? Ginger Summer said. Jiang Yi felt that Jiang Xia was just too positive and he couldn't help but laugh. That action is in a word. Strong. You can leave now, but as a third-level inspection, you can lead a two-man inspection squad to assist you on this mission, and they will be waiting for you at the entrance of the Supreme Academy. Ginger Summer hummed, then hung up. After changing his clothes and walking out of the room saying that he had something to do, he left the 9 courts in a huff. The entrance to the Supreme Academy. Xiao Yuan and Deng Hui crouched on the steps. Teng Hui curiously said, Boss, who do you think is the level 3 inspection we're following this time? There are no more than 5 of those in the 3rd grade who have the strength to be 3rd-level inspectors. Is it hard to believe that someone came back early? Xiao Yuan shook her head. How would I know? But when the time comes to meet or be polite. Although in the schoolhouse people are seniors or sisters, but outside the schoolhouse 3rd-level inspections can be our superiors. It's also connections that can't be used after graduation. Of course I understand all of this. After all, which one of those who can become a 3rd-level inspection doesn't have skills at hand and has established a lot of credits? That alone doesn't make me yank like 250. I'm sure I'll be nice and respectful when people are decorated or superiors. Deng Hui laughed. And just at this time Jiang Xia walked over. He saw Deng Hui and Xiao Yuan. 2 people immediately understood in his heart. Those 2 people turned out to be them. What are all squatting here waiting for? Ginger Summer was direct. Xiao Yuan and Deng Hui looked back and Xiao Yuan said, You're sober. Jiang, we're waiting for our superiors. It's a level 3 inspection. It's going to be another mission soon later. Brother Jiang, are you interested in getting to know each other? Those who can rise to the 3rd level of inspection are all ruthless. Ginger Summer waved her hand. Not interested. It's also true that Zhang's strength is all about other people getting to know him. So where's the sense in letting him get to know other people? I mean, is it possible that I'm the 3rd level of inspection? Jiang Xia was speechless. Were these 2 so slow to react? He pulled right out his level 3 inspection credentials, with his name and a photo affixed to it, and a steel stamp. No? Ginger, you're a level 3 inspection. Deng Hui's mouth widened slightly. Xiao Yuan got close enough to the ID to see that it was, well, hot. The papers came through yesterday. No, it turns out that they waited so long in advance for the person who turned out to be Jiang Xia. 3 levels of inspection. 3 levels. Xiao Yuan and Deng Hui had an envious look in their eyes. Jiang Xia is only how old? Just 1st grade directly into the 3rd level of inspection. It's the equivalent of your freshman year going straight to grad school. Oh no, it's going straight to the boobies. Read all about the mission. Tell me about it as you go. Ginger Summer didn't even look at the mission. Looked and looked. Xiao Yuan was busy saying, It's the head of the inspection division over in Lanzhou who died again. What do you mean dead again? Ginger Summer asked. Deng Hui took over. Because with the addition of Su Zhang, the director who died this time, Lanzhou has had a total of 3 director deaths in 9 years. It's not normal. 1 death every 3 years obviously has a regularity, but it's a normal death. Jiang Xia frowned slightly. What else is introduced in the mission? Su Jiang sent an email to headquarters before he died. Just this morning. Xiao Yuan paused. The biggest suspect now is the Wang family. Judging from the contents of Su Zhang's email, the Wang family committed treason. Chapter 63, Do you have a ghost in your heart? 2 hours later Jiang Xia and the 3 of them got off the airplane. Jiang Xia walked in the forefront. He felt that the air in this Lanzhou was good, with a faint smell of salt. Although Lanzhou and Danzhou are close neighbors, they are very different. People here seem to be more fast-paced, and the atmosphere, well, it's okay. There was a wind blowing, and Jiang Xia raised her hand, her eyes looking at the sky through her fingers to find white clouds drifting to cover the sun. His clothes were blown and bulging as Kangha continued to walk forward. Are there often typhoons here? He asked. Lanzhou's terrain is much flatter and more open than both Danzhou and Sangzhou, and the coastline is the longest. Well, this season, a little typhoon is quite common, but it doesn't matter. We could go for a sunbath at the end of this mission instead. Ginger Summer laughed. Come what may, and by the sea. The sun is at the right temperature and it's just the right time to give yourself a vacation. Brother Jiang, you're serious? Tang Hui was excited. It's going to be great when the cost of our tanning comes out of the public purse. So where are we going first now? Xiao Yuan pulled out his cell phone and opened the map. The first step is to go to the inspection division first. Su Zhang's death is definitely something that needs to be investigated. Afterward, go to the king's house. Ginger Summer paused for a few seconds and said, "Gotta go." Xiao Yuan quickly stopped a car on the side of the road and asked the driver to drive to the inspection-seeking division. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a radio in the car. "You don't sound like Lansao people? What is the business of a few of you going to the inspection division?" the driver said casually, hitching a ride. Xiao Yuan and Deng Hui laughed and laughed, and they definitely couldn't say anything about the mission, so they just gave a faint But the driver said, "Well, it won't do you much good to go there now. Director Su died. Now the entire inspection division is at the beach to give him a sea burial." What? The driver's words directly froze the Xiao Yuan duo. "Master, are you serious?" The driver was now subconsciously speaking in a Lansao accent. "I lied to you about the clause. Heard it on the radio this morning. According to the custom of Lansao, unlike foreign countries, there will be no cremation or burial. We are all buried at sea. It usually takes until just before noon to get someone in the water. Then, Master, don't go to the inspection division. Drive to the place where the burial at sea is held. Can you drive faster? We must make it before the burial at sea." Jiang Xia suddenly spoke. "Are sea burials in Lansao usually this fast? A man who has just died has to be buried at sea immediately." The master driver denied. "It's not supposed to be so fast, but why, I'm a driver where I know. Maybe it's the last words of the person's chief Su who asked for it. All things considered. Last request? How is this possible? It's unusual, isn't it? A man just died, and he can't wait to be buried at sea? Any way you look at it, it has the look of destroying evidence. It's too slow to take the car, so I'll go to the burial place at sea first, and you two come up behind me." Jiang Xia spoke to the Xiao Yuan duo. The driver laughed. "I have 10 years of driving experience in this skill. The car can fly for you, but it's rush hour and it really can't get any faster." "But how is it faster than you guys getting out of the car and walking?" "Master, is there any chance you don't have to go?" Deng Hui suddenly said. "Then what do you use to go? It's hard for you to rely on flying." The driver master froze. "How can you be any faster than a car?" "Stop the car." Jiang Xia called out to the driver to stop, and after pulling over he opened the door directly to get out of the car. Then just as the driver was surprised, he used the wind wings to take off straight away. It was very windy in Lansdowne, with plenty of wind elements. Therefore, the wind wings are cast here to fly higher and faster. "No, it's really flying." The driver poked his head out of the window and looked at Jiang Xia's departing figure, somewhat incredulous. "If you can fly, why are you hitchhiking?" On the seashore, there were about dozens of people, all dressed in black. A white daisy is pinned to the chest. Most of the crowd was silent, with a few sobs. One of the oldest of the men said, "It's almost time. Let's send Chief Su down to the sea now." Immediately, there were people around who lifted Su Zhang's body and put it on a boat covered with white flower petals. But this time a younger man in the crowd blocked it. "Uncle Lin, why don't you wait a little longer? I'd like to see more of my dad." The man who spoke was none other than Su Zhang's only son, Su Pian. It is a member of the law enforcement officers of the Mission State Inspection Division. This should have been a normal request, but Lin Hu disagreed. "People are dead. What are we looking at? Your mom's still in the hospital, so you'll go over there as soon as things are done here. Or your mom should have sensed something was wrong." Lin Hu sighed and patted, but his palms were exerting themselves. The corners of Su Wei's mouth twitched. His right hand clenched slightly, and he lowered his eyebrows, cursing in his heart. This Lin Hu was the dog of the Wang family. "Can't you even allow yourself to see your father's remains for a few more seconds?" The words even threatened his mom. Uncle Lin is right. Eventually the flames in Su Wei's eyes dimly extinguished. The heart is left in vain for sparks. "The death of my father must have nothing to do with this. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge." And Su Wei knew that he had to hold back for now. "All of you, put the bodies down." Suddenly a gust of wind picked up and the crowd looked up to see Jiang Xia landing from the sky with a flourish of his wind wings. "Is he Su Zhang, the head of the inspection division?" Jiang Xia stepped forward to look at the corpse and asked towards the crowd, "Are you?" Su Wei was puzzled as to who this person in front of him was. It was indeed my father, Su Jiang, who was just to be buried at sea. "What is your business?" A third-level inspection sent from Xanadu headquarters. "Jiang Xia, I now feel that your father's death is too suspicious and involves a major incident of collaboration and treason, so you cannot proceed with burial matters at this time. Carry the body back to be examined at once, without disobedience." Tertiary inspection, still sent from headquarters. Su Wei's eyes completely lit up and she acted positively. He said, "Didn't you hear? Since it's a superior from headquarters, let's postpone my father's burial again. No, what's the point of carrying it back when we're at this point? Lin Hu immediately refused sternly. I said, now carry the body back for inspection immediately. Jiang Xia took his papers out and drank, but Lin Hu's eyes fluttered, and the corner of his mouth suddenly revealed a smirk as he donned a smile. Since it's from the headquarters, Lord Jian, you don't know the rules of our Lanzhou. Are you unable to understand? Jiang Xia was furious. Why did he feel that this person was not right? He had already flashed the documents of the third level of inspection of the headquarters. It is reasonable to say that the headquarters is assigned, and the official position of these local officials are his subordinates. The man didn't look too young, and the people around him looked at him with eyes that should be an official. But you're pushing it. Is there something in your heart? Since you can't understand the words, you'll go back lying down together. After Jiang Xia finished speaking, he directly drew his sword and chopped out. Not. Sword chi is spreading. Lin Hu is dumbfounded. How did he make a move in less than 2 sentences? Chapter 64, Threats to my face. Boo! Lin Hu crossed his arms, and in everyone's astonished gazes, his figure flew out backwards directly without being able to defeat the sword chi. His arms and sword chi rubbing together sending out dazzling sparks. Wait, I have something to say. Another sword chi erupted, and Lin Hu's forehead was covered in sweat. Just now, an ordinary attack had left him in such a sorry state, and if this so-called third-grade inspection in front of him was serious, he was bound to have no good fruit to eat. Therefore, Lin Hu hurriedly said, I can walk back by myself. Only then did Jiang Xia withdraw his hand, and he withdrew his long sword with a flat face. Lin Hu breathed a sigh of relief as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He could feel that Jiang Xia hadn't used his full strength, otherwise it was hard to say if he could still be standing here right now. I'm afraid I really do have to lie back down. However, Xanadu sent a level 3 inspection. Trouble. This caused Lin Hu's eyes to gloom for a few moments, but they did not show it too obviously, and the rest of the inspection division enforcers present all stared slightly. That's a bit strong for a superior from Xanadu HQ. A general attack makes Deputy Director Lin so miserable? It looks young. Could it be the son of some big family? Otherwise, how did he become a third-level inspector so quickly? The crowd looked at Jiang Xia's face, feeling handsome and at the same time feeling somewhat familiar. Wait, Ginger Summer. Why is that name so familiar? The enforcers looked at each other for a few moments, and Su Wei also recovered from the surprise he had just experienced. He was stunned. Could it be that you're the Jiang Xia, the Jiang killing god, who blocked the invasion of Danzhou's purple living skeletons? He finally remembered. Jiang Xia, the Jiang killing god. You know me? Ginger Summer wondered. Su Wei directly pulled out his cell phone, then searched for a video and clicked on it. Inside was clearly the video of Jiang Xia beheading Xin Zhao's dog head in Danzhou at that time. Although the picture quality of the shot was a bit poor, it was still vaguely possible to make out Kong Ha's face, as well as his figure. Only then did the surrounding people finally break through the fog, their eyes revealing an admiring glow. I didn't expect to actually be able to meet the top demons of Great Xia from such a close distance, and the other side is now a level 3 patrol. However, considering the credits, battle prowess, and potential, it seems that parachuting into this position at this age isn't a huge surprise. It's much better to know me. Now I need to meticulously investigate about Su Zhang's death. You guys carry his body back to the inspection division now, said Kang Ha in a questioning tone. But the man has just died. Who told you to carry out a burial at sea so soon? And you're all just his underlings, right? Where's his family? Where's his friends? The Inspector General of the state died. How can I say that the socialites of Lanzhou will also attend? Why didn't all of them come? Jiang Xia felt it was too abnormal, not to mention that it involved collaborating with the enemy and committing treason. What else is in there that you don't know? Ahem. It's just that Director Su's will says to keep things simple. That's why it was only us, his colleagues and subordinates, who gave him a farewell. And as for his wife, she couldn't come because she was still lying in the hospital with a serious illness. Lin Hu suddenly stepped forward and climbed onto Su's shoulders. Lord Jiang, this boy is Chief Su's son, Su Pian. Su Wei's face flashed with a hint of discomfort, and Lin Hu's palm was somewhat slightly hard. It's a way to keep yourself from talking nonsense. He is really not good to reveal anything now. Mom is seriously ill, hospital lying, beside Lin Hu's people. If he is now behaving in a way that makes him unsatisfied, I am afraid that Mom will be in danger there. Therefore, Su Wei smiled slightly bitterly, his face still having to show sadness to suppress his anger. Right, Lord Jiang, this is all required by father's will. So he killed himself? Ginger Summer raised an eyebrow. The will was made by Director Su before, only I didn't expect him to die suddenly so soon. It's also my fault. Director Su has long said that his heart is not very good. As a deputy director, if I usually share more pressure for him, perhaps he will not be. Alas, Lin Hu added with sadness on his face. Then I'll ask you. Jiang Xia's tone suddenly went cold. What did Kong Da ask? Lin Hu felt slightly dangerous. Am I a good liar? Lord Jiang is joking. You are the superior from Zadu. How could we lie to you? This matter can never be false. Lin Hu hurriedly defended himself as he touched Su Su's shoulder, trying to get him to talk. Ginger Summer's face was expressionless. I'm not going to care about this if you don't tell the truth. Now that I'm here and you won't say anything, who do you expect after that? Su Wei quirked his lips and suddenly looked up. Lin Hu secretly said that it was not good, and with a concerned look, he said, your mom there. Snap. Jiang Xia slapped Lin Hu directly across the face, flipping him over. Threatening people to my face? You also belong to the turtle ah. Still not quick to say. Jiang Xia was also angry at seeing Su Wei. Although there's no direct evidence of my father's death, it has nothing to do with Lin Hu and the Wang family. The reason why I didn't say anything just now is because my mom is still in the hospital, and Lin Hu's people have the chance to make a move on her at any time. Su Yuan, don't bite your kid. At least call me Uncle Lin. I might do something like that. Lin Hu tried to weasel out, but the hand behind his back had already pulled out his cell phone and started dialing up. Su Yan, this kid is too insensitive. Really think that now there are people to support him think that he can let his own end? As long as his mom's life and death were in his hands, even Jiang Xia was not good enough to do anything to himself right away. When the time comes to run to the Wang family by yourself, is it hard for you, Jiang Xia, to beat the Bone Fairy? But just as Lin Hu was about to make a call to his little brother in the hospital, who was always monitoring Su Shuemu's mother, a black shadow suddenly appeared from behind. Lin Hu looked down and saw that he was gradually enveloped by a shadow. He shuddered in his heart, and before he could turn around, he heard a sword roar. Blood sprayed as his arm was directly cut off. Chapter 65. This is all evidence. Ah! My hand! Lin Hu's hands were broken, and his face instantly twisted. Holding the hands behind him out in front of himself, the cut marks were neat and the blood flowed. What do you mean, Lord Jiang? Why did you suddenly strike at me? Lin Hu was furious. Su is but a word, and although you are a special patrol from Xiadu, you can't just take a shot at me without evidence. Lin Hu was trembling with anger, and the loss of blood made his face pale. How do you expect him to seal the orifices to stop the bleeding when he doesn't even have fingers? You go. Bring me the phone at his feet. Jiang Xia sneered, too lazy to listen to him push. He could kind of see that there was something wrong with this Lin Hu bag. Yes, Lord Jiang. It was only then that Su Wei reacted from his daze. What's going on? Ginger Summer didn't say more than a few words and went straight for it? The one who made the move was still the one with the highest cultivation level among them. Looking at Lin Hu's eyes that were furious to the extreme, Su Wei also looked at the cell phone behind him. His party's scruples as well as stoicism were suddenly all replaced by a mindset of impending vengeance. Inside the cell phone, there's a kind of chat log thing, right? No more. There's always a record of the call with the Wang family. Either way, it could directly or laterally prove that Lin Hu and the Wang family were too closely connected. You, a deputy director of the inspection division, represent the crown. What's the point of privately associating so closely with a family in a precinct? Who would believe it if there wasn't something going on here? Therefore, Su Wei directly rushed forward to reach out as fast as possible to grab that cell phone. Lin Hu's eyes instantly changed, his heart fuming. The contents of this cell phone were categorically not to be seen, so he was about to fake backpedal and stomp on the phone, but suddenly a large hand was pressed against his face. Lin Hu's eyes were horrified. Jiang Xia used his troll body to directly stick to his body, extending his right hand to directly and deadlock his head. And then Lin Hu felt a strong and huge force. His entire figure was actually uncontrollably yanked by a huge force, knocking hard into the ground. Boom! A large area of cracks spread in an instant, and the surrounding enforcers were all shocked into taking a few steps back by Jiang Xia's swift means. After all, Lin Hu was no longer a deputy director, with fourth turn strength. Who of them were usually not respectful? But now they were actually suppressed by Jiang Xia with their hands. You were just trying to destroy evidence, weren't you? Jiang Xia yanked up Lin Hu's head and realized that it was somewhat disfigured, with the bridge of his nose completely shattered. Jiang Xia wasn't surprised. Ever since he broke through the first turn middle stage he felt that his strength had gained a qualitative improvement. Coupled with the troll body, it was understandable that Lin Hu could not react to his zero-frame start and lost the win for a while. However, one's strength seemed to have increased faster and faster since breaking through the first turning initial stage. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the first turn higher level is about to break through as well. This is an extremely special aspect of the entire Bone Master system. The first stage of the first turn was divided into 4 stages, namely punching the orifices, tendon extraction, skinning, and bone refining, all for the purpose of refining the body. These 4 stages are the toughest and the longest. How many Bone Masters stayed at the first turn beginner stage for 3 years, 5 years, or even a lifetime? But once you break through the middle stage of the first turn, then everything is bittersweet, and the advancement of strength will be far beyond imagination. Why? This was because the purpose of the cultivation of the first turn middle stage as well as the first turn high stage was to expand the bone sea and absorb more bone power. As long as you turn the first stage of body refining is strong enough, tearing and expanding the damage of the sea of bone body to withstand. The rest just need to go on a rampage to absorb the bone power to gradually enhance the strength on the line. Under such a system, there was no lack of forcefulness among them, and humane bone masters such as the humane pre-master refined their bodies to the peak, and even appeared to have crossed 2 consecutive steps within a month, directly breaking through the existence of the second turn. As for how long it will take Ginger Summer, all you need to do is give him another purple raw skeleton invasion, and he'll be able to speed through turn 1 to break through turn 2 in a day. Lord Jiang, there really are tons of chats with the Wang family inside his phone, Su said with delight. That's all evidence. Ginger Summer took it and looked at it, smiling and nodding. Now what do you have to say for yourself? Lin, who was dead set against it. It's all a lie. Someone has framed me. Framed me. Snap. Jiang Xia slapped across the face, and Lin, whose right side of his facial bones directly shattered. Honestly, Lin, who was completely furious. He didn't want to act. He held back. Seeing that Jiang Xia was a special inspection from Zadu, he held back and kept his hands off. Doesn't mean he can keep putting up with it. Nima, if this continues, I'm afraid I'll be played to death by Jiang Xia. It's not my fault if you're looking for death yourself. With a roar, Lin, whose body emitted a white light, and the silhouette of a white tiger emerged behind him. Huge fluctuations of bone power shook. Bone power then surged, and a circular array disc appeared above Lin, whose head. This side is his bottom line. With this array disc in place, not only would one's strength be able to more than double, but the enemy's strength would also be limited, and even fall into an unbreakable illusion. What about you, Danjo, god of killers? The divine soul remains eternal. How do you resist? When the time comes, I want you to kowtow to me. But this thought had just appeared, but Lin, who abruptly heard a deafening sound of a sword, followed by a flash of white light in front of his eyes. When his vision saw everything again, he was in a trance and saw his neck spurting blood like a fountain. What about yourself? Being decapitated by a sword. Deputy Director Lin is dead, killed by a single sword. Such a turn of events caused the surrounding enforcers to freeze, but Su was thrilled to feel that his revenge had been avenged. Lord Jiang is really strong. I, Su Yuan, would like to thank Lord Jiang for killing Lin Hu for me. Jiang Xia walked over to Lin Hu's corpse with an expressionless face and picked up the array disc that had fallen. Skimming, he crushed it in one hand. It didn't seem to be anything too precious, but being able to temporarily increase his battle power by more than double, this formation path was also somewhat powerful. And just as Jiang Xia was about to have the crowd clean up the scene and return to the inspection division, Lin Hu's cell phone suddenly rang. Su Wei took a look and realized that the caller was the head of the Wang family, Wang Jiablade. He hurriedly handed it to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia took it and directly connected it, and a middle-aged man's voice came from the opposite side. Lord Lin, has Su Jiang been dealt with? Chapter 65, surround the Wang family for me. Sorry chapter. No, so arrogant? Ginger Summer silently pressed the record button. Lin Hu, why don't you reply? I'm asking you if Su Jiang has taken care of it yet. The tone of Wang Jiablade on the other side of the phone began to be unkind, and the wording between the words had been changed from Lord Lin to Lin Hu, calling him by his name, not putting him in the eyes at all. Jiang Xia felt that this Lansao situation and Danjo were really a bit opposite. In Danjo, the official inspection division is the sky. Who dares to say a word? But in Lansao, it seems that this so-called Wang family is the sky. Did not see only a few seconds, did not reply. Was the Wang family's head of the family scolded into what kind? Interesting. The Wang family. Even if there was a sixth turn bone immortal sitting in the family, it wasn't that much of a jump. The inspection division, the law enforcement agency of the Grand Xia, represents the face of the official Grand Xia. Your damn district is a small family, and you don't even have an eighth turned venerable sitting on it? Jumping so hard. This Lancho Soil Emperor has been the emperor for quite a few years. Lin Hu, I ask you a question. Su Jiang's body wasn't handled properly, so if something goes wrong, you'll be just like him. Wang Jiablade coldly grunted. In 3 words, the deputy director of a state actually looked like an ant that could be crushed at will in his eyes. Threatening the deputy director of the official inspection department of the Grand Xia, you've got a lot of guts. Ginger Summer smiled back and narrowed her eyes. Who are you? Where's Lin Hu? Wang Jiablade's voice lurched as he questioned. Realized something was wrong. How could Lin Hu's cell phone be on someone else's body? Could it be that there really was some kind of mistake? But before he could speak again, Jiang Xia, however, coldly hung up the phone directly. He sent a series of evidence recordings all the way to Jiang Yi. Jiang Xia, Director Jiang, can you change the mission? I want to execute them directly. Jiang Yi agreed. Jiang Yi, however, there is a sixth turn bone immortal in the Wang clan. Although he is dying and his strength is not as strong as it used to be, he is after all a bone immortal. and he still practices the art of formations. I'm afraid you're no match. This Jiang Xia did not object. 5 turns mortal, 6 turns immortal. Before killing the 5th turn, Jiang Xia, with the 9-tailed bone strength crush and the 10,000 recordings, it was certainly easy, but to the 6th turn, the gap between the two is like a rift valley. The power and means of control are not the same. One is mortal and the other is immortal, the latter being an existence that breaks the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Unless the secret techniques in the record of 10,000 records were utilized, it would be no less difficult for Jiang Xia to kill a bone immortal than it would be for a grown man to single-handedly fight an elephant. But the killing power as well as the killing range of the secret techniques in the record of 10,000 records were too great. He had read about the Wang family's location from the mission introduction, located in the economic center of Lanzhou, densely populated and built up, so I'm afraid the secret technique won't work. Otherwise it would really be like that time in Danzhou, when a few mysterious tentacles were pumped over, the bone immortal would be dead, and those commoners would definitely not be able to survive. Jiang Yi, let's send an additional 6th revolution's bone immortal from my side. It's very fast and will arrive in less than half an hour. Jiang Xia didn't refuse. Then I'll go ahead and round up the Wang family now? Jiang Yi, don't let any of them go while keeping them safe. TSK. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. Wang family, the banquet was being held at the moment, and the cloud streams called by name in the entire Lanzhou were all here in the oversized villa, for the birthday of that bone immortal of the Wang family. The real purpose, however, was just to provide a venue for these upper-class businessmen of Lanzhou to talk and get in touch with each other. To say that Su Jiang is dead, do they know it? Of course I know. However, in Lanzhou Wang family is the existence of the secret control of everything, whether it is the port, the economy, or other, which is not the Wang family card lifeblood. If you want to develop in Lanzhou, if you want to rise to power, you have to look at the face of the Wang family. Mr. Nishijima Turu, maybe something went wrong at Lin Hu's place. Why don't you leave first? I think it's someone from Xanadu's side investigating. On the 2nd floor of the villa, Wang Jiablade hung up the phone and turned his head to a man with a slightly lewd face and a mustache. Nishijima Turu smiled and nodded his head, his eyebrows slightly raised. Wang sang, your Wang family is very dry in this cooperation. Aoi Kingdom, will surely not be able to spare any of your benefits. This is a leaf of the immortal blue branch, although it doesn't have the same strong effect as the full one. It can prolong one's life and even help one break through, but it's still not a problem to use it to suppress the death aura. Nishijima Turu took out a jade box, inside of which lay a leaf that emitted a blue halo, the size of a fingernail cap, but the power it contained was definitely not small anymore. The immortal blue branch was a heavenly treasure that only grew in the ruins of a special golden-colored living skeleton in the Aoi Kingdom, and was not comparable to ordinary heavenly treasures. Think about it, the complete, immortal blue branch, can help a bone immortal make a direct breakthrough, which is equivalent to helping break through the heavenly Tao shackles. How powerful is this effect? Mr. Nishijima Turu was a pleasure to work with. I thank you on behalf of my father. Wang Jiablade received the blade as if it was a treasure. With this bone immortal of the Wang clan will be able to suppress the death chi, and will be able to hold out for a while. The arrival is just too timely. Nishijima Turu, don't worry. We will immediately speed up our actions afterward and completely dig up Lanzhou's chi, so that Aoi Kingdom's plan can be implemented smoothly. A smile appeared on Wang Jiablade's face. Only, when my Wang family heads to Aoi country to settle down, I still hope that Mr. Nishijima Turu can get the officials of Aoi country to give some convenience. Ha ha ha, Wang sang, I really like you more and more. Turu Nishijima smiled broadly. Those who know the time are handsome. Wang sang and the Wang family are both handsome. And I, Aoi Daikoku, love handsome people the most. Welcome to the land of Arai. Patting Wang Jiablade's shoulder, Nishijima Turu's entire body suddenly fell into the shadows beneath his feet and vanished away. The corner of Wang Jiablade's mouth lifted slightly. The party's conversation was simple, expressing just one thing. Sanjingboy gave him the Wang family's immortal blue branch to use to extend the family's only bone immortal's lifespan and even help him break through. What the Wang family needs to do is merely to dig up the chi of this Lanzhou. What is aura is a bit of a mystery to say the least. However, it was also because of the presence of blessed chi in Lanzhou that it could develop so well and become a coastal economic state. So what did the Wangs do? Selling out. But Wang Jiablade did not take it seriously at all. The Wang family can develop to the present, relying on daxia. It was entirely because there was a bone immortal sitting in the family. So as long as the bone immortal lived, the Wang family would not decline. So what if he sells his country? Wouldn't it be better to move away to Aoi after completely digging up this Lanzhou Fuyun Chi? They've been moving industries and assets for the last 3 years anyway. Well, it's better to send the leaves of this immortal blue branch to father first. His strength is still not weak after suppressing the death aura. plus the formations that my Wang family has laid out for so many years. Even if a sixth-turn bone immortal comes to the Xiadu headquarters, so what? Oh, there is a life to come but no life to return. Wang Jiablade sneered and turned towards the back of the villa, and at this moment, Jiang Xia led a group of inspection division enforcers to the vicinity of the Wang family villa. Just get off the car. Jiang Xia also cannot help but draw the corners of the mouth. Good guy, as the most prosperous place in Lanzhou, you Wang family built the villa covers an area so wide? It says it's a villa, but actually has all the amenities of gardening and whatnot. Luckily there were enough people with them. Jiang Xia got out of the car and yelled, "Surround the Wang family for me." Hundreds of law enforcers moved in unison with a brush, drawing their long swords, their eyes rigid. They were in full uniform and blocked all possible exits for escape. Boo! Jiang Xia directly kicked the door of the Wang family.